Whoa, I don't want to live anymore. Late at night, on the rooftop of an office building, a woman's wailing pierced through the cold wind. Xiao Chusheng, completely drunk, stared with bleary eyes at the woman no more than 10 steps away from him. Despite his hazy mind and double vision, he could still tell that she had a face so beautiful it made one want to commit sin. He was momentarily mesmerized. Then, he let out a loud burp and snapped back to reality. "Hey sis," he called out hoarsely, "it's windy up here. Come down." Crying bitterly, Qi Shanshan had only been considering ending her life when Xiao Chusheng startled her so badly that her heart nearly stopped and almost sent her tumbling off the edge of the rooftop. Clutching her chest in shock, she turned around furiously, ready to tear into this damn man who nearly got her killed. But the moment she saw him, she froze. The man sat slumped on the ground, surrounded by countless beer and liquor bottles. The words "fallen, defeated middle-aged man" instantly flashed through Qi Shanshan's mind. Seeing how broken he looked, all thoughts of revenge vanished. "Hey," she plopped down beside him and asked bluntly, "why are you scaring people like this at night, instead of going home?" Maybe the alcohol numbed his brain, but Xiao Chusheng took a while before responding. "Nothing, just some troubles. Trying to drown my sorrows in wine." Qi Shanshan, however, seemed delighted instead of sympathetic. "Oh, got a story? Did your wife run off with someone else? Come on, tell me I need some entertainment." Even as drunk as he was, Xiao Chusheng fell silent for a second. "So your happiness comes from other people's pain now?" Still, he didn't refuse. Right now, he needed someone to talk Tosamion to vent to. His voice heavy with sorrow, he slowly began. "Today, my girlfriend of over a decade got engaged to another man. I just stood there watching from afar. We used to promise each other we'd get married once my career took off. But, so you're still a failure?" Qi Shanshan interrupted. But the man shook his head. "No, last week, my company successfully went public. I've gone from owing tens of millions to being a billionaire." "Huh?" Qi Shanshan blinked in disbelief. "Then why did your girlfriend leave you?" Xiao Chusheng gave her a look like she was stupid. "Well, obviously, something must have started earlier without me knowing. I wanted to surprise her, but now." He lowered his head again. This was the cruel reality, missed the golden years chasing success. He'd worked himself to death for years just to reach what most would consider their peak. Social mobility? Just a fantasy for fools. Qi Shanshan bit her lip and swallowed her next words. "What about you? Why are you trying to die here?" Xiao Chusheng lifted his head to study the woman who had been sobbing like an idiot just moments ago. "Did your husband run off too?" At that question, Qi Shanshan burst into tears again, nearly choking on her own sobs. "My family is about to go bankrupt, and that old bastard wants to give me to some bald guy." It took a while, but between her sniffles and crying, Xiao Chusheng managed to piece together the full story. Her father wanted to avoid financial ruin, so he decided to marry her off to a bald middle-aged man in exchange for a low-interest loan just enough to keep the business afloat for a little longer. They were both victims of fate, two miserable souls. Or rather, two miserable siblings. At that moment, neither could hold back anymore. They hugged and cried uncontrollably. This was the tragedy of middle age. And so, they started drinking. Qi Shanshan grabbed a bottle and chugged it like a pro. Don't be fooled by her look. She downed 6 bottles of snow beer straight. Xiao Chusheng was stunned. Half drunk herself, Qi Shanshan finally asked, "So you came here to drink in this hellhole because you wanted to kill yourself?" Xiao Chusheng shook his head. "Nah, I was just chilling. I'm rich now, decent looking too. Why would I want to die? It's her loss for leaving me." Qi Shanshan thought about it for a moment, then nodded solemnly. "Fair point." A cool gust of wind cleared Xiao Chusheng's head slightly. "So are you still going to jump? If not, let's go home." Hearing that, Qi Shanshan broke into tears again. "Woo-woo. No one wants me anymore. What's the point of living? Don't stop me, I'm done." Before Xiao Chusheng could react, she lunged toward the edge. He barely managed to grab her waist in time. "Hey, you really want to die that bad?" Qi Shanshan nodded firmly. "Yeah, well then, before you go, let me have a little fun." Now, Xiao Chusheng wasn't trying to take advantage, just wanted to trick her down somehow. And honestly, he couldn't think of any better excuses on the spot. "Look," he reasoned, "you're so pretty, yet you've never even experienced what it means to truly be a woman. How about you do me a favor and let me make it memorable? I mean, I'm not half bad looking, if I may say so myself." To his utter shock, Qi Shanshan actually agreed. "That makes sense. Since I'm dying anyway, what do I have to fear? Let's go. Rent a hotel room." This time, Xiao Chusheng was left speechless. "Wait, seriously? Miss, you're not joking." Before he could protest, Qi Shanshan had already hooked her arm around his neck and dragged him toward the stairs. Reluctantly, he followed, but disaster struck. Qi Shanshan tripped on an empty beer bottle, lost her footing, and tumbled backward. Because she was holding on to Xiao Chusheng's neck, he went down with her. They rolled all the way to the edge of the rooftop, and in a flash, Shan slipped right off, still clinging tightly to Xiao Chusheng. On the rooftop unfolded a ridiculous scene, a weeping woman hanging from a man's neck, while the man dangled halfway off the edge, barely holding on. I'm falling. I'm gonna die. You said you wanted to die just now. Let go of me, or we're both dead. Xiao Chusheng was losing strength fast. I changed my mind. I don't want to die. Shan screamed, pure survival instinct taking over. When were you planning to realize that? Too late now. Crack. A terrible sound rang out the tiles along the rooftop edge, cracked under pressure. I didn't come here to die. You stupid woman ruined everything. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind slammed into them, sending both flying off the edge. If there's a next life, Xiao Chusheng's final, bitter curse echoed across the city skyline. No, we'll never let you go. Actually, those weren't curses. They were final words. Chapter 2. The Foolish Woman. Shan, the glaring sunlight struck his eyelids as Xiao Chusheng found himself entranced by the girl before him. Was it truly possible that such a thing as a running light existed before death? An absurd thought flickered through his mind, and a bitter taste welled up within him. Promise him. Promise him. What are you dawdling for, you beast? Speak up. Hurry and speak. The surrounding uproar was filled with jeers and murmurs of disapproval. It was Xiao Chusheng again. Had he not confessed to Zheng Jiai numerous times already? Yet he still persisted? Indeed, he was bound to face rejection once more. Amidst the chattering crowd, Xiao Chusheng stood frozen. What was happening? This did not seem like a running light. But had he not already died? Just as he struggled to comprehend the situation, the girl named Zheng Jiai softly inquired, Chusheng, is there something on your mind? Her voice was timid, like a gentle breeze, and her face bore a hint of unspoken anticipation. Xiao Chusheng's pupils dilated. At that moment, he realized he was not dead. No, he must have died. Yet he had been reborn at this very juncture in time, precisely at the moment he was about to confess to his ex-girlfriend in his past life. Indeed, the girl before him, Zheng Jiai, was none other than Xiao Chusheng's former beloved. This pivotal moment would undoubtedly shape the course of his life for the next decade. He understood that as long as he opened his mouth, she would certainly accept his confession. It had been so in his previous life. He had been overwhelmed with immense joy, blissfully unaware of the chaos that would follow. During their more than 10-year-long relationship, they had experienced love and happiness. However, differing worldviews and perspectives led to more arguments and the burdens of reality. Upon introspection, Xiao Chusheng found himself devoid of true happiness. Moreover, certain events had transpired during this period, tethering him to her like a compromise with life itself, or perhaps a sunk cost, causing the two to meander around each other. Until the moment before his rebirth, their decade-long romance had ultimately come to an end. Rather than a mere 10-year run, they had nearly lost all contact. Their feelings reduced to mere remnants. There exists a saying, it is not the acquisition of a divorce certificate that signifies divorce. There are also the terms lost contact and widowed. At this moment, Xiao Chusheng felt disoriented. Having foreseen the outcome, he was determined not to tread the same path again. He had contemplated countless times in his previous life that if he could start anew, he would likely sever ties with Zheng Jiai. For when passion wanes, one can perceive the essence of things. If he were to remain with Zheng Jiai, neither would find happiness. With these thoughts, Xiao Chusheng's gaze grew resolute. Zheng Jiai, perceiving the determination in his eyes, believed he had finally summoned the courage to confess his feelings. In her view, Xiao Chusheng was an exemplary young man. Girls of her age had yet to experience the harshness of society. Furthermore, the society of this era had not yet succumbed to materialism as in later years, thus rendering campus romance relatively pure. After more than a year of pursuing Zheng Jiai, Xiao Chusheng finally found her resolute acceptance of his affections. Yet, to her astonishment, his voice emerged with an air of cold detachment. It's nothing. Zheng Jiai was taken aback, instinctively exclaiming, aren't you going to confess to me? The moment the words escaped her lips, she realized how eager she sounded. For reasons unknown, a sudden heaviness settled in her chest, as if something profoundly significant was slipping away from her grasp. Hence, her urgent inquiry to Xiao Chusheng emerged. She thought to herself, surely, my hints are unmistakable. Confess quickly. I will surely agree this time. Unbeknownst to her, this was a déjà vu for Xiao Chusheng, who had experienced the same scenario before. Responding to Zheng Jiai's question with a composed smile, he said, Zheng Jiai, I have contemplated much these past few days. In truth, we may not be as compatible as I once believed. Therefore, I shall cease my pursuit and avoid causing you any further distress. I wish you the best in finding someone more suitable than I. Zheng Jiai was left utterly dumbfounded, her heart plummeting to despair. Why? Why did it unfold this way? This was not the outcome she desired. What had gone awry? As Xiao Chusheng turned to leave, she instinctively grasped his arm. Wait, Chusheng, please, it's not like this. I feel. Zheng Jiai's thoughts were in turmoil, and her words became tangled. She was at a loss for how to articulate her feelings. However, Xiao Chusheng interrupted her, fully aware of the sentiment she wished to convey. In their previous life, at this juncture, Zheng Jiai had been swayed by his relentless pursuit, leading her to eventually accept him. Nevertheless, many subsequent events were beyond human control, for no one is perfect. Given the opportunity to relive this moment, aware that it would lead them astray, he resolved not to err again, believing it to be for the best of both. Moreover, in this new life, he envisioned a gradual ascent to greatness, while she would only be able to gaze up from the valley. A cruel fate, indeed. It's all right, I understand completely. Once I leave, I won't speak of this. I won't cause you any trouble. With that, Xiao Chusheng sought to escape the scene. No, that is not what I mean, Zheng Jiai exclaimed, her frustration evident as she stomped her feet, feeling utterly powerless. Everything had transpired so suddenly, catching her off guard. Yet, she could not afford to think further. She knew she must stop Xiao Chusheng from leaving. An ominous feeling gnawed at her if she let him go. It would haunt her for a lifetime. Xiao Chusheng forced a bittersweet smile, contemplating a more forceful approach to alter the course of events. But as he glanced up, he beheld a striking figure. It was a girl of delicate beauty, her demeanor exuding an icy demeanor. Xiao Chusheng was not one to be rendered immobile by mere beauty. Rather, he pondered why she was present in that moment. This aloof girl was the very one who had pulled him from the rooftop, setting in motion his rebirth. The onlookers, now drawn to the presence of this high-strung girl, expressed their astonishment. Isn't that the renowned school beauty, Qi Daxia? The school beauty has arrived. Qi Shanshan? The school beauty? Listening to the murmurs of the onlookers, Xiao Chusheng appeared utterly bewildered. In his previous life, he had eyes only for Zheng Jiai, completely oblivious to any other girls. To his surprise, he discovered that the foolish woman was actually the campus belle of his cohort. Yet, she exuded an air of aloofness. There was no semblance of connection to the heart-wrenching fool he had seen on the rooftop, had it not been for their striking resemblance. He would have doubted they were the same person. Xiao Chusheng couldn't help but reflect on the smallness of the world when he confessed his feelings to Zheng Jiai. He never anticipated that Qi Shanshan, that foolish woman, would coincidentally pass by. Qi Shanshan was well aware of the students' gossip, having long grown accustomed to it. She intended to depart with her usual impassive demeanor, but a figure suddenly obstructed her path. Lifting her gaze, she was met with a rather handsome face. The boy emanated a sense of cleanliness, albeit tinged with an indescribable roguishness. Just as she was puzzled by his intentions, he seized her arm and pulled her away from the crowd without so much as a word. What was happening? Chapter 3. Shouldn't the girl pay for the hotel room? Qi Shanshan was more socially anxious than cold. Thus, when Xiao Chusheng pulled her from the throng, she instinctively followed. The onlookers, witnessing the protagonist of Zheng Jiai's confession abandon his pursuit, were prepared to disperse. Yet, an unexpected twist unfolded. Wasn't this fellow shifting his affections? Just as he was declaring his feelings, he rushed into the arms of the illustrious Qi Shanshan. While there was no denying her beauty, what shocked the crowd even more was that the campus belle did not reject him. A chilling thought crept into everyone's minds. Had they been involved all along? The socially awkward girl, Qi Shanshan, was whisked away by Xiao Chusheng, and it wasn't until they had distanced themselves that she mustered the courage to withdraw her hand from his grasp. "Where are you taking me?" she inquired, her expression stoic. Yet her voice betrayed a hint of trepidation. Xiao Chusheng furrowed his brow, a tinge of impatience evident as he snapped at her. "Just come along. Why the excessive questions?" To others, Qi Shanshan appeared a goddess of aloofness, but in truth, she was an undeniable introvert. His reprimand nearly brought her to tears, and her demeanor, as if she were on the verge of weeping, momentarily bewildered Xiao Chusheng. He mused aloud. "Now this feels right. I thought you were genuinely aloof." Without awaiting her consent, he continued to tug her towards the exit of the school. Qi Shanshan was taken aback by his seemingly nonsensical remark, as if her innermost secrets had been laid bare. Did he truly perceive the essence of who she was? But where was he leading her? Despite the forceful nature of the boy, she found herself unafraid, even comforted. There was an indescribable quality about him, pure and clear. She felt certain he would not harm her. However, Shan was unaware that Xiao Chusheng would never inflict harm upon her. No, he was intent on doing just that. As she gazed at the sign of the couple's hotel, she fell into a reverie, initially believing that this young man would not pose any threat to her. Yet, who could have anticipated that he would swiftly lead her to such a place? Wasn't this progression a tad too hasty? Shouldn't we first embark on a courtship? Shan's mind was in a whirl, utterly bewildered by Xiao Chusheng's unconventional approach. Why had he brought her here? She inquired softly. Xiao Chusheng cast a disdainful glance in her direction. What do you think? In a place like this, what else could we possibly do? Of course, we are here to book a room. Shan was taken aback. She had truly not expected such directness from him. Hadn't we known each other for less than half an hour? And you were already suggesting we book a room? Is this considered polite? Her lips parted slightly, her expression a portrait of disbelief. Yet, before she could voice her thoughts, Xiao Chusheng had already approached the front desk to reserve a room. Before she could collect her thoughts, he returned, extending his hand towards her. Do you have any money? Lend me some. At that moment, Shan questioned her own existence. Was he really deceiving a girl into a couple's hotel only to ask her to pay for the room? What kind of situation was this? Nevertheless, it was precisely Xiao Chusheng's behavior that oddly reassured her. Even she could not comprehend why she found a certain naive charm in his apparent foolishness. How endearing. Despite being the foolish beauty herself, she found his foolishness rather delightful. It was utterly contrary to reason. Perhaps it was a fleeting whim or an innate sense of rebellion stirring within her. Or perhaps, at that moment, she genuinely felt a flutter of affection for the young man before her. To her astonishment, she actually pulled out 200 yuan bills from her wallet and handed them to Xiao Chusheng, leaving him equally bewildered. Wait, are you serious? You really are giving this to me? How has such a foolish woman like you managed to survive without being deceived until now? If I were in your place, I could have swindled you out of everything by now. Xiao Chusheng felt as though his intelligence had been insulted, accompanied by an inexplicable pang of guilt. In his past life, he had genuinely contemplated booking a room with such a naive girl. Wasn't that tantamount to preying on the intellectually challenged? Surely, it couldn't be illegal? Yet, as he reflected on the arduous journey he had endured to become a billionaire, despite the failures in love, he felt a surge of indignation rise within him. After 10 years of relentless toil, how could this foolish woman disrupt his hard-earned progress? If he did not manage to bring her to tears tonight, it would be a grave disrespect to the trials of his tumultuous decade. Initially, Xiao Chusheng had entertained a flicker of sympathy for the foolish beauty. But as he recalled the debt of life she owed him, nay, not just one life, but an entire lifetime, his fleeting guilt and compassion evaporated instantly. Moreover, prior to his rebirth, this fellow had indeed intended to check into a hotel with her. Thus, it cannot be entirely deemed his fault, or so Xiao Chusheng contemplated. In truth, during their time on the rooftop, as they drank and embraced while weeping heartily, Shan had broached a topic related to rebirth with him. If only I had met you a few years earlier, she remarked wistfully. Huh, what difference would that make? Xiao Chusheng responded, perplexed by the foolish beauty's implication. I thought if I found you somewhat pleasing to the eye, perhaps your ex-girlfriend would have been irrelevant, she defended him, eliciting a chuckle from Xiao Chusheng. His gaze grew distant, his thoughts drifting back to the moment he confessed to Zheng Jiai. With a resigned shake of his head, he mused. That would have needed to happen many years ago, over a decade back, when I was just beginning my university journey and wholly devoted to her. I likely wouldn't have noticed your existence. Oh, how unfortunate that there are no what-ifs. How wonderful it would be if everything could start anew. Xiao Chusheng laughed at the foolish beauty's lamentations. Even if I could indeed start over, with your beauty and your family's wealth back then, would you have even looked my way? I was quite shy and had few friends. If you had pursued me, I'm certain I would have been moved. What began as mere drunken banter between two inebriated souls unexpectedly became a prophetic utterance. Xiao Chusheng truly found himself back in this time. And he indeed encountered this foolish beauty. The most crucial aspect was that he initially intended to settle the score for being led to his demise by this silly woman. To his astonishment, she even paid for their hotel room. A true spectacle of life. Chapter 4. You owe me inside the hotel room. The two exchanged wide-eyed glances. Lingering in silence, the foolish beauty, Shan, could no longer contain herself and pouted. What are you daydreaming about? Xiao Chusheng, taken aback by her expression, opened his mouth. Why do you seem even more anxious than I am? Shan's cheeks flushed, her gaze evasive. Not at all. In truth, she had mentally prepared herself, perhaps harboring a hint of rebellious spirit. Xiao Chusheng's reluctance to act stemmed from his internal conflict upon entering the room. To be honest, bringing this foolish girl to the hotel was more an impulse driven by desire. It was likely a form of catharsis for the efforts of his previous life being rendered meaningless. Yet, upon reflection, was it truly fair to demand repayment for her past life steps in this current existence? To wield the sword of a bygone era against the officials of this one? It seemed rather peculiar. This felt like a rebirth, yet invoking his former life felt odd, while the notion of the future seemed inappropriate. This was the crux of Xiao Chusheng's dilemma. When confronted with such a headache-inducing quandary, he instinctively craved a cigarette, rummaging through his pockets for what felt like an eternity. In that moment, he suddenly realized, at this time, he did not smoke. In his past life, Xiao Chusheng had never learned to smoke until after graduating university. Owing to his self-discipline, his first encounter with smoking had been during the stressful early days of his entrepreneurial journey, where social gatherings necessitated the consumption of both alcohol and tobacco, leading to addiction. At this moment, despite not yet being ensnared by the cravings of addiction, the itchiness in his throat was unmistakably vivid. This palpable sensation enveloped Xiao Chusheng in a surreal reverie, allowing him to genuinely grasp the fact that he had a chance to start anew. Perhaps this time, he could seize the future he so desired. Contemplating this, he inhaled deeply and, in a rather fierce tone, instructed Qi Shanshan, "Go fetch me a pack of cigarettes, and don't forget a lighter." Oh. Qi Shanshan seemed to respond submissively to his authoritative demeanor. Whenever he adopted a stern approach, she would obediently comply. This foolish beauty actually descended to procure a pack of cigarettes, surprisingly returning with a brand of Huazi. Xiao Chusheng narrowed his eyes, realizing that, just as this imbecile had mentioned before his rebirth, her family indeed belonged to the upper echelons of society. Qi Shanshan handed him the items, and with deftness, he tore open the package and took a leisurely drag, but after only a few puffs, he extinguished the cigarette and tossed both it and the remaining pack into the adjacent trash bin. The foolish beauty stared at him, bewildered, mistakenly believing the cigarettes she purchased were defective, and quickly inquired, "Did I buy a fake?" Xiao Chusheng was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly comprehended the situation. It was 2007. And counterfeit tobacco and alcohol were rampant, leading this Navi woman to misinterpret his actions. "No," he shook his head, "I merely wanted to smoke one. I want to indulge again, I'm quitting." Observing Qi Shanshan's somewhat dazed expression, he sighed, sensing that this fool was rather easily deceived. Yet, it must be acknowledged that she was undeniably beautiful, a fact that justified her status as the campus belle. This led Xiao Chusheng to ponder. Should he attempt to woo her? After all, she owed him her life. Even aside from that, she had already agreed to share a room with him. However, he couldn't help but worry. Would her lack of intellect be passed on to their children? He mused. Perhaps a partner with higher intelligence would be more suitable. The foolish beauty appeared timid, hesitating to speak. Xiao Chusheng arched an eyebrow. "If you have something to say, then say it. Why did you bring me here?" Qi Shanshan asked weakly. Xiao Chusheng was momentarily at a loss for words. "Why would I bring a stunning beauty to a place like this? Isn't it obvious? It's to enjoy ourselves." "That's not what I meant," she replied stubbornly, biting her lower lip. "I didn't know you before." It dawned on Xiao Chusheng that he might have been a bit hasty. After a moment of contemplation, he gazed earnestly into the eyes of this foolish beauty. From her gaze, he discerned profound confusion. It was challenging to reconcile the timid girl before him with the distraught woman who had cried out in anguish on the rooftop. From social anxiety to social prowess? What had transpired over these years? In his previous life, Xiao Chusheng had been an ordinary person navigating through adversity, unable to fathom the tribulations she might have faced. The atmosphere in the room suddenly seemed to thicken, laden with tension. After an indeterminate stretch of silence, Xiao Chusheng finally uttered, "You owe me." The foolish beauty blinked, her lovely eyes wide with bewilderment, seemingly unable to grasp the meaning behind his words. Xiao Chusheng offered no explanation, merely reiterating, "You need only to understand that what you owe me cannot be repaid even if you bear me 3 children." A blush of crimson graced Qi Shanshan's cheeks, the foolish beauty rendered bashful. Internally, she scoffed at his words, pondering how absurdly swift this all was. 3 children, already? Yet, considering they were in a hotel, perhaps it wasn't too hasty after all. Qi Shanshan, not particularly astute to begin with, found her wits further diminished in this moment. At that instant, Xiao Chusheng reclined quietly against the headboard, contemplating his next course of action. The unexpectedness of his rebirth left his thoughts in disarray. He was engaged in introspection, questioning what he could truly accomplish. Unlike the fanciful narratives of many web novels that suggest omnipotence accompanied by memories, reality was fraught with intricate details that required careful consideration. Often, even the slightest deviation could yield vastly different outcomes. This was the essence of the so-called butterfly effect, and he was now that butterfly. After considerable reflection, Xiao Chusheng realized his most valuable asset was the ability to witness the future firsthand. In other words, his greatest advantage lay in the reduced cost of trial and error. The future world was, in fact, built upon countless iterations of mistakes, and he had the opportunity to select the most favorable outcomes from the outset. With this thought, Xiao Chusheng's gaze grew resolute. However, every endeavor begins with difficulty. And at present, he was merely a powerless student, devoid of both wealth and connections. Thus, he found himself in need of assistance and financial resources. In terms of allies, he thought of his classmate Su Hai, who had previously played a significant role in his relationship with Zhang Jia. In his past life, Su Hai's dedication during their entrepreneurial venture was commendable. He frequently ran about tirelessly, often sacrificing sleep, sometimes even landing in the hospital due to excessive social engagements. At just over 20 years of age, he had already begun to lose his hair. To be honest, Xiao Chusheng's feelings for this brother were rather complex. Some individuals are suited to endure hardship together, yet ill-fitted for shared prosperity. Su Hai was diligent during their toughest times, but when fortune finally smiled upon them, he made a grievous mistake. Chapter 5. Show me. Perhaps it was a matter of perspective, or perhaps the sudden influx of wealth had clouded his judgment. In his former life, after acquiring some modest wealth, Su Hai became rather arrogant, pursuing his college crush and marrying young. The issue arose from this very marriage. Faced with substantial funds, Su Hai was influenced by his wife to misappropriate a sum of public money. This capital had been intended for expansion, and as a result, Xiao Chusheng's company nearly faced financial ruin due to this misappropriation. Ultimately, out of sentiment for their shared past, Xiao Chusheng allowed Su Hai to merely repay the embezzled funds without pursuing legal consequences. However, their friendship effectively reached an end at that juncture. Now, Su Hai resembled Zhang Jia. Knowing the outcome all too well, would he still repeat his past mistakes? He understood clearly that Su Hai was but an ordinary individual. And despite his efforts, accumulating wealth beyond one's understanding proved exceedingly challenging. Confronted with greater sums, Su Hai would likely still struggle to restrain his impulses. Betrayal once. A lifetime of distrust. Had he not steeled himself, Xiao Chusheng would have achieved nothing in his previous life. Contemplating this, he inhaled deeply. This is somewhat challenging. The timid Qishan Shan, who had been silent since earlier, murmured softly, "Is there anything I can assist you with?" It was only then that Xiao Chusheng noticed her presence. "Oh, you're still here." Qishan Shan felt an inexplicable sense of insult. Here she was, a striking beauty. And he had been lost in thought since earlier? He had even suggested bringing her to a hotel, only to leave her to languish in silence. Was she truly so unappealing? Perhaps this was the competitive spirit of women. Initially, he had shown a hint of nervousness. Yet now that Xiao Chusheng had not made any advances, she felt displeased. Irritated, Xiao Chusheng waved his hand dismissively. "Why don't you take a shower?" "Ah? Oh." The foolish beauty, embodying compliance, indeed went off to bathe, leaving Xiao Chusheng momentarily stunned. How had she survived this long with such naivety? He was astonished. This dim-witted beauty's intellect seemed genuinely concerning. What if she could not bear children? Should she inherit such congenital deficiencies? In truth, he merely wished to send this foolish girl away, for Xiao Chusheng needed to calm his mind and reflect deeply. He pondered what actions he could take within this timeline. Having no other options, he could only grit his teeth and struggle. Since he could not trust Su Hai, he contemplated who else might be reliable. Wait a moment. Perhaps I can. A figure emerged in his mind. Specifically, she was the pivotal person in his previous life's entrepreneurial success. Half of Xiao Chusheng's achievements in his past life were attributable to her. The reason he hadn't thought of her immediately was due to preconceived notions. He had only considered those he knew at this point in time. Indeed, Xiao Chusheng recalled another partner from his previous life, Lin Shi, the talented woman from Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. However, by the time he encountered her, Lin Shi was already engaged in her internship after graduation. Xiao Chusheng had helped her by chance, and they became friends. Later, as they embarked on their entrepreneurial journey, Lin Shi displayed her talents, providing substantial assistance to Xiao Chusheng's success. Resting his chin in thought, he mused that Lin Shi should be in her sophomore year at this time. If it were Lin Shi, perhaps he could indeed entice her to join him. He muttered to himself. While he might struggle with others, His bond with Lin Shi was extraordinary. Even in 2 lifetimes, their fates could not be separated. At least, that was Xiao Chusheng's conviction. Hence, rather than dwell on the nebulous possibilities ahead, his current focus should be on bringing Lin Shi aboard his venture, just as he was fervently planning his next objective. Xiao emerged from the bathroom. The foolish beauty was draped only in a large bath towel, freshly bathed, with steam lingering on her bare shoulders. Xiao Chusheng acknowledged a stirring within himself. Indeed, despite her foolishness, she was undeniably beautiful. Who could resist a beauty? Xiao Chusheng was merely an ordinary man, fully aware of his own inclinations. He never considered himself particularly sentimental. His entanglement with Zheng Jia in a previous life seemed more like an obsession. The youthful love, nurtured over many years, had persisted for so long that relinquishing it would seem rather frivolous. Clinging to this notion, even if the passion had long since faded and the process of being together was genuinely painful, Xiao Chusheng's depth of feeling was merely superficial. Regrettably, his profound affection ultimately proved to be futile. Xiao felt quite uncomfortable under Xiao Chusheng's intensely aggressive gaze, which seemed to gleam with an otherworldly light. "Could you please stop staring?" she murmured, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. It dawned on Xiao Chusheng that his gaze had indeed been rather overt. However, he pondered. Hadn't he originally come to a hotel with her? What harm was there in looking? With this thought, he grew even bolder, unabashedly fixing his gaze on the goddess before him. Xiao found his audacity infuriating yet amusing. The more he behaved this way, the more at ease she felt. Perhaps believing that to overcome her social anxiety, she needed the companionship of a shameless rogue. Unfortunately for her, Xiao Chusheng was indeed that kind of rogue. "Show me a little more," he teased. "Huh?" Xiao was taken aback. Was he really pressing for more? "What do you mean, huh? You owe me." Xiao Chusheng retorted with an unreasonable bravado. "What is the big deal? You can't escape this." "Ah?" Xiao felt her mind was failing her. His words seemed to carry a semblance of logic, yet something felt amiss. The foolish beauty actually believed this rogue's nonsensical claims, allowing Xiao Chusheng to indulge his eyes at such a young age. She was still the most beautiful girl in school. If her admirers found out, they might just want to take revenge on him. His notorious nickname was not merely a play on words. After all, he truly was a rogue. "Well, that physique has something to it," Xiao Chusheng mused, unabashedly appraising the foolish beauty's form. Yet, he had to concede that she truly was endowed where it mattered, and perfectly proportioned elsewhere. Reflecting on the foolish beauty from before his rebirth, he thought, "Oh, she must have genuinely been a 36. A curious notion crossed his mind. What about your intelligence? Did it change to match? However, alongside this visual indulgence, Xiao Chusheng experienced an inexplicable pang of guilt. Was he deceiving an innocent girl? More so, this innocent girl seemed to have some cognitive challenges. Was he essentially manipulating an unaware maiden and bullying someone with a low IQ? Such thoughts piled upon him, leaving him feeling somewhat guilty. Chapter 6. Are you still living off others? At this moment, Xiao Chusheng's mind was still in turmoil, and he had no intention of returning home just yet. He decided to call his family, but upon reaching into his pocket, he suddenly remembered, oh right, at this time, he still didn't own a mobile phone. It was still the era of flip phones, and they were rather expensive. Aside from making calls and sending texts, they served little purpose and were not yet ubiquitous. "Hey, do you have a phone?" Xiao Chusheng asked bluntly, addressing the foolish beauty beside him. "I'm not called Hey. My name is Xiao." Xiao pouted, displaying her displeasure. "Oh, do you have a phone?" "Yes, let me use it." Xiao, not one to be difficult, readily handed over her own phone. Upon receiving it, Xiao Chusheng was taken aback to see a Nokia 95. Goodness, this girl, being the daughter of a wealthy family, is indeed impressive. Using a model from 2007 that cost over 6,000. Spending such a sum in 2007 is akin to spending 20,000 on a top-of-the-line Apple product 2 decades later. Though the average income in 2007 was quite modest, this merely scratched the surface. Despite the low average salary, various opportunities were emerging, and the legal framework of the time was not particularly robust. Thus, many took advantage of the loopholes, and true wealth was often forged during this era. Numerous families laid the groundwork for their fortunes in the years to come. However, such matters were not openly discussed. Xiao Chusheng understood that this was an awkward year for the world, as the looming financial crisis of 2008 would soon unleash chaos globally, affecting the domestic landscape as well. Many financial bubbles would burst, with only a fortunate few seizing opportunities to ascend the social ladder using their accumulated wealth. Others, content to leave their funds in banks to accrue interest, fared reasonably well. Yet, those who were greedy and lacked foresight faced dire consequences, their fortunes evaporating, leading to tragic ends. Xiao Chusheng could relate. He had been forced into a precarious position himself. "Why aren't you typing?" the bewildered beauty Qi Shanshan asked, puzzled by Xiao Chusheng's stillness at the keyboard. Xiao Chusheng, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head. "I was trying to recall my home phone number." This was not entirely his fault. His memory retained his parents' phone numbers from his previous life. However, it seemed that only his father had a mobile phone at that time, while the household possessed a landline. But what was the number? After much contemplation, Xiao Chusheng attempted to dial what he believed to be his father's number. To his surprise, it connected. Could it truly be this number? Astonishingly, his father had retained this number for over a decade. "Ah, old Xiao, I wonder you be coming home tonight." "Yes, I'm staying at a classmate's house for the night." Just like that, Xiao Chusheng tried to minimize his words, wary of revealing too much and arousing his parents' suspicions. After returning the phone to Qi Shanshan, he urged, "Get dressed. Let us go grab something to eat." "Huh? Is that it?" Qi Shanshan seemed a bit lost. Xiao Chusheng felt that something was amiss in their conversation but questioned whether the fault lay with him. "What do you mean, is that it? You're not going anywhere. This room is booked for the night. Let us eat first. I still have a whole night ahead of us." Qi Shanshan blinked, confusion evident on her face, as a blush crept onto her cheeks. What did I just say? Xiao Chusheng had indeed booked this room for the night, intent on pursuing an intimate encounter with this charming yet naive beauty. His mind was currently in disarray, and hunger gnawed at him, necessitating a quick replenishment of sustenance. Otherwise, he would soon find himself light-headed and devoid of the energy required to engage in serious matters, which would be quite unfortunate. Observing the foolish beauty preparing to don her clothing, Xiao Chusheng, almost impulsively, uttered, "How about letting me touch first?" The atmosphere seemed to freeze for a moment, but ultimately, he got his wish. During this period, Qi Shanshan's figure was indeed striking. At the very least, he would receive some interest in return, not a loss at all. The two descended the stairs, with the foolish beauty following behind, her cheeks flushed and her gaze averted, inciting a fervent curiosity from the receptionist downstairs. They still appeared to be students, and given that it was not the weekend, their presence in such a place for a rendezvous was all too obvious. But had they truly concluded their business so swiftly? Xiao Chusheng, of course, remained oblivious to the receptionist's thoughts of labeling him as unworthy. His sole desire at the moment was to eat. However, upon reaching into his pocket, he discovered it was emptier than his face. With no other recourse, he had to rely on the affluent Qi Shanshan, especially since she had inadvertently caused him much distress. Surely, his life was worth at least this much. He reasoned with conviction. Qi Shanshan, on the other hand, harbored no such thoughts, quietly trailing behind him. Fresh from a shower, her hair was still damp, and she emanated a delightful fragrance that Xiao Chusheng could distinctly perceive. It was neither the scent of shampoo nor that of body wash. Rather, it was a natural aroma. Perhaps her own body scent? He nearly succumbed to its allure, shaking his head and surveying his surroundings. In 2007, the economy was still predominantly physical, with street vendors dotting the sidewalks. "Shall we eat that?" he inquired, directing her gaze towards a barbecue stall. Xiao Chusheng had his own reasons for choosing this option. Since he had the chance to relive his life, it was imperative to seize the opportunity to earn money, especially as the next 2 years would pose challenges in that regard. Within the context of a physical economy, the quickest way to amass initial wealth was indeed here. Thus, he considered this a form of reconnaissance. After inquiring about prices, Xiao Chusheng's assumptions were confirmed, much like in later years. The profit margins for barbecue at this time were astonishingly high. "Let us eat, but don't indulge too much. We should take some back," he advised her. Oh. The foolish beauty complied obediently, which brought Xiao Chusheng a sense of satisfaction. "All right, it's time to settle the bill." He assertively instructed her to pay. The owner regarded Xiao Chusheng with incredulity, as if to say, "You're just a freeloader?" Yet, Xiao Chusheng brushed off such judgments, after all. What was the point of pride when one could eat? On their way back, they passed a convenience store where Xiao Chusheng purchased a dozen beers, naturally, at Qi Shanshan's expense. I don't drink," Qi Shanshan timidly confessed. "No worries, I'll drink," he replied, though internally he felt a twinge of discomfort. At this moment, he merely wished to indulge in one last revelry to bid farewell to his past. Upon awakening to face a new life, it would serve as a sort of ritual. Upon returning to the hotel room, Xiao Chusheng sat on the balcony, gazing out at the cityscape. He could scarcely recall the last time he observed the metropolis in such a manner. It felt like a lifetime ago. Back in 2007, Hangzhou's nightlife was not yet ablaze with lights, exuding an inexplicable sense of warmth that brought solace to the heart. With a mouthful of barbecue and a sip of beer, Xiao Chusheng found himself unable to stop. Before long, half of the beer was consumed, and his gaze began to blur. Xiao watched him closely, sensing an ineffable emotion enveloping him, stirring a deep sympathy within her. He truly needs me, she mused. Just as Xiao Chusheng reached for another bottle, it was snatched away. Xiao clutched the bottle, pursing her lips and shaking her head at him. Chapter 7. Surely, this fellow does not intend to deceive me into paying for a room? At that moment, Xiao Chusheng was already quite inebriated, perceiving only a shadow in the darkness, with the faint light filtering through the window. He barely discerned the clean and beautiful features of the person before him. Exhaling a breath laced with alcohol, he remarked, "You're still here?" Xiao was momentarily taken aback by his words, her previous emotions dissipating in an instant. Then she heard him inquire, "Aren't you going home?" Xiao paused, pondering whether he intended to let her leave. Who insisted on bringing her to a hotel room? Surely, he could not merely wish to con her out of the room fee. Yet, despite her lack of mental acuity, she managed to navigate the tangled logic of the situation. His behavior was utterly perplexing. Thus, she softly replied, "I'm not going back. Aren't your family looking for you?" Xiao Chusheng asked. He noticed Xiao pursing her lips, her gaze dimming. It was evident that she was shrouded in a palpable negativity. She forced a smile and replied, "They will never look for me, even if I were dead." The gravity of her statement, touching upon the notion of death, stirred Xiao Chusheng's senses, sobering him slightly. He recalled the nights before his rebirth, drunkenly sharing with this foolish girl on the rooftop, musing about what might have been had she encountered him sooner. In those conversations lay further implications. Yet Xiao Chusheng had previously dismissed them as mere lamentations from a foolish beauty regarding her predicament. "If only I had met you sooner. You would have helped me rid myself of that old hag and that wretched person." Xiao Chusheng's expression grew increasingly complex, realizing that her grievances were not recent. This girl genuinely wished for her father's demise. After mulling it over, he could not suppress his curiosity and asked, "What's wrong? Is your family unkind to you?" Xiao seemed to have been struck at her most vulnerable point, her expression shifting to one of distress. Clutching the beer she had seized from Xiao Chusheng, she began to drink voraciously, startling him. He quickly reclaimed the bottle, only to find that more than half was already gone. Xiao coughed for a while before bursting into tears. She resembled the foolish girl from before her rebirth, and this display seemed to be the most genuine version of herself beneath the mask. Through her sobs, she began to share the small secrets she had long concealed in her heart, speaking to Xiao Chusheng in fragmented sentences. When Xiao was young, her family was not affluent. However, her father later received assistance from a benefactor and established a modest coal mine, amassing a small fortune through coal trading. As business flourished, policy shifted. Xiao Chusheng, feeling somewhat dazed, recalled these events. It seemed that the coal mine had been shut down by the state at the turn of the century, which clarified for Xiao Chusheng why that foolish girl's family was so wealthy. Indeed, her father was a coal magnate. Subsequently, her family patriarch invested in real estate, further propelling their wealth. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chusheng began to piece together the reasons behind that fool's leap from a rooftop in her previous life. The real estate sector had indeed thrived over the subsequent decade. Yet, amid this prosperity, countless individuals succumbed to insatiable greed, resorting to borrowing to finance their ventures, ultimately leading to a catastrophic collapse. Many professionals and owners in the real estate industry found themselves on rooftops, an outcome Xiao Chusheng himself could not fathom. So, was this foolish beauty's family driven to bankruptcy because of such circumstances? And was her family unkind to her? Xiao Chusheng was primarily curious about why that foolish beauty would harbor such animosity towards her father. Moreover, who was the scoundrel she mentioned? Xiao raised her gaze, staring blankly at Xiao Chusheng before bursting into tears. After soothing her for a while, Xiao Chusheng finally learned all he wished to know from her. Xi's father had profited in real estate, and like many men, wealth corrupted him. Xian's biological mother was a girl from the same village as her father. They met through matchmaking, and after achieving success, he callously abandoned his first wife for a younger, more beautiful woman, a cliché storyline all too common. However, what was truly heartbreaking was that this stepmother had caused the death of the foolish beauty's biological mother, and her father was well aware of it. Xiao Chusheng was taken aback, realizing why the foolish beauty harbored such hatred. He too felt a surge of anger towards that old fool, and the scoundrel. Xiao, flushed from the alcohol, managed a self-deprecating smile, saying they never truly valued her. They merely raised her because of her pretty face, believing she could fetch a good price in the future. Xiao Chusheng fell silent, fully comprehending why the foolish beauty had devolved into her current state. She was treated as a mere commodity by her father and stepmother, exploited for greater familial gain. They never anticipated the downfall would occur so swiftly, and their hidden treasure, Xiao, would not even serve its purpose. In the end, they could only offer her to a Mediterranean man, hoping to prolong the family's business for a little while longer. Unfortunately, despite her foolishness, she possessed a fiery spirit, leading her to the rooftop. What a tragic fate! Watching the foolish beauty weep silently, Xiao Chusheng couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Just then, Xiao felt a slight sting on her face, and for a moment, she was so bewildered that she forgot to cry. Xiao Chusheng gently patted her back, softly reassuring her, "Do not worry, I am here. I will take care of them for you, so they cannot bully you." Indeed, Xiao Chusheng's chance to live again was somewhat connected to this girl. After all, were it not for her, he might not have had the opportunity to start anew. Therefore, he considered it a way to repay her. What she desired in her previous life, he would fulfill in this one. As these thoughts swirled through his mind, he held her a little tighter, inhaling the intoxicating fragrance that enveloped her, causing his gaze to become somewhat dazed. As the effects of the alcohol took hold, the subsequent events became a blur. In a haze, the incessant ringing of a phone began to irritate him. After fumbling around for what felt like an eternity, he finally discovered the source of the sound. A pained cry from the girl beside him startled him awake. He turned to see the beautiful but foolish Xiao, her hands protectively covering herself, gazing at him with tear-filled eyes. In that moment, Xiao Chusheng realized the extent of his previous actions. He had inadvertently gripped her with such force that it caused her to cry out. The alarm on Xiao's phone continued to ring, the very signal that heralded her morning wake-up call, for they still needed to go to school. Xiao Chusheng rubbed his nose, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. However, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Why was he not wearing any clothes? Chapter 8. A college girl wrapped up. Not only was he unclothed, but so was Xiao. It dawned on him that he must have held her close in his embrace, which explained the ease with which he had touched her. In a moment of panic, his pupils dilated as he glanced at the sheets, relieved to find no signs of anything amiss, no stains, no blood. A quick inhale of the air revealed nothing unusual either. He assessed his own physical state. Though still somewhat dazed, it was merely a remnant of intoxication, not the aftermath of any indiscretion. An awkward silence enveloped them both. From the events of the previous night, it was clear they had likely drunkenly stumbled into bed together and slept soundly until now. The most probable cause of their state of undress was that he had removed his clothing during the night. With this realization, Xiao Chusheng exhaled in relief. Yet he felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment. Did he truly harbor a hint of anticipation regarding what might have transpired between them? Xiao Chusheng questioned his own thoughts, acknowledging that even if he had indeed taken advantage of the situation, he would not feel guilty. Meanwhile, Xiao had been lost in thought, prompting him to scratch his head in confusion. "What is it?" "You and I," she stammered. Xiao Chusheng gave a dry laugh, realizing that this naive girl likely assumed he had taken her innocence the previous night. "Do not worry, you are perfectly fine. We probably just cuddled while sleeping. With perhaps a bit of physical contact at most," he said, deliberately downplaying the situation. As expected, Xiao's cheeks flushed crimson. The idea of physical contact was inescapable. But what truly embarrassed her was the unexpected flicker of hope she had felt moments ago. Yet, upon realizing nothing had actually occurred, she found herself inexplicably irritated. "This fellow is rather offensive. Here I am, so beautiful, and yet you have done nothing, which is a blatant disrespect towards me." Of course, Xiao understands that it is unreasonable to expect much from someone who is intoxicated. Moreover, she herself is inebriated as well. In truth, Xiao Chusheng has long realized that nothing significant transpired between them. After all, they had both succumbed to oblivion, so what could one hope for? No more thoughts on that. Thus, the two of them tacitly began to gather their scattered clothing from the floor. Indeed, it was likely their own disheveled attire that lay strewn about. Though they yearned to continue, the time to return to school had arrived. "Are you heading to school?" Xiao Chusheng suddenly inquired of Xiao. She paused for a moment, then nodded blankly. Xiao Chusheng hesitated. He had initially planned to wait until the holiday to seek out Lin Shi in Shanghai. However, he reconsidered, realizing that Lin Shi might not be present at school during the break. After all, he had learned early on that her life was fraught with hardship, necessitating multiple jobs to make ends meet. Moreover, Xiao Chusheng recognized that the year 2007 was a particularly sensitive time, standing on the precipice of a new era. Thus, he had little time left, and every moment was precious. Having previously missed the optimal opportunity for entrepreneurship, he could not afford to let this golden age slip by. With this thought in mind, Xiao Chusheng turned to Qi Shanshan and said, "If you are going to school, please do me a favor and ask for a leave of absence." Qi Shanshan was taken aback. "Huh? Where are you going?" Xiao Chusheng, feeling a mischievous impulse, decided to tease her, saying, "To support a female university student." Qi Shanshan was bewildered. What on earth was he talking about? Just moments ago, he had seemingly taken everything from her. Oh wait, that was not quite accurate. He had not truly done anything to her. Yet, how could he suddenly speak of supporting a university student? Such words might not seem out of place coming from a lecherous man in his 30s or 40s. But the key point was Xiao Chusheng's age. How bizarre it was for someone so young to pursue a university student. Sensing her incredulous reaction, Xiao Chusheng deliberately refrained from explaining, chuckling mischievously, "Let us go. We need to check out." However, just as they stepped out of the room, Qi Shanshan noticed that Xiao Chusheng suddenly remembered something and turned back. Curiously, she followed him and saw him retrieve a box of Zhonghua cigarettes that he had discarded the previous day from the trash can, slipping it into his pocket. Seeing her perplexed expression fixed upon him, Xiao Chusheng chuckled awkwardly. "Wasting is shameful. Although I do not smoke, I can give them to someone else. It could earn me quite a few favors." Qi Shanshan thought him to be exceptionally unconventional. She had never encountered anyone so brazen. After all, she was the aloof campus beauty, accustomed to numerous admirers. Young men of this age often liked to act cool. So those who pursued her either put on a cool facade or pretended to be particularly gentlemanly and elegant. But someone as audacious as Xiao Chusheng was truly one of a kind. The most outrageous part was that he had taken her to a hotel right from the start. And by some strange twist of fate, she had actually gone along with it. I must be out of my mind. Huh? Am I seeing things? At this moment, a handsome young man on his way to school rubbed his eyes and realized that the individual he had been observing had already walked away. Another student accompanying him inquired about the situation. "I think I just saw the campus belle from our school, Qi Daxua, exiting a hotel with a man." "You must be mistaken, right? That's Qi Daxua. Her family is quite affluent. How could she?" "I don't know, but that man looks somewhat familiar. He seems to be the one who confessed yesterday afternoon." "Is that so? How glitch?" The two of them had witnessed the commotion from the previous afternoon, but had left before they could see Qi Shanshan being taken away by Xiao Chusheng. They were completely unaware that the couple had headed straight to the hotel. Of course, Xiao Chusheng and Qi Shanshan were oblivious to the fact that more than just these two students had seen them emerge from the hotel together. Soon, their scandal would spread throughout the entire school. So, where are Xiao Chusheng and Qi Shanshan now? They have gone to enjoy breakfast, Zilong Bao, and Dufuna. A typical street vendor fare. However, a strikingly handsome man and a beautiful woman naturally attract attention, especially at a modest breakfast stall, causing passing students and pedestrians to glance their way. Xiao Chusheng ate with abandon, quickly finishing his meal and letting out a burp. After consuming so much alcohol, his stomach surely felt a bit uneasy, but eating helped alleviate that discomfort. Although Xiao Chusheng had a high tolerance for alcohol in his previous life, this body had only recently begun to engage with such substances and lacked that resilience. "Well, I'm off now. You should head back." He bid farewell to the Navi beauty. Qi Shanshan stood there, dazed, watching this man who had tricked her into going to a hotel depart. Yet, just a few steps away, he suddenly turned back. Qi Shanshan furrowed her brows, puzzled by his return. She then saw Xiao Chusheng extending a hand towards her, palm up, while the other hand awkwardly scratched his nose. "Give me 70 yuan. No, wait, make it a whole one. A red bill." Xiao Chusheng boldly demanded money. Showing no hint of politeness, Qi Shanshan felt utterly dismayed. It seemed that apart from her body, he was deceiving her about everything else. Moreover, he was looking to sponsor a college girl and was asking her for money, right? Yet, by some strange twist of fate, Qi Shanshan actually handed over the money to Xiao Chusheng, even giving him an extra red bill, fearing he wouldn't have enough. Xiao Chusheng felt an inexplicable sensation akin to being a sugar daddy, yet using the funds of a wealthy woman, rather abstract. After walking a few steps, he suddenly remembered he was broke and needed money for a train ticket to Shanghai, which is why he had asked this girl for cash. He then recalled that if he couldn't find Lin Shi, He would also need money for a meal, hence the request for 100. To his surprise, the wealthy girl generously provided him with 2 100 yuan bills. Chapter 9. He wanted to kill. She handed him the knife. If we had met a few years earlier, would things have turned out differently? Lin Shi nestled in Xiao Chusheng's embrace, perhaps seeking the comfort of security as she posed this question to him. Xiao Chusheng shook his head. Probably not. He was acutely aware of the nature of his past. Yet, Xiao Chusheng chuckled softly, jesting, even if I had encountered you sooner. You were quite resistant to strangers back then, need I say more? However, Lin Shi fell into deep contemplation and eventually spoke slowly, perhaps not. You are 3 years my junior. If you had suddenly appeared before me a few years ago and proposed to support me, I might have accepted. On the train, Xiao Chusheng opened his eyes, recalling a vivid scene from a past life when he awoke in a hotel after a bout of heavy drinking. Perhaps it was a natural progression, or merely a twist of fate, but he had ended up in bed with Lin Shi, his most trusted partner. In that life, their bond resembled that of soulmates, with Lin Shi embodying the essence of a true confidant. At that time, he had not seen Zheng Jiayi for over 6 months. Although they occasionally spoke on the phone, their conversations were devoid of substance. Xiao Chusheng had already sensed that as he struggled for a future with Zheng Jiayi, their prospects were precariously teetering. His relationship with Lin Shi might have hastened this decline, yet even until the moment of his rebirth, he had never truly been with Lin Shi. What awaited him was the news that Zheng Jiayi had moved on. Xiao Chusheng mused that upon learning of his demise, aside from his parents, only Lin Shi would genuinely mourn for him. Would Zheng Jiayi shed tears for me? He pondered. Ultimately, he shook his head. Even upon receiving such news, she would likely pretend not to notice. After years of acquaintance, Xiao Chusheng understood the woman who had nearly walked down the aisle with him better than anyone else. Zheng Jiayi was as ordinary as they come. And ordinary people tend to avoid harm and seek benefit. Ignoring Xiao Chusheng's death was a choice she would make after weighing the pros and cons. Thus, the question arises, how much trust existed between Xiao Chusheng and Lin Shi in their previous life? It could be said that their trust was such that if Xiao Chusheng were to commit murder, Lin Shi would silently hand him the knife. This is no exaggeration. Without Lin Shi, Xiao Chusheng could never have achieved success in the harsh environment of the future. In a time often deemed a harsh winter for entrepreneurs, succeeding in such an atmosphere and amassing substantial assets was no small feat, while Xiao Chusheng's unique perspectives and ideas played a significant role. It was Lin Shi who transformed those visions into reality and rationalized them. Moreover, in many respects, Lin Shi acted as Xiao Chusheng's strategist. Without her input on critical decisions, he would have taken many detours and made numerous blunders. If there were only one person in this world who would not deceive Xiao Chusheng, it would undoubtedly be Lin Shi. However, their relationship would no longer remain purely platonic. Certain matters are only experienced once or countless times. Following their encounter at the hotel, their relationship evolved into one of physical intimacy. After all, during that period, Xiao Chusheng faced immense pressure, compounded by the vigor of youth. Lin Shi, too, was a normal woman with her own desires, coinciding with a time of passionate fervor. Everything unfolded quite naturally. Yet both individuals maintained their composure. Had it not been for Zheng Jiayi's presence between them, they might have truly been together in a past life. Now, as they embarked on a new chapter, Xiao Chusheng hoped that everything would unfold more favorably. Lin Shi, I have come to honor our appointment. Meanwhile, in Xiao Chusheng's classroom, the homeroom teacher, Mr. Lu, unexpectedly made his appearance. In truth, lessons were no longer necessary, as the examinations had already concluded. The remaining days were merely for students to fill out forms and bid their farewells. Nevertheless, the classroom remained well populated, except for Xiao Chusheng, who was absent. Mr. Lu furrowed his brow slightly upon noticing the empty seat. He had never anticipated that Xiao Chusheng would not attend, for he was quite well liked among his peers and held in good regard by the faculty. Furthermore, Xiao Chusheng was among the top-performing students, so Mr. Lu assumed he might have encountered a minor inconvenience, perhaps a malfunctioning alarm clock or an illness. Amused by this thought, Mr. Lu chuckled softly. After all, who among the youth had not faced such moments? However, as Mr. Lu prepared to exit the classroom, a striking young woman peeked in from the hallway. Classmate, who were you looking for? Mr. Lu recognized her instantly. Qi Shanshan was indeed a figure of prominence at the school, renowned as the aloof campus belle. With a father who was a prominent real estate magnate and had even donated a batch of teaching equipment to the school, Mr. Lu found it amusing that this ice-cold beauty would venture into his class, especially with such a furtive demeanor. The seemingly oblivious beauty was not being secretive. Rather, she was grappling with her social anxiety. When Mr. Lu called out to her, she felt compelled to muster her courage and approach. The arrival of the illustrious Qi Shanshan sent ripples of excitement through the classroom, with everyone expressing curiosity about her intentions. Yet, one individual stood pale-faced, fixated on the enchanting figure at the door, none other than Zheng Jiai. Just yesterday afternoon, Xiao Chusheng had been poised to confess his feelings to her, but abruptly withdrew, only to leave with Qi Shanshan. Since then, he had not returned for evening study. Zheng Jiai was in turmoil. Yet she was reluctant to believe there was any connection between Xiao Chusheng and Qi Shanshan. But why, then, was Qi Shanshan present in her class? Was she here to seek out Xiao Chusheng? That Xiao Chusheng is dealing with a matter today and has requested a day off, Qi Shanshan said, her gaze evasive. Unable to meet Mr. Lu's eyes, Mr. Lu was taken aback. He did not doubt that Xiao Chusheng would skip class. Rather, he was puzzled as to why Qi Shanshan, the school's celebrated belle, was the one making the request. What is your relationship with him? He mused. Nonetheless, Mr. Lu did not dwell excessively on this inquiry. He graciously approved the leave and informed Qi Shanshan to collect the leave slip from his office later. Although he was curious about the connection between Qi Shanshan and Xiao Chusheng, he reasoned that youth often harbored their own secrets. Thus, he chose to remain discreet. Yet, he could hardly fathom the reality, considering Qi Shanshan's status as the aloof campus beauty, daughter of a real estate tycoon. He attempted to convince himself that perhaps they merely lived in proximity, in a matter of mere hours. The news of Qi Shanshan requesting leave for Xiao Chusheng reverberated throughout the entire school. Zheng Jiai's expression darkened, leaving one to wonder about the nature of her relationship with Xiao Chusheng. In Chapter 10, the exceptionally intelligent girl, with an IQ of 163, was on her way to university, unaware that she had unwittingly become the object of animosity among all the male students on campus. Little did she know, a rumor was quietly spreading, one concerning her and the campus beauty, Qi, emerging from a hotel. However, this could hardly be classified as mere gossip, after all. They had shared intimate moments together. To claim that nothing transpired would certainly be misleading, yet to assert otherwise would also feel incorrect. Upon arriving in Shanghai, Xiao Chusheng felt as if he had returned home, having lived in this city for over a decade in his past life, engaging in both studies and entrepreneurial ventures here. Nevertheless, his understanding of Lin Shi's university was rather limited, which contributed to his uncertainty about locating her. Their first encounter had not taken place at the Finance Academy. In his previous life, Xiao Chusheng had no trouble gaining admission to the Finance Academy, as it was indeed the institution he aspired to attend. However, due to Zheng Jiai's insufficient scores, he followed her to the comparatively lesser Foreign Trade University, which, at this point in time, was still known as the College of Foreign Trade, a name it would retain for a few more years. Reflecting upon the sacrifices he made for Zheng Jiai in his past life, Xiao Chusheng couldn't help but feel a twinge of self-mockery. He had been too young then, forsaking countless opportunities for the sake of love. It was only later that he came to realize the futility of pursuing romance at an age when he should have been focused on financial stability. Nevertheless, his past experiences had granted him clarity. He recognized that he and Zheng Jiai were fundamentally incompatible, chiefly due to their differing worldviews. In retrospect, even had they married in his previous life, it was highly probable that they would eventually face divorce. Thus, in this lifetime, Xiao Chusheng resolved to minimize his entanglements with Zheng Jiai, allowing the past to remain in the past. Upon exiting the train station, he was overtaken by a sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of his initial arrival in Shanghai. Albeit back then he had felt lost. Now, however, Xiao Chusheng's resolve was unwavering. Taking the bus, he easily reached the Finance Academy, but a new dilemma arose. How to locate Lin Shi? Deep in thought, he recalled that while he knew she was studying economics, he was uncertain of her specific department. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Finding Lin Shi might not be as challenging as he had presumed. He approached a random student from the Finance Academy and, as expected, managed to obtain the information he needed. Xiao Chusheng had nearly forgotten that Lin Shi was a prodigy at the Finance Academy. Although her reputation as a talented student solidified in her junior year, signs of her potential were already apparent. Being the campus beauty of her cohort, it was unlikely that many were unaware of her presence. Consequently, he made his way to the financial college, and after inquiring further, he discovered that Lin Shi had no classes that day. This revelation posed a new challenge for Xiao Chusheng. Where would he find her? Nevertheless, He resolved to test his luck and directly headed to the dormitory area. Although Xiao Chusheng was unaware of the precise location of Lin Shi's class, he was distinctly familiar with the dormitory, having visited many times in his previous life. Should one consider this fortuitous or unfortunate? Upon arriving outside the female dormitory, Xiao Chusheng spotted Lin Shi. Gazing from a distance at her seemingly youthful visage, he experienced a disorienting sensation of the convergence of past and future. In his 2 lifetimes, encountering this woman, to whom he felt an unbreakable connection, brought forth tears he could not suppress. Of course, it would have been preferable if an unsightly figure had not been present beside him. "Sis, our family is in dire financial straits. I can hardly afford reference books." Lin Shi quietly observed her brother's performance, her eyes betraying no emotion. This individual was Fang Sudong, the son of Lin Shi's adoptive parents. He attended a local secondary school in Shanghai and did not excel academically. Indeed, he was not Lin Shi's biological brother. Her real parents had perished in an accident years prior, and her relatives, viewing her as merely a child, offered her no support, treating her as a burden. Rather than caring for her, they seized her parents' inheritance. Ultimately, it was Fang Mingwei, a former colleague of Lin Shi's parents and the father of Fang Sudong, who adopted her. Yet, Fang Mingwei's intentions were far from altruistic. He intended for Lin Shi to serve as a child bride for Fang Sudong. Life in her adoptive household was far from pleasant for Lin Shi. She bore the brunt of household chores and was seldom granted financial support. Consequently, her tuition was primarily funded through scholarships, and once in university, she sustained herself through part-time work. It is safe to say that prior to meeting Xiao Chusheng, Lin Shi's life was fraught with tragedy. Nevertheless, she remained remarkably resilient, becoming the science top student in the city in 2005. Lin Shi's IQ reached an astonishing 163. Not an exaggeration, but a fact verified in her past life during a moment of impulse. A high IQ beauty, indeed, she embodied that description. Her academic prowess could have secured her a place at prestigious institutions such as Tsinghua or Peking University, yet her adoptive family was unwilling to see her thrive. In their eyes, the disparity between their biological son's poor performance and their adoptive daughter's excellence bred discontent. They feared that one day she might soar too high, leaving them behind. Thus, they refused to cover any of her university expenses, including travel to the capital, and even confiscated the award she received for her academic achievements, leaving her without a single penny. Even when several elite universities offered to cover her costs, all funds were appropriated by her adoptive family. Their sole intention was to suppress Lin Shi, denying her any opportunity for advancement. Ultimately, she was compelled to enroll in the local financial academy, relying entirely on her own labor for expenses. Yet, even then, her adoptive family frequently harassed her at school for money. With Fang Mingwei's state-owned enterprise undergoing layoffs, he found himself among those dismissed. He looked down upon menial jobs and felt humiliated by the prospect of them. When he submitted his resume to various companies, they rejected him outright, deeming him too old and lacking the requisite qualifications. After a prolonged period of unemployment lasting over 6 months, Fang Mingwei found himself languishing at home, while his foster mother, Chen Shui, epitomized indolence and gluttony. Consequently, the entire household of his foster parents relied solely on Lin Shi's scholarship and meager earnings from part-time jobs for sustenance. The money Fang Sudong requested for reference books was merely a pretext. In reality, it was intended for indulgences with his unscrupulous friends in internet cafes and for the purchase of tobacco and alcohol. A family of leeches, as Xiao Chusheng well understood. In his previous life, Xiao Chusheng had decisively dealt with Fang Mingwei's family, even reclaiming the inheritance left by Lin Shi's parents from their avaricious relatives. Unfortunately, he had arrived too late. By then, Lin Shi had lost her zest for life and succumbed to a severe depression. It took years for Xiao Chusheng to fully restore Lin Shi's mental health, yet she remained burdened with lingering after-effects, such as frequent nightmares and poor sleep quality. Fortunately, this time, there was still an opportunity to intervene. Chapter 11. Is intelligence high? A tragic exchange. Xiao Chusheng suddenly felt an inkling that perhaps the divine is fair. If a certain foolish beauty exchanged her intellect for a mere 36, what of Lin Shi? Her astonishing IQ of 163 was likely the result of the tragedies that marked her early life. Regrettably, sometimes talent does not elevate an individual, particularly not for a beautiful woman. Nevertheless, Lin Shi was fortunate. In both of Xiao Chusheng's lives, he encountered this woman, whose life had been steeped in tragedy, allowing her to escape further despair and become his source of inspiration for living. Sister, stop dawdling. My old classmate is waiting for my payment, Fang Sudong urged impatiently, noting Lin Shi's cold demeanor. In his previous life, Lin Shi initially believed Fang Sudong's words and indeed contributed significantly to the family's finances. However, as he tasted the benefits, he became increasingly brazen, emptying Lin Shi's wallet. Consequently, she endured a prolonged period of barely affording meals. Yet, this was not the crux of Xiao Chusheng's motivation to confront Fang Sudong. It was his unscrupulous nature that truly incited Xiao Chusheng's ire. When Xiao Chusheng redeemed Lin Shi, he refrained from exacting total vengeance on the Fang family, acknowledging that they had raised her, albeit poorly. He merely ensured that Lin Shi would no longer provide them with any financial support. However, Fang Sudong's greed led him to betray Lin Shi, selling her to a wealthy owner of a nightclub with the intention of delivering her to his bed. Alas, Lin Shi had long since lost faith in their family. And then, Xiao Chusheng and Lin Shi retaliated with a thorough beating. For this, Xiao Chusheng spent several days in jail. Yet, he never postponed revenge. Upon his release, he sought out the nightclub owner and delivered another thrashing. Under the cover of night, he struck with a burlap sack, leaving no evidence behind. Even though the owner suspected Xiao Chusheng's involvement, he found himself utterly powerless. As for Fang Sudong, in his previous life, Xiao Chusheng's retribution was merciless. Yet, it was not merely a matter of physical confrontation. He effectively ruined Fang Sudong's life. He orchestrated Fang Sudong's expulsion from school and rendered him unable to secure employment. Wherever Fang Sudong attempted to work, Xiao Chusheng would send individuals to create disturbances until eventually no employer would hire him. Without educational qualifications, even the most menial labor positions elude him. What remains for a lifetime? Similarly, Fang Weiming and his spouse employ comparable means of retaliation, pouring a considerable sum of money to avenge Lin Shi. Thus, when Xiao Chusheng encounters Fang Sudong before Lin Shi, his fury boils over. Fang Sudong incessantly prattles on, attempting to seize the meager earnings Lin Shi has painstakingly acquired over the past few days. Yet, without warning, a sharp pain strikes the back of his head. Before he can comprehend the situation, a powerful kick sends him sprawling to the ground, followed by Xiao Chusheng's ruthless assault. Fool, you seek money? Earn it yourself. How dare you ask your sister for funds? What audacity! One kick after another, Xiao Chusheng lives up to his brutish name, relentlessly targeting Fang Sudong's face. Fang Sudong, a mere drunken layabout with negligible strength, finds himself unable to even glimpse his assailant's face. All he can manage is a pitiful wail. Brother, please stop. I beg you, I realize my mistakes. Realize your mistakes? You wretched cur? Surely the sun has risen in the west. Lin Shi, bewildered, stands dumbfounded. Who are you? Where did you come from? Why are you attacking? Yet, she silently approves of the thrashing, watching as Xiao Chusheng deals with Fang Sudong. After tiring from the assault, Xiao Chusheng finally ceases, gazing down at the now weeping Fang Sudong. He spits at him and curses, "You scoundrel, Lin Shi is under my protection. Should you dare to show your face before her again, I shall break your legs." Unable to contain his anger, Xiao Chusheng delivers one final, forceful kick, landing squarely on Fang Sudong's tailbone. Fang Sudong cries out in agony, his wails echoing through the dormitory, rousing students still enjoying their slumber. A chorus of curious heads emerges from the dormitory, including the dormitory supervisor, who, oddly enough, seems uninterested in intervening. Realizing he may have gone too far, Xiao Chusheng pulls Lin Shi away from the scene. Initially, Lin Shi instinctively resists being led away by this stranger, yet her curiosity compels her to discover his intentions. What truly piques her interest, however, is Xiao Chusheng's youthful demeanor. Is he not a tad too young? They flee together until they reach the food street behind the finance college, a familiar route where Xiao Chusheng often accompanied Lin Shi for meals in a past life. Do you know me? Lin Shi inquires uncertainly. Xiao Chusheng rolls his eyes. Lin Shi, the renowned campus beauty of the second-year finance class. Surely you are aware of your own fame? Lin Shi, momentarily at a loss for words, falls silent. Yet, she musters the courage to express her gratitude. Thank you for helping me earlier. Xiao Chusheng stared blankly at Lin Shi, his mind racing with thoughts. Indeed, his arrival was timely. The Lin Shi of the present bore little resemblance to the Lin Shi he had encountered in his previous life. How to articulate it? The current Lin Shi was devoid of that shroud of despair that had once enveloped her. Perhaps it was because she had yet to experience true hopelessness, still clinging to dreams and aspirations for the future. Fortuitously, he was here to transform that hope and fantasy into reality. Half an hour later, The two found themselves seated in a venerable hot pot restaurant that had been in business for 2 decades. Xiao Chusheng, at ease, indulged in slices of lamb, prompting Lin Shi to suppress a desire to comment on his audacity. Unbeknownst to her, this was precisely the impression Xiao Chusheng sought to project. Is that a bit small? Lin Shi asked uncertainly. Xiao Chusheng nodded affirmatively. Yes, I am 3 years younger than you. Lin Shi was further astonished. Then why have you sought me out? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chusheng set down his chopsticks, revealing that he could no longer contain himself. Indeed, I do have matters to discuss. He pretended to ponder in silence before smiling and uttering something astonishing. I wish to support you financially. Lin Shi was momentarily petrified, her expression frozen in disbelief. Her voice involuntarily rising. You want to support me? Not want, but wish. Xiao Chusheng asserted with conviction. Is there a difference? Lin Shi retorted, both amused and bewildered, gradually regaining her composure. She felt an inexplicable urge to acquiesce. A voice in her subconscious urged her to agree. Xiao Chusheng maintained his composure, elaborating with self-assuredness. Of course, there is a distinction. To wish implies seeking your consent, whereas to support suggests an obligation you cannot refuse. Lin Shi couldn't help but laugh. So domineering? Am I not allowed to refuse? Correct, refusal is not an option. Hence, you are already under my financial support, he declared boldly. Lin Shi felt an uncontrollable urge to laugh but retorted, if I am to be supported, what am I expected to do? At that moment, Xiao Chusheng's heart swelled with excitement. Had he truly succeeded? Indeed, the genius Lin Shi did not deceive him. The future version of her had instructed him on how to approach her past self, and it was working. Taking a deep breath, he cleared his throat and spoke earnestly. For now, we must focus on making money. I intend to undertake a significant venture. Lin Shi, listening intently, regarded Xiao Chusheng with an increasingly peculiar expression. For hours later, the two appeared at a wholesale market in Hangzhou. As Lin Shi gazed at the barbecue cart before them, her lips involuntarily twitched. Is this what you meant by a significant venture? Xiao Chusheng, equally embarrassed, replied, well, we need some capital to start with. Let's earn a bit of initial funding. Hurry. Go pay. Although it was Lin Shi who would be footing the bill, Xiao Chusheng acted with an air of extravagant confidence. Lin Shi felt a dark cloud of confusion looming over her. Was she not the one being supported? He had eaten her lunch. And now he expected her to pay for a barbecue cart? Lin Shi was almost amused to the point of laughter. What kind of being kept was this? It would be more accurate to say she had found a boy who lived off her. Xiao Chusheng, with righteous fervor, declared, rest assured, that won't happen. After all, you'll have to pay for the ingredients later. Lin Shi was rendered speechless. How can you say such a thing with a straight face? Lin Shi was resolute, her tightly clenched fist conveying her determination. However, upon reflection, she decided to let it go. She had already boarded this fellow's ship, albeit in a rather bewildering and serendipitous manner. Over the past few years, the urban management in Hangzhou had not been overly stringent. As long as there was an open space, one could set up a stall in parks and similar areas. Thus, with Xiao Chusheng leading the way and Lin Shi pushing from behind, they skillfully maneuvered the barbecue cart to the vicinity of the stall where they had dined the previous evening with the rather foolish beauty. Are you sure this will earn us money? Lin Shi observed as Xiao Chusheng diligently rode on a board, and she couldn't help but remark, I don't have that much money to compensate you. Xiao Chusheng waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry, it's guaranteed profit. He then began skillfully skewering lamb onto sticks. One after another, Lin Shi perched on a stone block behind him, resting her chin on her hands, lost in thought. It felt surreal, almost dreamlike. This campus belle from the finance department had somehow found herself being kept, and her benefactor was 3 years her junior. Although she felt a tinge of unease, she pondered, shouldn't being kept entail receiving money to spend, rather than me seemingly spending so much on him? Why am I here, setting up a barbecue stall with you? Hey, Lin Shi said, pouting with a serious expression, I suspect you are using the guise of keeping me to swindle my money and make me work for free. Xiao Chusheng was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Nonsense. How could that be? Do I look like that kind of person? To his surprise, Lin Shi appeared to seriously contemplate this, finally uttering a single word after a long pause. Yes. You have a keen eye? Xiao Chusheng laughed like a villain. But I'm not just deceiving you into working for me. I'm also deceiving you in other ways. Did you think I was joking when I said I was keeping you? What? Lin Shi was utterly astonished. Could this fellow be serious? Yet she found it difficult to digest her current situation. How had she inexplicably traveled from Shanghai to Hangzhou, following such a young boy? As the saying goes, Strange occurrences often conceal deeper motives. The highly intelligent Lin Shi engaged her sharp mind, boasting an IQ of 163 as she processed the unfolding events. She stared intently at Xiao Chusheng's back, and suddenly a ludicrous thought flashed through her mind. "So, you're from Hangzhou?" she cautiously inquired. Xiao Chusheng, engrossed in skewering meat, took her question as mere small talk. After all, at this point in time, Lin Shi and he were not yet well acquainted, and it was quite reasonable for her to want to know more about him. However, Xiao Chusheng overlooked a crucial detail, one that revealed much about his intentions. "So you went to Shanghai specifically to find me and keep me?" Lin Shi pondered aloud. Xiao Chusheng nodded lightly. "Exactly. Look at your talents. I need your help." "That's perfectly reasonable, isn't it?" Lin Shi fell silent, contemplating for a long while before asking Xiao Chusheng, "No problem, but why did you think to keep me?" At this moment, a sense of alarm surged within Xiao Chusheng as he realized that this individual had begun to harbor suspicions about him. However, he was not taken aback. Indeed, it would have been more peculiar had there been no doubt at all. Thus, he concocted an excuse for himself, nonchalantly donning a casual demeanor as he remarked, "Seeing you so beautiful, it would be a shame for another man to benefit from it. I might as well indulge myself." While his reasoning appeared sound, Lin Shi remained unconvinced. She narrowed her eyes and retorted, "Is that so? I thought you might have traversed time from the future." Xiao Chusheng felt a cold sweat trickling down his back. Was the intellect of 163 truly this formidable? Perhaps he had unwittingly set a record for being recognized as a reincarnator at the earliest stage. Was it really necessary for things to be so absurd? On the first day of his rebirth, he had a rendezvous with a beautiful yet naive girl, only to be exposed by a highly intelligent senior the very next day? Even novels would hesitate to portray such a scenario. His heart raced to the point of nearly choking him, but he maintained a facade of nonchalance, feigning ignorance as he asked, "From the future? What makes you think that?" Lin Shi pondered for a moment, pouting slightly. "Because I simply cannot fathom how you could devise such an ingenious method to ensnare me if I hadn't disclosed it to you myself." Internally, Xiao Chusheng was engulfed in tumultuous waves. Was this what it meant to possess an IQ of 163? Could his future self accurately predict the actions of his past self? Chuckling, he acknowledged her vivid imagination. The 13th chapter unfolded, revealing a mole upon his backside. It was evident that no one knew him better than himself. In her previous life, Lin Shi had anticipated that in order to make her former self believe in Xiao Chusheng, she would need to shed the defenses she had long maintained. Yet, such a task was daunting. Having been betrayed by family and mistreated by her adoptive parents, she had grown disillusioned with the world. Consequently, trust was a rare commodity for her, only bestowed upon those who could offer her a sense of security. Security is an elusive concept, and thus, based on Xiao Chusheng's character, Lin Shi devised a rather dubious plan. Yet, it must be admitted that this tactic proved remarkably effective. When a boy 3 years her junior suddenly approached her with intentions of keeping her, a normal person might deem him deranged or foolish. But Lin Shi was no ordinary individual. She was a genius with an IQ of 163. And she would undoubtedly ponder whether there lay some hidden motive behind his unusual approach. This almost eerie method of flirtation was likely something only Lin Shi could conceive, serving as her unique means of communicating with her past self. Xiao Chusheng, drenched in sweat as he skewered lamb, feared that she might continue to overthink the situation. However, after a prolonged silence, he believed she had genuinely accepted his explanation, allowing him to exhale in relief. Yet, just as he became engrossed in his culinary endeavor, Lin Shi's cool voice pierced the air. "Is that mole on my backside unsightly?" Embarrassed, she inquired, her cheeks flushed. Xiao Chusheng instinctively chuckled. "Nonsense. Where could a mole possibly come from on your backside?" The moment the words escaped his lips, alarm bells rang in his mind. This was a grave error. Unintentionally, he let slip a remark, and the corners of his mouth twitched. "Lin Shi, do you believe me when I say I just misspoke?" Lin Shi gazed meaningfully at this dog of a man, letting out a light laugh. "How do you know I don't have a mole on my backside? When we first met, where did you see it? I guessed, didn't I?" The sarcasm in Lin Shi's tone was palpable. "Do you really think I would believe you? Truly. The fastest rebirth failure in history, right? My rebirth endeavor hasn't even begun, and already you've revealed your identity to me? Aren't you geniuses with IQs of 163 supposed to be terrifying? Could this be what they call intelligence suppression? Good heavens, how frightening." At that moment, Xiao Chusheng was pondering how to deflect the situation when he suddenly heard Lin Shi's lips curve into a smile. "Oh, perhaps I am just overthinking it. I don't know anything. Such a blatant denial left Xiao Chusheng's face darkened. Goodness, this person is just as cunning as in the previous life. In their past encounters, Lin Shi had presented herself as quite serious, but as she gradually opened her heart, Xiao Chusheng came to truly understand her. Lin Shi was far from the surface persona. Beneath it lay a woman with a cunning nature. Having endured numerous hardships in her earlier life, Lin Shi had closed her heart, leading to a deteriorated mental state. Thus, when she first met Xiao Chusheng, she had approached him with skepticism, making her reluctant to trust him. Lin Shi cradled her face in her hands, quietly observing this man who evoked both love and irritation within her. This boy had already penetrated the softest depths of her heart. Surely, to willingly entrust her body to him meant she must be deeply in love, Lin Shi mused. Despite the mystique surrounding it, she firmly believed that this young man was destined to rescue her. I will help you, Lin Shi said with a gentle smile, moving to assist Xiao Chusheng in skewering the meat and vegetables. Before 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the duo had finally prepared the platters of ingredients they intended to sell that day. They hadn't prepared much initially, mainly due to the uncertainty of the outcome. They needed to trial the sales for a day to gauge the response. You're starting to grill even before we have customers? Lin Shi asked, perched on a nearby chair, her eyes blinking in confusion. Xiao Chusheng responded with a mischievous grin. You wouldn't understand. Passers-by might be drawn in by the enticing aroma. Lin Shi fell silent, as she occasionally found herself doing the same. However, she pointed at the sign Xiao Chusheng had written, saying, this wording is rather offensive, isn't it? The sign proclaimed, absolutely pure beef and mutton, no duck or chicken masquerading as meat. Fake it, and you'll pay tenfold. The practice of using mutton essence and tail fat to soak duck meat in order to masquerade it as mutton for skewers had long been a common practice in the industry. Yet, Xiao Chusheng, being new to the scene, had boldly stated this, implicitly suggesting to passers-by that others were imposters, while only his offering was genuine mutton. This would surely offend his competitors. Typically, there was enough profit for everyone, but he had chosen to flip the table. Xiao Chusheng sneered. Do unscrupulous merchants have a right to complain? After all, we are merely looking to earn a modest sum to kickstart our venture. What does it matter if we offend others? I never intended to amass wealth through this. You are indeed a dog. Lifting the bowl to curse and then slamming it down, Lin Shi felt an overwhelming sense of shame and could not help but begin to worry about her future. What kind of mental state would lead one to fall in love with such a canine man? She found herself questioning her future self. Unfortunately, her future self would not respond. Yet, she gazed at Xiao Chusheng with eyes that, unbeknownst to her, had already softened considerably. Boss, is this truly lamb? She inquired. As Xiao Chusheng anticipated, the moment the sign was put up, it certainly caught the attention of some eager diners. Absolutely, it's genuine lamb, freshly cut, Xiao Chusheng assured with pride. All right, I'll take 20 skewers, let me see. And some vegetables, is this chives? Yes, we haven't sold any here yet. But I brought some to try, Xiao Chusheng explained. In 2007, grilled chives and garlic had yet to gain nationwide popularity, so to experiment, Xiao Chusheng introduced items that would later become widely beloved. However, this particular customer was a seasoned foodie who had already sampled such delights across the country and decisively ordered a plethora of exquisite dishes. After starting a company in his previous life, team-building events were inevitable, and as the boss, Xiao Chusheng took on the responsibility of grilling, naturally honing his skills. At the very least, he could manage a stall without issue. Here, give it a try, he said. The customer took a bite and instantly recognized the quality, giving a thumbs up. Not bad, truly impressive. You should have some too. Xiao Chusheng pushed some of the extra grilled food towards Lin Shi. Lin Shi was taken aback. Aren't these for sale? Does it matter if you have a bite? Xiao Chusheng rolled his eyes. He had noticed Lin Shi drooling since earlier. Her foster parents frequently requested money from her. She rarely indulged in such treats, often barely affording meals. Reflecting on this, Xiao Chusheng's animosity towards the Fong family intensified. Chapter 14. Must we face such turmoil so soon? Xiao Chusheng grilled while Lin Shi silently ate, learning as she went. Although Xiao Chusheng's grilling skills were commendable, this endeavor could not thrive for just a day or two. A helping hand was essential. Of course, mastering such skills was no simple feat, especially with grilling vegetables, which could easily become overcooked. The previous customer contributed over 200 yuan to Xiao Chusheng's revenue, highlighting the lucrative nature of such a stall. However, the earnings were hard-won. After a short while, Xiao Chusheng's back was drenched in sweat, a natural consequence of standing before an open flame in the sweltering summer. Is this a couple's business? The customer curiously observed Lin Shi and then turned to Xiao Chusheng. It was not surprising. At this time, the scene was not yet filled with college students. Many young couples, fresh from graduation, would either work in factories or open small businesses together. Xiao Chusheng discreetly glanced at Lin Shi, only to find her looking back at him. A profound sense of happiness blossomed within him, prompting him to nod in affirmation. Yes. We're earning some capital to start a business. Oh, that's wonderful. After bidding farewell to the customer, Xiao Chusheng turned to Lin Shi. How does it taste? Sure. Lin Shi was momentarily taken aback. Doesn't this make us seem intimate? Xiao Chusheng chuckled awkwardly. However, Lin Shi shot him a meaningful glance, her heart already harboring some suspicions. In truth, the affectionate nickname Shi was bestowed upon her only after Xiao Chusheng and Lin Shi had shared a bed in their past life. After all, they had spent several years together afterwards, and in a moment of overwhelming happiness, Xiao Chusheng lost control and uttered it aloud. Yet, Lin Shi, possessing a hint of pride, did not object. By remaining silent, she tacitly acknowledged the endearment. At her age, Lin Shi still retained a certain girlish charm that was absent in her previous incarnation, which rendered her quite adorable. It was a side of her that Xiao Chusheng had never encountered before in his past life, leaving him with an inexplicable sense of honor. By the way, why does this taste so exquisite? Lin Shi inquired, genuinely curious, as she had sampled food from other vendors before. But none had ever been as fragrant as Xiao Chusheng's grilling. With a mysterious smile, Xiao Chusheng revealed to her the contents of a nearby spice jar. Chili powder? This is the seasoning. It is the soul of the dish, my exclusive secret recipe, he declared with pride. Indeed. It was a unique concoction that Xiao Chusheng had procured from a particularly popular eatery in a narrow alley during his previous life. For such establishments, the seasoning and dipping sauces are closely guarded commercial secrets. However, since Xiao Chusheng had propelled their success and merely wished to indulge in the flavors himself, they were willing to impart their knowledge to him. Little did he anticipate that one day it would become his first fortune in life. Should we perhaps procure more lamb for tomorrow? Lin Shi suggested, recalling how he had devoured over 40 skewers alone. Yet, Xiao Chusheng shook his head. Let's observe first. In fact, these vegetables yield a far greater profit margin. Potato slices, for instance, have a profit rate that is several times over. Lin Shi did not argue, instead quietly squatting on a large stone behind him. She then tore a piece of thick cardboard to fan him, creating a gentle breeze. Feeling the cool air, Xiao Chusheng's heart warmed. Had he inadvertently begun to win her over? Indeed, to win the affection of a goddess like Lin Shi, one must rely on her future self. Soon, a steady stream of patrons arrived, and the number of students increased as the peak hours of dismissal approached, marking the most prosperous time for business. Xiao Chusheng informed Lin Shi that he had begun to encourage her to try her hand at grilling, starting with vegetables. In fact, grilling meat would be easier to learn, but it came at a higher cost. Nevertheless, Lin Shi possessed an extraordinary intellect, her learning capabilities akin to having an advantage, though she might not master it immediately. She certainly progressed far more swiftly than he had in his initial attempts. In less than half an hour, the revenue surged by several hundred. Lin Shi was astounded. Is it really this profitable to set up a stall? Indeed, but this can only last through the summer, Xiao Chusheng sighed. Such roadside stalls often attract more customers than traditional shops, as they exude a rustic charm that easily tempts passers-by. Moreover, a barbecue cart can be moved to bustling parks and other locations, but come autumn, when the weather turns cold, few will seek out such fare. Lin Shi understood this all too well, feeling a twinge of concern. So, when you mentioned making a profit to start a business, do you mean opening a barbecue shop? Xiao Chusheng was momentarily taken aback and quickly denied, no. Although physical businesses are currently dominant, the future undoubtedly belongs to the realm of the internet. You wish to develop software? Lin Shi was astonished. Software? Xiao Chusheng recalled that while smartphones had emerged in a relatively significant sense by 2007, with Apple's first-generation model being released that year, it was only with the advent of the iPhone 3 that smartphones could truly be utilized as such. Without an application ecosystem, a smartphone was merely an aesthetically pleasing feature phone. Thus, Xiao Chusheng pondered whether he should embark on an ambitious venture. Having been reborn, he was akin to a butterfly flapping its wings, and the extent of his influence was uncertain. However, since he had the chance to relive his life, why not strive to create a more splendid future? Although reincarnation ideally should not disrupt the original timeline too significantly, allowing for easier benefits from the past, his greatest advantage lay not in foreknowledge of future events or profitable ventures, but rather in his advanced thinking aesthetic sensibility, and understanding of what people truly desired. With this insight, Xiao Chusheng had already begun to formulate a plan. He did not elaborate extensively, instead sharing with Lin Shi, first and foremost, we need to make money. Without funds, all our thoughts are futile. Lin Shi tilted her head in curiosity. How much do you need? I have a little. Never mind, keep that for meals. What we require is substantial capital, more is better. Lin Shi could only nod thoughtfully, though she struggled to comprehend how a barbecue stall could yield significant profits. This was a common misconception, as the terrifying profit margins of such industries had yet to be widely recognized by the public at that time. What would you like to eat? While Xiao Chusheng was focused on grilling vegetables, he noticed another girl approaching and instinctively remarked without looking up, "Hey, That voice sounded remarkably familiar. Confused, Xiao Chusheng instinctively lifted his gaze, his eyes widening in surprise. To his astonishment, it was none other than the foolish yet beautiful girl, Xianshan, with whom he had shared a hotel room the previous night. A jolt of alarm surged through him. Was he really about to face a chaotic situation so soon? Chapter 15. The Pressure from the Main Consort. Xianshan pouted, her face adorned with a melancholic expression that left Xiao Chusheng in a state of bewilderment. "So, you're finished with class?" he asked, feeling somewhat awkward. He had never anticipated encountering this girl again so soon after their hotel escapade. "What brings you to this stall?" Xianshan's clear, yet naive eyes reflected genuine curiosity. Xiao Chusheng awkwardly rubbed his nose. "I need money, so I thought I could earn a bit here." "Money?" Xianshan was taken aback. Under Xiao Chusheng's puzzled gaze, she rummaged through her wallet and, suddenly seeming to have an epiphany, offered her entire wallet to him. Xiao Chusheng was flabbergasted. He thought, "No, we may have shared a moment, but you need not be so open-hearted." Moreover, he mused, "You haven't even fully given yourself to me yet, have you?" Xiao Chusheng unexpectedly felt a sense of guilt, as if he were deceiving this foolish girl both financially and romantically. He refrained from accepting the wallet, opting instead to clear his throat. "The amount of money I lack is not merely a few hundred or thousand yuan. In any case, you need not concern yourself with the details." "Oh." Xianshan seemed to grasp this only partially, her gaze fixated on the lamb skewers that Xiao Chusheng was grilling, clearly tempted by the aroma. With no other recourse, Xiao Chusheng had no choice but to guide her to a seat nearby. "Who is she?" Lin Shi, who had been lingering in the background, leaned closer to Xiao Chusheng and whispered. She had noticed Xianshan speaking with him and recognized that the girl was a petite beauty, not lacking in allure compared to herself. Observing their conversation, Lin Shi initially assumed that the girl was a classmate of Xiao Chusheng's. When she saw Xianshan retrieve her wallet, she thought she was offering to pay for the barbecue. However, as she continued to watch, something felt amiss. Why on earth would she give her wallet to this scoundrel? Then, noticing Xiao Chusheng leading the girl to a different seat, her curiosity got the better of her, prompting her to inquire about the situation. Just as Xiao Chusheng's heart began to settle, Lin Shi approached unexpectedly, startling him to the point that he nearly experienced cardiac arrest. In his bewilderment, he found himself at a loss for words, uncertain how to introduce the foolish beauty to Lin Shi. Girlfriend? Certainly not, if anything. Lin Shi seemed more akin to a past life companion of his. Had Xiao Chusheng not been pulled from the rooftop by that foolish girl, he would likely have emerged from his minor entanglement with Zheng Jiai, and it was probable that he would have continued down a path with Lin Shi, or perhaps completely abandoned the notion of love. Yet one thing would remain constant: the bond with Lin Shi would endure. Thus, Xiao Chusheng surmised that in this new life, he would surely pursue Lin Shi. With 2 lifetimes behind him, coupled with her future assistance, how could he possibly fail? In that moment, Xiao Chusheng felt his mind racing faster than it ever had before, reaching a state of hyper-efficiency. Lin Shi scrutinized Xiao Chusheng, sensing his flustered demeanor and intuitively grasping something amiss. "You wouldn't have deceived that young lady out of her money, would you?" She hesitated before finally posing the question. "Huh." Xiao Chusheng was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for how to respond. It seemed absurd, yet upon reflection, he realized that he had indeed swindled 200 yuan from the foolish beauty, not to mention 2 meals and a pack of cigarettes. He almost forgot to include the cost of the hotel room, which she had also paid for. In light of this, Xiao Chusheng felt an overwhelming sense of moral transgression. "Well, it appears I may have indeed misled her," he reluctantly admitted. However, just then, an unexpected development occurred. The foolish beauty had materialized behind him, inquiring innocently, "Is she your sister?" Xiao Chusheng was taken aback, instinctively glancing between the foolish beauty and Lin Shi. In that instant, clarity dawned upon him. Lin Shi did appear older than him, and it was likely that most observers would not perceive them as a couple. This situation had become decidedly awkward. However, at this moment, a subtle thought suddenly sprouted in Xiao Chusheng's mind. It seemed not to be a mere illusion. She was indeed the university student he was supporting. Without hesitation, Xiao Chusheng openly acknowledged this fact. He realized that some matters are better spoken plainly, as there is nothing inherently shameful to disclose. The trust he had in Lin Shi took precedence, and as for this foolish Qishan, well, she owed him a debt of gratitude. So what if he brought her to hotels daily? After all, she was in his debt. Indeed, he felt justified in his actions. The foolish beauty's boldness, tinged with a hint of pride, left her momentarily speechless. Although Xiao Chusheng had mentioned earlier that he intended to support a university student, who would take such a statement seriously? Little did they know, he had truly taken a university student under his wing and brought her along. Lin Shi was even more bewildered. Was he serious? She had not anticipated that Xiao Chusheng would dare to introduce her as someone being supported. It was utterly absurd. The foolish beauty stared at Lin Shi, astonished. Despite being a few years her senior and lacking any luxurious attire or jewelry, the woman before her emanated an inexplicable depth. Indeed, Lin Shi possessed an innate ethereal quality that could not be replicated through clothing, imitation, or makeup. Standing there quietly, her naturally delicate features rendered the ordinary seem mundane in comparison. Conversely, the foolish beauty lacked such an aura, primarily due to her overtly innocent demeanor, which, to those unfamiliar with her, appeared as aloofness. Could it truly be that she was being supported? Even now, the foolish beauty found it hard to believe, wondering if Xiao Chusheng was merely teasing her. Yet, Lin Shi, with a meaningful smile, gracefully extended her delicate hand toward Qishan. Lin Shi, the university student being supported. There was a hint of cunning in her demeanor. Possessing a high intellect, she naturally discerned the extraordinary relationship between the girl before her and Xiao Chusheng. Composed and dignified, she exuded an aura befitting someone of noble status. Chapter 16. You have shared a room with me. Qishan stood there, dazed, momentarily forgetting to shake hands with Lin Shi. Perhaps she had not expected that the person before her would so confidently admit to being Xiao Chusheng's supported companion, for any normal woman would harbor reservations. I am Qishan, she stammered, hastily grasping Lin Shi's hand. Yet, in her furtive glances toward Xiao Chusheng, there was a flicker of resentment, as if she felt manipulated by him, only to turn around and betray him. This interpretation seemed to hold some merit. This was indeed a peak time for business. And in pursuit of profit, Xiao Chusheng paid little heed to whether these two would erupt into a chaotic scene. I am a merciless pursuer of wealth. One could only say that Xiao Chusheng underestimated the scale of the physical economy in 2007. The flow of customers was unceasing. However, upon reflection, it is quite understandable. In 2007, online shopping and food delivery had yet to gain traction, and the household entertainment options were limited. Aside from a few antiquated computer games, the primary source of amusement was television. Consequently, individuals during that era were more inclined to venture outdoors for leisurely strolls, and one could hardly resist the temptation of indulging in a bite while out and about. The speed of transactions was so swift that Xiao Chusheng barely had time to tally the earnings. All he knew was that the collection box beside him was overflowing. Nevertheless, while grilling for his customers, Xiao Chusheng did not forget to prepare a portion for the charming yet oblivious beauty, which he then delivered to her. He allowed Lin Shi to take over his station for a while, as the current task was rather straightforward. Noticing that the beauty had already begun to eat, he curiously inquired, "Aren't you going home?" Qishan shook her head and replied with a dismissive 3 words, "I don't want to." Xiao Chusheng scratched his head, refraining from further comment, as he himself had no intention of returning home either. "Don't just eat this. You still need a proper meal," he reminded her. The oblivious beauty seemed somewhat distracted, her responses sluggish. Observing her demeanor, Xiao Chusheng hesitated and ultimately turned to return to his grilling duties. "You went to a hotel with me." Just as he was about to lift his foot, he heard the beauty's words behind him. He halted, turning back with a puzzled expression. "Huh? You dragged me to a hotel?" Qishan reiterated, enunciating each word carefully. Xiao Chusheng was somewhat taken aback, pondering the situation before tentatively asking, "So, do you still want to go to a hotel with me?" The beauty's mouth fell open in disbelief, her face reflecting utter incredulity at his brazen attitude. "I said, you took me to a hotel?" Qishan appeared on the verge of an emotional explosion. further perplexing Xiao Chusheng. He could only cough awkwardly twice, attempting to regain his composure. I know, yes, you've developed quite well. It feels nice to touch. Is that sufficient? That is not what I meant. Finally, the beauty, overwhelmed by Xiao Chusheng's nonchalance, expressed her feelings candidly. Her tone suggesting she believed herself to be the rightful partner. You've already been to a hotel with me, yet you're still keeping her. Indeed. Is that not permissible? Huh, is it not? The beauty's small eyes were filled with bewilderment, her mind spinning from Xiao Chusheng's sudden assertiveness. The repeated question of, is it not permissible? Echoed in her thoughts. It seemed there truly was nothing inherently wrong with it. One could only say that Qi Shanshan's intellect was somewhat lacking, as she became ensnared in a conundrum triggered by Xiao Chusheng's straightforward assertion. She was earnestly contemplating the feasibility of the situation. Xiao Chusheng found himself speechless, her naivety bordering on foolishness, and her simplicity afforded him a sense of intellectual superiority. He mused that with such a level of intellect, he could easily convince her to bear him 5 offspring. Alas, how could one call it deceit? After all, she clearly owed him, and 5 was hardly an excessive request. Xiao Chusheng silently returned to his grilling, primarily because he could not afford to waste time at this stage. He needed to amass a substantial sum of initial capital, and the more, the better. Between 2007 and 2008, there existed the most significant opportunity of the next decade. Missing it would mean never encountering such a chance again. As Xiao Chusheng grilled, he imparted knowledge to Lin Shi. He did not expect her to reach his level of proficiency within a day, but merely hoped she could attain a standard of competence. Fortunately, Lin Shi possessed an extraordinary intellect and remarkable learning ability, rendering such expectations effortlessly achievable for her. As a student, Lin Shi could not arrive too early. So without the need for Xiao Chusheng to voice his concerns, she conveyed her understanding through a gesture. I will come at a fixed time every afternoon. As a university student, her evenings were largely free for her to operate a stall. Yet, Xiao Chusheng harbored some apprehension. Traveling back and forth between Shanghai and Hangzhou daily could prove exhausting. Lin Shi regarded him with a hint of skepticism. University does not require daily attendance, does it? Xiao Chusheng was momentarily taken aback by her question. That does seem to be the case. Consequently, his worries dissipated as he nodded in agreement. Well, it won't be too long. Enduring the initial phase is all that matters. Initial phase? How long will you be operating the stall? Lin Shi inquired with genuine curiosity. At least through the summer, I presume. This was the truth. 2007 marked a pivotal moment. And in business, if one factors in costs and disregards the labor involved. Such mobile food stalls undoubtedly boasted a staggering profit margin, rivaling even the daily gains of the stock market. The distinction, however, lay in the fact that the stock market scarcely demands physical toil, albeit it can induce hypertension. Risk and reward are inextricably linked. Upon hearing the mention of the entire summer, Lin Shi exhibited no extraordinary emotion. It was rather normal. She was already juggling 2 jobs. And the barbecue stall was far less taxing than her current endeavors. While conversing with Lin Shi, Xiao Chusheng occasionally stole glances at the foolish beauty nearby, and he found himself bemused, as he seemed to have inadvertently prompted her to ponder a rather profound philosophical question. She appeared deeply engrossed in thought. Noticing Xiao Chusheng's gaze, Lin Shi turned her head. What is wrong with her? She doesn't seem very bright. This remark elicited a chuckle from Xiao Chusheng, who could not help but tease. Indeed, while both of you are beauties, you are 2 extremes. Extremes? Yes, one is frighteningly intelligent, while the other is endearingly foolish. Lin Shi burst into laughter. Is that for real? Isn't it obvious? It seems to be the case. As they exchanged playful banter, Lin Shi suddenly shifted the topic. Given her beauty, why do I sense that your relationship with her is somewhat unusual? Chapter 17. The awkward remarks of an unqualified scholar. True to her nature, Lin Shi struck a chord. Xiao Chusheng's smile faltered, and he awkwardly scratched his cheek. Stammering, this may be due to the fact that I shared a hotel room with her last night? What? Lin Shi exclaimed, her mind swirling with questions. Pointing at herself, you're supporting me, yet you went to a hotel with her? Xiao Chusheng paused, then clarified Lin Shi's statement. No. I went to a hotel with her and am supporting you. Oh, right, the money for your support came from her. Lin Shi began to question the meaning of life, increasingly perplexed by her own feelings. Oh, Lin Shi, how could you have fallen for this man? The street food stall was thriving, able to serve customers late into the night. However, Xiao Chusheng never intended to operate for such an extended period. as he still had school obligations and his family would not permit it. Furthermore, this was merely the first day, and the ingredients he had prepared were insufficient to last until that hour. By nearly 11 o'clock, most of the items had already sold out. The remaining less popular items, Xiao Chusheng planned a grill for the three of them to consume internally. Just as he was contemplating this, an elderly gentleman clad in shorts and flip-flops approached. To his surprise, he bore an uncanny resemblance to the character from Stephen Chow's Kung Fu films. "Boss, I'll take whatever is left," the old man exclaimed. Xiao Chusheng was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that the elderly gentleman would have a taste for this kind of food. After a brief conversation between the old man and a younger companion, Xiao Chusheng discovered the backstory. The gentleman was engaged in a chess game with a group of friends nearby, and his grandson had brought some skewers from the stall. The enticing aroma had piqued their curiosity, leading them to inquire about the new food stall. Unfortunately, they had arrived too late, and the old man expressed his regret, though his tone felt somewhat disconcerting to Xiao Chusheng, who was only 17 at that moment. After packaging the order for the old gentleman, Xiao Chusheng plopped down on a stone bench behind him. He had not anticipated how exhausting it would be. Several hours had passed without a moment to sip water. "I truly didn't expect this," he mused. This venture was undoubtedly profitable, yet it demanded a significant toll in terms of effort. "Let me see how much we earned today," Lin Shi remarked with a glimmer of avarice in her eyes. Having previously lived in modest circumstances, this was her first encounter with such remarkable profit margins, so different from what she had learned in class. Xiao Chusheng smiled mysteriously. "We'll discuss it later." One must not reveal their financial gains too openly, lest others harbor ill intentions. Lin Shi's eyes widened in understanding as she instinctively glanced at the neighboring stalls. With Xiao Chusheng's stall thriving, the other vendors were evidently struggling. It was only after he finished that they received a trickle of customers. Most critically, people possess a herd mentality. Observing the long queue at Xiao Chusheng's stall, patrons were naturally drawn to join, thinking that there must be something special about it to warrant such a crowd. It was a simple logic that the astute Lin Shi easily grasped. "Are you still here?" Xiao Chusheng's gaze fell upon the foolish beauty, Xianshan. She had sat at that small table all night, neither noisy nor disruptive, yet wore an expression of deep contemplation. Seemingly lost in thought. Perhaps she was grappling with a particularly difficult dilemma, as her intellect left much to be desired. Upon hearing Xiao Chusheng's voice, Xianshan's eyes brightened as she lifted her head. Suddenly, she pointed at Lin Shi with an epiphany, her expression revealing understanding. "I get it now. She is the mistress." The foolish beauty had spent the entire evening pondering this question, and now she felt she had finally unraveled the mystery. However, Xiao Chusheng and Lin Shi exchanged glances, their lips twitching involuntarily. "Were you contemplating this all night?" Xiao Chusheng found it increasingly difficult to maintain her composure. Surely, this was no longer a matter of intelligence. Yet, the foolish beauty nodded earnestly in affirmation. Now, it was Xiao Chusheng who questioned her existence. Even Lin Shi could not help but lower her voice to inquire, "Where on earth did you deceive this child from? Don't you feel any pangs of conscience?" Even Xiao Chusheng, with a face as thick as a city wall, felt a tinge of embarrassment at this moment, clearing her throat to feebly defend herself. "I did not. I never did. Besides, what is conscience? Can it be consumed?" TSK. This audacious individual even pointed at Lin Shi, asserting to the foolish beauty, "Let us consider. Is there a possibility that you are the third party?" The foolish beauty's mouth fell agape, as if struck by lightning, her mind once again malfunctioning. This revelation was indeed too stimulating for someone of her limited intellect. "But I was the first to arrive." Xiao Chusheng, with a complex expression, fixed her gaze on the foolish Xianshan, unable to suppress her sarcasm. What a dreadful utterance from a so-called scholar. "What scholar?" "Ahem, nothing." Xiao Chusheng hastily deflected, recalling that the term scholar as an internet meme likely hadn't even surfaced in this era. She could only whisper to the foolish girl, "In truth, she arrived first. And you are indebted to me." Xianshan's eyes brimmed with a clear but naive foolishness, believing Xiao Chusheng's words without a shred of doubt. With no other choice, he pulled Lin Shi aside to whisper, "What should I do? I seem to genuinely feel a twinge of conscience." Lin Shi was utterly speechless at this person. Could you possibly be any more absurd? "By the way, what shall we do about the barbecue cart? Should we take it to your home, or leave it here?" Lin Shi suddenly inquired. Xiao Chusheng's expression froze, and she immediately realized, "Damn. No wonder I felt like I forgot something." Operating this roadside stall was merely a spur-of-the-moment idea. He had not considered these logistical details at all. TSK. "So you hadn't thought about it at all, had you?" Lin Shi couldn't help but roll her eyes. Xiao Chusheng bit her thumbnail in contemplation. Bringing it home is certainly out of the question. My parents would never allow me to do this. I think so too. But leaving it here runs the risk of theft. These days, public safety is not as assured as in later years, and even then, it remains precarious. After pondering, Xiao Chusheng could only sigh. We can't leave you here to sleep. Let me think of a way to deceive my family. Telling them it's someone else's belongings stored at my place. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, finding this rationale rather flimsy. At that moment, unbeknownst to them, the foolish beauty standing behind them suddenly spoke. It can be placed in my yard. What the hell? How did you walk so silently? Xiao Chusheng exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 18. Are you two going to a hotel? An hour later, Xiao Chusheng gazed thoughtfully at the three-story villa. I should have anticipated that a wealthy woman would certainly possess a villa. Lin Shi, observing Qi Shanshan, harbored no particular thoughts, as a woman herself. She could discern that Xiao Chusheng did not harbor romantic feelings for Qi Shanshan. However, she found it hard to believe that their relationship was entirely devoid of substance. What piqued Lin Shi's interest was how Xiao Chusheng had formed a connection with such a young heiress. She nudged Xiao Chusheng and inquired softly, "How did you manage to win the affections of such a young affluent lady?" Xiao Chusheng cast her a complex glance and replied, "Win? I could more easily win you over." Lin Shi chuckled, jesting, "So you've captured the heart of her daughter, but her family background may not easily accept you." At this, Xiao Chusheng's expression grew even more peculiar as he nonchalantly remarked, "Why should they accept me? I intend to eliminate her father." This revelation left Lin Shi momentarily flabbergasted. Wait, you're pursuing her daughter and planning to offer father? What a bizarre turn of events. You wouldn't understand. I'll explain later, Xiao Chusheng cryptically responded. Lin Shi ceased her inquiries, having sensed that there was a story lurking beneath the surface. Is it acceptable to store these at your home? Lin Shi tentatively probed. Will your family mind? Qi Shanshan paused for a moment before shaking her head. I live here alone, so no one will object. In that brief instant, she exuded the aura of an unapproachable goddess, reminiscent of her demeanor at school. Xiao Chusheng found himself momentarily entranced. Perhaps her aloofness was not merely an act, but a consequence of her lack of familial companionship. With this thought, he cast another glance at the three-story villa. How lonely it must be for a girl to reside in such a place alone. He began to understand why the beautiful yet foolish girl had remained so quiet throughout the evening. As if returning home bore no essential difference from being there, at least at that place, there was Xiao Chusheng. Why did he feel a sense of heaviness in his chest? Xiao Chusheng muttered softly. He only requested the key to the main door from the foolish beauty, allowing Lin Shi to come by each afternoon to set up their barbecue stand. It wasn't too long before Xiao Chusheng would also join her after approximately 2 hours of her stall being open. Shall we leave? Lin Shi inquired quietly. Xiao Chusheng nodded subtly, but found his gaze lingering on the foolish beauty, sensing she was reluctant for them to depart. Let us go. Xiao Chusheng grappled with how to bid farewell to the foolish girl. Suddenly, Qi Shanshan's voice called out from behind them. Are you two going to a hotel? The question caught both of them off guard. However, if it had not been for the foolish beauty's inquiry, Xiao Chusheng would not have even considered that possibility. What about that? He turned to Lin Shi. Given the hour, it was evidently impractical for Lin Shi to return to Shanghai. Not to mention the cost of daily travel was not insignificant. Although the profits from their barbecue stand would certainly cover that expense. How about finding a small inn? Lin Shi suggested after some contemplation. Xiao Chusheng hesitated before shaking his head. No, those places are often unclean and unsafe. This is a fact. The year 2007 is not comparable to over a decade later. There are dark motels everywhere, posing a danger to young women at night, particularly to someone as beautiful as Lin Shi. So what should be done? Come to my house, Xiao Chusheng casually suggested. What? Lin Shi was taken aback. Was she really to meet his parents so soon? Xiao Chusheng was aware of Lin Shi's misinterpretation, yet he deliberately chose not to clarify. With her heart in turmoil, Lin Shi followed closely behind Xiao Chusheng. Though she had accepted an abstract arrangement with him, meeting the parents on the very first day felt rather hasty. Silently, she struggled with her thoughts until they arrived at Xiao Chusheng's home, which was enveloped in darkness, the lights not turned on. Is anyone home? Lin Shi questioned, a hint of suspicion in her voice. My parents don't come home every day. They run a restaurant and often work late into the night, sometimes even sleeping there. Xiao Chusheng explained. Lin Shi suddenly understood. No wonder he dared to bring her home. In truth, this was merely her misunderstanding. Xiao Chusheng was not at all afraid to openly discuss his relationship with Lin Shi with his parents. After all, she was a true talent and exceptionally beautiful. his parents would surely be delighted. Upon entering his home, Xiao Chusheng declared, "All right, let us see how much we earn today." With that, he dumped all the day's earnings onto the coffee table. Lin Shi's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the pile of bills. "Is there really this much?" she gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Xiao Chusheng maintained an impassive facade, though internally he too was taken aback. Was the real economy of 2007 truly this remarkable? It was indeed an era of abundant opportunities. As they counted the bills, deducting the cost of ingredients and expenses for the food cart, they arrived at a net profit of 1,872 yuan and 50 cents. Based on this, there's a market for 2,000 yuan a day until the National Day holiday? Lin Shi exclaimed with excitement. Yet Xiao Chusheng shook his head. Not just that. Today is merely the first day. This figure excludes the cost of the food cart. If we expand, selling for a couple more hours, a daily net profit of 3 to 5,000 yuan will be easily achievable. Lin Shi was no longer composed. This income was equivalent to what many earned in 1 to 2 months. Initially, she had wondered how much profit could be made from a night market barbecue stall. However, her perspective had shifted entirely. She noticed Xiao Chusheng was lost in thought, prompting her to inquire, "What's wrong?" Xiao Chusheng nodded solemnly. "This money surely won't come easily. You must have seen that we've taken business from other stalls. Those vendors will definitely devise counter-strategies. But your seasoning recipe isn't a trade secret. Can they really replicate it?" "Yes, they cannot replicate it, at least not in the short term," Xiao Chusheng replied gravely. "So while they may not compete with us fairly, they will resort to underhanded tactics." At this, Lin Shi understood. The social order was not as stable as in later years, and conflicts were quite common. "What should we do?" she asked, growing concerned. "Are you afraid?" Xiao Chusheng teased with a sly smile. Lin Shi shook her head resolutely, her voice unwavering. "I'm not afraid. If it comes to it, I'll fight them." Xiao Chusheng's intent to commit murder, with Lin Shi providing the knife, is no mere jest. The bond between the two from their previous lives is far from simplistic. "As long as you're not afraid, leave it to me," Xiao Chusheng reassured Lin Shi with a calming promise. Chapter 19. Will you really do nothing? After collecting their earnings, Xiao Chusheng and Lin Shi proceeded to a nearby noodle shop to indulge in a bowl of noodles. They had been exceedingly busy throughout the evening, scarcely finding time to eat, and had only managed a few skewers of their own grilling. While delectable, such fare hardly sufficed to quell their hunger. The Lanzhou noodles, a ubiquitous sight in later years, had already gained widespread recognition in 2007. Notably, a bowl cost a mere 4 yuan at that time, although the meat was rather scant. Nevertheless, the craftsmanship of the Lanzhou noodle chefs is nothing short of world-class. As they slurped their noodles, satisfaction painted their faces. "Nothing beats a warm bowl of noodles for comfort," Xiao Chusheng mused while patting his stomach. "Tomorrow evening, you can take some leftovers. We can work and eat simultaneously," he suggested to Lin Shi. She had no objections. It was merely their first day, and both felt somewhat out of their depth. However, they had made a commendable profit that night. After a moment's reflection, Xiao Chusheng added, "By the way, you should go ahead tomorrow afternoon, until I arrive. Try to avoid any conflicts with those individuals." He understood Lin Shi's character. Though she appeared gentle on the surface, she possessed a fierce spirit beneath. Lin Shi, savoring her soup slowly, was reluctant to waste even a drop. After all, her adoptive family had treated her poorly, especially in recent years. Her monthly allowance barely sufficed. And during her growth spurts, she often found herself eating only 2 meals a day. Even after starting university and working, her earnings were typically siphoned off by her exploitative relatives. This led to her exceedingly frugal nature. Xiao Chusheng observed her quietly, feeling a pang of sorrow in his heart. Although he had intervened before Lin Shi was driven to despair by her family, it still felt a tad late. After a prolonged silence, he tentatively inquired, "Is there nothing you wish to ask me?" Lin Shi paused for a moment, then shook her head. As astute as she was, she understood that some questions were better left unasked. Sometimes, ignorance could yield greater rewards. Respecting her discretion, Xiao Chusheng nodded and refrained from pressing further. Later, they returned to Xiao Chusheng's residence, where he took a shower, having spent the entire night in front of the flames, his body drenched in sweat. "Would you like to wash up?" he asked Lin Shi as he emerged from the bathroom. Instinctively, Lin Shi glanced at herself before shaking her head and softly responding, "I'll manage. I didn't bring any spare clothes." At that moment, Xiao Chusheng realized the haste with which he had brought her from Shanghai. She had come with nothing. Rubbing the back of his head awkwardly, he suggested, "Actually, you could wear something of mine for now. Your clothes would dry overnight on the balcony." Lin Shi looked at him, momentarily taken aback, and scrutinized him with a hint of skepticism. Are you truly not trying to take advantage of this situation? Xiao Chusheng rolled his eyes. Of course not. Do I need to find such an excuse to do something to you? Given our relationship, do you even have the right to refuse? Lin Shi was momentarily at a loss for words. Eventually, she nodded and went to freshen up as well. Throughout this time, Lin Shi was filled with various worries, fearing that Xiao Chusheng might burst in. However, nothing occurred until she finished her shower and emerged. Lin Shi felt a twinge of disappointment. Am I really so lacking in charm, dear brother? It wasn't that. Although Xiao Chusheng was in the prime of his youth, he and Lin Shi had shared many experiences in their past lives, both the appropriate and the inappropriate. Thus, he possessed a certain tolerance for this fellow's allure. Besides, after a long night, Xiao Chusheng was already exhausted. While something could indeed happen, his body wouldn't quite hold up to it. Wearing Xiao Chusheng's clothes made Lin Shi feel somewhat uneasy. However, she didn't catch a whiff of his scent, only the pleasant aroma of laundry detergent. With her hair still damp from the shower and a gentle blush on her skin, she resembled a lotus blooming from the water. All right, let us go to sleep. Xiao Chusheng yawned, his eyelids already beginning to droop. Lin Shi nodded and quietly followed behind him. Eventually, she entered Xiao Chusheng's bedroom. He initially intended to suggest that she stay in the bedroom while he made do on the sofa, but then he reconsidered. In their previous lives, had they seen each other in every possible way? Why dwell on such matters? Lin Shi surveyed Xiao Chusheng's room, noting its cleanliness and tidiness. As Xiao Chusheng gazed around the small space, he felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him, reflecting on his past ventures. From starting a business to establishing a company in Shanghai, he recalled how he had brought his parents there, and how he had returned to this small house in nearly 5 years. Thinking back, it was quite a bittersweet memory. The bed was small, but with a little squeeze, it could easily accommodate two. Lin Shi didn't exhibit much resistance. After all, as Xiao Chusheng had just said, he was already supporting her. Sleeping in the same bed was trivial, and even if something did transpire, what of it? She was quite self-aware of her current situation. Leaning back, they each took a thin blanket to cover their midsections, as it was summer. Silence enveloped them. In the darkness, after an indeterminate amount of time, Lin Shi finally broke the silence. What do you need so much money for? Xiao Chusheng was at a loss for words. It wasn't that he was unwilling to answer. Rather, the question was profoundly intricate, and he wasn't sure how to respond. What did one need so much money for? Lin Shi's inquiry, of course, sought deeper meaning beyond the surface-level answer. Money is meant to be spent, to buy whatever one desires, to indulge in whatever one wishes. This was the simplest explanation. Yet, what Lin Shi truly wanted to understand was why Xiao Chusheng had such an urgent desire for wealth. To her, he still seemed like just a student. Naturally, with her intelligence, she had already deduced that he was stripped down to his very core. This young man clearly perceived something beyond the ordinary. In this society, having wealth provided one with confidence. Xiao Chusheng spoke with a serious tone. In his previous life, he realized this truth far too late. He devoted his heart during the age when he should have been making money, and by the time he awakened to this, the opportunities for wealth had long since slipped away. In this lifetime, he was determined not to repeat the same mistakes. He required a sense of assurance. Lin Shi remained silent, lost in her thoughts. Xiao Chusheng suddenly added, if your family asks you for money, just tell them you don't have a single cent. He actually wanted to convey to Lin Shi that his desire for money was also for her sake. With financial means, he would have the confidence to protect the Lin Shi of the present. Otherwise, he was merely a powerless student. In the darkness, Lin Shi's gentle voice emerged. Are you really not going to do anything? Chapter 20. Exiting the hotel with the school bell, Xiao Chusheng could hardly bear this. He immediately embraced her. Though he did not truly act upon his feelings, he merely held her close. After a while, Lin Shi, with a hint of grievance, remarked, Is this too hot for you? Xiao Chusheng teased with a smirk, I see you're craving something even hotter, one that would surely leave us both drenched in sweat. In the obscurity, Lin Shi's cheeks flushed crimson. Her teasing tone carried a playful undertone. Yet unexpectedly, Xiao Chusheng responded with a firm embrace, leaving her feeling quite constrained. Now, she was even more convinced that this man, who understood her so well, had long since entertained thoughts of her. With that thought, Lin Shi's face burned with embarrassment. Although she was aware of this truth, she could not help but feel shy. Remaining silent, she nestled deeper into his embrace, almost as if attempting to escape reality. Despite the sweltering heat, she found an unexpected sense of security in his arms, an experience she had never encountered before. Perhaps exhausted from the long night of setting up stalls, Xiao Chusheng soon fell into a deep slumber while holding her close. Lin Shi attempted to rouse them several times, but to no avail. So she resigned herself to his slumber. In the morning, the school alarm clock awakened Xiao Chusheng, and simultaneously, it stirred Lin Shi from her sleep. Supporting her forehead, she felt a wave of fatigue. Since entering university, she had not woken up this early in quite some time. After all, not every day had classes, and sleeping in was a luxury she often indulged in. Yawning, Xiao Chusheng took out some money and handed it to Lin Shi. You can continue sleeping, but be mindful of the time. It's best to leave before 9:30. My dad or mom sometimes returns home between 9:30 and 10. Lin Shi remained silent, watching him fluster about. Take this money to grab some breakfast, and then find a place to hang out for a bit, like an internet CAF or an arcade to pass the time. Just make sure to be at the entrance of my school before 11:30. Oh, and if my parents come back, don't make a sound. They usually don't come to this room. If you're discovered, just say you're my friend's sister and that you borrowed a place to stay for the night. Just play it cool. Having said this, Xiao Chusheng hurriedly dashed back to school, leaving Lin Shi to ponder in a daze. I must be out of my mind, but being pampered feels rather delightful. Lin Shi muttered to herself, lost in thought for quite some time, oblivious to what was on her mind. On his way, Xiao Chusheng casually bought a meat bun to satisfy his hunger. Now he possesses a considerable sum of money, albeit modest by his age. Thus he need not fret excessively over his sustenance. What he currently seeks is substantial wealth, for he must amass resources before the impending global financial crisis of 2008 strikes. Following the crisis, the landscape of numerous industries will undoubtedly transform, particularly within the realm of the internet, where the market valuations of major corporations will be drastically halved. Consequently, a period of economic stagnation will ensue, during which cash will become exceedingly valuable. In other words, the purchasing power of cash will reach an astonishing level. Therefore, Xiao Chusheng must seize this opportunity to accomplish the most with the least expenditure. After all, during the initial and middle phases of the financial crisis, generating profit will not be as facile as it is now, though he merely operates a night market barbecue stall. Such grassroots consumer activities are increasingly reflective of the tumultuous financial market. In truth, Xiao Chusheng is rather fortunate to be in Hangzhou. This city possesses an abstract quality, with the average housing price surpassing 10,000 in 2007, and the cost of living is alarmingly high compared to many other locales. This trend continues in subsequent years. What does this signify? Quite simply, it means that in Hangzhou during 2007, Xiao Chusheng can more easily earn money within these essential consumer sectors. He can then utilize these earnings to pursue ventures or investments elsewhere, commonly referred to as leveraging profits from Hangzhou's physical industries for endeavors beyond its borders. Of course, that is a matter for the future, as it is a process that requires considerable time to cultivate. Upon arriving at school, Xiao Chusheng feels an inexplicable oddity. Though he cannot quite articulate it, he senses that numerous students are observing him, even pointing and whispering. Am I truly that famous? He muses inwardly. In his past life, Xiao Chusheng did attain a modicum of notoriety, primarily due to his frequent public declarations of affection for Zhang Jiai. However, such fame should not warrant this level of attention. Should it? What on earth is happening? Has my recent confession to Zhang Jiai become sensational news? Surely not. Bewildered, Xiao Chusheng enters the classroom, only to find nearly all eyes upon him. At this point, if he remains oblivious to the situation, he would indeed be dull-witted. His childhood friend Su Hai approaches him with a couple of playful punches, a common gesture among brothers. At this moment, he and Su Hai remain close, without any rift. So Xiao Chusheng does not protest. Taking a seat, he begins to organize his books. Having missed school yesterday, coupled with his rebirth, this marks his first time back in the classroom, naturally imbued with a sense of ritual. What is going on between you and the school beauty, Qi? Su Hai eagerly inquires. Xiao Chusheng's heart sinks at the question. How does Su Hai know about that foolishly beautiful girl? Nevertheless, he maintains a composed facade. What do you mean? What's going on? How could the school beauty possibly grant you leave? Huh? Xiao Chusheng is momentarily taken aback. How did you know? After Su Hai's explanation, he finally comprehended that the foolish beauty had come seeking old Lu, and in front of so many classmates, no less. Ah. I should have anticipated this, Xiao Chusheng thought, unable to suppress his face-palming. The clueless beauty, so scatterbrained and slow-witted, truly was unreliable in such matters. Nevertheless, he feigned innocence, arguing, isn't it just asking her to request a leave? Why the fuss? Yet, he was met with Su Hai's complex expression. which tightened his chest with an unsettling feeling. Was there more to this than met the eye? Their conversation had not been deliberately hushed, attracting the curious gazes of several classmates, including Zhang Jia, who had just entered and was seated diagonally across from Xiao Chusheng. Is it true that you and the campus goddess, Qi, emerged from a couple's hotel together? Su Hai inquired, his tone dripping with gossip. Xiao Chusheng's heart raced. What? Had someone actually seen that? Now he understood why so many had been staring at him along the way. Had he truly gained notoriety? Chapter 21. The campus goddess and the beast. As Su Hai's gossip spread, the entire class fell silent. Zhang Jia turned her head, fixating her gaze on Xiao Chusheng, eager for an answer from him. Yet, Xiao Chusheng maintained an impassive demeanor, raising an eyebrow in calm indifference. He pushed Su Hai away, saying, "Children shouldn't pry into matters that don't concern them." Su Hai, discerning a hint of truth, realized that whether this was acknowledged or denied posed a dilemma. So he resolved to investigate further in private, hoping to extract an answer. The classmates, seeing Xiao Chusheng's lack of response, ceased their inquiries, yet silently accepted the unspoken consensus. This beast likely had a genuine connection with the campus goddess. After all, she had never been embroiled in rumors, and the notion of her requesting leave for a meal was unfathomable. As for whether she and Xiao Chusheng truly exited the hotel together, opinions were divided. But it certainly wasn't without basis. The students chattered away, some even engaged in games, while Xiao Chusheng quietly scribbled notes on paper, taking advantage of his recent rebirth. While his memories were still intact, he aimed to jot down crucial information regarding the future he recalled. After all, should these memories become muddled at any point, it would spell disaster. His memories post-rebirth felt like a seamless amalgamation, akin to fitting together puzzle pieces. Yet, there seemed to be some side effects. His mind felt heavy, and he often succumbed to drowsiness. The pen flowed smoothly across the paper, and accustomed to recording on electronic devices, he found his wrist tiring after a short while. Before long, Xiao Chusheng had documented numerous future trends and matters pertinent to the evolving world order. Anything he could recall went onto the page. Whether it would prove useful was uncertain, but what if it did? This process continued for over 2 hours, undisturbed. The research revealed astonishing insights. In just a decade, it felt as if everything had been enhanced beyond belief. Truly surreal. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Chusheng neatly folded the paper and tucked it into his pocket. This is indeed a treasure. Even a single piece could potentially alter the world's dynamics. He must safeguard it diligently. The reason for documenting it primarily stems from the inherent unreliability of human memory. For instance, many of his childhood recollections have become rather nebulous for Xiao Chusheng, and he cannot gamble on whether he will remember them in a few years. Particularly after the memories of 2 lives converge, discrepancies may arise, and the contents of this note serve as a reference point for him to timely identify any such deviations. Furthermore, he must conceal his identity as a reincarnator, lest it attract fatal consequences. Apart from Lin Shi, no third party must be privy to this information. As for Lin Shi, there is little to be done. Her intelligence is exceptionally high, but fortunately, she is one of his own and can be trusted. Regarding the rumors about him and Qi Shanshan emerging from the hotel, not merely rumors, for they have already spread throughout the entire school. Upon discovering the truth, Xiao Chusheng felt utterly despondent. This was indeed troublesome. As expected, the homeroom teacher, Old Lu, summoned him. Xiao Chusheng was called to the office, his heart fluttering with anxiety. Was it about that fool's incident or the matter from yesterday? Let us discuss. What exactly transpired between you and Qi Shanshan? Old Lu adjusted his glasses, a gentle smile gracing his face. The 50-something physics teacher exuded an air of scholarly wisdom. Yet he was particularly amusing, often sharing jokes that left his students in fits of laughter. Thus, Old Lu was quite popular among the students, often turning a blind eye to various matters. However, this time, the situation seemed to have escalated beyond acceptable bounds, prompting him to call Xiao Chusheng for a conversation. Xiao Chusheng, aware of his own faults, stammered, "There is nothing much to it. You know how it is at a youthful and naive age." Old Lu, with a playful demeanor, pressed further. "So you're just going to admit it outright? Did you and Qi Shanshan really come out of the hotel together?" His voice dropped conspiratorially. The office was devoid of other teachers, and his sly expression was almost comical. Xiao Chusheng, steeling himself, attempted to feign innocence. That is not the case. Perhaps a student misinterpreted the situation, or we merely happened to pass by the hotel entrance. Even if it were true, he could not concede, even though admitting it would not bear significant consequences. Old Lu found it difficult to discern the veracity of Xiao Chusheng's claims. Yet the explanation seemed plausible enough. He had no intention of delving too deeply into the matter, as there was no substantial evidence, merely an inquiry to understand the situation. Very well, but do exercise caution. Some actions are best postponed until the right moment. Do you understand? Understood, understood. Xiao Chusheng nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. And are you two in a relationship? Old Lu continued his inquisitive probing. Not quite, Xiao Chusheng hesitated. Old Lu chuckled in exasperation. Is it or isn't it? Why the uncertainty? Never mind, it's normal at your age, just don't go overboard, and I want team medal. As Xiao Chusheng exited Old Lu's office, he exhaled in relief, resolving to be more discreet in the future to avoid being caught again. Why do I feel there will be a next time? Xiao Chusheng found himself perplexed. His ability to avoid trouble with Old Lu was, in fact, tied to his academic performance. Though his grades may not be exemplary, they were certainly commendable enough, and teachers tend to exhibit greater leniency towards diligent students. After stepping out to relieve himself, Xiao Chusheng returned to the classroom, only to witness a peculiar scene outside. A certain foolish beauty, seemingly aloof, was sneakily peering into their classroom. This spectacle did not escape the notice of his classmates. Yet none dared to approach her. She was, after all, Xianshan, the epitome of the aloof school beauty, known for her unapproachable demeanor. Xiao Chusheng, bemused, decided to intervene and dragged her away amidst the astonishment of his peers. They exchanged glances, their expressions filled with disbelief. Was it possible that the school beauty and Xiao Chusheng truly had something going on? Chapter 22. There is always someone better. Why should it be you? Xiao Chusheng pulled her beneath the staircase, a favored hiding spot for couples seeking a moment of intimacy. What are you doing here? Why are you in my space instead of your own class? He inquired. The foolish beauty, timid and hesitant, whispered, to eat. Xiao Chusheng thought he must have misheard her. To eat? What are you talking about at this hour? Lunch, she clarified, and a moment of realization struck him. She wished to share lunch with him. The thought gave him an odd sensation, as if he had just bullied someone simple-minded and now found them clinging to him. Was this a sign of guilt? All right. You can come, but let us meet at the school gate instead, he revised his statement, recalling Lin Shi. After ensuring she was settled, Xiao Chusheng returned to the classroom, only to find himself the center of attention once more. There was no escaping the fact that, in the eyes of his classmates, he had caught the interest of the illustrious Xianshan. No one dared to gossip this time. The evidence was undeniable, although some remained skeptical. Questioning how he managed to attract someone of her caliber, they kept their thoughts to themselves. Upon returning to his seat, Su Hai, with his usual mischievousness, leaned towards Xiao Chusheng, his expression filled with innuendo. Come on, spill the beans. How did you manage to catch the attention of the school beauty? Before Xiao Chusheng could respond, an uninvited guest arrived. Zhang Jai stood before his desk, her face a mixture of confusion and hesitation, as if she had something to ask. Su Hai, sensing the tension, wisely withdrew, not wishing to become entangled in the situation. After all, having known Zhang Jai for over a decade, he was acutely aware of her prideful nature, especially given the past incident where Xiao Chusheng had spurned her confession. The appearance of the foolish beauty had undoubtedly expedited this process. Zhang Jai bit her lip, seemingly wrestling with how to phrase her inquiry. Xiao Chusheng, determined to avoid any further entanglement with her this time around, fully aware of the misguided nature of such feelings, had no intention of reliving that experience. Moreover, his thoughts were now focused elsewhere, not on someone as inconsequential as her. Thus, with decisive clarity, Xiao Chusheng nodded and affirmed, yes, it is precisely as you suspect. Zhang Jai stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, her expression one of utter disbelief. But am I not the one you have always cherished? Her tone was laden with incredulity, and it was unclear whether she was engulfed in confusion. When did you, and her? Xiao Chusheng, growing increasingly impatient, interjected, this does not concern you. I did indeed have feelings for you in the past, but I have come to realize that we are simply incompatible. Is that not your sentiment as well? Therefore, I have decided to let go. Well, that fool, Xianshan, suits me far better. He nearly let the word fool slip. But fortunately, he reacted swiftly. Zhang Jiai's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, her expression poised on the brink of weeping. In their past lives, she had often displayed such a visage during conflicts. Initially, Xiao Chusheng felt a pang of sympathy, but gradually, he became immune to it. Thus, his heart remained unperturbed. Once one ceases to love, such is the consequence. Zhang Jia, witnessing Xiao Chusheng's utter indifference, felt a sharper pain in her chest. It was so close. If only you would confess your feelings once more, I would acquiesce. Yet why? I regret it. Zhang Jia bit her lip, as if resolutely determined. Could you perhaps grant me another chance? But Xiao Chusheng merely shook his head. No need. I have made my decision. And I no longer harbor any feelings for you. Moreover, Ji Shanshan surpasses you in every regard. I truly have no reason to turn back. Lies do not wound. It is the truth that cuts like a knife. The most straightforward way to reject someone is to elucidate that there exists someone better. Why should one wait for you? Unable to contain herself any longer, Zhang Jia turned away and buried her face in her arms, weeping. Xiao Chusheng observed her in silence, his heart having long since grown numb. Such scenes had unfolded countless times in their previous lives. Perhaps it is simply the fate of two mismatched souls striving to remain together. As for any resentment towards her, Xiao Chusheng believed he held none. Zhang Jia had not truly wronged him, nor had he ever acted like a sycophant towards her. She was merely an ordinary girl with a bit of pride, aspiring to live the life she desired in Shanghai after graduation. However, the rapid pace of economic development meant that no matter how hard she worked, her earnings could never keep pace with the soaring housing prices. Realizing this, Xiao Chusheng understood that such a trajectory could not continue, prompting him to embark on an entrepreneurial venture. Initially, Zhang Jia supported him, as her family required the prospective partner to possess both a home and a car in Shanghai. The initial investments in his startup became an insatiable abyss, consuming Xiao Chusheng's savings and the funds provided by his father. For a time, Xiao Chusheng lived in considerable hardship, struggling even to afford meals. The lack of a visible future led to mounting conflicts and escalating arguments between them. Pain, it seemed, was the predominant sentiment in their relationship for Xiao Chusheng. During his most trying times, Zhang Jia encountered difficulties in her own job in Shanghai. During that period, Xiao Chusheng was often out late, leading their economic and emotional states to reach a nadir. It was then that Zhang Jia returned to her hometown, securing employment there. Subsequently, Xiao Chusheng managed to visit her hometown a few times, yet each encounter was fraught with discord. Zhang Jia urged him to abandon his entrepreneurial pursuits, while her family insisted that his parents secure a loan to purchase a marital home in Shanghai. Otherwise, they would not consent to their marriage. In truth, the relationship between the two had already teetered on the brink of collapse. As Xiao Chusheng reminisced about the fragments of their past, he found it increasingly difficult to identify any moments that brought him joy. Their bond had devolved into a mere collection of trivialities. Upon reflection, since the inception of his entrepreneurial journey, it was Lin Shi who had tirelessly supported him, enduring numerous hardships by his side. Even now, she selflessly pushed his barbecue cart without concern for her image. In contrast, Zhang Jia would never deign to engage in such tasks. She held a sense of pride in her femininity. The disparity in their characters was stark. Lin Shi was the woman who truly shared the trials of life with him. If given the chance to live again, Xiao Chusheng would unhesitatingly choose to be with Lin Shi, for she was deserving of his affection. Yet, Zhang Jia, being a sheltered student yet to encounter the harsh realities of life, could not comprehend these sentiments. Beast, aren't you going to comfort her? Suhai inquired, his voice low and conflicted. Unnecessary, came the retort. Chapter 23. Save where you can, spend where you must. Cycling to the bar, Xiao Chusheng had come to the realization that unreciprocated love bore no fruit. His previous relationship with Zhang Jia had been characterized by his one-sided efforts for their future, while she merely awaited the rewards of his sacrifices. Ultimately, she failed to receive the future he had envisioned for her. A sense of self-mockery washed over him as he reflected on their past. It seemed devoid of any significant memories worth cherishing. Their experiences could be summarized in just a few sentences, which was the most lamentable aspect. For the next couple of hours, Zhang Jia refrained from disturbing him, while his classmates occasionally cast glances in his direction. Many were aware of the dynamics between them, but Xiao Chusheng had chosen to disengage. The irony lay in the fact that after his withdrawal, he had turned his attention to the school's belle, leaving others to ponder the situation. Thus, while his classmates feigned nonchalance, some were secretly seething with jealousy. The reason was simple. Although Zhang Jia could not compare to the foolish beauty that was Ji Shanshan, she still possessed a commendable allure. Previously, Xiao Chusheng had been the one pursuing Zhang Jia, which deterred others from intervening. Now, however, he had captured the attention of the campus beauty, leading many to believe that Zhang Jia was fair game. Consequently, numerous individuals felt emboldened, eager to seize their moment. Yet, none of this concerned Xiao Chusheng in this lifetime. He sought only to distance himself from the woman who had filled his memories with anguish in the past. As the clock struck 11:30, Students surged out of the classroom, resembling famished wolves that had gone 3 days without food. "Beast, let's go eat," Suhai called out, as usual, attempting to invite Xiao Chusheng to lunch, but this time he was met with refusal. "I have plans. I've made arrangements with someone. Let's catch up after this busy period," Xiao Chusheng replied before swiftly departing, leaving Suhai scratching his head and muttering to himself, "Plans with someone?" Another observer of Xiao Chusheng's retreating figure was Zheng Jiai. The words spoken by Xiao Chusheng, along with his resolute figure, utterly diminished Zheng Jiai's appetite. Xiao Chusheng hurriedly made his way to the school gate, where he soon spotted Lin Shi and the foolish beauty beside her, although he had not informed Qi Shanshan that Lin Shi would also be present. It was no surprise that they encountered one another. Without uttering a word, Xiao Chusheng waved to them, signaling, "Let us go." As the three of them walked together, they attracted the attention of passers-by, drawing numerous glances. After all, the sight of two stunning women together was indeed a visual delight. In terms of looks, they were equally matched, albeit representing different types of beauty. One exuded a mature allure, while the other radiated youthful charm reminiscent of a schoolgirl. However, it appeared that this foolish beauty, perhaps due to a privileged upbringing, was rather large for her age, standing at an innocent 170 centimeters, purely in height, not weight. Yet, this very feature contributed to an impression of clumsiness, almost as if she were a naive giant. Among the trio, she seemed distinctly out of place, creating an awkward contrast. At this juncture, Xiao Chusheng was still in the early stages of his financial journey and could not afford extravagant meals. Though the food in the school cafeteria was mediocre, it was undeniably economical. They ordered 3 servings of rice dishes and settled into a window-side table to eat. Lin Shi, in a display of unspoken understanding, refrained from questioning Qi Shanshan's presence, while the foolish beauty seemed oblivious, perhaps her mental capacity insufficient to ponder such profound matters. However, as they ate, Xiao Chusheng felt an unsettling awareness. Why were so many people staring at them? He found it baffling that their mere attractiveness could elicit such reactions. It was as if they were being regarded as rare creatures, with former students stopping to gawk, some whispering among themselves. This phenomenon stemmed from the rumors surrounding Xiao Chusheng and Qi Shanshan. Witnesses had seen them leave a hotel together, and their shared meal now seemed to confirm the gossip. Lin Shi's presence only added a layer of intrigue to the rumors. The onlookers were curious about who Lin Shi was and why she was dining with them. Given that Lin Shi's beauty rivaled Qi Shanshan's, many speculated whether Lin Shi might be Qi Shanshan's sister. After all, it was hardly surprising that the illustrious Qi family would confront Xiao Chusheng after he had brought their daughter to a hotel. Having hastily finished their meal, the trio made a hasty retreat. Once outside the school gates, Xiao Chusheng took a deep breath, lamenting his intention to save on meal expenses. It seemed he would have to dine out more often. Lin Shi, giggling beside him, teased, "What's wrong? Aren't you thick-skinned? Can't handle it now?" Xiao Chusheng shot her a glance, retorting, "Even a thick skin can't withstand being gawked at like a monkey. Did you not see those men's eyes nearly ablaze with jealousy? You monopolizing 2 beauties is bound to stir envy," Lin Shi quipped with a mischievous smile. "If hitting people weren't illegal, you would have been beaten to a pulp by now." Xiao Chusheng had to concede that she was right. Many were indeed drawn to the allure of the 2 women. A beautiful woman is indeed a valuable asset, coveted by many. The fact that he has managed to win over the seemingly naive Qi Shanshan has already stirred discontent among others. Now, with another individual by his side, it is inevitable that some will be displeased. Although Lin Shi appears to be of a different generation, those around them remain unaware of her connection with Xiao Chusheng. Yet, they are indifferent to such details. "All right, let us go. We have matters to attend to during this midday hour," Xiao Chusheng declared, uninterested in lingering over trivialities, as he intended to lead Lin Shi away. However, after a few steps, he noticed the foolishly silent beauty trailing behind them, which caused him a slight headache. Lin Shi, perceptive to his discomfort, cautiously inquired, "Shanshan, would you like to join us?" Qi Shanshan nodded eagerly. Xiao Chusheng raked his fingers through his hair, finally coming to a decision. "Fine, you may accompany us, but do not wander off. It could become quite troublesome if you get lost." He wasn't particularly worried about her saying anything inappropriate. After all, in the eyes of others, Qi Shanshan was regarded as the aloof school beauty, synonymous with silence. Lin Shi was taken aback when Xiao Chusheng opted for a taxi instead of saving money on food. "You're trying to economize on meals, yet you're willing to splurge on a cab? One must allocate resources wisely. Some expenses are essential," he replied. "Riding a bicycle to a bar might be enjoyable, But time is the most precious resource we have. The choice of food matters little. However, taking a taxi can save us valuable time. Lin Shi was momentarily stunned by his reasoning, yet upon reflection, she found it quite sensible. Her curiosity persisted, but why the rush? Even for making money. Is there a need to hurry in just a day or two? Xiao Chusheng found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. In truth, even a day or two could hold significant weight. In this era, with careful maneuvering, several hundred or thousand yuan could yield returns of 100-fold or even 1,000-fold in the future. Chapter 24. You Are Mine. A decision made unilaterally at the dock? Lin Shi and Qi Shanshan were taken aback when Xiao Chusheng led them to the harbor. What are we doing here? Lin Shi was genuinely curious about what was going through Xiao Chusheng's mind. Just yesterday, he was operating a barbecue stand, and today, he was at the dock. Without offering an explanation, Xiao Chusheng surveyed the area before finally spotting his target. Excuse me, do you supply oysters privately? He asked, stopping a burly man who was busy unloading boxes of seafood from a shipping container. The man appeared momentarily taken aback. Oysters? Is that what you mean? Xiao Chusheng followed the direction of his finger, noticing a row of low-temperature freezer boxes. He recognized them immediately. They appeared to be from New Zealand. At this time, oysters were not yet popular domestically, and foreigners generally did not consume them, resulting in their import prices being quite low. Of course, that was the price upon entering customs. Once they reached the seafood market, the price would vary significantly. This was precisely why Xiao Chusheng had come to the dock, to acquire goods at the lowest possible cost. You'll have to ask our supervisor, the burly man replied, as he was merely a laborer without authority to make decisions. Thus, Xiao Chusheng inquired about the location of their supervisor's office and proceeded directly to seek him out. The supervisor responsible for the containers was a man with a small mustache, appearing to be in his 40s, and he seemed quite surprised to meet Xiao Chusheng. Nonetheless, he did not show any outward reaction, for at his age, it was not uncommon to encounter young entrepreneurs. The year 2007 was markedly different from the later era when university graduates flooded the job market. Many young individuals began earning a living right after finishing high school. Oysters? The man stroked his chin, a look of confusion crossing his face. Not many people purchase these, as they are primarily supplied to markets and large hotels. Yes, I thought I might try selling them in a different way, Xiao Chusheng replied, feigning an innocent demeanor. Lin Shi stood beside him in silence, having little exposure to such situations, and simply observed to learn. The supervisor accepted a cigarette from Xiao Chusheng, noting it was a Huazi brand, which momentarily surprised him. Instantly, his perception of Xiao Chusheng shifted. Few young individuals indulged in such luxuries. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved. In principle, this is not permissible as everything is recorded, but if your requested quantity is modest, we can negotiate. Really? A surge of joy welled within Xiao Chusheng, though he maintained a composed exterior. How much can you provide? Come, I will show you. There are various price ranges for these, the supervisor replied, leading Xiao Chusheng to the dock. The cheapest ones are over here, while the more expensive ones are further along. The affordable option is 50 pounds per box, containing 300 to 400 oysters, and they are the smallest size available. This is the largest type of frozen container, undoubtedly first-hand goods, Xiao Chusheng exclaimed eagerly. I'll take that. Let us start with 3 boxes. If they sell well, I'll need 3 boxes daily. What do you say? The supervisor was taken aback by Xiao Chusheng's decisiveness and nodded, lowering his voice. All right, but keep this discreet, understood? Xiao Chusheng immediately grasped his implication. Clearly, the supervisor intended to pocket the funds for these few boxes of oysters. Such dealings were not uncommon in any industry, and as the beneficiary, Xiao Chusheng had no intention of dwelling on the matter. After all, he did not plan to rely on this for long-term profit. A day's sales would suffice. Due to the under-the-table nature of the transaction, he managed to acquire the 3 boxes of oysters for a mere 200 yuan. This price, while not exorbitantly cheap, was reasonable given the small quantity he was procuring. My friend, I have a small favor to ask, Xiao Chusheng chuckled lightly. The supervisor, unfazed, replied, Go on. It's this, we lack proper preservation methods. Could you assist by delivering ice to this address every afternoon? Xiao Chusheng handed the supervisor a note detailing the address of the beautiful fool he referred to. The supervisor took the note and, after a moment of hesitation, decided to oblige. All right, for an additional 20 yuan, I will personally drive my car to deliver it to you every afternoon. The supervisor had his own considerations. If Xiao Chusheng were to visit daily, it could raise suspicions if someone reported them, leading to potential disciplinary action against him. Not only would he lose a portion of his earnings, but he could also risk his job. Thus, the request from Xiao Chusheng serves to mitigate his risks while also allowing him to earn a bit more pocket money. Xiao Chusheng had no objections and nodded in agreement, stating, "All right, then we shall take our leave." Upon exiting the dock, Lin Shi inquired, "How do you plan to sell that?" Xiao Chusheng replied with a mysterious smile, grilled, "I will teach you tonight, 2 yuan each, over 1,000 pieces. Just think of the profit margin." Lin Shi's eyes sparkled. Yet skepticism lingered, "But I haven't seen many people eating it. Is it really that easy to sell? Just watch me." Xiao Chusheng refrained from disclosing his intentions. Indeed, oysters were not particularly marketable in 2007, not because they lacked appeal, but because the potential was yet to be discovered. One must understand that in this country, anything labeled as a tonic for vitality sells like hotcakes. In short, this afternoon, wait for me. After we receive the goods, we'll take the cart over together. It's not too difficult, is it? A smile crept onto Xiao Chusheng's lips. He felt a twinge of sympathy for Lin Shi, petite as she was, having to haul the barbecue cart alone, but given the current circumstances, there was no alternative. One must recognize that effort yields rewards in this lifetime. Xiao Chusheng was determined to provide Lin Shi with the finest of everything. Lin Shi, however, was not one to be overly sentimental, readily agreeing. "This little bit of hardship is nothing compared to my past jobs, and the pay is so much better." Afterward, Xiao Chusheng led the two women back to the wholesale market to procure additional barbecue ingredients, basing their purchases on the previous day's sales figures. Even if they didn't sell out, it was of no concern, as the foolish beauty had a refrigerator at home, allowing them to store any excess. "You can adjust the ratio of chili powder like this." Xiao Chusheng openly shared the recipe with Lin Shi. Lin Shi teased, "Aren't you afraid I might use your recipe to start my own business?" Xiao Chusheng paused for a moment, then chuckled, "Not at all. You are mine." Lin Shi pouted, "How am I yours? I never agreed to that. It's a unilateral decision on my part, and you have no right to refuse." How domineering. Though she protested verbally, Lin Shi felt an inexplicable sense of security in her heart. The two remained oblivious to the foolish beauty trailing silently behind them. Chapter 25. The stunning Lin Shi only plays high-end games. At that moment, Xiao Chusheng felt a tug at the corner of his garment. Both turned curiously to see the foolish beauty gazing at him with a pitiful expression. A moment of silence ensued between Lin Shi and Xiao Chusheng as Xiao. The foolish beauty appeared much like an abandoned stray dog. Quite pitiable indeed. "Ah, I almost forgot about you," Xiao Chusheng admitted, feeling a bit awkward, but still asked, "Will you come tonight?" Xiao nodded vigorously, her enthusiasm palpable. Lin Shi regarded Xiao with a meaningful glance, a hint of something different flickering in her eyes. They placed the frozen goods and fresh vegetables purchased from the wholesale market into Xiao's refrigerator. The foolish girl exhibited no sense of caution, readily handing her house key to Lin Shi. Xiao Chusheng scratched his head, his expression betraying a desire to admonish her, yet he struggled to find the right words. Ultimately, it was Lin Shi who stepped forward, pulling Xiao aside and advising, "In the future, don't trust others so easily, all right? We may not harm you, but others may not be so considerate." The Navi beauty merely murmured in response, seemingly oblivious to Lin Shi's words. Xiao Chusheng shook his head helplessly, choosing to remain silent. "In any case, the afternoon is entrusted to you." With a sigh, Xiao Chusheng felt a pang of discomfort within. It felt unfair to burden you with such labor. Yet, Lin Shi appeared unfazed, smiling wryly as she remarked, "After all, I have little to offer you, so this task suits me perfectly." Upon hearing her self-deprecation, Xiao Chusheng gazed intently at her, firmly rebutting, "Do not say that. You simply have not yet found a realm that suits you. Your battlefield lies elsewhere." Lin Shi found herself momentarily taken aback by Xiao Chusheng's insight. This young man seemed to understand her better than she understood herself. In truth, Xiao Chusheng possessed a deeper understanding of Lin Shi than she currently had of herself. It is noteworthy that her true talents and capabilities only began to surface after their entrepreneurial venture took flight. Initially, her brilliance was not readily apparent until the company grew stronger. It was during this period that Xiao Chusheng recognized Lin Shi as a genuine prodigy. On one fortuitous occasion, he had her tested for her IQ, only to discover that she possessed an astonishing IQ of 163. This magnificent beauty, Lin Shi, is meant for high-end endeavors. The current enterprises, which largely rely on physical labor and social connections, scarcely allow her to showcase her abilities. Nevertheless, Lin Shi occasionally demonstrated her extraordinary capacity for learning. For instance, her mastery of grilling skewers was remarkable. Xiao Chusheng had struggled countless times before reaching a level adequate for a stall. Yet Lin Shi, merely observing, managed to reach a comparable level of proficiency in just one evening, a feat almost unbelievable. Additionally, her memory was exceptional. She could recall the precise ratio of chili powder, the money spent while shopping, and even the phone number of the dock supervisor without needing to write anything down. Moreover, she could perform mental calculations, akin to a human calculator. However, Xiao Chusheng refrained from revealing the extent of her strengths. The time was not yet ripe. He needed to gradually guide Lin Shi into a realm where she truly belonged. As for whether Lin Shi might one day abandon or betray him, Xiao Chusheng dismissed the notion with a smile. Such a possibility was non-existent. Their relationship was different. It resembled a mutual salvation. The three of them prepared numerous skewers of meat and vegetables at the Navi beauty's home, all in preparation for the evening ahead. However, Xianshan, despite her clumsiness, accidentally pricked her hand with a skewer, causing droplets of blood to well up from the wound. With tear-filled eyes, she looked as if she might cry but was desperately holding back. This scene tugged at the hearts of both Xiao Chusheng and Lin Shi, particularly the former, who could not bear to witness her pain. He quickly sought out tissues to staunch the bleeding, asking, "Do you have a Band-Aid at home? Where is it?" The Navi beauty, sniffling, pointed to a box on the bookshelf. Lin Shi understood and hurried over, discovering, to her surprise, a whole box of Band-Aids. "Is your family in the business of producing adhesive bandages? You have quite an abundance," remarked Xiao Chusheng, astonished. The foolish beauty, feeling wronged, murmured softly, "I used to get hurt often." Xiao Chusheng found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. After stopping the bleeding, he carefully applied a bandage to her wound. "Perhaps it would be best if you refrained from this for now and took a seat over there," he suggested. The two of them observed Xianshan sitting to the side, gazing at her bandaged finger while still sniffling. She wore an expression that suggested she was on the verge of tears, as though she were in significant pain. Could it truly be so agonizing? They were uncertain. "If you feel like crying, then do so. Holding it back is not advisable," Xiao Chusheng tentatively offered. Lin Shi nodded in agreement, her heart aching at the sight of Xianshan's predicament. However, the foolish beauty's next words caused their expressions to darken. "But Aunt Zhang said I'm not allowed to cry. Otherwise, she would hit me." Xiao Chusheng did not conceal from Lin Shi the troubled circumstances surrounding the foolish beauty's family, including the stepmother who had caused the death of Xianshan's biological mother. The implications of the foolish beauty's statement were clear. Indeed, Aunt Zhang referred to the stepmother Zhang Ting. It was evident that in previous years, when the foolish beauty had cried, Zhang Ting had bullied her repeatedly, even forbidding her from shedding tears. What sort of character could develop in such a stifling environment? Timid? Insecure? Xiao Chusheng began to comprehend the origins of this girl's social anxiety. It was all the work of that malevolent woman. The most vicious curse the foolish beauty had cast upon Zhang Ting in her past life now seemed entirely justified to him. Moreover, this was merely a minor incident. If she was forbidden from crying, one could only imagine the greater transgressions Zhang Ting had inflicted upon this foolish girl. Merely contemplating it made both Xiao Chusheng and Lin Shi's hearts churn with discomfort. Lin Shi, in particular, felt a profound sense of empathy. In truth, the experiences of these two individuals bore a resemblance. One had a stepmother, while the other had foster parents. Yet the commonality lay in their deprivation of familial love. Xiao Chusheng suppressed the fury boiling within him, vowing that one day, both families would pay the price for their transgressions. Fortunately, he was there now. Sure, come. I shall take you somewhere," Xiao Chusheng said, glancing at the time and feeling it was about time to depart. "Huh? Where to?" Lin Shi inquired, puzzled. "To find you some bodyguards." Chapter 26. A daughter of such magnitude throughout the journey, Xianshan clung to Lin Shi, refusing to let go, leaving Lin Shi utterly exhausted. At home, Xiao Chusheng and Lin Shi had allowed her to cry her heart out. For this foolish girl had suppressed her emotions for far too long and desperately needed to release them. Now, having indulged in her emotional outpouring, she seemed to have become attached to Lin Shi. "Why do I feel an inexplicable sense of déjà vu?" Xiao Chusheng's expression was complex. "What do you mean by déjà vu?" Lin Shi asked, puzzled, as she gently stroked the foolish beauty who was clinging to her. As Xiao Chusheng hesitated momentarily before finally speaking, he remarked, "It appears we have acquired quite a sizable daughter." Lin Shi's expression froze, and in that fleeting moment, She too felt the undeniable truth of his words. Meanwhile, the dim-witted Xiao Chusheng had not contemplated such matters at all. Where are we headed? Lin Shi questioned, observing Xiao Chusheng lead them down an uninhabited alley with a hint of trepidation. Come on, you'll soon find out, Xiao Chusheng replied impassively as he forged ahead, uncertain if he would indeed locate the individual he sought, merely hoping for a stroke of luck. However, he recalled that this person had likely remained in the vicinity these past few years. As they ventured deeper, they encountered several spirited young men, clearly delinquents. Xiao Chusheng was now convinced he was on the right path. Instinctively, Lin Shi grasped the fabric of his clothing. For any reasonable young woman would feel fear in such circumstances. Yet, Xiao Chusheng maintained a calm demeanor and inquired of the group, "Is Binzi around?" The young men, taken aback by his unexpected approach, exchanged bewildered glances but eventually gestured toward the back, indicating he's inside. Nodding in acknowledgement, Xiao Chusheng led the two women further in. The group of young men looked at each other in confusion as the trio proceeded without hindrance. Are they friends of Brother Bin? One pondered. I'm not sure. But those two girls are quite stunning, another remarked. Indeed. As Xiao Chusheng and the two women advanced, they encountered numerous spirited youths, yet none obstructed their passage. To these individuals, anyone who ventured into their domain surely had a purpose. After all, they were the dregs of society, and others tended to keep their distance, avoiding unnecessary conflict. Xiao Chusheng's arrival here was undoubtedly motivated by intent and strategy. Upon reaching the innermost recess of the alley, he finally spotted the individual he had been seeking, Binzi. Binzi. Xiao Chusheng called out directly, causing Chun Bin to momentarily falter. You should address me as Brother Bin, he retorted. Before Chun Bin could elaborate, one of his lackeys leapt forth to assert his dominance. However, after defending Chun Bin, his lascivious gaze fell upon Lin Shi and Xiao Chusheng. With a flippant tone, he lewdly teased the two. Wow, you girls are truly lovely. Care to join us? Xiao Chusheng frowned, sparing no further words as he swiftly seized the few strands of the ruffian's hair, forcefully slamming his head against the wall. The entire sequence unfolded with such speed that neither Chun Bin nor even Lin Shi and Xiao Chusheng had time to react. Aren't you on their turf? How dare you be so arrogant? Chun Bin was equally taken aback, astonished at the ruthlessness exhibited by this seemingly youthful adversary. Xiao Chusheng relentlessly pressed the young thug's head against the wall several times before releasing him. The thug emerged with blood streaming from his forehead, a fearsome sight. Though in truth, he was not gravely harmed. Despite the ferocity of his actions, Xiao Chusheng exerted little actual force. His goal was to instill fear in these individuals. They are not the kind of girls you are entitled to covet, understand? With that, Xiao Chusheng turned his attention to Chun Bin, stating, I have business with you. Chun Bin's expression darkened, his tone turning menacing. Kid, you dare come onto my turf and assault my people? That's rather presumptuous, don't you think? You owe me an explanation, or you won't be leaving here today. Xiao Chusheng fixed his gaze upon him unwaveringly. Explain? No. I have already stated that I seek you for a matter. Chun Bin hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately nodded. All right, speak of your business. If you cannot provide me with a satisfactory explanation, you shall not leave today. Lin Shi and Xiao were already petrified before their arrival. Xiao Chusheng had intended to enlist a few bodyguards, but who would have anticipated that he would seek them in such a place? From now on, you shall all follow me, Xiao Chusheng casually proclaimed, leaving everyone bewildered. Chun Bin burst into laughter, instinctively pointing at himself. You want me to follow you? Xiao Chusheng nodded earnestly, gesturing towards Lin Shi. For this month, you will accompany her daily and ensure her protection. Starting next month, I shall offer you a position. A position? Upon hearing this term, all traces of disdain vanished from Chun Bin's eyes. Xiao Chusheng affirmed, indeed, a position. However, let me make it clear, I have standards for selecting individuals. Firstly, you must be trustworthy, and secondly, you need to rein in your unruly behavior. Oh, and that one. He is not included. He referred to the individual who had been incapacitated for teasing Lin Shi and Xiao. Chun Bin hesitated, rummaging through his pocket for a cigarette, lighting one and exhaling clouds of smoke as he contemplated the veracity of Xiao Chusheng's words. The remaining spirited youths engaged in hushed discussions, clearly fixated on the notion of employment. Will you pay us? Chun Bin eventually inquired after some reflection. Xiao Chusheng nodded. If you work, you shall earn money. That is a certainty. Is it a substantial amount? A man standing beside Chun Bin asked instinctively. Xiao Chusheng cast him a disdainful glance. What do you think? It certainly will not be much. Then why should we work for you? Chun Bin's displeasure was evident. Xiao Chusheng chuckled dryly. Forgive my candor. But if you desire a significant sum, do you truly believe you, as societal detritus, are worthy of it? Lin Shi, startled, quickly grasped Xiao Chusheng's arm. She was bewildered. How could he be so audacious? He had already struck someone, and now he was brazenly insulting them. Was he seeking confrontation? As anticipated. Such a highly insulting remark incited a tempest among the spirited youths, who were immediately furious and prepared to confront Xiao Chusheng. Only Chen Bin, as their leader, remained composed. Xiao Chusheng maintained his demeanor of serene confidence, chuckling lightly. What, are you all dissatisfied? Let me ask you this. What skills do you possess? What capabilities do you have? Why do you believe you, as societal scum, deserve to earn more than others? A barrage of inquiries left the spirited youth speechless. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Chusheng shifted his tone. Remember, your abilities dictate your earnings. That is the rule of this world. However, I shall grant you an opportunity. I do not promise you a vast fortune, but if you possess the competence, you can support your families and even attain a modicum of prosperity. He turned his gaze to Chen Bin, his eyes locking onto him with intensity. The opportunity is yours. Contemplate carefully. Will you continue to be the detritus of society, landing in detention for brawls, unable to provide for your ailing mother, or will you choose to follow me? I make no promises regarding what one may gain. It entirely depends on oneself. Chapter 27. Beauty as a resource. Upon hearing Xiao Chusheng's words, Chen Bin fell into silence. In truth, his statement was a reflection of reality, as it had transpired in his past life. At that time, Chen Bin's mother suffered from an acute cerebral hemorrhage, and he was devoid of skills, merely idling his days away. The entirety of their savings proved insufficient for his mother's treatment, with some relatives offering a meager amount, while others remained indifferent. Ultimately, Chen Bin was on the verge of collapse, going door to door, kneeling before others in desperate hope of gathering a few hundred yuan for medical expenses. His knees bloodied and bruised. At that critical juncture, Xiao Chusheng, unable to bear the sight, generously extended 5,000 yuan to him. Subsequently, Chen Bin's mother emerged from danger, and he turned his life around, securing a legitimate job. But was that the end of the story? Not quite. On one occasion, while Xiao Chusheng was negotiating business with Lin Shi, her breathtaking beauty caught the attention of the opposing boss, who, in a fit of arrogance, summoned a group to detain Lin Shi. Although Xiao Chusheng was capable of defending himself, he found the situation quite challenging. At that crucial moment, Chen Bin unexpectedly appeared, displaying remarkable strength and beating the boss to near submission. It was later revealed that Chen Bin had been working as a waiter at the hotel where the negotiations took place. Due to this incident, Chen Bin lost his job and spent 6 months in prison. Upon his release, he began dabbling in computer parts and seemingly earned a decent sum. However, the subsequent developments remained unclear to Xiao Chusheng, as his own business grew larger, elevating him to a different stratum, and they lost touch. Xiao Chusheng's current interest in Chen Bin stemmed from his own considerations. In his past life, Chen Bin had held on to the gratitude for the 5,000 yuan, willing to endure imprisonment to repay that debt. This demonstrated that he was at least appreciative and possessed a sense of loyalty. Furthermore, despite his previous recklessness, he had knelt before others for the sake of his ailing mother. Such a person values relationships and, at the very least, possesses a moral compass, making him trustworthy. Of course, one's vision and perspective ultimately dictate how far one can go. Chen Bin, with his limited abilities, may not amass vast wealth, but Xiao Chusheng did not mind. He was willing to allow Chen Bin to earn as much as he could, even a little beyond his capacity. Thus, he sought him out today. Without a doubt, Chen Bin was an astute individual. Otherwise, he would have impulsively ejected Xiao Chusheng from the premises. Whether he could physically contend with Xiao Chusheng was another matter entirely. In fact, his rise to prominence in that realm undoubtedly stemmed from his capabilities and personal charisma, something Xiao Chusheng had no doubt about. After silently finishing a cigarette, a glimmer of determination sparkled in Chen Bin's eyes. He took a deep breath and declared, "All right, I will follow you." Upon uttering these words, the room erupted in astonishment. The spirited young men gazing at Chen Bin in disbelief. "Brother Bin, don't say anything. I've already made up my mind. He shall be the boss from now on." Chen Bin promptly interrupted his subordinate. "No, do you think this is some street gang?" Xiao Chusheng wore a peculiar expression. "The ventures I intend to undertake with you are all legitimate businesses. From now on, you must shed your ruffian demeanor and address me as boss." Chen Bin chuckled and, with a jovial grin, inquired, "Then, boss, what shall I call you?" Lin Shi couldn't help but roll her eyes. This person truly immersed himself in the role rather swiftly. Xiao Chusheng, however, was unfazed. I am Xiao Chusheng, and you may refer to me as Boss Xiao. This is your Madam Boss, Lin Shi. You shall call her Madam Boss. As Xiao Chusheng introduced Lin Shi, it was evident that she was the target they were to protect. What about me? Suddenly, a foolishly charming beauty interjected. Xiao Chusheng raised an eyebrow and gently pressed her back down by her head, saying, "You can keep an eye on this one as well." This scene elicited laughter from the spirited young men, yet many cast flirtatious glances their way. To them, Xiao Chusheng might very well be a big boss, and it was perfectly normal for a man of such stature to have multiple companions. They were worldly enough to understand the lifestyles of the affluent. "All right, this afternoon, you shall go to this address to find her." Xiao Chusheng handed Chun Bin an address and then departed with Lin Shi and the foolish beauty. Chun Bin gazed thoughtfully at the piece of paper when a subordinate leaned in to ask, "Brother Bin, are you truly going to join him?" Chun Bin nodded yes. "He is right. We cannot continue living like this. Perhaps this is an opportunity to change our fates." He understood well that sometimes a small opportunity, if seized, could alter one's entire life. Many among them did not genuinely wish to fall. Rather, they were engulfed in a bleak outlook for the future. In this era, opportunities leading to golden pathways were abundant for individuals like Xiao Chusheng, yet for the majority of ordinary people, their capabilities and perspectives would become shackles binding them for life. In Hangsheng, the meager average salary, coupled with exorbitant housing prices nearing 10,000 per square meter, perpetually induced anxiety among the common populace. Once they exited the alley, Lin Shi and Qi Shanshan gasped for breath, still reeling from Xiao Chusheng's startling display within. "So this is what you call a bodyguard?" Lin Shi found it hard to believe. "Indeed, we currently lack the funds to hire professional bodyguards, and for such minor situations, there is no need for specialists. So we must simply dream big," Xiao Chusheng stated matter-of-factly, leaving Lin Shi speechless. Was this person so brazen in his grandiose fantasies? Oh, how she almost forgot. She had been lured in by his grand promises. Xiao Chusheng saw no issue with this. After all, capitalists are often unscrupulous, and pulling off a ruse is a skill in itself. Though my dreams may be grand, I possess the ability to bring them to fruition. Then you need not drag us into this, do you? Aren't you afraid of trouble? If a fight breaks out, we are but delicate girls, unable to assist you and perhaps even hindering you. Lin Shi inquired with curiosity. Moreover, weren't we almost embroiled in a brawl just moments ago? Xiao Chusheng regarded Lin Shi with suspicion. Delicate? Are you certain? He had witnessed her fierce side. Xiao Chusheng was capable of taking lives, and she would deftly hand him the knife, a fact that was no jest. In her previous life, Lin Shi had carried a weapon ever since Qin Bin's incident. Ahem, there are considerations at play here. Xiao Chusheng coughed lightly, attempting to clarify. You perceive that aside from their beauty, they are of little assistance. However, this is not entirely accurate. Oh, then what else can we assist you with? Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, her curiosity piqued. Even this seemingly dim-witted beauty blinked her clear, yet naive eyes, brimming with a thirst for knowledge. Xiao Chusheng responded with a slight hum. Indeed, you are quite beautiful. But that does not render you completely useless. One must understand that in this society, beauty is a form of power. Beautiful women are a valuable resource. Are you suggesting that if you cannot defeat us, you would hand us over? Xiao Chusheng wore an expression similar to that of an elderly person engrossed in their phone on the subway. What kind of peculiar thought process is that? Chapter 28. The essence lies in companionship. What? Is it not? Lin Shi feigned surprise. In reality, she was aware that Xiao Chusheng would never consider relinquishing them. She was merely teasing. Nonetheless, her genuine curiosity about his intentions was evident as she gazed at him with intrigue. Certainly not. While it is true that beautiful women are a resource, not everyone is entitled to such privilege. For an individual to possess one is already quite remarkable. But to have two? His rhetorical question left Lin Shi momentarily stunned, instinctively glancing back at the enchanting Qi Shanshan trailing behind them. Indeed, she was strikingly beautiful. If a man were fortunate enough to win her affection, it would drive countless others to madness. Lin Shi harbored a slight inferiority complex regarding her own appearance, a sentiment deeply rooted in her upbringing, which led her to seldom gaze into mirrors. Yet, she could not deny that her own beauty was also noteworthy. And to be the one chosen by Xiao Chusheng, a figure envied by many men, was a testament to his appeal. At this moment, Lin Shi grasped Xiao Chusheng's perspective but still cautiously inquired, "So you intend to utilize us to provide them with a psychological suggestion? Subtly elevating your status?" Status is irrelevant. It is about levels. Xiao Chusheng shot her a sidelong glance. In any case, that's how it stands. Understanding dawned upon her. Lin Shi had yet to truly immerse herself in society, rendering her somewhat inexperienced in the complexities of human relationships, an area where Xiao Chusheng excelled. Together, the intellectually gifted Lin Shi and the astute Xiao Chusheng formed an unbeatable duo. As they conversed, the trio arrived at the school entrance. Each held an ice cream in hand, and after finishing, Xiao Chusheng and the two ladies proceeded into the school, while Lin Shi returned to the dim-witted beauty's residence to continue preparing the materials needed for their evening preparations. This establishment served as the source of their initial capital, their foundation, and thus required meticulous attention in its early stages. With money in his pocket, Xiao Chusheng could confidently navigate the path ahead. On the way to the classroom, the dim-witted beauty trailed behind Xiao Chusheng like a persistent shadow. He quickened his pace, and she matched his speed, proving difficult to shake off. This scene, observed by other students, was akin to witnessing a ghost. After all, that was Xiao, the aloof campus beauty. The notion of her actively pursuing a boy was nothing short of astonishing. Students who were aware of Xiao Chusheng dining with two beauties in the cafeteria during lunch took it in stride, their reactions unperturbed. As they neared the classroom, Xiao Chusheng suddenly halted and turned around. Immediately following him, the foolish beauty, oblivious to her surroundings, inadvertently collided into Xiao Chusheng's embrace. A gasp of astonishment echoed among the onlooking students. This was none other than the aloof campus beauty, Xiao, who had brazenly sought refuge in another boy's arms. Envy and resentment surged among the witnesses. Yet, the parties involved, the foolish beauty and Xiao Chusheng, remained unfazed by the spectacle, particularly the foolish beauty, whose eyes sparkled with an innocent folly. Well then, if you're going this afternoon, wait for me at the school gate, Xiao Chusheng remarked to Xiao. Oh, she replied, yet exhibited no intention of departing. Xiao Chusheng, feeling a mix of embarrassment and exasperation, stated, I need to head to my own class. Our paths don't align. Do they? His class was in a completely opposite direction to that of the foolish beauty, yet she seemed determined to follow him, displaying an unwavering resolve to accompany him. Was she truly so naive as to think she could join him in his class? Though it was entirely out of the question. Xiao Chusheng's words finally registered with the foolish beauty, prompting her to respond with another "oh" before turning towards her own class. Left behind, Xiao Chusheng watched her retreating figure, feeling a sense of disarray. How had she managed to remain so blissfully ignorant for so long? Was aloofness truly the best disguise? Shaking his head in resignation, he quietly entered his classroom. Arriving just in time, he found the room nearly filled to capacity. Now a figure of intrigue. As he stepped inside, he instantly became the focal point of his classmates' attention. Even someone like him, accustomed to grand spectacles in his past life, found it somewhat overwhelming. Was it really necessary? As he passed by Zhang Jiayi's seat, he noticed her looking rather unwell, her eyes slightly swollen, and unmistakable signs of recent tears staining her face. However, he felt no pang of sympathy or sorrow. Instead, he marveled at how, upon ceasing to love, one's heart could turn to stone. Though he was still a student, in his case, academic credentials seemed increasingly irrelevant. Yet, one must adhere to the customary rituals of life. Lacking certain experiences rendered existence incomplete. In this life, any institution he attended would merely serve as a backdrop to his own narrative. He would attend a school that would take pride in his presence, rather than one where he felt the need to take pride in being a student. Therefore, as long as he avoided particularly inferior institutions, he had no qualms. Presently, he leaned towards the School of Finance, primarily for Lin Shi, as his intention was simply companionship. By the way, who is my current deskmate? He pondered. His memories had been rather muddled these past few days. He had only found his seat previously because it was one of the two unoccupied. Approaching, he noticed his name inscribed on the book before him. The adjacent seat, however, was devoid of any book, leaving him perplexed. He hadn't seen anyone occupy that seat in recent days, which struck him as odd. Yet, to inquire about the occupant might seem rather peculiar. After a moment's contemplation, an idea struck him, and he discreetly nudged the student in front. Suhai. What's up? Suhai inquired, puzzled. When do you think you will return? Xiao Chusheng gestured towards the vacant seat beside him. Suhai was taken aback. How would I know? With such a significant incident occurring in Sherry's family, she might not even return. Xiao Chusheng was momentarily stunned. Sherry? A long buried, somewhat unpleasant memory resurfaced. The name Luciueli belonged to a girl with a rather fashionable moniker. Due to the phonetic similarity, she was nicknamed, indeed, the alias of Hybrid AI from Death Note, which she used at the distillery. Xiao Chusheng had shared a desk with this girl named Sherry for a while, but eventually, due to unforeseen circumstances in her family, she withdrew from school and never returned. I can't believe I forgot about this, Xiao Chusheng thought, feeling the weight of his emotions. Chapter 29. The time when he loved her most. This was precisely when Lin Shi's parents were involved in a tragic car accident. Her father died on the spot, and her mother suffered an amputation. The driver responsible was a solitary trucker who also perished in the incident. Consequently, there was no compensation to be sought. The father, as the pillar of the family, had collapsed, severing all economic support for Lin Shi's household. The medical expenses for her mother were exorbitant, leading to a financial drain that consumed them daily. Lin Shi, unable to graduate, was forced to work tirelessly, accumulating debt until Xiao Chusheng, after starting his own business, encountered her during a visit to Hangzhou. By then, Lin Shi had become so gaunt that he scarcely recognized her. One could say she had endured nearly every hardship life could present. Contemplating this, Xiao Chusheng's emotions grew intricate. Were it not for his rebirth, he would have almost entirely forgotten about her. He pondered whether, in this new life, he could alter some outcomes. Yet, this thought remained merely a contemplation, as he had no idea of Lin Shi's current whereabouts. In fact, during his previous life, their classmates had contemplated coming together to assist her. However, in their desperate bid to fund her mother's treatment, they had sold their family home. By the time the homeroom teacher and students arrived with the collected donations, they could no longer locate Lin Shi and her mother. In 2007, it was a time before everyone possessed a mobile phone. Once an address was changed, finding someone again became exceedingly difficult. Forget it. Let fate take its course. In such circumstances, even a reborn individual would find themselves powerless, with a heart laden with complexity. Xiao Chusheng closed his eyes to rest. Recently, attending school felt like a mere waste of time, awaiting notifications without engaging in any activities. Xiao Chusheng contemplated simply not attending at all. His current situation was rather convoluted, as his mind was a blend of 2 lifetimes of memories. He was acutely aware of his mental exhaustion, a consequence of the rebirth combined with a lack of a midday rest. During lunch, he had been running errands at the dock and preparing ingredients with Lin Shi and others for the evening's sale, and without a moment's sleep. It was no wonder he felt weary. The amalgamation of memories from both lives weighed heavily on his mind, affecting his mental state. Everyone has already fallen asleep. It was then that he noticed a significant portion of the class had succumbed to slumber. Unable to withstand his fatigue any longer, Xiao Chusheng too succumbed. Dozing for over an hour, he was eventually roused by Su Hai's voice. "Hey, you beast, wake up. There's a beauty looking for you." Xiao Chusheng, still groggy from his slumber, was utterly bewildered. A beauty? He lifted his head and caught sight of the foolish beauty, Qi Shanshan, peering curiously through the back door of the classroom. Indeed, she was a beauty. Su Hai wore a lewd expression and exclaimed, "Beast, speak quickly. What is the matter between you and the esteemed Qi?" Xiao Chusheng, maintaining his composure, replied, "In the realm of adults, children ought not to pry." With that, he rose and sauntered out of the classroom. After having dozed off during a lesson, Xiao Chusheng felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. It had been years since he had rested his head on a desk, and he found it quite unfamiliar. Unbeknownst to him, someone was intently watching him depart, none other than Zheng Jiai. According to the original timeline of their relationship, he had already won Zheng Jiai's heart. Thus, at this moment, Zheng Jiai was experiencing her most profound feelings for Xiao Chusheng. Setting aside future developments, it was undeniable that her affection for him was at its peak. After all, youthful emotions, unmarred by ulterior motives, are often the purest. Zheng Jiai felt a strange disquiet, as if her life were veering into an uncertain direction. If she failed to rectify this, she would be left with deep regrets. Xiao Chusheng, resolute in his decision to avoid past mistakes, had no intention of looking back. Nor did he care for Zheng Jiai's current thoughts. Instead, he was outside the convenience store, munching on a large bag of Wei Long snacks alongside the foolish beauty. This snack was truly a timeless delight, one that one could never tire of. At this time, Wei Long had yet to adopt its white packaging or hit the market. Who could have imagined that it would eventually sell billions annually? In 2007, no one dared to dream of such success. "Do you really enjoy these that much?" Xiao Chusheng asked, observing Qi Shanshan devour them like a hamster, unable to stop. She nodded eagerly. "When I was a child, my mother wouldn't let me eat them, claiming they were unhealthy." Xiao Chusheng was uncertain whether she referred to her biological mother or her stepmother, Zhang Ting, but refrained from inquiring further, deeming it inappropriate. Nevertheless, She wasn't entirely wrong. While these spicy snacks posed no immediate harm, they were certainly devoid of any health benefits, given their high oil and salt content. Do you think I could make a fortune selling spicy snacks? Xiao Chusheng pondered, resting his chin on his hand. Huh. The foolish beauty appeared momentarily stunned, glancing at the spicy strips in her hands, deep in thought. Do not ask, for his mind was already captivated by the annual revenue of Wei Long. Aside from Wei Long, another brand, Spicy Prince, also gained fame in later years, predominantly in the southern regions. While Wei Long captured the national market and even reached international shores, there was undoubtedly an element of marketing involved, but without question, this industry was quite lucrative. However, the market for spicy snacks was limited, accommodating only a handful of brands. In other words, merely 2 or 3 companies would ultimately reap substantial profits, while the others would struggle to scrape by from the margins. The year 2007 was indeed a transitional period, neither here nor there. Perhaps there was an opportunity to explore? Even if it did not yield significant returns, at least it would not result in a loss. However, at present, Xiao Chusheng must first secure some initial capital. He requires a sum of money to set the wheels in motion. It is prudent to establish a solid foundation through profitable ventures, especially since the current climate is not conducive to starting a factory. The production of spicy strips necessitates a factory, land, advertising strategies, and a reliable supply chain. During the financial crisis, countless small enterprises succumbed to closure, making that period the most opportune for his entry into the market. Acquiring factories on the brink of collapse could yield substantial savings. Moreover, in this lifetime, he intends to pursue a distinctive approach. Competing with a titan like Wei Long, who dominates in flavor, is a formidable challenge. Thus, he must carve out a unique path. Having finished his task, Xiao Chusheng wiped the chili oil from his hands with a tissue. Release the water? He sighed, almost forgetting that this individual likely wouldn't comprehend. He believed this fool could be so oblivious that he might not even grasp how he ended up fathering a child. Chapter 30. Truly a good woman. In truth, he found himself quite puzzled, primarily due to the extraordinary dullness exhibited by this individual. Did you not attend biology classes previously? Xiao Chusheng inquired cautiously. This person had been raised by neglectful parents, hence the lack of instruction on such matters was understandable. Furthermore, this individual often presented herself with an air of aloofness, which could explain her lack of close friends. Nonetheless, one would assume that during 9 years of compulsory education, some basic physiological knowledge would have been imparted. However, Xiao Chusheng quickly realized he had overestimated her. Qi Shanshan wore a bewildered expression and shook her head. It seems not. Oh, that's not right, Xiao Chusheng replied, his expression growing serious. If you haven't learned about these matters, how did you come to be here? Biology must have been part of the examination, right? My family donated a teaching building to the school. Goodness, he nearly forgot about the power of wealth. Xiao Chusheng struggled to maintain composure, but he couldn't help feeling a twinge of envy. Yet, he felt no genuine admiration, though at first glance, it appeared this fool's education was generously funded by her family. It did not signify love, but rather an attempt to embellish her image. A beautiful vase with an impressive academic background could fetch a handsome price, couldn't it? These insights had been shared with him by Qi Shanshan long before his rebirth. After finishing his task, Xiao Chusheng prepared a chilled bottle of soda, and only then did he and Qi Shanshan return to their respective classrooms. Along the way, many students pointed and whispered, for the campus bell was undeniably eye-catching. Furthermore, news of their lunchtime gathering had already spread like wildfire. It was now common knowledge that Xiao Chusheng had dined with 2 beautiful women. Upon returning to class, he was immediately seized by Su Hai. You rascal, you've made quite the impression. Here you are, entangled with Zheng Jiai. And now you've turned your attention to another beauty? Come on, tell me, who is the other woman you dine with? Su Hai grinned maliciously, eagerly pressing for details. Xiao Chusheng effortlessly extricated himself from Su Hai's grip, choosing not to explain. At that moment, several classmates, who were relatively friendly, gathered around, intrigued by the rarity of such gossip. Xiao Chusheng merely smiled, dismissing the matter with a vague comment. I heard it's just a meal. I senti it. Others assumed he meant that he had no genuine connection with the beautiful woman, but rather that it was a misunderstanding on the part of onlookers. And they ceased to dwell on the issue. However, Su Hai, who shared a close rapport with Xiao Chusheng, held a different view. Once the crowd had dispersed, he lowered his voice and inquired, It can't be that simple, can it? You must tell me what's going on. Xiao Chusheng cast a cool glance in his direction. Mind your own affairs. It's better for you to seek a partner than to concern yourself with mine. This left Su Hai momentarily speechless. It wasn't that he didn't wish to find someone, but there needed to be someone interested. Although Xiao Chusheng had decided not to partner with Su Hai in business this lifetime, their friendship could still endure, considering Su Hai was merely an ordinary person. As the two engaged in hushed conversation, a figure suddenly stood before Xiao Chusheng's desk. Without needing to look up, he recognized the visitor. "I wish to speak with you," Zheng Jiai commanded almost imperiously. Xiao Chusheng did not lift his gaze, his voice devoid of warmth, replete with an air of detachment. "It seems we have little to discuss." Zheng Jiai appeared as if struck by lightning, her expression one of disbelief. She could not fathom why Xiao Chusheng, once so ardent, now seemed so distant, even tinged with disdain and impatience. Her tone instinctively heightened. "You cannot just leave things ambiguous. You must clarify." Yet, what awaited her was an even colder glare from Xiao Chusheng. That single look stunned her into silence, for it was so intimidating that she felt he might strike her if she persisted. Su Hai shrank back, feeling small and helpless, fearing he might get caught in the crossfire. "Zheng Jiai, you were the one who deemed us unsuitable. What are you saying now?" Xiao Chusheng was reluctant to invest further energy into this failed relationship, as the pain was too acute. The more she pressed, the more it felt like salt in his wounds. He yearned to sever all ties with Zheng Jiai, yet she stubbornly insisted on approaching him time and again. Taking a deep breath, he finally laid it bare. "Please stop bothering me. We never truly began, so what is there to end? If you insist on an answer, consider it that I have found someone better. Does that suffice?" Zheng Jiai's complexion turned ashen. Such a response was her greatest fear, and nothing could be more devastating. A better choice. Was it that late bloom of a school beauty? Though she knew she was probing, she remained unyielding. Perhaps her unwillingness to accept this reality was at play. She could not bear the thought of Xiao Chusheng being taken by someone as exceptional as Qi Shanshan, as it would only serve to highlight her own perceived inadequacies. Xiao Chusheng offered no further reply, instead stating, "This matter no longer concerns you. I am under no obligation to answer. Please leave." With that, he did not glance at her again. Zheng Jiai stood there in silence for quite some time, while their classmates observed the scene without daring to utter a word. Eventually, she retreated to her seat, dejected and defeated. Su Hai turned his head and quietly asked Xiao Chusheng, "Is it truly right for such a creature to behave this way?" Xiao Chusheng cast a fleeting glance at him, responding, "And what of it? What are you trying to convey?" Su Hai found himself at a loss for words, realizing the absurdity of his inquiry. In truth, he felt a twinge of guilt, for it was he who had initially attempted to bring together Zheng Jiai and Xiao Chusheng. Having been classmates with Zheng Jiai, he later forged a close friendship with Xiao Chusheng, thus acting as a bridge between them. Xiao Chusheng, oblivious to these musings, resumed his fervent study. Yet despite his best efforts, tranquility eluded him. The reason for his unrest was that Lin Shi was already preparing to set up her stall. Meanwhile, within the confines of the foolishly charming Lin Shi's abode, she had indeed received 3 boxes of oysters, complete with ice, delivered by the dock supervisor. Upon arriving at the grand 3-story villa, the supervisor was momentarily taken aback, repeatedly confirming the address until Lin Shi emerged, at which point he realized he had not erred. In that moment, his disdain for Xiao Chusheng dissipated. Who could reside in such a place if not a person of considerable wealth? Thus, he surmised that this wealthy individual must be indulging in a mere pastime. With great effort, Lin Shi dragged her barbecue cart toward the park's vending spot, her slender frame appearing almost frail beneath the cart's weight. Yet, she stood resolute, like a rose swaying gracefully in a tempest, unyielding against the winds and rains. Chen Bin, who had just arrived, witnessed this scene and could not help but exclaim, "What a remarkable woman." Chapter 31. Daring to covet her? How many lives do you possess? Any man who beheld this sight would be moved. It was Lin Shi's singular aura that captivated. Resolute, she would never succumb to fate. "Brother Bin, if you're interested in that girl, why not pursue her?" One of Chen Bin's subordinates, feeling a sense of superiority over Xiao Chusheng, sought to stir up trouble for him. However, Chen Bin's expression darkened as he fixed a stern gaze upon the subordinate, delivering a swift kick to his waist, sending him sprawling. "Get back. And don't show your face here again," he admonished, his voice steady. "Such a fine woman is beyond my reach. How dare you even think of her? How many lives do you have?" Without casting another glance at the fallen subordinate, Chen Bin led the others toward Lin Shi. The kicked subordinate, filled with resentment yet powerless to retaliate, could only rise and slink away. Deep down, he remained unconvinced, believing that Xiao Chusheng, as a mere student, lacked any real capabilities, and that associating with him would yield no benefits. As Lin Shi struggled with her barbecue cart, she suddenly felt a lightness behind her. Confused, she turned to discover Qin Bin and several of his subordinates assisting her in pushing the cart. Lin Shi nodded gratefully at Qin Bin. "Thank you. It's the least I could do," he replied. With the assistance of Qin Bin and his companions, Lin Shi found the journey considerably easier. Upon reaching the designated vending area, Qin Bin and his group refrained from joining her, instead watching from a distance. Before leaving, Xiao Chusheng had briefed Qin Bin on the situation, leaving the specifics of their approach to his discretion. Although Lin Shi arrived at her stall relatively early, several competitors had already set up their own booths. It was a common pursuit, after all, to earn a living. At this hour, there were few patrons, so the stall remained largely unattended. Lin Shi commenced her preparations for the evening's fare, yet while she was engaged in handling the ingredients, trouble unexpectedly approached. As Xiao Chusheng had anticipated, their flourishing business would inevitably encroach upon the profits of their competitors. If one merely partook of a few morsels from others, it would elicit no complaints. However, what Xiao Chusheng was doing was an entirely different matter. He was engaging in a business that left no room for rivals. With his pure lamb, seasoned with a secret blend of spices, he not only amassed wealth for himself but also left others bereft of earnings. The quality of his offerings surpassed that of his competitors, while simultaneously obliterating any possibility for them to resort to inferior duck meat substitutes. What nonsense was this? Pure lamb? How could anyone profit from that? Such practices had become a tacit rule within the market. Genuine lamb hardly yielded profit. Even for Xiao Chusheng, the smaller the operation, the less lucrative it became. He merely leveraged his reputation to attract a stream of customers, intending to recoup profits from the sale of vegetables and other goods. His venture to the docks for oysters served this very purpose, as they represented the bulk of potential profits. This was indeed a cutthroat business. Consequently, his approach incited collective ire. Xiao Chusheng's calculations were astute. A group of irate competitors encircled him, their expressions hostile. "Young lady, this is rather unscrupulous of you. Where is your man? Call him out." They had no intention of escalating the matter initially, recognizing Lin Shi as merely a woman, and felt it necessary for a man to confront them. Lin Shi, with an impassive expression, lifted her gaze. "He is not here. What do you want?" She was acutely aware of their intentions but feigned ignorance. The rivals exchanged glances, surprise flickering in their eyes. For the young woman before them exhibited no fear in the presence of such a formidable group. This immediately disrupted their rhythm. They had intended to intimidate Xiao Chusheng and Lin Shi into refraining from their audacious tactics. Given the current circumstances, they realized that failing to administer a lesson would be futile. The leading figure, a somewhat menacing stout man, signaled to his companions, and they prepared to take action. They did not intend to go overboard. A bit of vandalism would suffice. As they brandished their makeshift weapons, they suddenly felt a poke on their shoulders. "Who?" they inquired, turning to find a group of jovial young men, some of whom were shirtless, displaying a muscular physique. Compared to these rough-and-tumble street fighters, the middle-aged business rivals appeared rather inconsequential. "Do you have business here?" The stout leader's eyelids twitched, sensing something amiss. Qin Bin, cigarette in mouth, flashed a smile at Lin Shi. "Boss, don't worry, leave it to me." Lin Shi nodded, remaining entirely composed. Even in the absence of Qin Bin, she was prepared to stand her ground against these ruffians. She did not believe she would be defeated if it came to a confrontation. Qin Bin and his companions seized the assailants by their collars and dragged them into a nearby alley, intent on teaching them a lesson away from public scrutiny. As Qin Bin entered the alley, the meek demeanor he had displayed before Lin Shi vanished, revealing the unmistakable presence of a leader from the underworld. The rotund figure at the forefront was being restrained by several lackeys, utterly unable to break free. Qin Bin slapped the face of this leader, saying, "You've got quite the audacity to trouble my boss's wife." "And no, we truly haven't," the fat man stammered, his lips quivering in fear. "Is that so? Then what do you intend to do with all these weapons?" Qin Bin asked knowingly. The owners of the nearby stalls were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground, pleading for mercy. "We won't dare again. It was a moment of folly, entirely his idea." They hastily shifted the blame onto the fat leader. In truth, he was indeed the mastermind behind the plan to teach Xiao Chusheng a lesson. Qin Bin sneered, "My boss has said that in business, some profit while others incur losses. It's quite normal. If you possess the skills, you can earn that money legitimately without resorting to such antics. Understood?" The stall owners nodded fervently, their heads bobbing like a drum. Good. Now be gone, and remember, should there be a next time, I need not elaborate on the consequences, do I? And no, we won't. The owners fled with the swiftness of startled rabbits, grateful for their reprieve. Meanwhile, as Chen Bin and his associates dealt with the stall owners, Lin Shi was already welcoming customers for the day. With the absence of the owners from rival stalls, the foot traffic naturally gravitated towards her. Moreover, Lin Shi's beauty transformed her into a striking focal point. One could hardly ignore the contrast between a bare-chested middle-aged man and a captivating young lady whose every smile was enchanting. Why haven't I seen the owner? Why is it just you today? Lin Shi was taken aback, recognizing a returning customer from the previous day. He is still at school and will arrive shortly. My cooking isn't as good as his, so please bear with me, Lin Shi said with a gentle smile. Ah, that is no problem. Your chili powder is delightful. I have a penchant for it. But you mentioned school? He is still studying while running a business? The older gentleman was puzzled. Indeed, he'll be here in the afternoon. Lin Shi replied, blinking innocently. Ah, really? Chapter 32. She must be naturally oblivious. Let us go grab a meal together. A few of us are heading to the internet CAF afterward. Are you coming? Suhai approached to invite Xiao Chusheng. As it is often said that a childhood without skipping classes for the internet CAF is incomplete. However, Xiao Chusheng had already outgrown that phase. After all, in his past life, he had long since lost interest in games, which he referred to as electronic impotence. I have other matters to attend to. So I won't be joining, Xiao Chusheng politely declined, preparing to leave. Suhai scratched his head, unable to articulate why. But he felt that Xiao Chusheng seemed somewhat different than before. Yet, just as Xiao Chusheng exited the classroom, someone stepped in front of him. I need to speak with you, Zheng Jiai said, her eyes shimmering. Xiao Chusheng remained silent. He truly wished to sever ties with Zheng Jiai. However, she persisted, making his situation rather troublesome. In the end, Xiao Chusheng merely gazed deeply at Zheng Jiai before turning away without uttering a single word. His refusal was unmistakably clear. There was nothing left to discuss between us. This scene was naturally witnessed by the students coming and going, many of whom had initially believed that Xiao Chusheng was merely employing a strategy of feigned indifference towards Zheng Jiai. However, such notions quickly dissipated. Moreover, there was the added intrigue of the renowned beauty from Cheetah University being embroiled in rumors with this scoundrel. Despite the tumultuous affair with the foolish beauty, many remained skeptical about the authenticity of the relationship between Xiao Chusheng and the Cheetah campus belle. Without hesitation, Xiao Chusheng dashed towards the school gates. To his surprise, he found the foolish beauty waiting for him at noon. He couldn't help but wonder if she had rushed out the moment class ended. His conscience pricked him slightly. The two proceeded without delay to the park where they set up their stall, and from a distance, they could see their booth bustling with customers, forming a lengthy queue. In contrast, the other stalls appeared rather desolate, nearly devoid of patrons. The owners of those stalls, having been warned earlier in the afternoon by Chen Bin and his associates, dared not raise their voices to attract attention. Although Chen Bin had not explicitly prohibited them from conducting business, the recent scare still lingered in their minds. Lin Shi was deftly grilling various skewers, and instead of approaching her directly, Xiao Chusheng turned to where Chen Bin and the others were idly swatting mosquitoes. He offered Chen Bin a cigarette, which Chen Bin accepted, reaching for a lighter to offer Xiao Chusheng a light. No need, I've quit. Xiao Chusheng replied with a smile. Chen Bin paused, retracting his hand. Tell me, did anything happen this afternoon? Xiao Chusheng inquired. Chen Bin recounted the troubles caused by a group earlier that day. After listening, Xiao Chusheng nodded. That's acceptable. In business, everyone earns their keep through their own efforts. However, we must steer clear of any underhanded tactics. Remember, we do not engage in illegal activities. Chen Bin nodded in understanding. Xiao Chusheng added, our country will undoubtedly become more regulated over time, and society is progressing towards peace and stability. I am not implying that individuals like you are of no use. Much like our nation's nuclear capabilities, I may not need to utilize them, but they must exist. Do you understand? That is our strength. Consider me enlightened. Having grasped the situation, Xiao Chusheng sought out Lin Shi and observed her for a while. He soon discovered that her techniques had become quite comparable to his own, though she still lacked a bit in finesse regarding the heat management. You've arrived? Lin Shi's eyes lit up upon seeing Xiao Chusheng. Indeed, he replied. But instead of immediately taking over the business, he crafted a new sign. A gas station for men, a beauty salon for women, delicious and invigorating. Garlic grilled oysters for 2 yuan each. Lin Shi was taken aback. She had never anticipated that Xiao Chusheng would create such a sign. Do people actually eat that? She pondered, uncertain. Xiao Chusheng flashed a mysterious smile. Just wait and see. Once the sign was hung, nearly everyone in line began inquiring if the claims were genuine. Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, feel free to check online, he replied, entirely unperturbed. Although Baidu has indeed caused fatalities, it does not detract from its commanding market share in the domestic sphere during the year 2007. Even feature phones are capable of accessing Baidu, prompting some to seek verification of this claim. To their astonishment, it proved to be true. This revelation sparked a flurry of thoughts among many, although numerous individuals remained hesitant. The price of 2 yuan each seemed somewhat steep for such a modest offering. It is only natural that people in 2007 were not as free with their spending as later generations. Xiao Chusheng, however, was not in a rush. Confident that his goods would eventually sell, he began grilling, adding minced garlic, concocting a sauce, and sprinkling in some small chili peppers. This dish was remarkably simple and quick to prepare, easily mastered by Lin Shi. As the customers inhaled the fragrant aroma carried by the evening breeze, their mouths watered in anticipation. A certain Na'vi beauty, drawn by the enticing scent, approached and stood there, gazing longingly at the freshly grilled oysters displayed by Xiao Chusheng. Her pitiful demeanor left him both amused and bewildered, as if he were withholding food from her. Here, have a taste, he offered, distributing several of the grilled oysters to Lin Shi and the Na'vi beauty. As it was their first experience, they both reacted with a surprised gasp as the heat of the dish caught them off guard. How is it? Xiao Chusheng inquired, pleased with their reactions. Reminiscent of his own initial experience. Delicious, Lin Shi exclaimed, giving a thumbs up, though she noted the price was a bit high and questioned whether they would sell out. I'm not sure, but it should be fine, Xiao Chusheng replied, uncertain himself. Their attention then shifted to the Na'vi beauty, who had devoured both oysters he had given her, now gazing at him with that same pathetic expression. She resembled a forlorn puppy. Xiao Chusheng could not help but sigh. I fear my supply may not suffice for your appetite. This was, of course, a jest. The cost of the half-shell frozen goods he procured from the dock was remarkably low, and even if Qi Shanshan had a hearty appetite, she could only consume a few dozen. Thus, he encouraged her to indulge freely, and true to form, she relished every bite, savoring the flavor. Xiao Chusheng found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Lin Shi, resting her chin on her hand, pondered aloud, so perhaps Shanshan is simply naturally oblivious? Not exactly foolish, though. It seems that way. Yet, the Na'vi beauty's enthusiastic consumption proved mesmerizing, showcasing a delightful spectacle that heightened appetites all around. Consequently, many young men were drawn to observe her, transforming her into a living advertisement. Witnessing her enjoyment made several eager to purchase a few for themselves, with the allure of invigorating and beautifying elements further enhancing the appeal. Even middle-aged patrons who had to meet daily quotas were not deterred. Lin Shi was astonished. Is this truly how it works? This could sell out fast. Chapter 33. Where is the campus bell? She is right there. From the moment Qi Shanshan became this living advertisement, the grill was in constant use, and before long, an entire box of oysters had sold out. Lin Shi's eyes sparkled with financial ambition, yet she also harbored concerns. While our product sells exceptionally well and boasts high profits, it is also susceptible to competition, she fretted. Indeed, unlike the seasoning for barbecues, that concoction is akin to a closely guarded secret. Unless one dedicates considerable time to researching the precise proportions, it is not easily replicated. Grilling oysters requires minimal technical skill. Even the mastery of heat is astonishingly simple. And a casual sprinkle of condiments suffices to create a delightful dish. It essentially falls under the category of street food that merely requires the use of one's hands. However, would the cunning Xiao Chusheng overlook this? He cast a mischievous smile at Lin Shi and said, You make a valid point. But have you ever pondered a certain question? At 2 yuan each, we stand to gain quite a profit. But what about others? Lin Shi paused. Her brow furrowed in suspicion as she inquired, What do you mean? In any seafood market, being able to procure an oyster for just 2 yuan is quite a feat. Xiao Chusheng asserted with conviction. What? Lin Shi was taken aback, as she genuinely had no knowledge of the prices. This was not surprising, for in 2007, oysters had yet to reach the level of national frenzy in consumption. Typically, seafood vendors sell live oysters, which in the vicinity of Shanghai are priced no lower than 4 yuan each. Of course, those are live oysters still in their shells, while the imported, Half-shell frozen oysters like those Xiao Chusheng offered are significantly cheaper. However, unless one purchases in bulk, the individual cost remains relatively high, potentially exceeding 2 yuan. Naturally, if one has a connection with suppliers, the price could be negotiated down to about 1 yuan and 50 cents each. But at that price, once labor, seasonings, and charcoal expenses are accounted for, how much profit remains? Xiao Chusheng's sourcing, however, was virtually akin to obtaining goods for free, allowing his acquisition costs to be nearly negligible. The potential for profit here is substantial. Certainly, this venture cannot be sustained indefinitely. Yet, Xiao Chusheng did not intend to rely on it long-term. He merely sought to generate initial capital. Furthermore, the barbecue stalls business would peak around the National Day in October, after which profitability would dwindle. Once autumn arrives, making even 1,000 yuan in a night would likely become quite challenging. Hence, Xiao Chusheng had alternative plans in mind. No wonder you possess such confidence, Lin Shi realized after hearing some of Xiao Chusheng's plans, feeling reassured. Simultaneously, she began calculating in her mind how much they could earn by National Day. Although various circumstances could arise, such as rainy days or fewer patrons, achieving a net profit exceeding 100,000 yuan within a month seemed manageable. The figure of 100,000 yuan struck Lin Shi as formidable. In 2007, earning such an amount monthly was indeed quite astonishing. The most alarming aspect was that this was merely a small-scale business, while the most daunting prospect was Xiao Chusheng's ambition to undertake a grand venture. Lin Shi could hardly fathom the magnitude of what he meant by a big score. Nevertheless, Xiao Chusheng had yet to reveal his complete plan to Lin Shi. As the venture had not yet commenced, contemplating such grand aspirations might undermine her confidence. Undoubtedly, the future belongs to the internet. However, even amidst the flourishing digital landscape, it is built upon the foundation of tangible industries. Industry is the lifeblood of a nation, even of the world. Thus, before venturing into the realm of the internet, Xiao Chusheng must first establish a solid groundwork in the physical economy. Moreover, this enterprise must possess a consistent and stable source of profit. The essentials of life, clothing, food, shelter, and transportation, along with the pleasures and tribulations of existence, can be succinctly encapsulated in these 12 words. Xiao Chusheng chuckled lightly, observing, these 12 characters can summarize a person's life. Lin Shi gazed at Xiao Chusheng with a complex expression, suddenly feeling a touch of intimidation from the young man before her. Xiao Chusheng did not elaborate extensively, merely stating, food is paramount for the people. Any industry may be impacted by the internet, yet the culinary realm remains impervious. Do you know why? It is because one must genuinely consume it. Lin Shi instantly grasped the crux of the matter. Xiao Chusheng nodded affirmatively. In truth, no matter how advanced the delivery industry becomes, certain delicacies must be savored in the moment, capturing that specific taste and sensation. Thus, while the internet may disrupt some snack businesses, restaurants and bubble tea shops will forever remain unscathed. After all, one can always adapt to the competition. So, you're making money with the intention of opening a shop? Lin Shi swiftly surmised Xiao Chusheng's forthcoming plans. Indeed, as they grilled oysters, they discussed their aspirations for the future. This evening, the oysters in this area were renowned, attracting numerous diners, including many returning customers from the previous day, whose favorable reviews had spread. By the way, your summer vacation seems to start earlier, right? Xiao Chusheng suddenly recalled. Yes, if all goes as planned, I should be able to return home next week, Lin Shi replied, a hint of melancholy flickering in her eyes at the mention of home. Why not come directly to Hangzhou for the summer? Rent a place here, Xiao Chusheng decisively suggested. And when school resumes in the second half of the year, we can transfer your residency to the campus. Lin Shi's eyes sparkled with newfound possibilities. She had not previously considered such options. Boss, I'll have 10 grilled oysters, 2 yuan each, right? Xiao Chusheng instinctively replied, yes, 2 yuan each. However, as the words left his lips, he furrowed his brow, recognizing the customer's voice as strikingly familiar. Upon looking up, he locked eyes with Suhai. The atmosphere momentarily felt as though it had crystallized. Suhai's mind, too, was momentarily blank, filled with questions. Where am I? Who am I? What am I doing? After what felt like an eternity, he finally exclaimed, what the hell? This is what you meant by having something going on. Why are you running a stall here? Xiao Chusheng rubbed his temples, realizing he should have anticipated this. The area was rife with internet cafes, and those who frequented them would undoubtedly crave snacks during late-night gaming sessions. Given the popularity of his barbecue stall, it was highly likely to attract students from the school. Upon recognizing Xiao Chusheng, Su Hai shed all awkwardness and approached with a teasing tone. I must say, your business is impressive. Xiao Chusheng refrained from delving into details, instead asking, what brings you here? We heard that there's a barbecue stall with exceptional flavor, and the proprietress is quite beautiful. We happen to be hungry, so we came to check it out, never expecting it would be you. Su Hai replied, a mixture of disbelief and realization washing over him as his gaze fell upon Lin Shi beside Xiao Chusheng, unable to divert his eyes. Huh? The beast. Have you fallen for someone else? Where's the illustrious CHD? Isn't she right there? Chapter 34, Treading on Two Boats. Su Hai observed CHSHN, who was engrossed in her barbecue preparations and was taken aback. He never anticipated that CHSHing was not merely experiencing infatuation, rather. He was blatantly treading on two boats. CHSHing was well aware of his brother's thoughts, yet he had no intention of denying them. After all, there seemed to be no harm in it. It was simply the truth. Although his feelings for the foolish beauty were somewhat convoluted, they could ultimately be classified as an affair. Moreover, allowing this fellow to escape would compromise CHSHing's pride. He had sacrificed a life for her, thus, he needed to reclaim something in return, for he could not reconcile that within himself. Su Hai lowered his voice to gossip. Beast, tell me, what is going on between you and this proprietress? Why are you helping her out? CHSHing paused for a moment, finally grasping what Su Hai meant. So, he thought that CHSHing was toiling away to win over Lin Shi? Was there not a possibility that he himself was the boss? CHSHing cleared his throat. What? Su Hai exclaimed in disbelief. You don't even go to the internet CAF anymore, and you come here to do this? Are you that idle? Still a student, Su Hai had yet to experience the harsh realities of society, and thus was oblivious to what awaited him beyond the ivory tower. Of course, in 2007, the prevailing societal sentiment was still one of striving for a better future, unlike later generations who seemed to have lost their dreams. With society becoming increasingly materialistic and money-driven, CHSHing refrained from providing extensive explanations, for he was a young body housing a decayed soul. Perspectives on the same matter differ greatly across various ages and stages of life. So, what is your relationship with that stunning beauty? Su Hai, when faced with Lin Shi, dared not even exhale. Primarily, it was because Lin Shi appeared older than him and was exceptionally beautiful. This lad naturally exhibited a bashful demeanor around women, a trait that had led him to be easily influenced by his wife after marriage. CHSHing briefly introduced the two. Su Hai, my brother, Lin Shi, my. He suddenly felt a mischievous inclination and, with a smirk, deliberately added, my sponsored college student. Su Hai was utterly bewildered, his expression one of disbelief. Lin Shi, however, found it amusing and playfully responded, hello. I am his sponsored college student. Please take good care of me. Lin Shi's remark left Su Hai questioning his very existence. His gaze towards CHSHing filled with admiration. Are you two not pulling my leg? The more he pondered, the less plausible it seemed. Yet, witnessing their earnest expression stirred doubts within him. The reason Lin Shi and CHSHing appeared so serious was that this jest, rather than being entirely farcical, bore a semblance of truth, existing in a delicate balance between reality and jest. Having teased Su Hai enough, CHSHing remarked, see, I speak the truth, yet you refuse to believe it. Hurry and take your things and leave. Su Hai chuckled, we are brothers, is there no discount? Brothers? Then that would surely require an additional fee. Xiao Chusheng grew increasingly assertive. Shouldn't you take better care of your brother's business? Su Hairen appeared dazed. This fellow truly exuded the essence of a cunning merchant. Ultimately, he complied and handed over the money, for the items purchased were not solely for him. Accompanying him at the internet CAF were several individuals from other classes and a few from different schools, not acquaintances by any means. Thus it was imperative that Xiao Chusheng did not suffer a loss. After bidding farewell to Su Hai, Lin Shi curiously inquired, why don't you ask your brother for assistance? Xiao Chusheng replied with a knowing tone, playing well together does not necessarily mean we can embark on a venture together. When it comes to finances, many will turn their backs. Lin Shi, contemplatively gazing at Xiao Chusheng, whispered, do you truly trust me that much? The secret of his rebirth was no longer concealed from Lin Shi, though it had yet to be explicitly stated. Xiao Chusheng feigned ignorance, of course. Transforming you into my shape, I naturally trust you. Lin Shi was taken aback by Xiao Chusheng's sudden boldness, her cheeks flushing crimson as she instinctively slapped his arm, exclaiming, you're incorrigible. However, Her force was so vigorous that she nearly toppled the barbecue grill. "Do take care, my lady," he jested. "Isn't it your fault for speaking so recklessly?" At that moment, Lin Shi was still an innocent maiden, unaccustomed to such teasing. Her face felt as if it could fry an egg. Yet, the more she reacted, the more Xiao Chusheng felt compelled to tease her. With a mischievous grin, he remarked, "What? Do you think I'm joking? Let me tell you, if it weren't for the exhaustion of running this business these past few days, do you think you'd be in such good shape?" He smirked. "Otherwise, why would I say I'd take care of a female college student?" Lin Shi turned her face away, no longer daring to meet his gaze. Yet within her heart, an inexplicable anticipation began to stir. Undoubtedly, in merely 2 short days, she had completely opened her heart to Xiao Chusheng. Even she found it perplexing how she had succumbed so swiftly. Although she had just met this man, there was an unshakable sense that they had known each other for many years. It was truly enigmatic. Xiao Chusheng smiled faintly, his heart brimming with joy. The college student version of Lin Shi was undeniably captivating, presenting a stark contrast to the sophisticated version he had known in his previous life. Now, she radiated vitality and an enchanting spirit, perhaps due to her renewed hope in life and existence. Reflecting on this, Xiao Chusheng felt increasingly grateful for his timely return. "Fool, come here," he called out to the daft beauty, Qi Shanshan. "Did you call for me?" She replied, utterly oblivious to her own foolishness, even seeking confirmation. "Go fetch us 2 dinners, perhaps noodles or rice dishes. We need something hearty." Standing at the stall all night, it was indeed essential to consume high-calorie food to endure. "Okay," the daft beauty complied obediently, rising from the small table and brushing off the dust from her behind as she prepared to leave. Lin Shi quickly jogged to catch up, saying, "I'll go with her. It's not safe for her to be alone at this hour." Observing from a distance, Qin Bin and others followed suit, intent on ensuring the safety of both women. Xiao Chusheng watched them depart, unable to suppress a chuckle as he teased. "What isn't safe about it? Shyness is simply shyness, yet one feels reluctant to admit it." Since several competitors did not dare to call out today, a considerable flow of customers found their way to Xiao Chusheng's stall. By just past 10, the ingredients he had prepared for the day were nearly depleted. The oysters were particularly astonishing. Upon inspection, only 3 remained. "It seems it's time to close up," Xiao Chusheng lamented. Lin Shi was thoroughly convinced this time. "Isn't today's profit quite extraordinary?" "Yes, but unfortunately, tomorrow won't yield the same income." "All right, go call over Binzi and his crew." Xiao Chusheng decided to extend a small favor to Qin Bin and his companions. Chapter 35. "This dog speaks the truth, boss. Do you have any plans?" Qin Bin asked cheerfully as he approached with his team. "Take these leftovers and share them with the brothers," Xiao Chusheng instructed, loading the remaining skewers onto the grill. The selection was rather mixed and minimal, especially since the peak business hours had already passed. Xiao Chusheng felt there was no need to linger here. It would be better to head home early. While merely offering skewers may not seem like a grand gesture, it fosters camaraderie. "Your boss's wife has been relying on your protection lately," Xiao Chusheng remarked casually while brushing the dipping sauce, engaging in light conversation with the group. They readily agreed. Having caught a whiff of the aroma from the stall and feeling quite tempted, once they finished their meal, Xiao Chusheng began to pack up. But Qin Bin and the others quickly stepped in. "You're the boss. We can handle this." The spirited young men seemed eager to progress, which left Xiao Chusheng both amused and exasperated. He did not refuse their help and continued to discuss future plans with Lin Shi. "I need to catch the first train tomorrow morning. I have class at 9. Her tone carried a hint of reluctance. Xiao Chusheng nodded. "Then I'll see you off." The elegant Lin Shi was momentarily taken aback, yet the sparkle in her eyes was hard to conceal, though her words protested. "Is that necessary?" "It's fine." Xiao Chusheng insisted with charming assertiveness before shifting the subject. "What about your home?" Lin Shi replied with determination. "I won't be going back." "All right then, but if trouble arises." Xiao Chusheng scratched his head. "This is indeed tricky. We don't have phones. We need to get one." He had not considered purchasing a phone immediately as his business was still modest, and in this day and age, feature phones were still prevalent. Feature phones are really of no use. "A smartphone?" No, that's too expensive." Lin Shi quickly waved her hands. However, Xiao Chusheng remained unfazed. "It's just a phone. We only need it for calls. The cheapest model will suffice." His ambition was to ride the wave of the mobile internet boom, so he was willing to make do for now. "I do have a phone," came the soft voice of the foolish beauty from behind. Both Xiao Chusheng and Lin Shi instinctively paused at her voice, but Xiao Chusheng quickly smiled. "I know you have one, but we don't. For convenience, Let's find time tomorrow to buy a phone. Yet, the foolish beauty shook her head vigorously, correcting him. I have many phones. The two individuals were momentarily taken aback. But they quickly regained their composure, realizing just how utterly naive this person was, leading them both to forget that this fool was, in fact, a wealthy young lady. Xiao Chusheng merely raised an eyebrow and inquired, Do you have many that you no longer need? Soon, they returned to the home of the foolish beauty, where they were met with an astonishing sight. To their amazement, a drawer filled with an array of mobile phones lay before them. Various models, including a multitude of Nokias and Sonys, captivated Xiao Chusheng's attention. Are these all functional? He asked with curiosity. Some have faulty batteries, but most are operational, she replied. Noticing that many appeared to be men's models, Xiao Chusheng asked, Are these your father's? Yes, he needed a new one a few months ago, she answered. Xiao Chusheng was not surprised. It was natural for a person to seek novelty, especially a newly affluent individual. If this person were not inclined towards such whims, then Qi Shanshan's mother would not have been abandoned or even harmed by a mistress. Not only phones but also people and houses were similarly transient. Qi Shanshan's despicable father had cast her aside, only to establish a new family with a mistress. Xiao Chusheng pondered whether there were more than just one mistress, perhaps a second, third, or even a fourth. Selecting two phones that appeared to be in working order, he retrieved the chargers to test them. They work. We shall take these too. The service center had long since closed, and with Lin Shi needing to catch the earliest train in the morning, obtaining a mobile card was impossible. Thus, when you disembark the train tomorrow, procure a mobile card from a provider in Shanghai, Xiao Chusheng instructed her. Then, use that card to send a message to this foolish girl, who will relay the number to me. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to call her. Xiao Chusheng would not have the opportunity to obtain a card until noon, so for the time being, they would rely on the foolish beauty as an intermediary. All right. Lin Shi smiled, accepting the plan. She understood just how exceptional her foster family was, and it was likely that Fang Sudong would return home and inform them of her whereabouts. It was anticipated that he might even go directly to the school, but he had managed to evade them in Hangzhou for the past few days. Now that the Fang family's financial situation had deteriorated, it was plausible that Fang Mingwei and Qin Shui might be loitering around the school, desperate for resources. Xiao Chusheng, having dealt with Lin Shi's foster family in his previous life, was well aware of their shamelessness. Hence he cautioned Lin Shi as a precautionary measure. Very well. Let us see how much we have earned today. Xiao Chusheng chuckled, emptying the day's earnings onto the table. The foolish beauty was one of their own, and there was no need for concealment, especially since she was already affluent. She might even possess greater wealth. As they counted the bills, Lin Shi's expression became increasingly animated. It was truly astonishing. They had barely counted half, yet already there was 3,000? Was this money truly earned too effortlessly? Lin Shi looked on in disbelief. While the average monthly salary for many was less than 3,000, they had achieved this sum in merely one night. Xiao Chusheng, however, remained remarkably composed, chuckling softly. With my materials and those oysters, any one of those stalls could easily sell 2,000 in a single evening. Xiao Chusheng endeavored to analyze the situation. You see, tonight marks the first day. Many patrons have come simply out of curiosity, and moreover, we have managed to siphon off business from several competitors. Thus their earnings have found their way into our pockets. Oh, it won't be quite like this in the future. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi felt a twinge of disappointment, contemplating how wonderful it would be if every day could yield such profits. There is another reason, Xiao Chusheng suddenly interjected, glancing at the foolishly observant beauty beside him. Then at Lin Shi, before breaking into a smile. Without you two, our revenue would likely be halved. Why is that? Qi Shanshan, the dim-witted one, tilted her head in confusion. Because you are our good luck charms. Many customers are drawn here by the allure of beauty. You are our living advertisements. Xiao Chusheng chuckled, his eyes crinkling with mirth. Lin Shi and Qi Shanshan felt a blush rise at the praise, yet they both understood that Xiao Chusheng's words held a grain of truth. After all, humans are inherently drawn to appearances. Chapter 36. Everything and two at once. 7,351 yuan. Lin Shi gasped, her breath quickening at the sheer magnitude of the figure. At this rate, the net profit could reach at least 150,000 yuan by the end of the month. Xiao Chusheng nodded, his mind already calculating how to allocate these funds. The principle of making money from money is indeed an unassailable truth. Initially, he had anticipated that it would take 2 months to execute the next phase of his plan. Yet he had not foreseen the remarkable success of the night market barbecue stall, which had expedited this timeline. On the way home, he pondered. What if we set up a clothing stall at the night market? However, he quickly shook his head. Clothing was different from food, as it was heavily influenced by subjective customer aesthetics. While it could yield profits, they would be minimal and largely dependent on luck. Noticing Xiao Chusheng's distress, Lin Shi suddenly proposed, how about a breakfast stall? That's a guaranteed profit, right? We could earn quite a lot in a day. Xiao Chusheng was taken aback. Why would you think of a breakfast stall? Isn't the money we're making at night sufficient? I just noticed how many customers frequent the breakfast stalls. Lin Shi pouted. Yet, Xiao Chusheng shook his head. That won't work. The time constraints are too tight. You go to school and I can manage on my own. Lin Shi was quite insistent. No need. It's already late at night and early in the morning. How many hours do you plan to sleep in a day? Xiao Chusheng's tone inadvertently grew firmer. Lin Shi's resolve wavered, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. I just think you need money. So I wanted to earn some quickly. Xiao Chusheng felt a warmth in his heart and couldn't help but embrace Lin Shi tightly. In the darkness of the alley, Lin Shi froze, too timid to move. Though she had accepted Xiao Chusheng, her lack of experience rendered her a bit flustered. In that moment, Xiao Chusheng wished he could meld her into his very being, yet he was still in his growth years, appearing somewhat younger than Lin Shi. As he nestled into Lin Shi's embrace, the youthful essence of her facial cleanser lacked the immersive allure of a more mature version. Little rascal, let me go. Lin Shi playfully protested, attempting to push Xiao Chusheng away. However, Xiao Chusheng, that scoundrel, was unwilling to release her, provoking Lin Shi into a flustered mix of embarrassment and anger as she exclaimed, Let go. You little rogue, you're hurting me. Only then did Xiao Chusheng, with a mischievous grin, withdraw and distance himself from her, deliberately commenting, In truth, I was tempted to take a bite. Lin Shi, infuriated, chased after Xiao Chusheng as they rushed outside. You stop right there. Are you really going to bite? I'll be the one to take a bite out of you first. In their playful scuffle, the two had arrived at the residential complex where Xiao Chusheng lived. The rascal made a shushing gesture, and they stealthily crept into the building. After peering up the staircase for a moment, he remarked, It seems there are no lights on. They must not have returned. Xiao Chusheng's parents often returned home at unpredictable hours, which necessitated caution. What should I do if there is someone at your house? Lin Shi inquired, voicing her concerns. Xiao Chusheng glanced at her, replying, Then we can only check into a proper hotel, but hesitated as a thought crossed his mind. His expression turned complex as he pondered, Going to that fool's house isn't entirely out of the question. I almost forgot about that. Shanshan's home? Yet. He recalled her parents were rather indifferent. She lived alone in a spacious apartment. Xiao Chusheng genuinely contemplated this scenario. Initially, I thought you could temporarily rent a place. But if you stay with her, the advantages are manifold. Not only would you save on rent, but you could also prepare some meals. However, Xiao Chusheng hesitated, feeling somewhat guilty as he questioned whether he was being unfaithful. Deep down, he quickly concluded that indeed, he was. Initially, he had harbored a sense of vengeance towards the foolish Shan, for his current circumstances were largely due to her past actions. Yet, the burden of her past was not something she should bear now, although it wouldn't stop Xiao Chusheng from insisting she did. Upon learning of the foolish beauty's plight, his perspective towards her shifted. This change in sentiment formed a crucial link between Xiao Chusheng and Shan. Lin Shi, keenly aware of this dynamic, chose not to address it directly. The thought of Xiao Chusheng allowing these two ambiguously involved women to cohabit felt inherently wrong. Shan, with her innocent demeanor, likely lacked self-awareness regarding emotional matters, yet this very quality amplified Xiao Chusheng's sense of guilt. While Lin Shi was in the shower, Xiao Chusheng reclined on the sofa, contemplating deeply. Ultimately, rationality triumphed over emotion. He recognized the need to manage the interactions between these two women. Yet, pressing matters took precedence. Earning money was the immediate priority. Xiao Chusheng resolved that financial stability was paramount. His past experiences instilled in him a profound understanding that one should not pursue romance during times of financial need, for such aspirations were mere castles in the air. Moreover, he was somewhat evasive regarding his feelings. In truth, he secretly calculated that his current capabilities were insufficient to protect either Lin Shi or the foolish Shan. Lin Shi is the most unfortunate of women. A stunningly beautiful and intelligent individual born into a wretched family. If fate were to smile upon her, she might encounter a good man who could transform her life. In her previous life, she indeed experienced such fortune when she met Xiao Chusheng. However, if destiny were unkind, her life would be one of perpetual tragedy. A similar fate befell the foolish beauty, whose ending was tragically grim, she leapt from a rooftop. Moreover, she even erased her own existence in a fit of despair. Both women are dangerously alluring, and when they are together, the allure intensifies. Xiao Chusheng must possess sufficient strength to protect them and earn the right to be with them. The innate capriciousness of men gnaws at him. He muses, if I were wealthy enough, why shouldn't I have them all? In fact, I desire two at once. The very thought ignites a thrill within him. As Xiao Chusheng indulges in these fanciful thoughts, Lin Shi peeks her head out from the bathroom, exhibiting a furtive demeanor. Why do you smile so grotesquely? What are you thinking? She inquires with suspicion, deliberately masking her own tension. After all, a solitary man and woman sharing a room, with her clad only in a bath towel, leaves her feeling profoundly insecure. She had washed her intimate garments after a long day spent outdoors, drenched in sweat. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Chusheng narrowed his eyes, feeling inexplicably irked. It seems his mischievous nature had resurfaced, and he quipped, I was contemplating how to persuade you to join me in bed. Chapter 37. Is it necessary for the girl to take the initiative in such matters? In truth, Xiao Chusheng was not entirely jesting. He was at an age brimming with vitality. Had it not been for the exhaustion from standing at the market for an entire night, leaving his legs nearly numb, he would have long since succumbed to the urge to act upon his desires. After all, he and Lin Shi were rekindling feelings from their past lives, and he was not one to shy away from genuine emotions. When passion runs deep, how could one possibly retreat? After a refreshing shower, Xiao Chusheng returned to the bedroom clad only in shorts. Lin Shi, catching sight of his bare torso, felt her cheeks flush crimson to the roots of her neck, yet she could not resist stealing a few glances. After all, the allure of the opposite sex is not exclusive to men. Well, when a woman becomes enamored, men have little say? Xiao Chusheng teased with a grin. Lin Shi, the beautiful woman, huffed softly and turned her gaze away. Xiao Chusheng reminded Lin Shi, when you return tomorrow, remember to bring your change of clothes and other essentials. You will be residing in Hangzhou for an extended period, and you must mentally prepare for the frequent travels between Shanghai and Hangzhou. Upon hearing Xiao Chusheng speak of serious matters, Lin Shi's expression turned solemn, and she nodded in acknowledgement. However, after discussing important matters, an awkward atmosphere enveloped them. It was, after all, the sweltering summer, and with a solitary man and woman sharing a room, squeezed together on a bed. Gazing into each other's faces as they drifted off to sleep, it felt as though they were akin to a married couple. The bedroom was not overly dark, allowing the light streaming through the window to faintly illuminate their features. As they inhaled each other's scent, their breaths became increasingly rapid and uncontrollable. Sure, you smell delightful. Xiao Chusheng swallowed hard. In truth, he had discovered in his previous life that Lin Shi exuded a subtle fragrance reminiscent of fresh herbs, akin to stepping into a traditional Chinese medicine shop, though much less overpowering. With a single remark, Xiao Chusheng shattered Lin Shi's mental defenses, causing her cheeks to flush in the dimly lit room. They were nearly pressed against each other, so close that any closer would lead to shared slumber. And in the stillness, her racing heartbeat was distinctly audible to him. Xiao Chusheng couldn't help but smile. Lin Shi was still so innocent, easily flustered by the slightest provocation, which he found utterly endearing. Just as they stood in this charged moment, Lin Shi felt a hand sneakily encircle her waist. She opened her mouth, intending to voice a retort, but found herself utterly silenced, her lips sealed. Instinctively, she attempted to push away this rogue, yet gradually, she felt herself melting under his touch, her strength waning until she found herself succumbing to the moment. Thus, she responded to her instincts and reciprocated Xiao Chusheng's advances. In that fleeting moment of separation, both were momentarily taken aback. Embarrassed and furious, Lin Shi pinched him angrily at the waist, yet it did little to alleviate her frustration, leading her to bite down on his arm in a fit of rage. However, Xiao Chusheng was quick to evade her attempts, ultimately flipping her over and pinning her beneath him. Let me go? I want to bite you a few times to vent my anger, Lin Shi exclaimed. Xiao Chusheng merely scoffed, suddenly struck by a mischievous thought that made him smirk wickedly. Lin Shi felt a jolt of apprehension. She sensed that he was up to no good, but being pinned down by him left her with no means to resist. True to her instincts, he leaned in close, whispering in her ear, you can't bite my arm, but you might want to try something else. Something else? The inexperienced Lin Shi had never contemplated such notions before encountering Xiao Chusheng. Having endured a life of hardship with her foster parents that left little room for fantasies about the future. Sometimes, she even thought that her chaotic family life was a reason to avoid relationships altogether, fearing she would only burden someone else. Yet, She never anticipated that she wouldn't even need to seek out a boyfriend. One would come to her. Well, perhaps boyfriend was a stretch, considering she was essentially being kept as a university student. However, if it were him, being a mistress didn't seem so bad. This was Lin Shi's current mindset. She held no extravagant hopes for happiness, merely wishing to live without excessive pain. Thus, what Xiao Chusheng offered her was a tangible glimpse of the future. A glimmer of hope. At this moment, Xiao Chusheng was purely exploiting his experience to deceive and ambush Lin Shi, the unsuspecting novice. Yes, I won't say. You figure it out yourself, he chuckled like a villain. Lin Shi, filled with suspicion, responded, guess? As the conversation reached a pivotal moment, Lin Shi's expression abruptly froze. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, radiating heat as if they could fry an egg. Even Xiao Chusheng could distinctly sense this wave of warmth emanating from her. Leaving him bewildered, is it really that embarrassing? Lin Shi fell silent, burying her face into Xiao Chusheng's embrace. Though she had initially struggled against him, she now became completely still. This left Xiao Chusheng somewhat perplexed. Why did she suddenly lose all reaction? Hidden within his embrace, Lin Shi raised her small fist and lightly thumped the man, yet she refrained from exerting too much force. In a faint, almost inaudible voice, she murmured, "What reaction do you expect from me? Please, I'm a girl. Should I take the initiative in such matters?" This left Xiao Chusheng utterly confused. What did she mean by this? Was she hinting for him to make the first move? Wait a moment, could it be that she had agreed? With this thought, Xiao Chusheng's breath quickened, and he swallowed hard, feeling parched. Should I or shouldn't I? His heart was in turmoil as he contemplated the prospect of yielding to Lin Shi's unspoken desires. Observing his prolonged silence and reluctance to release her, Lin Shi furrowed her brows slightly. Gathering her courage to overcome her shyness, she gently suggested, "If you truly can't bear it, I'm not entirely opposed." After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Chusheng shook his head. "Perhaps it's best to refrain. We must rise early tomorrow, and this would surely leave us in a dreadful state throughout the day." Lin Shi pondered for a moment before replying, "But I could catch up on sleep during the train ride." Yet, the truth was, she too had to wake early. With a tone that suggested inevitability, she remarked, "Well, I don't mind. After all, I'm a university student now, so I can afford to be a bit lazy." Chapter 38. Could you please remove your hand from my leg? Xiao Chusheng felt a surge of indignation. In terms of cunning, Lin Shi was quite adept. Laughing lightly, Lin Shi teased, "I've let you off easy. You simply chose not to take it." Xiao Chusheng felt an inexplicable frustration, sensing that Lin Shi was deliberately provoking him, yet he lacked any proof. With this thought, he narrowed his eyes, casting a meaningful glance in her direction. "Are you perhaps contemplating the same thing?" Xiao Chusheng inquired, deliberately scrutinizing her with an unabashed gaze. In truth, he could sense that Lin Shi was somewhat forthcoming, even harboring expectations for him to take some action. Under his gaze, which seemed to devour her, Lin Shi turned her face away, unwilling to concede. Alas, the unique modesty of a girl was at play, even if her heart harbored such thoughts. Her lips would never confess them. At a loss, Xiao Chusheng could only hold her close, inhaling the comforting fragrance that enveloped her as he drifted off to sleep. However, while he succumbed to slumber, Lin Shi found herself wide awake, filled with frustration. The most infuriating part was that this man, now asleep, was anything but peaceful. Did a good person deserve to be held at gunpoint? Her irritation grew. Humph, what a rogue. Lin Shi let out a soft huff, unperturbed by the possibility of Xiao Chusheng hearing her. In fact, she intended for him to hear it. Unfortunately, he was truly fast asleep after standing all night, a testament to his exhaustion. Lin Shi was acutely aware of this and carefully nestled into Xiao Chusheng's embrace, inhaling the comforting scent unique to young boys, which lulled her into slumber. Ever since Xiao Chusheng had brought her to Hangzhou, she had not suffered from insomnia. Perhaps it was the distance from her foster parents that restored in her a long-lost sense of being alive. Meanwhile, in the Qi household, the television continued to drone on with tedious and lengthy commercials. On the sofa, a foolishly beautiful girl had long since succumbed to sleep. A glistening droplet of saliva lingered at the corner of her mouth, and she occasionally murmured in her dreams, words lost to the ether. Yet it was evident that the foolish beauty was quite content, for even in slumber, a serene smile graced her face, perhaps due to her profound loneliness. Qi Shanshan required some form of auditory distraction to drift into sleep. Sometimes it was the melodies in her hands, other times the programs on the television. These voices brought her a sense of security. Additionally, she often kept the lights and television on all night, ensuring that outsiders would know someone was home. thereby deterring any ill-intentioned individuals from taking advantage. Despite her seemingly foolish demeanor, her vigilance was remarkably strong. As for Xiao Chusheng, he was a peculiar character who eschewed conventional methods, employing a series of unorthodox tactics that managed to overwhelm the already somewhat dim-witted Qi Shanshan. This allowed him to seize an opportunity. At dawn, just past 5, Lin Shi and Xiao Chusheng were roused by the blaring alarm. With Lin Shi's earliest bus departing at 6, their time was rather limited. They still lay in the same position as the night before, having slept entwined. Xiao Chusheng greedily inhaled, unexpectedly catching a hint of milk amidst the herbal scent that enveloped them. His expression shifted to one of bewilderment. It must be an illusion. Certainly an illusion. Nevertheless, he could not deny the slight pleasure of holding her. This sensation was incomparable to that of the now mature Lin Shi, as it was a unique edition of her youthful days. The thought of embracing her during more intimate moments was almost too delightful to fathom. Perhaps an ecstasy that would elevate him to the heavens. Lin Shi, rubbing her drowsy eyes, recalled the overwhelming emotions that had kept her awake until dawn had begun to break. It felt as though she had barely closed her eyes. And now she was filled with morning irritability. Particularly when she beheld Xiao Chusheng's spirited grin, her frustration surged. She shot him a fierce glare, vowing to avenge this grievance in due time. After all, was it not he who had provoked her? As they needed to head to the train station and public transport was scarce at this hour, Xiao Chusheng decided to retrieve the seldom-used bicycle from their home. It felt as though they could ride off on a little electric steed. Xiao Chusheng pondered this. It couldn't be too expensive, could it? Although Lin Shi found the suggestion appealing, she still felt a pang of concern for their finances. Upon hearing Lin Shi's words, Xiao Chusheng was reminded that it was only 2007, and most electric bicycles still resembled traditional models rather than the later-named little electric donkeys. The mainstream variants retained the bicycle form, complete with pedals, and were rather cumbersome. Their prices were not inexpensive, with even lesser-known brands starting above 1,500 to 2,000. The little electric donkey bore some resemblance to a motorcycle, which did exist at that time. But it too was quite unwieldy. He contemplated obtaining a driver's license and concluded that it would be best to acquire a four-wheeled vehicle altogether. Xiao Chusheng promptly shifted his perspective. Lin Shi was taken aback. A four-wheeled vehicle? Isn't that more expensive? She genuinely felt a pang for her finances, especially since she had only recently saved over 10,000. Was Xiao Chusheng really considering spending it on a car? However, Xiao Chusheng remained unfazed, smiling enigmatically as he reassured her, "Don't worry, we won't buy it right away. We'll wait until you obtain your license." Oh, Lin Shi did not grasp the underlying logic, while Xiao Chusheng was acutely aware. In 2007, one could either grease a palm to acquire a license swiftly or endure a lengthy examination process. It would take at least half a year to obtain it, by which time the funds for the car would no longer pose an issue. As Xiao Chusheng was inflating the bicycle tires, Lin Shi suddenly remarked, "Actually, a car doesn't seem essential. We could do without it." Xiao Chusheng paused, but quickly regained his composure and inquired with a smile, "Do you genuinely feel that way?" Lin Shi appeared uncertain, yet after careful consideration, she nodded. "Yes, you have a point, but also not." Xiao Chusheng elucidated, "Currently, a car primarily serves the purpose of convenience. If you own one, you can drive directly to Shanghai anytime. But isn't that utility rather minimal?" Lin Shi retorted, "No, a car, at least in these times, signifies a certain status." Xiao Chusheng explained to Lin Shi, "In the future, we will engage in various business endeavors, and we must ensure that others do not underestimate us. We need to avoid unnecessary troubles, appearances still matter, or we might encounter significant complications. You must understand that not everyone possesses discernment. There are plenty who judge based on superficialities." Xiao Chusheng spoke from his past entrepreneurial experiences, which lent weight to his words. "Are you settled? Shall we depart?" he inquired as he reached back to check on her. Lin Shi, feeling a flush of embarrassment, interjected, "I understand your reasoning, but could you please remove your hand from my leg before we leave?" Chapter 39. You support me coughing awkwardly. Xiao Chusheng realized he had inadvertently lingered a moment too long. "Your legs would look marvelous in black stockings," he remarked. Lin Shi shot him a disdainful glance, snorted softly, and chose to ignore him. Amused, Xiao Chusheng pedaled the bicycle forward. Suddenly, he recalled that black stockings were not particularly fashionable in 2007. To his memory, they only surged in popularity around 2009 or 2010, with their presence scarce prior to that. Yet, He could not quite recall the reason for their sudden prevalence. His understanding of his past life was limited to what he remembered. He did not possess omniscient knowledge, a clear limitation of his reincarnation. Xiao Chusheng pondered whether he should seize the opportunity to earn his first fortune. However, upon reflection, he realized he was unaware of the specific time frame, and moreover, the potential profits from this venture were not substantial. To articulate it more precisely, the ratio of effort invested to returns was exceedingly low. Engaging in alternative pursuits with the same amount of energy would yield a far greater return. This is the essence of return on investment. For instance, while Xiao Chusheng's barbecue stall at the night market might seem lucrative on a daily basis, the actual return on this endeavor was, in truth, dismally low. The disparity in the pace at which ordinary workers and capitalists accumulate wealth lies not in the amounts earned, but in the ratio of investment to return. Laborers toil tirelessly to earn the same amount of money, while capitalists typically rely on their intellect, often engaging in what is referred to as the exchange of interests. What does this mean? Essentially, it is akin to a magician's sleight of hand. Both parties engage in a mutual exchange, extracting profit from the market in the process. Thus, after careful consideration, Xiao Chusheng resolved not to squander his energy on this venture, for by the time the trend for black stockings emerged, his grand scheme in the realm of mobile internet would have already been set in motion. He smirked, envisioning Lin Shi donning black stockings for his enjoyment. Not only would he gaze upon her, but he would also tear one off each day, no, two. As he was preparing to depart, Xiao Chusheng paused to secure his bicycle. When Lin Shi waved at him, the hapless man quickly called out, "Wait a moment." "Huh? What is it?" Lin Shi inquired, her captivating eyes filled with curiosity. Without awaiting her response, Xiao Chusheng took her hand and began to walk, his bicycle remaining motionless, one hand holding Lin Shi's and the other steadying the handlebars. Observing this scene, Lin Shi felt a tinge of worry and softly cautioned, "Be careful. The bike is unstable. It might tip over and hurt your feet." "Fear not. I possess great strength," he reassured her. "So, where are you taking me?" Lin Shi asked, perplexed. Xiao Chusheng did not answer, leading her to a nearby breakfast stall at the train station where he purchased several meat sandwiches, placing 2 of them into her embrace. He then handed her 2 cups of soy milk, asking, "Is this enough to eat?" Lin Shi gazed in astonishment at the sandwiches and soy milk in her arms, her eyes shimmering with warmth. Such moments of understated kindness often evoke profound emotions. No one had ever treated her this way before, save for this mischievous young man who had approached her with intentions of supporting her. "Is it insufficient?" Xiao Chusheng, noticing her silence, assumed she needed more and prepared to offer her one of his own sandwiches. However, Lin Shi quickly interjected, "It's enough." Only then did Xiao Chusheng realize that her voice was tinged with emotion. In an instant, he understood that he had touched the softest part of her heart. Yet, it was precisely this realization that made him feel a pang of compassion for her, prompting him to gently stroke her hair and offer words of comfort. "Do not rejoice too prematurely," he said, infused with a hint of mischief. Sure enough, Lin Shi looked up at him in surprise, her face a canvas of confusion. Was he truly devoid of romantic sensibility? Nevertheless, Xiao Chusheng's next words nearly brought her to tears as he declared, "This is merely the beginning. Every year, even each day henceforth, you shall experience such happiness. What do you wish to eat? Whatever your heart desires, you may indulge until you are completely satiated. No one shall let you go hungry again." Lin Shi could no longer contain herself and threw herself into Xiao Chusheng's embrace, tears streaming down her face like pearls. The beautiful woman wept with the grace of a rain-soaked flower, while Xiao Chusheng, one hand holding breakfast and the other grasping the bicycle handlebars, found it impossible to pull her closer. Passers-by observed the scene, yet all maintained a respectful distance, demonstrating their courtesy. It was uncertain how long this moment lasted until Lin Shi, exhausted from crying, finally ceased. Only then did Xiao Chusheng speak. "All right, you must depart now, otherwise, you'll miss your train." Lin Shi, her tears replaced by a smile, wiped her reddened eyes and said, "If I miss it, so be it. I can simply choose not to return. You can take care of me." Xiao Chusheng hung the breakfast on the handlebars and tenderly stroked her hair, assuring her, "Yes, I shall take care of you, so do not fear those who might wish to bully you. You can attend school with confidence and return without hesitation." No words could offer greater reassurance. Xiao Chusheng undeniably became Lin Shi's steadfast support. She nodded earnestly. "Remember to get your phone number sorted. If you encounter any trouble, do not hesitate to call us immediately." Before she entered the station, Xiao Chusheng reiterated his instructions with great concern. Only after Lin Shi acknowledged her understanding did he allow her to proceed. Just as she took a few steps, Xiao Chusheng called out to her once more. Sure. Is there something else? Lin Shi instinctively turned back. Like a doting mother, Xiao Chusheng reiterated, make sure to eat well at noon. Do not skimp on your meals to save money. While others might perceive such remarks as overly tedious, for Lin Shi, they were filled with affection and joy. A radiant smile graced her face as she listened intently to Xiao Chusheng. Suddenly, she cupped his face in her hands and, catching him off guard, pressed her lips against his. The kiss was brief, and by the time he regained his senses, Lin Shi had already turned away, her cheeks flushed, and disappeared into the station. Watching her enter, Xiao Chusheng felt an emptiness within, even knowing she would return later that afternoon. Once Lin Shi's train departed, he pedaled back to school. Though he had risen early, he returned just in time after seeing her off. This fellow, while devouring a meat sandwich and sipping soy milk, displayed none of the airs of a wealthy proprietor. Upon seeing Xiao Chusheng, Su Hai approached with an inquisitive demeanor. Is that stall truly yours? Xiao Chusheng did not deny it. Yes, it is. How much can you earn from it? Is it a lot? Su Hai was genuinely curious, unable to fathom the profits from such a bustling stall in a single night. Observing Xiao Chusheng's dedication, he was certain it must be quite lucrative. Xiao Chusheng replied nonchalantly. That's a trade secret. He understood the wisdom of discretion and had no intention of divulging such information to Su Hai. What stall are you discussing? At that moment, Zheng Jiai, whom Xiao Chusheng preferred to avoid, interjected. It has nothing to do with you. Chapter 40. The Beast Within. Xiao Chusheng's displeasure was evident, despite his clear resistance. Zheng Jiai continued to encroach upon him, reminiscent of who he once was. Upon contemplating this, Xiao Chusheng felt a heavy heart. He had turned down Zheng Jiai. Yet their positions seemed to have entirely reversed. Zheng Jiai, filled with grievance, timidly inquired, Do I truly make you dislike me? Su Hai, having shared a camaraderie with her from their school days, attempted to mediate, signaling to Xiao Chusheng not to be overly harsh. However, Xiao Chusheng merely cast a detached glance in his direction, his tone devoid of emotion. Yes, I do dislike you. This singular statement rendered Su Hai and Zheng Jiai momentarily speechless, as they perceived Xiao Chusheng to be a person of amiable disposition. On the surface, that much was indeed true, but only within the confines of their academic environment. In his previous life, Su Hai had come to know the true nature of Xiao Chusheng during their entrepreneurial ventures. While Xiao Chusheng had been affable during his student years, that demeanor was predicated on a mutual understanding. All were students, prone to occasional disputes, yet lacking any profound enmity. Thus, there was little reason to dwell on trivial matters. However, once thrust into the world beyond academia, Xiao Chusheng no longer restrained his sharpness, for he trod a difficult path. In the already saturated market of the burgeoning internet economy, breaking through was almost an insurmountable challenge. Within such an environment, a congenial do-gooder was destined to be trampled upon. This reality awakened a more primal side of Xiao Chusheng. Having been reborn, he no longer concealed his temperament. Friends could be made, but if one sought to engage him in frivolous games, they would find him unyielding, unafraid to sever ties. Xiao Chusheng discerned Zheng Jiai's intentions. She undoubtedly aimed to enlist Su Hai as an intermediary, hoping to win him over with the promise of an opportunity. Su Hai, by nature indecisive, was unlikely to refuse the requests of others. Coupled with his bond of friendship with Zheng Jiai, he found it even harder to decline. Conversely, the foolish beauty Lin Shi was unfamiliar to him, leading Su Hai to subconsciously favor the familiar Zheng Jiai. Moreover, he harbored a belief that Xiao Chusheng and the esteemed campus beauty had no future, despite their apparent relationship. Having encountered the alluring Lin Shi the previous night, Su Hai's insecurities as an ordinary person made him feel unworthy of either woman. Consequently, he instinctively regarded the approachable Xiao Chusheng as being on the same social tier as himself, thus concluding that neither Lin Shi nor Qi Shanshan were a match for him. He felt Zheng Jiai was far more suitable for Xiao Chusheng, as they belonged to a similar echelon. Thus, upon her arrival that morning, Zheng Jiai sought out Su Hai, persuading him to assist her in rekindling Xiao Chusheng's interest. Yet, what sort of person was Xiao Chusheng now? He was a seasoned player. Would such trivial schemes deceive him? He immediately discerned the awkward dynamic between Su Hai and Zheng Jiai, recognizing their connection as being centered around himself. In his view, rejection must be absolute when love fades. There is no need for further entanglement. Any glimmer of hope would only invite endless complications. Therefore, it was not that Xiao Chusheng was heartless. Rather, he was resolutely so. Xiao Chusheng is the kind of person who, while still harboring feelings, will open his heart and treat you kindly. However, once those feelings fade, he becomes even more indifferent than a stranger. His connection with Zheng Jiayi had long since dissipated when she sought solace with another during their past life. In truth, it is not that he clings to Zheng Jiayi. Rather, he believes that if she no longer wishes to be with him, it is best for them to part amicably. What, then, is the meaning of this charade? Thus, in this lifetime, Xiao Chusheng will harbor no further feelings for Zheng Jiayi. It is essential to understand that the most painful aspect of romantic relationships is indifference. At this moment, Xiao Chusheng's demeanor towards Zheng Jiayi reflects such indifference. Ignoring Zheng Jiayi, he cast a detached glance at Su Hai. This is your last chance. Next time, I will not hesitate to sever ties. Su Hai's expression darkened. He had approached the situation with good intentions, yet he found Xiao Chusheng utterly unyielding. We ought to discuss this rationally. Su Hai attempted to justify his actions. However, confronted with Xiao Chusheng's icy gaze, he swallowed his words in silence. This was the first time he had witnessed Xiao Chusheng look at someone with such a chilling expression, and he even sensed a trace of murderous intent emanating from him. As more students filled the classroom, Su Hai turned away, and Zheng Jiayi quietly returned to her seat. It was evident that she was struggling to contain her emotions, fighting back tears. Xiao Chusheng dismissed the two from his thoughts. His mind preoccupied solely with financial pursuits and those two individuals. Oh, and his family. In a certain sense, Lin Shi and that foolish girl could also be considered family. That thought brought him some comfort. When their homeroom teacher, Mr. Liu, strolled through the classroom, he noticed Xiao Chusheng's presence but chose not to acknowledge it. As if he had forgotten the earlier incident involving Qi Shanshan, and departed with a carefree demeanor. Perhaps due to Xiao Chusheng's overwhelming assertiveness that morning, neither Su Hai nor Zheng Jiayi dared to disturb him. Consequently, Xiao Chusheng was in excellent spirits, feeling quite content. Later, the foolish beauty arrived, bringing with her Lin Shi's phone number and the news that she had already reached Shanghai. At this point, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and nodded at the foolish girl, saying, "She likely won't make it back by noon." "Oh, should we eat together?" The foolish beauty inquired with innocent, sparkling eyes. Xiao Chusheng, feeling somewhat resigned, replied, "That would be acceptable." He then managed to persuade her to return to her own class, fearing that her dawdling nature might keep her lingering until noon. Yet, Xiao Chusheng couldn't shake a peculiar sentiment. He pondered that had he chosen a partner with a personality akin to the foolish beauties in his past life, perhaps he would not have endured so many unpleasant memories. However, he quickly reconsidered, realizing that if he were to have a girlfriend like the foolish beauty, he might become a man content with a modest life, perhaps satisfied with simply finding someone from his class. Indeed, some matters are predetermined, and one cannot evade their fate. By noon, Su Hai approached, seemingly filled with remorse, hoping to invite Xiao Chusheng to lunch. Yet, Xiao Chusheng flatly declined, stating, "I have plans with Qi Shanshan." Huh? Su Hai widened his eyes, grappling with disbelief. "Beast, are you truly involved with Qi Xiaohua?" Before Xiao Chusheng could respond, Qi Shanshan abruptly entered, anxiously thrusting her phone into his hands. Upon viewing its contents, Xiao Chusheng's expression darkened considerably. In Chapter 41, Is It Really So Greedy? Qi Shanshan, in her novet, had noticed that many classmates had already left, prompting her to follow suit. She then crouched outside Xiao Chusheng's classroom, stealthily peering inside, for her beauty and notoriety made it nearly impossible for anyone to overlook her. In her hurriedness, she dashed into the classroom and handed her phone to Xiao Chusheng, but upon seeing its contents, he immediately turned and rushed out of the classroom. The foolish girl trailed behind him, sprinting swiftly. Xiao Chusheng abruptly halted, blocking her path. "Why are you following me? You should go eat. I need to find her." Yet, the foolish girl wore a pitiful expression, her lips pressed together stubbornly. "I want to go too." Seeing this, Xiao Chusheng couldn't help but rub his forehead, momentarily at a loss for words. Finally, with a resigned sigh, he acquiesced, "Fine, let's go." He had intended to inform old Liu, but time was of the essence. Missing the afternoon wasn't a significant issue. After all, there was little happening at school these days, just sitting around idly. They took a taxi straight to the train station. After purchasing tickets while waiting for the train to arrive, Xiao Chusheng bought 2 boxes of takeout. The vegetarian meals were rather unpalatable, but he had no time to be picky. He also grabbed a large bucket of chilled cola, given the sweltering heat and the crowded train. The two squatted in the waiting area, consuming their meals and sipping on their sugary drinks before boarding the train. Qi Shanshan, oblivious to propriety, happily drank from the cola bucket that Xiao Chusheng had already touched. However, he reconsidered. Given the abstract nature of their relationship, sharing a drink didn't seem particularly significant. With that thought, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. The train was surprisingly empty during the midday journey, with many seats unoccupied. Using the foolish girl's phone, Xiao Chusheng called Lin Shi, who answered promptly. Upon learning that he was coming to fetch her without hesitation, she nearly broke into tears but managed to protest. "You don't need to come. I'll find a way to return. We're already on the train." Xiao Chusheng spoke softly. "What? You're on the train already?" Lin Shi exclaimed, quickly discerning the inconsistency in his words. "Wait, you?" Xiao Chusheng did not conceal the truth, affirming, "Yes. This foolish girl is with me." "I'm not foolish." Xianshan pouted, her expression fierce yet oddly endearing. "What? You're both here?" Lin Shi was taken aback. "Just wait for us, and don't deny yourself. Have someone bring you food, and don't settle for anything less." "Okay," Lin Shi replied, still in a daze. Murmuring to herself, "She is coming too." With her thoughts swirling, Lin Shi felt a surge of complex emotions. She harbored an ineffable sentiment towards Xianshan, a girl who was somewhat simple-minded yet undeniably endearing. Similarly, she found herself perplexed about the nature of this Navi girl's feelings for Xiao Chusheng. The fact that this innocent girl had come to fetch her without a word stirred within her an inexplicable emotion. In moments of profound sentiment, reason often falters. In an instant, she found herself seized by an impulsive desire for the three of them to become one family. This notion was rather troubling, impulsive, and even distorted. Yet, it was precisely what Lin Shi yearned for at this moment. She could not bear to part with Xiao Chusheng, nor with this innocent girl. After all, she had endured considerable hardship in her early life, and having encountered someone genuinely kind to her, she found it difficult to let go of either. Even though she was acutely aware that such thoughts were misguided and that her greed was excessive, she reasoned, having suffered so much, having paid such a high price. Is it so wrong to be a little greedy when I finally meet someone who treats me well? Lin Shi? Who are you calling? Who is coming? Inquired her roommate. Zhu Wan, a somewhat introverted yet kind-hearted girl, slightly shorter in stature, but undeniably charming behind her glasses. Lin Shi was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to elucidate her situation. Was Xiao Chusheng her boyfriend, or was he the wealthy benefactor who supported her? Regardless of which explanation she provided, she feared that it would incite a commotion throughout the entire financial institute. It was worth noting that one of the reasons she felt unable to leave was closely tied to this matter. Just a few days prior, she had spent 2 nights in Hangzhou, returning to class in the morning, only to discover that her return had been broadcasted by an unknown source. As she entered the dormitory to pack her belongings, she was confronted by the very senior who had persistently pursued her. Lin Shi had made her disinterest abundantly clear, rejecting him numerous times, yet he remained undeterred. Most egregiously, he boasted to anyone who would listen that Lin Shi would eventually become his woman, warning others to keep their distance. Such a self-centered individual, attempting to disrupt the lives of others, demonstrated a severe deficiency in character. Consequently, Lin Shi not only felt no fondness for him but harbored increasing disdain. Upon returning to class, she intended to grab some clean clothes and head back to Hangzhou. If time had permitted, she would have even considered packing all her belongings from the dormitory. It was likely that in the coming year, she would spend more time in Hangzhou than in Shanghai. Yet, while she was still sorting through her things, that boy had gathered a group of friends to block her downstairs, complete with flowers for a confession. This was the information conveyed by her classmates, which infuriated Lin Shi. What was most infuriating was that he proclaimed he would not relent until she acquiesced, adopting a morally coercive stance. Moreover, he had enlisted a group of male classmates to assist him, and Zhu Wan, upon her return, overheard him boasting to his friends about his plan. When Lin Shi eventually descended, he would deliver a heartfelt confession, followed by an aggressive kiss, ultimately seeking to claim her. He intended to take her out for the night. Upon learning of this, Lin Shi was both incensed and amused. The charming young boy, who stirred her heart, had not yet succumbed to her affections, yet here you are, audaciously indulging in fantasies. Consequently, she confided in Xianshan, requesting that she relay to Xiao Chusheng that she might return home later that afternoon. When this ruffian downstairs grew impatient, she would sneak away. It wasn't that she lacked the courage to descend. Rather, being the only girl in a throng of boys made her cautious. If they were to take advantage of her, it would be utterly distasteful. She had no desire to tarnish her dignity. Zhu Wan, with a beaming smile, scrutinized Lin Shi. "Ah sure, confess honestly, where have you been these past few days? With the way you look, could it be that you've fallen in love?" Chapter 42. Lin, your mother. Faced with her roommate's playful teasing, Lin Shi instinctively felt her cheeks flush, unable to refute immediately. Zhu Wen had known Lin Shi for 2 years. Yet this was the first time she had witnessed such a reaction from her. Her eyes widened in disbelief. No way, could it be true? Have you two been together these past few days? Did you? One must admit that Zhu Wen's eagerness surpassed even Lin Shi's own. Lin Shi, blushing, remained silent, for she too felt a surge of impulsiveness within. If only Xiao Chusheng were a bit more assertive, she might have yielded willingly. After all, she believed she was meant for him. A boy who would assist her in her plight, not out of mere lust, left Lin Shi pondering his true intentions. So what if he desired her physically? Lin Shi harbored a sense of insecurity, perhaps believing that her body was all she had left. Little did she know. This beast was indeed drawn to her physical form, but he was also captivated by her intellect. Zhu Wen, with a knowing look, scrutinized Lin Shi, marveling at the rare sight before her. Could it be that such a talented young woman as Lin Shi had fallen in love? It was hard to fathom what a relationship would be like for someone of her caliber. She endeavored to extract further details about this man from Lin Shi, his school, whether he had graduated, and where he worked. Lin Shi often juggled multiple jobs, a fact well known among her roommates, who were also aware of her family troubles. Thus, whenever her exploitative guardians visited, her friends would shield her, doing their utmost to help her evade them. From Zhu Wen's perspective, it seemed entirely plausible that Lin Shi, accustomed to interacting with various men in society, could find herself pursued by a man several years her senior, already in the workforce. However, there was a caveat. He must not be too old. Lin Shi pressed her lips together, momentarily at a loss for words under Zhu Wen's relentless inquiries. After all, describing Xiao Chusheng was a complex task. Just then, a commotion erupted downstairs. The two leaned toward the window to observe, discovering that the impatient individual below had finally decided to take a more aggressive approach. Originally, he believed that by demonstrating sufficient sincerity, Lin Shi would at least offer him the courtesy of coming down. However, after enduring the sweltering sun for 3 hours, he found himself wondering, where was she? Where was she? Lin Shi, this woman, is utterly heartless, showing no regard for them. If a confession stems from mutual affection, it is deemed romantic. However, if it is merely a one-sided emotional outpouring, it transforms into the farcical tale of a jester. Indeed, a considerable commotion has arisen, drawing numerous onlookers. And what is the outcome? The individual involved has become the subject of ridicule. Lin Shi, after all, is not only the campus belle of her cohort but also a talented individual recognized by several professors, thus she possesses considerable fame. Over the past 2 years, countless young men have professed their feelings for her, attempting to win her heart. Therefore, when someone declares their love for Lin Shi, it hardly comes as a surprise. They arrive merely to witness the spectacle, as no one truly believes in the possibility of success. Yet here you are, celebrating prematurely, popping champagne as if certain of your triumph. Just moments ago, you were boasting about your conquests, claiming you would take her to a hotel by nightfall. The more you boast, the harder the impending reality will strike. In an instant, you have become the laughingstock. Pointed fingers and scornful glances envelop you, coloring your face with shades of embarrassment and humiliation. Perhaps out of anger and shame, you can no longer contain yourself. Shouting towards Lin Shi's window on the upper floor, Lin Shi, I love you. You love me too, right? Please respond. Everyone is eagerly waiting. You can't just hide away. In front of so many witnesses, this is rather distasteful. You are resorting to a form of moral coercion. Just wait until she comes down. With a charming embrace and a passionate kiss, I will surely win her over, you confidently assure your companions. Coincidentally, these words reach the ears of a certain newcomer who has just arrived. Oh, who do you plan on winning over? The young man instinctively replies, Lin Shi, of course. Who else could it be? With a swift kick, Xiao Chusheng sends this pompous individual flying, his bravado cut short as he feels a sudden stinging pain. As if he had been struck with a heavy burden, the next moment, darkness envelopes him as he falls unceremoniously to the ground. A profound silence descends upon the scene. No one anticipated such a fresh turn of events. This spectacle catches the attention of Lin Shi and Zhu Wen on the upper floor, particularly Zhu Wen, who wears an expression of delight, exclaiming, wow, Ashur, did you see that? That fool just got beaten up. Ashur? Zhu Wen soon realizes that Lin Shi has already vanished from sight. Zhu Wen is momentarily stunned, but quickly regains her composure. No way. Reacting swiftly, she rushes down the stairs in her slippers to pursue Lin Shi. The young man, who has just been unceremoniously dispatched, finds his face painfully pressed against the scorching ground, gritting his teeth in agony. As he finally rises, he sees Lin Shi running towards him, her face filled with concern. This sight leaves him utterly spellbound. Although he cannot fathom how he was ambushed, he feels fortunate to have attracted the attention of the goddess. In his naive mind, he concludes that perhaps his approach was misguided. To win Lin Shi's heart, he must adopt a more pitiable demeanor. As I was injured, it seemed that someone was genuinely concerned for my well-being. With a foolish grin, he raised his arms in a dramatic pose, anticipating that Lin Shi would leap into his embrace. However, Lin Shi didn't even spare him a glance and simply walked around him. What? He was taken aback, and the onlookers were equally stunned. Not only him, but the crowd also believed this fellow had won the goddess's heart through his pitiful display. Some even expressed their indignation at how easily she seemed to be swayed. Yet, what was the outcome? Lin Shi didn't even acknowledge him and merely bypassed him. But the subsequent scene truly left everyone in a state of shock. Without a hint of hesitation, the goddess Lin Shi dove straight into another boy's arms. Even the young man who intended to confess to Lin Shi stood frozen in disbelief. What was happening? Everyone was bewildered. Their beloved goddess had been whisked away by someone else. You've arrived, Lin Shi, she whispered, struggling to contain her delight. Yes, I'm here. Chapter 43. The foolish beauty unleashed. This spectacle dazzled countless onlookers, leaving many utterly perplexed. Why would the goddess Lin Shi be captivated by a boy who appeared neither tall nor exceptionally handsome? In truth, Xiao Chusheng was not short. He was merely in a stage of growth. In his previous life, he experienced a remarkable growth spurt during his sophomore year, making him of average height for his peers at this point. Naturally, the spectators had not pondered this deeply. The boy whom Xiao Chusheng had kicked away finally regained his senses, his face twisted with jealousy, his eyes burning with rage. He pointed an accusatory finger at Xiao Chusheng, demanding, "Where did you come from? Lin Shi is mine, so stay away." Unfazed, Xiao Chusheng cast a cursory glance at him. Recognizing him, though recognizing might be too strong a term, he had merely encountered him before. In his past life, this individual had harassed Lin Shi for an extended period, even showing up at their company with candles after Xiao Chusheng partnered with her. However, Xiao Chusheng had dealt with him using a fire extinguisher to set him straight. And Lin Shi eventually had security handle him after he was beaten black and blue a few times, after which he vanished from sight. Such relentless persistence warranted no kindness, as it would only embolden him further. It could only be said that this type of person is shielded by the law. Otherwise, they would have long been dealt with. Hey, kid, your father is asking you a question. Don't play dumb. This man, thinking he had intimidated Xiao Chusheng, adopted a smug demeanor. He was of considerable height, giving off an imposing presence that could easily intimidate freshmen. However, Xiao Chusheng was not the least bit daunted. Upon hearing this scoundrel's foul language, Lin Shi's expression turned icy, and she was about to retaliate on Xiao Chusheng's behalf. Yet, Xiao Chusheng didn't afford her that opportunity, nor did he grant the other man any leeway. Fool. Try speaking that way again. With a swift motion, he unleashed a straightforward uppercut, the entire sequence transpiring in such rapidity that the individual involved had no opportunity to react and was left dazed by Xiao Chusheng's strike. Meanwhile, his companions, realizing the situation, sought to surround and assault Xiao Chusheng. In this era, whether in schools or society at large, public order was not particularly commendable, and brawls were quite commonplace. Lin Shi felt a surge of panic. Despite Xiao Chusheng's formidable prowess, he was but one man, and she understood the principle that one's fists could hardly contend against a multitude. Yet, Xiao Chusheng remained unhurried, taking a deep breath and adopting a stance reminiscent of a martial arts master, proclaiming, "Wing Chun, beast." The onlookers were momentarily taken aback by his demeanor. Could it be that this young man was indeed a practitioner of martial arts? In reality, the film featuring Donnie Yin's Ip Man had only been released at the end of 2008, thus, no one was truly aware of Xiao Chusheng's reference. However, this did not deter him from putting on a show. Of course, he was not merely posturing. He genuinely possessed skills in Wing Chun. In a single encounter, he seized the leader of the group and delivered a barrage of strikes, leaving the individual bruised and battered. The essence of engaging in a brawl lies in incapacitating the leader, and Xiao Chusheng's approach effectively intimidated these university students, who had little experience in the rough and tumble of life, robbing them of their courage to advance. Several of them trembled in fear, their legs quaking. Xiao Chusheng smirked, reflecting on how he had forged his own path in a previous life. These foolish university students could hardly comprehend the struggles he had endured. Notably, despite the visible damage inflicted upon the man, he was, in truth, relatively unharmed and would not even be classified as lightly injured upon arriving at the hospital. Xiao Chusheng's mastery of Wing Chun had been honed in a previous life, not for mere show, but to ensure his self-preservation in critical moments. Although he could not contend against true experts, he found that dealing with moderately strong ordinary individuals was merely child's play, which was part of why he had previously dared to seek out Chun Bin. Even if Chun Bin was currently acting foolishly, Xiao Chusheng could easily navigate through the situation. Though the reborn physique had not undergone the rigorous training of his former life, the subconscious techniques allowed him to handle a group of naive university students with remarkable ease. This was the confidence that emboldened Xiao Chusheng to take action. He could control his strength, and even if the police were to arrive, the worst consequence would be a verbal reprimand, perhaps a fine of a few hundred yuan. Should someone escalate the situation, he would not hold back, responding with force as a means of justifiable defense. Indeed, he kicked the aggressor, sending him sprawling to the ground, before turning to Lin Shi and instructing, "Go upstairs and fetch the items. We must leave." Lin Shi nodded emphatically and prepared to ascend the stairs. However, at that moment, the previously dazed male suddenly erupted, exclaiming, "You bastard, you've ruined my plans. Die." His target was none other than Xiao Chusheng. Seizing the opportunity while Xiao Chusheng was conversing with Lin Shi, he launched a surprise attack, lunging towards him. Xiao Chusheng, though vigilant, had barely the chance to react when a graceful figure interposed herself before him. It was undeniable that the presence of the beautiful, yet somewhat naive girl provided a sense of security, momentarily causing Xiao Chusheng to experience a peculiar sense of disorientation. Not only was Xiao Chusheng momentarily entranced, but the assailant was also caught off guard, for the visage of Ji Shanshan was undeniably captivating, instantly diffusing his fury. Such beauty! What awaited him was not the shy demeanor of the blushing Shanshan, but rather an unrelenting blow delivered with ferocity. The remaining half of a large bottle of cola was wielded by the foolish beauty as a weapon, striking this fellow squarely on the bridge of his nose. The force of the blows was so tremendous that even Xiao Chusheng felt a chill run down his spine. Goodness, was this dim-witted girl truly capable of such brutality? Although Xiao Chusheng had not inflicted any harm, it seemed that, after this encounter with the foolish beauty, the fellow would surely bear serious injuries. The foolish beauty maintained a stoic expression, her hands gripping the cola bottle as she relentlessly pounded away, causing him to howl in pain. Instinctively raising his arms to fend off her assault, the onlookers were left in astonishment. Who could have imagined that such a stunning beauty would strike with such ferocity? Yet, upon observing the fellow's aloof demeanor, it began to make sense. Only Xiao Chusheng understood that this individual was not truly aloof, but rather socially anxious. Her fierce determination to fight indicated that she was reacting to protect him. With this realization, Xiao Chusheng felt a surge of emotion and hurriedly grasped her small hands. "All right. Enough. If this continues, someone might get seriously hurt." The cola bottle's exterior was already stained with blood, a result of the bottle's bottom scraping against his skin during the assault. In truth, the injuries were not severe, though they appeared alarming. Initially, the foolish beauty struggled in instinctive resistance, her strength astonishing Xiao Chusheng. It seemed her appetite was not for naught. Once she recognized that it was Xiao Chusheng who was restraining her, her demeanor shifted abruptly, her gaze becoming vacant as she stared at the cola bottle in her hands. "It can't be drunk anymore." Xiao Chusheng quickly patted her head. "Yes, we can't drink it now. We'll buy another one soon." Suddenly, the cola bottle was hurled aside by the foolish beauty, crashing forcefully against the face of the fool. Chapter 44. Do you wish to know how to ruin a person? A blow to the head? No, this is what one might call a slap to the face. The scene caused all present to instinctively gasp in shock. That strike was undoubtedly a devastating blow, surely painful enough to incapacitate him. And indeed, the boy emitted a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. But soon his fury ignited. Deprived of the cola bottle, the foolish beauty stood there, momentarily dazed. The boy, now with bloodshot eyes, cast aside any thoughts of tenderness and swung a fist toward the foolish beauty. This time, Xiao Chusheng did not hesitate. He delivered a firm kick to the advancing fool. The kick landed squarely on his chest, and in his reckless charge forward, he had not anticipated that someone awaited him. The force of the kick sent him sprawling. And in his rage, he shouted obscenities. "Damn it, you bastard. I'll kill you." Xiao Chusheng's gaze turned icy, laced with a hint of murderous intent. He approached the fool, unafraid of a retaliatory strike. If he dared to raise a hand, it would be justified self-defense. Why should she have overlooked him when he had admired her since their freshman year? Why? Soon, he would be interning, with an annual salary in the millions, destined to become an executive in a financial firm. Lin Shi, what gave you the right to disdain me? The boy's defenses crumbled as he lamented his own self-importance. Yet, regrettably, no one was inclined to listen to his self-indulgent ramblings. These words rendered him even more detestable. For the thought process of this individual was utterly incomprehensible to an ordinary person. However, at this moment, Xiao Chusheng, having returned from a future rebirth, was able to comprehend. By placing oneself within the historical context, the understanding becomes clear. During this time, the internet had yet to become widespread, and the majority of individuals still clung to the belief in the supremacy of academic credentials. In fact, students from some remote areas still held on to the notion that the college entrance examination could transform their lives. Indeed, the examination possesses the potential to alter destinies, but it is not an absolute guarantee. These students believe that gaining admission to a university would lead to lucrative employment, with salaries reaching millions or even tens of millions. This societal phenomenon persisted until the proliferation of mobile internet eradicated the barriers of information between regions. Xiao Chusheng had a recollection of this individual, whose name, if memory served him correctly, was Songyu. He hailed from Hunan province, came from a modest background, and lacked any significant connections. He was an utterly ordinary person. Yet, such an individual fancied the idea of landing an internship at a prestigious company and earning a salary in the millions. Xiao Chusheng could only chuckle. After years of navigating the complexities of society in his previous life, he had learned many of its rules. Lacking both a background in financial means while pursuing a degree in finance, it could be said that at least 99 of individuals in this predicament would lead a rather miserable existence. The reasoning is simple. There are countless prodigies far more capable than you, without any assets. Why would anyone invest in you? Thus, those studying finance often perceive two potential paths to wealth within the industry. The first is to embark on entrepreneurship. Yet statistics reveal that 8 out of 10 startups fail, leaving one to scrape by. The alternative is to seek the favor of a wealthy patron, which requires not only physical attractiveness, but also the ability to please. Marrying into wealth may provide an opportunity. As for entering a major corporation, that is laughable, surely. One must be dreaming. The funds of large corporations are controlled by individuals who possess absolute trust, never entrusted to an outsider. You, a finance student, aspire to join a large company? The affluent scions studying finance do so to manage their family businesses, thus deemed insiders. In contrast, even if an ordinary finance graduate were exceedingly fortunate to secure a position in a large firm, the pinnacle of their achievement would merely be as a financial analyst. As for executive roles, such aspirations exist only in dreams. Squatting before the fallen individual, Xiao Chusheng lowered his voice and coldly uttered, "Do you wish to know how to ruin a person?" The mere utterance of this phrase caused the fallen youth's expression to shift dramatically. Xiao Chusheng paid no mind to his reaction, fixing his somber gaze upon him. You, a person of such caliber, still harbor fantasies of boundless potential. Yet, I must declare, individuals like you ultimately find themselves in servitude, destined to work for people like me. Regrettably, I have no interest in you. You're talking nonsense, Songyu exclaimed, now frantic and unwilling to accept such a notion, deeming it absurd. How could a person of his high academic standing possibly be employed by someone he considered a mere student? On the other hand, Xiao Chusheng disregarded his dismay and continued, "As for me, I am a man of petty revenge, harboring such thoughts from dawn till dusk. To obliterate someone as worthless as you is a task exceedingly simple. For instance, I could spend a modest sum to hire someone to continuously pour 502 glue into your door lock each day, and ambush you on your way home with a sack and a beating." At this point, Xiao Chusheng revealed a sinister grin. "Why, yes. If by chance you work at a company I know, I could simply have you dismissed. Or perhaps I could enlist someone to create daily disturbances at your workplace. Do you truly believe any company would retain you? Even if you were reduced to selling goods on the street, I could easily bribe a few ruffians to vandalize your stall. Do you think your so-called prestigious education could safeguard you? These are the most vile and malicious tactics, which in my previous life, Xiao Chusheng employed against Lin Shi's adoptive family. Now, he merely relayed this to a fellow named Songyu. Upon hearing this, Songyu's complexion drained of color, as Xiao Chusheng imparted a lesson on the treachery of life. Of course, this was not the end, for Xiao Chusheng scoffed. "Speaking of your pride in your education, I could just as easily ruin that for you. For instance, I could orchestrate incidents at this school to ensure you never graduate. Let me think. Oh yes, I could spend a little to hire an escort to stir up trouble at the school, claiming to be pregnant with your child. To amplify the impact, I could then pay to have this publicized in the newspapers. Do you truly believe the school would protect someone as inconsequential as you? Song Yu's face turned an ashen hue, devoid of any blood. These scenarios were merely Xiao Chusheng's means of intimidation, intended to prevent Song Yu from harassing Lin Shi as he had in his past life. To employ such tactics against him now would be unfeasible, as Xiao Chusheng lacked both funds and resources. However, such measures were not beyond reach, albeit they would require more effort. At this moment, Song Yu had completely shed his previous arrogance and madness, trembling as he pleaded, "Brother, I beg you, please spare me. I promise I will never dare again. I will keep my distance from Lin Shi and will never appear before her again, all right?" Xiao Chusheng spoke in a low tone, ensuring that the surrounding students remained oblivious to the content of their conversation. Yet, witnessing Song Yu's sudden submission sent shockwaves through the onlookers. What transpired? Why did he suddenly back down? The crowd whispered among themselves, while Song Yu, disregarding all semblance of dignity, knelt before Xiao Chusheng, weeping uncontrollably. He was shameless, indeed, but he was not genuinely formidable. Faced with someone more unscrupulous, more shameless, and more ruthless than himself, he became the epitome of a coward. Xiao Chusheng had to concede that although some methods were morally dubious and even borderline illegal, they proved to be highly effective. For some scoundrels exploit legal loopholes. While the law protects the virtuous, it simultaneously safeguards the vile. This is an undeniable truth. Thus, employing unscrupulous measures against such miscreants is, in fact, justified. Xiao Chusheng disdainfully kicked him, urging him to keep his distance. Get lost. If you dare to appear before Shi again, I won't hesitate to make you experience what I just mentioned. Upon hearing this, Song Yu felt as though a great weight had been lifted off his shoulders. He stumbled awkwardly to his feet, eager to make his exit. Today had been nothing short of humiliating, but as he rose, his legs buckled, and he fell once more in a most undignified manner. As the crowd began to disperse, a few onlookers remained, their curiosity piqued by the trio. After all, both Lin Shi and the foolish beauty were undeniably striking. In particular, Qi Shanshan, the foolish one, appeared so youthful that many mistook her for a freshman or even an outsider. Some bolder souls contemplated approaching her for her contact information, yet hesitated. Why? It was simply because she projected an air of aloofness, her demeanor clearly warning others to keep their distance. Who could have guessed that she was, in fact, socially anxious? Xiao Chusheng, uninterested in the antics of the crowd, patted Lin Shi on the shoulder. "Go fetch the things. Once you have them, we shall leave." Lin Shi, still somewhat dazed, snapped back to reality upon hearing Xiao Chusheng's words, responding with a soft and finally made her way upstairs. It was in her absence that Xiao Chusheng noticed a girl not far off. Indeed, it was Zhu Wen, who had chased after Lin Shi earlier. Xiao Chusheng recognized her, having crossed paths with her in a previous life. Zhu Wen was undoubtedly one of Lin Shi's closest friends, particularly during the most trying times when Lin Shi's foster parents were at their most exploitative. Zhu Wen often went out of her way to treat Lin Shi to meals, alleviating some of her burdens. Xiao Chusheng's impression of her was quite favorable, though he maintained a facade of unfamiliarity, having learned to be cautious in concealing his identity as a reborn individual. Eventually, Zhu Wen approached Xiao Chusheng, initiating conversation. "You are Shi's boyfriend, right?" He neither confirmed nor denied, instead responding with a question of his own. "And you are? A classmate of Lin Shi?" "I am her roommate. I occupy the upper bunk." Zhu Wen replied with evident pride, a mischievous smile gracing her face as she inquired, "Are you envious?" Xiao Chusheng couldn't help but roll his eyes. It seemed Zhu Wen possessed a somewhat cheeky disposition. He had not paid much attention to this aspect during their previous encounters. However, it was understandable. When Xiao Chusheng first met Zhu Wen, Lin Shi was already grappling with her depression. The atmosphere then was heavy, unlike the present where Zhu Wen's attempts at lightheartedness felt out of place. Subsequently, Lin Shi and Xiao Chusheng became nearly inseparable, and their encounters with Zhu Wen dwindled. The most vivid memory he had was years later, at a reunion of Lin Shi's classmates after their university graduation. At that time, Zhu Wen had asked Xiao Chusheng how he viewed Lin Shi, questioning whether he intended to keep her hanging. In that moment, Xiao Chusheng had remained silent, inwardly leaning toward the idea of a future with Lin Shi. However, Zheng Jiai was ultimately the cherished memory from his student days, a white moonlight that lingered in his heart. Although their relationship had long since become a mere facade, he could not let go. Thus, on that particular day, he found himself burdened with heavy emotions and indulged in copious amounts of alcohol. It was that very night, in a state of inebriation, that he found himself entangled with Lin Shi. Reflecting on it now, Xiao Chusheng felt somewhat dazed. Consequently, when faced with Zhu Wen's teasing, his initial reaction was one of astonishment, quickly followed by a retort. Of course, I am not envious. What? You're not envious? Lin Shi and I are in bunk beds. We get to be together every day? No, you cannot, Xiao Chusheng declared with a commanding pride. Because from now on, she will be with me every day. At that moment, Zhu Wen also grasped the implication. What? You plan on moving Lin Shi off campus? That could be one interpretation. Xiao Chusheng replied, choosing not to correct her misunderstanding. As they conversed, Zhu Wen noticed the foolish beauty accompanying Xiao Chusheng. She had witnessed the fierce scene where this girl wielded a soda bucket with such ferocity that Song Yu stood no chance, coupled with Qi Shanshan's aloof demeanor. In Zhu Wen's eyes, this foolish girl was truly a heroine among women. If Xiao Chusheng were privy to her thoughts, he might have been taken aback. How audacious to think of her as a heroine. Who is this? Zhu Wen inquired cautiously, considering that this girl was with Xiao Chusheng. Zhu Wen did not dwell on peculiar notions, such as the idea of Xiao Chusheng straddling two boats. Such thoughts would be too stimulating for a naive and innocent college student still sheltered within the ivory tower. Qi Shanshan, without waiting for Xiao Chusheng to fabricate a suitable identity, was already descending the stairs with an array of bags filled with clothing. Is that all? The others were momentarily taken aback. Lin Shi sheepishly scratched her head. These are just my change of clothes, including those for the next few months. Next few months? Zhu Wen's expression turned peculiar. Isn't summer vacation just a few days away? Are you bringing that much? Xiao Chusheng and Qi Shanshan shared the same confusion on this matter. Lin Shi, smiling awkwardly, began to explain, I thought since you all were coming, I might as well bring them along to avoid the hassle of coming back to retrieve them next week. After all, I can't carry much by myself. Oh. Xiao Chusheng understood, finding her reasoning quite reasonable. Only Zhu Wen remained puzzled, yet she seized upon a key phrase from Lin Shi's words. Wait, Lin Shi, where are you going? Aren't you coming back to class after summer vacation? Lin Shi was taken aback by the question, shaking her head in confusion. No, of course. I will return for classes. Then what about all these clothes? Oh, these? While I will be back for classes, I probably won't be living on campus anymore. For a long time, aside from attending classes, I will likely be staying in Hangzhou. I see, Zhu Wen sighed in relief. Yet suddenly, she froze. Her voice rising several octaves. What? You're planning to settle in Hangzhou? Half an hour later, Xiao Chusheng and the three girls arrived at a hot pot restaurant near the School of Finance. Lin Shi attempted to decline the invitation, but Xiao Chusheng was insistent, offering her no opportunity to refuse. At noon, Lin Shi was tidying up her clothes in the dormitory when she was unexpectedly cornered by Song Yu and his companions. She had asked Zhu Wen to bring her lunch, but Song Yu's group recognized Zhu Wen immediately and deduced that the meal was intended for Lin Shi. Consequently, they snatched it away from her downstairs, hoping to coerce Lin Shi into coming down. Reflecting on this, Zhu Wen trembled with rage. That kind of man, Song Yu, is utterly disgusting. He truly deserves to be cursed. All right, Wen, why even bother discussing him? Lin Shi consoled the furious Zhu Wen. By the way, you all are having a meal. There was really no need to include me, Zhu Wen admitted, feeling somewhat awkward since they were a couple. And she was merely an outsider. Not at all. You take such good care of Shi. It's only right for me to treat you. It's just unfortunate that I don't know when I'll be in Shanghai again. Today was merely a fortunate coincidence, Xiao Chusheng said calmly. With a smile, he assumed a posture of apology. As long as you don't mind that this meal is during your lunch hour, it's fine. After all, you've already eaten. Zhu Wen quickly waved her hand. Not at all. Besides, it's almost 4 o'clock now, and our school serves dinner at 6. Xiao Chusheng nodded, his gaze drifting to Lin Shi, who was indulging in hot pot, his eyes softening unconsciously. Then he glanced at the silly beauty beside him. Despite having had lunch, she was still stuffing her cheeks with tripe, looking like a little hamster. Well, it was evident that she was quite the foodie. Given that the lunchbox she had earlier was rather unappetizing, Xiao Chusheng chose not to comment. Meanwhile, Zhu Wen's curious glances flitted between Lin Shi and Qi Shanshan, her eyes ablaze with gossip. However, everyone appeared to tacitly avoid these matters. Oh, right. One particular fool was blissfully unaware and thus had no extra thoughts on the subject. By the way, are you heading to Hangzhou and not coming back? Zhu Wen inquired curiously. Lin Shi, who was munching away, paused at this question and shot Zhu a disdainful glance. I still have classes. How could I not return? Ah, right? In truth, Zhu had many questions to ask, but was overwhelmed by the sheer number of them and didn't know where to begin. After consuming 2 shrimp, her attention shifted back to Xiao Chusheng. So, that Xiao Chusheng? Indeed, my mother's surname is Chu, and my father's surname is Xiao. The 2 illiterates came together and produced a little beast, he quipped. The self-deprecating humor elicited laughter from the 3 girls. One could only say that old Xiao and old Chu were quite adept at naming. However, Xiao Chusheng indeed embodied the essence of his name. Describing him as a little beast was just a compliment. Zhu laughed so hard that she nearly lost her composure, and after wiping away tears of mirth, she steered the conversation back to business. So, that Xiao Chusheng, you're studying in Hangzhou? She probed, eager to learn more about him. Since Lin Shi had a good relationship with Zhu, she felt it her duty to look out for Lin Shi. Especially considering that Lin Shi seemed to be pursuing love in Hangzhou, which she deemed rather bold. What if Xiao Chusheng turned out to be of poor character? Xiao Chusheng glanced at Lin Shi, only to find her gaze equally bewildered, clearly indicating that she had not shared much about him with Zhu. Well, it won't be long before I'll probably be your schoolmate, Xiao Chusheng replied candidly, for there was no need for concealment. When he arrives in Shanghai for his studies, everything will become clear. Zhu was momentarily taken aback, her mind swirling with questions. Huh? What do you mean? Cough, Wen. I am older than him. He won't be joining our school for some time. Lin Shi, feeling embarrassed, quickly stepped in to clarify. Zhu's voice rose in surprise. Huh? I was just about to tell you in the dorm, but Song Yu interrupted me. Lin Shi awkwardly admitted. Zhu's small eyes brimmed with confusion as she reflected on the situation. It seemed to be the case. No wonder her inquiries had led to Lin Shi's expression of unspoken complexities. Was it due to her being an older woman pursuing a younger man? Wait. That was right. Lin Shi was merely 3 years older, so perhaps it could be termed as a woman in her 3rd year clutching a golden brick? After uncovering the details about Xiao Chusheng, Zhu's gaze towards him grew increasingly intricate. How could such a young lad have captivated the goddess of the finance department? This boy possessed something remarkable. Rather than dismissing him for his youth, Zhu felt a heightened sense of gravity. In her eyes, he surely had extraordinary traits. Otherwise, how could someone of Lin Shi's caliber even consider him? Yet, these were matters beyond her inquiry, and Zhu resolved to keep her thoughts concealed, hoping for a future opportunity to probe further. Oh, by the way, Wen, let me give you my phone number. Feel free to call me if anything arises. Lin Shi suddenly remembered and hastily jotted it down for Zhu. Zhu was somewhat astonished. You bought a phone? No, I borrowed it, Lin Shi replied, instinctively glancing at the dim-witted beauty. The latter, engrossed in her meal, had lips smeared with red oil, exuding a fiery allure. It seemed she was somewhat oblivious to their conversation. Was it innocence or sheer naivety? Lin Shi's feelings toward Qi Shanshan were quite complicated. After finishing their meal, they departed in opposite directions. Zhu returned to school while Xiao Chusheng and his companions intended to head back to Hangzhou. Before leaving, Zhu pulled Lin Shi aside to share a few whispered words, primarily advising her to stay safe. Although she held a favorable impression of Xiao Chusheng, noting his journey from Hangzhou to protect Lin Shi, it was evident how much he valued her. By the way, I hesitated to ask this earlier. Zhu suddenly lowered her voice. As a student from Hangzhou, how did you 2 meet? Lin Shi's expression faltered. The story was rather bizarre, and she doubted Zhu would believe her. After all, he had appeared out of nowhere, proposing to support her. Was it romantic or abstract? Noticing Lin Shi's silence, Zhu sensed she might have encroached upon a personal topic and quickly rephrased. I want to pry further, but what about that girl with you? I get the feeling their relationship is unusual. Faced with yet another precarious question, Lin Shi felt as if her throat was tightening. Ultimately, she could only muster a smile. All right, Wen, let us leave it at that. This is the life I have chosen, and I won't regret it. Zhu was taken aback by her words, but upon regaining her composure, a storm of thoughts surged through her mind. Lin Shi's response seemed somewhat evasive, yet she appeared to have addressed everything. Chapter 47. What ill intentions could a fool possibly harbor? Observing the distant figures of Lin Shi and Xiao Chusheng departing together, accompanied by a girl named Qi Shanshan, the trio exuded an oddly harmonious yet glaringly conspicuous aura. Zhu felt a tumult of emotions within her, yet as an outsider, she deemed herself unqualified to comment. She could only silently wish Lin Shi well, hoping her choices would lead her down the right path. Are we not heading towards the train station? Lin Shi inquired. suspecting that Xiao Chusheng had taken a wrong turn. Unbeknownst to her, he was likely more familiar with the area than she was. Not at all. I'm just making a brief stop to pick up a few things, Xiao Chusheng clarified. Purchasing something? Lin Shi questioned, to which Xiao Chusheng nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it's quite a hassle to come to Shanghai. So I thought I might as well buy some crayfish to take back. Crayfish? What is that? Lin Shi asked, unfamiliar with the term. This was not surprising in China. The popularity of crayfish only began to rise after 2010. Prior to that, in many regions, they were even fed to pigs due to their low price. Although Hangzhou would later be designated as a so-called new first-tier city, at that moment it could barely be considered a second-tier city, and crayfish were scarcely seen. Thus, Xiao Chusheng believed there might be potential in this product, albeit uncertain. He contemplated purchasing some to sell, and if unsuccessful, he could simply consume them himself. Upon arriving at the largest seafood market, the three of them spent considerable time searching before discovering a vendor selling crayfish. The vendor was incredulous that Xiao Chusheng intended to buy such a commodity. This merely indicated that the market for crayfish had yet to be fully established. In a few years, they would become the kings of night markets, with shrimp farms across the country unable to meet the soaring demand. The reason Xiao Chusheng focused on this particular item was primarily its affordability. While in later years a pound would cost several dozen yuan, in 2007, live shrimp could be purchased for less than 4 yuan per pound. Imagine the profit margins. Unlike oysters, crayfish could be pre-cooked and sold. In other words, they did not require immediate preparation, allowing for a quicker turnaround that could enhance earnings. The night before setting up their stall, or even at noon, they could fry the purchased shrimp and sell them by evening. Many eager customers would simply buy and leave, eliminating wait times. This strategy effectively created an additional revenue stream, which, barring unforeseen circumstances, seemed promising. Be careful, Shan, don't pinch your fingers, Lin Shi exclaimed, alarmed as the Navi beauty poked at the shrimp, quickly pulling her away. Xiao Chusheng grimaced slightly. The uncanny sense of déjà vu was palpable. Why did it feel increasingly like a couple was taking their daughter out? After haggling with the vendor, Xiao Chusheng ultimately purchased 300 pounds at a price of 3.5 yuan per pound. While this quantity sounded substantial, it would only last 2 to 3 days at most once sold, assuming a peak in demand. Nevertheless, even with a gradual sale, it posed no significant issue. If frozen, they could last at least 10 to 15 days without concern. This was precisely the plan he envisioned. So he requested the vendor to pack them into several manageable boxes for transport. Gazing at the 5 packed foam boxes, Xiao Chusheng scratched his head, pondering that perhaps he had purchased a tad too much, given the distance from Shanghai to Hangzhou. Let me assist you, Lin Shi quietly offered, lifting 2 of the boxes. They were heavy, yet manageable, though she stumbled slightly. Just as she was about to attempt a third, Xiao Chusheng swiftly intervened. 2 is already pushing your limits. Allow me to handle the rest. However, as he prepared to carry the remaining 3 boxes, a certain clumsy beauty suddenly grabbed one. Despite being the weakest among the trio, lifting one was not overly difficult. After all, they would be taking a vehicle, and only the stretch leading into the train station required manual handling, which posed little challenge. Xiao Chusheng double-checked, "Are you sure you can manage that?" Shan nodded vigorously, her lips pursed stubbornly, exuding a certain cuteness. Thus, the 3 of them with 5 boxes shared an inexplicable harmony. On the train, Lin Shi suddenly gasped, drawing the attention of all the passengers. Blushing, she lowered her head and quietly asked Xiao Chusheng, "Since we're all here, who will pick up the oysters?" "No need to worry," Xiao Chusheng replied with a smile. "I anticipated this before we left, so I used Shan's phone to inform the supervisor. He'll arrive a bit later. If we return too late, we can hand it over to Chen Bin." Lin Shi finally exhaled in relief. That's good. Xiao Chusheng felt fortunate to have obtained the supervisor's contact information that day. Otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome. As for Chen Bin, while reaching him might pose some difficulty, he had mentioned he would be protecting Lin Shi every afternoon. So it was highly likely he would be lingering near Shan's home. Perhaps due to the fatigue of their journey, the clumsy girl fell asleep on the train. Resting her head on Xiao Chusheng's shoulder, Lin Shi rested her chin in her hand, silently observing the sleeping girl's face, lost in thought. After an indeterminate time, she suddenly inquired of Xiao Chusheng, "This child actually likes you, doesn't she?" Xiao Chusheng fell silent, not out of evasion, but rather uncertainty about how to respond. "I don't know." Ultimately, he replied candidly, "She's a bit simple-minded and innocent, lacking any guile. So it's hard to say whether she truly understands what it means to like someone." Lin Shi also fell silent, aware that Xiao Chusheng's words were indeed true. In Qi Shanshan, there resided a rare purity and innocence. Xiao Chusheng gently brushed his fingers through the hair of the clumsy beauty resting on his shoulder, reflecting sincerely. You know, she is quite perceptive in her own way. Indeed, as you said, she has that natural simplicity. She is just a fool. What ill intentions could a fool possibly harbor? The two continued to quietly observe the sleeping Qi Shanshan, both fully aware of her circumstances. In a way, Lin Shi and she could be considered akin, though their experiences were different. They shared the commonality of being unfortunate souls devoid of familial love. Xiao Chusheng narrowed his eyes slightly, inhaled deeply, and began to speak thoughtfully. For her, whether it is love or any other emotion, it really doesn't hold much significance. After a brief pause, he continued, much like a drowning person grasping at a straw, she instinctively clung to the hope of companionship. The girl, devoid of affection, encountered a remarkable boy. Though he appeared somewhat mischievous, he had never truly wronged her. This extraordinary individual ventured into her solitary existence, and she greedily relished the sensation of having someone by her side, irrespective of love. You must have noticed this long ago, right? Xiao Chusheng smiled softly. Retorting to Lin Shi, she is completely unguarded around you, perceiving you as akin to me. Lin Shi's expression shifted, a tightness settling in her chest. For her, perhaps I am akin to family, she mused, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. Indeed, we are family, Xiao Chusheng affirmed with a low, resolute voice. Chapter 48. Implementation of the second plan. By the time they returned to Hangzhou, it was nearly 7 in the evening. Hence, Xiao Chusheng and his companions hastened to the home of the beautiful fool to retrieve the barbecue cart. Will these items be somewhat monotonous? Lin Shi expressed her concern while eyeing the wares in the cart's display. It was indeed a bit lacking, but circumstances dictated haste. Xiao Chusheng explained with a hint of resignation. The items had been procured in Shanghai while casually buying crayfish, including a substantial piece of lamb and some pre-prepared skewers. Upon arrival, Chen Bin and others were already waiting. Boss, I've collected your oysters, Chen Bin exclaimed as he rushed to greet Xiao Chusheng. Xiao Chusheng nodded appreciatively. Thank you for your efforts. I was delayed returning from Shanghai due to some unforeseen matters. With the intimidation from Chen Bin and his spirited friends, no one dared to encroach upon their territory. Xiao Chusheng felt a peculiar sense of becoming a local authority in this domain. I hope I won't be swept away during the crackdown, he mused, feeling a mix of emotions. They hurriedly set up the stall. And as the aroma of garlic-infused grilled oysters and the scent of lamb skewers wafted through the park, patrons soon arrived, lured by the enticing fragrance. Baggy shorts and flip-flops were the standard attire for the local residents. Boss, you arrived quite late today. When I first came, I wondered if you would even set up shop, remarked a familiar face, returning for the 3rd consecutive day. Xiao Chusheng greeted him with a smile. I had a few matters to attend to and arrived late. Unless the weather turns dreadful, I should be here regularly. That's great to hear. I particularly enjoy your oysters. I haven't seen them at other stalls. Indeed, acquiring the stock is no easy feat, however. I plan to introduce some new items tomorrow for you to try. The man's eyes lit up with anticipation. New items? What will they be? Xiao Chusheng, feeling transparent. Shared, spicy stir-fried crayfish, incredibly fragrant, though the meat is somewhat scarce. Those who can't handle spice might find it challenging. Oh, I've seen that before. It's quite good despite the scant meat, the older gentleman remarked, proving his discerning palate. However, boss, your offerings today seem a bit limited. Will you have enough to sell? He opened the display case, hoping to select some leeks or similar accompaniments, only to discover a mere handful of options. Returning late, he had just sent someone to fetch them, but it was uncertain how much could be procured. Xiao Chusheng felt quite helpless in this situation. He instructed Chen Bin to take a few individuals with him to the supermarkets that were still open, as well as to the vegetable market, to see what could be found and to purchase a few items to enhance their offerings. Although the prices of vegetables in the supermarket were somewhat steep, there remained a profit to be made when they were used for barbecuing, which was certainly preferable to having nothing to sell at all. However, given the time of day, freshness was a concern, so he urged Chen Bin to avoid bringing back any leftover, subpar vegetables. While Xiao Chusheng attended to the guests, Lin Shi and the foolish beauty were frantically skewering lamb. They had previously prepared the meat at the foolish beauty's home, marinating it in a secret sauce during their journey. Their steps were somewhat reversed compared to the usual process, yet this did not hinder their efforts. It merely left both women with sticky hands. Be careful, you too. And don't injure yourselves in your haste, Xiao Chusheng cautioned, recalling the vivid memory of the earlier incident when Xianshan, in her clumsiness, had cried out in pain. Soon enough, Chun Bin and his companions returned with some vegetables, having washed them beforehand. This caused Xiao Chusheng to regard him with newfound respect, despite his seemingly lackadaisical demeanor. Often found engaged in brawls or at internet cafes, Chen Bin displayed a remarkable attention to detail. Realizing this, Xiao Chusheng deemed him a worthy candidate for further development and called him over. Binzi, come here and observe my technique, he beckoned, demonstrating the art of barbecuing. This excursion to Shanghai had imparted a crucial lesson to Xiao Chusheng. Relying solely on himself was insufficient, even though he was still in the early stages of accumulating capital. The simple truth was that hard work was necessary to generate funds. In a world governed by risk and toil, one could not expect a comfortable life without yielding something in return. Yet, he contemplated a shift in strategy, considering how to leverage individuals like Chen Bin. Initially, he had planned to wait a month until he had amassed his first pool of capital before engaging them, but it now appeared that this timeline needed to be accelerated. As he instructed Chen Bin, he simultaneously prepared the vegetables that had been brought. Pay attention. Once you have learned the essentials, I may have you assist me periodically. Xiao Chusheng informed him. Chen Bin harbored no objections, recognizing Xiao Chusheng as the boss and accepting his authority. At this rate, within a few days, they could accumulate several thousand yuan, all of which could be reinvested into the barbecue venture. Money should not be hoarded. The essence of wealth lies in its ability to generate more wealth. Thus, Xiao Chusheng resolved to add another stall with minimal costs, not seeking substantial profits, merely aiming for reasonable returns. He decided that Chen Bin and his companions would manage this new venture. He conveyed his plan to Chen Bin. I will provide the capital and the expertise. You will operate the stall according to my specifications each day, and you shall keep 40% of the profits. How you choose to divide it is up to you. Chen Bin was taken aback. Xiao Chusheng had mentioned starting salaries a month later, yet happiness had arrived sooner than anticipated. His few companions were equally astonished. They were unsure of the exact amount of 40%. However, they were acutely aware of the bustling success of Xiao Chusheng's barbecue stall and had complete faith in his money-making methods. I have but a few requests for you. First, be obedient. Second, adhere to the rules. Remember, this world can no longer resolve issues through brawling. We must utilize our intellect to earn money legally and legitimately. Of course, there will inevitably be those who, envious of your profits, may retaliate. You must be prepared to respond in kind. Do you understand? Understood. The spirited young men echoed in unison, startling quite a few customers. Nonetheless, Chen Bin and his companions did not take any action, especially considering that the public order was not as stringent as in later times. It was quite normal to encounter a few ruffians on the streets, and no one thought much of it. If we can endure a few more days, we will not be overly fatigued, Xiao Chusheng whispered to Lin Shi. Lin Shi nodded in agreement. Once the skewers were prepared and the stall was operating smoothly, Xiao Chusheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, arriving just after 7 had left him pressed for time, yet observing the long queue of customers, he mused that today's revenue might not be significantly affected. Chapter 49. The living advertisements of two beauties, one large and one small. He entrusted the stall to Lin Shi, while a certain daft beauty remained to assist. Although Xianshan was somewhat foolish, she was capable of handling certain tasks. Xiao Chusheng returned to the daft beauty's home, intending to process some crayfish while he had the chance. If he delayed until after closing, it would be well past midnight, and it was expected that both old Xiao and old Chu would return home tonight, thus he could not linger out too late. Processing the crayfish was undeniably labor-intensive. If given the choice, he would have preferred to sell frozen shrimp tails directly. However, in 2007, those were exceedingly difficult to procure, so one had to sell whatever was available. Although dealing with whole shrimp was cumbersome, the profit margins were slightly higher. Using a shoe brush purchased from a convenience store, Xiao Chusheng vigorously scrubbed the crayfish under running water. Nevertheless, attempting to process 300 pounds in such a short time was clearly ambitious. After over an hour, he had managed to prepare just over 10 pounds. Is it really this laborious to handle these things? He lamented, feeling exhausted. While delicious and profitable, they were indeed quite a hassle. Xiao Chusheng had nearly abandoned the idea of earning extra income from crayfish, given the limited manpower at his disposal. However, resting his chin on his hand, he pondered that perhaps he could enlist Chen Bin and his crew for assistance, with a few people working together. It should expedite the process. He quickly sought Ed the 10 pounds of crayfish with the prepared chili, 13 spices, and beer. Considering that some customers might not tolerate excessive spiciness, he refrained from adding too much chili. Based on this consideration, he decided to prepare a portion of garlic shrimp to see how well it would sell. After cooking, he packed the crayfish into a clean bucket and headed to the park, stopping to purchase 2 servings of rice along the way. Having been busy all this time, he and Lin Shi had yet to eat, while the daft beauty had already consumed quite a few skewers. Each day, this stall saw dozens of dollars worth of food enter this girl's stomach. Nevertheless, Xiao Chusheng remained unfazed by these trivial matters. He was not particularly concerned, especially considering that this individual might very well become the mother of his child in the future. Is there any issue with feeding the mother of his child? Not at all. Come, give it a try. I have sawed Ed a bit, he said, lifting the lid of the bucket. Instantly, a unique and delectable aroma of crustaceans enveloped the stall. Xiao Chusheng peeled a few small crayfish for Lin Shi. Have you learned? Grasp the head, twist, and pull to remove the shrimp vein, and then it's ready to eat. He offered it to her mouth, and as Lin Shi chewed, her eyes sparkled with delight. Delicious. Xiao Chusheng nodded. There was a reason why this delicacy would eventually reign supreme in night markets. Although the meat was scarce, the flavor was undeniable. Many might assume that consuming crayfish was merely indulging in the seasoning, yet attempting the same method with regular shrimp would yield entirely different results. A certain eager, somewhat foolish beauty could no longer contain her excitement and approached Xiao Chusheng, requesting him to feed her as well. With no choice but to oblige, he peeled a few for her and fed them to her. All right, you've learned how to peel them. Now you can do it yourself. You two enjoy your meal while I attend to the customers, he said, taking Lin Shi's place to allow her and the foolish beauty to feast. The 2 ladies, one tall and one petite, clutched a bucket of crayfish, unable to pause in their consumption. They gasped and panted, overwhelmed by the spiciness. Yet the heat only fueled their desire to eat more. In this manner, they became living advertisements, much like when selling oysters. The customers lining up at the stall were already enticed by the enticing aroma, their mouths watering uncontrollably. Unable to restrain their curiosity, one asked Xiao Chusheng, "Boss, are you not planning to sell these crayfish?" Taken aback by the question, Xiao Chusheng replied, "I can sell them, but I haven't settled on a price yet. My intention is to start selling them tomorrow." "Oh, what would that roughly be?" they inquired. "It's hard to say, perhaps around 23 to 31 for a portion, which would be about 10 to 20 pieces, he estimated, surveying the quantity. It seemed acceptable, as those questioning did not perceive the price as excessive. Xiao Chusheng understood their perspective. Firstly, these delicacies were not yet available for sale, and secondly, they were in Hangzhou, where prices were inherently high. Moreover, the crayfish appeared quite sizable, making 10 to 20 pieces sound impressive. However, they would soon discover that the edible portions were limited. Indeed, a dozen pure meat would only yield a couple of bites, a classic case of visual deception. Hence, to truly satiate one's hunger, an individual could consume several pounds. Before long, the bucket of crayfish had been swiftly devoured, aside from what Lin Shi and the foolish beauty had eaten. Due to the difficulty in pricing, Xiao Chusheng decided to sell them at 1 yuan each. If sold at such a low price, it would not be sustainable for the next day. The customers, however, comprehended this rationale. "You should all give it a try," he suggested, inviting Chen Bin and the others to indulge in a few. They had been observing for quite a while, curious about the exquisite flavor that lingered in the air. Upon tasting it, enlightenment struck. Chen Bin could not contain his praise. "Boss, with your culinary skills, this will undoubtedly be a huge success." Xiao Chusheng sighed in resignation. "That is certainly true. But while this dish may sell well, it is not easy to prepare. I still plan to have you all assist with the processing shortly." "Absolutely, no problem at all," Chen Bin replied promptly. 300 pounds. With the assistance of his brothers, it could be managed in a mere 2 hours. As for the cooking, that would be a simple task. The naive beauty had a large freezer at home, where the cleaned shrimp could be directly stored once Chen Bin and the others finished washing them. Thus, Xiao Chusheng led Chen Bin and his companions to Qi Shanshan's home to retrieve the remaining shrimp, instructing them to wash as many as they could. When it was time to close up, Chen Bin obediently took the others and left. Xiao Chusheng, however, returned to complete his final shift, and by 11:30, he brought back the cleaned shrimp to Qi Shanshan's place. After tallying the earnings, the 3 of them were momentarily stunned. Although the money from the crayfish was included, the total was surprisingly similar to yesterday's. Xiao Chusheng was bewildered. Perhaps the reputation of the oysters had drawn in a significant number of new customers. Lin Shi attempted to analyze the situation. Despite arriving around 7, the peak business hours were actually after 8. Xiao Chusheng rested his chin on his hand and pondered. That makes sense. Should that crayfish really be sold? Lin Shi expressed her concerns. While it is indeed delicious, the meat is rather scant. Aside from the central flesh, the claws and legs yield little substance. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chusheng couldn't help but chuckle, acknowledging that many vendors have faced similar doubts, only to be proven wrong in the end. Just wait and see, it will sell, albeit with considerable effort. Xiao Chusheng clarified his thoughts. We'll gauge the market response first. If there are many customers, we'll have Chen Bin's team assist with the preparation. If not, we'll simply abandon the idea. Seeing Xiao Chusheng's determination, she had no further objections. Chapter 50. Your sister saw you coming out of the hotel with a girl as the time came. Xiao Chusheng prepared to head home, and Lin Shi instinctively followed him. Oh right, you're staying at Qi Shanshan's place tonight, aren't you? It dawned on Xiao Chusheng, and he informed Lin Shi. I suspect my parents will be returning home today. What? Both Lin Shi and the naive beauty beside her trembled slightly. After leaving the naive girl's house, Xiao Chusheng did not head home immediately, but sought out Chen Bin. The latter was in the back of a nearby internet CAF, assisting with the processing of the crayfish. By the time Xiao Chusheng arrived, the last 100 or so pounds were nearly finished. Indeed, many hands make light work. Boss, you've arrived. Chen Bin greeted him with a beaming smile. Xiao Chusheng nodded and replied with a soft acknowledgement. Once you finish, let us freeze them here at the CAF. Give the owner a few tins as a reward. It's too late, and your boss's wife is likely asleep. We shouldn't disturb them. Chen Bin quickly insisted it wasn't necessary. My refrigerator has space. I can take them home. Xiao Chusheng had no objections, agreeing to this arrangement, though he remained somewhat cautious of Chen Bin. While he believed that Chen Bin wouldn't engage in any self-destructive behavior, his crew comprised a group of inexperienced young rascals, not all of whom could be trusted. Identifying those worthy of cultivation and trust would undoubtedly require some time. After ensuring Chen Bin was settled, Xiao Chusheng turned back toward his own home. As expected, he found the lights on downstairs. Old Xiao had indeed returned. Silently ascending the stairs, he opened the door to find Old Xiao watching television. You brat, why are you back so late? Old Xiao's tone bore a hint of reprimand, yet his face was adorned with affection. Upon hearing his father's voice, Xiao Chusheng's body instinctively froze. Since his rebirth, this was the first time he had laid eyes upon his father. Unlike the old man he remembered from over a decade in his past life, the current Lao Xiao had not yet been graced with a profusion of gray hair. Frankly speaking, aside from a tinge of nostalgia, Xiao Chusheng felt little emotion. Perhaps this was due to the lack of regrets he harbored towards his parents in his previous life. After all, despite enduring hardships, he ultimately became a figure of success in their eyes. Yet, he distinctly recalled that the initial capital for his entrepreneurial endeavors had been provided by Lao Xiao. And when his career faced obstacles, it was again his father who had opened his secret stash to offer assistance. With this thought, a smile broke across Xiao Chusheng's face. Lao Xiao, how could you bear to come home? You little rascal, what kind of talk is that? Am I not allowed to return to my own home? Lao Xiao retorted, his expression stern and decidedly displeased. The father and son exchanged a few words when suddenly, his mother, Chu Qing, emerged from the bedroom and enveloped Xiao Chusheng in a warm embrace. Son, have you missed your mother? Not a bit, Xiao Chusheng boldly declared, prompting Lao Chu to ruffle his hair in exasperation. The familial atmosphere had always been harmonious. Otherwise, he would not have had the opportunity to succeed in his previous life's ventures. Generally, the aspirations of parents shape the heights their children can attain. Had he been born to different parents, expressing a desire to start a business in the already saturated internet economy might have resulted in a rather severe reprimand. How was dinner? Are you hungry? Chu Qing had always doted on Xiao Chusheng, a sentiment that was reciprocated by his mature demeanor. I've eaten, but it's getting late. I'm off to wash up and sleep. He deftly shifted the conversation. In his recollection, there came a time when meetings with his parents became infrequent. Due to substantial household expenses, university fees, weddings, Lao Xiao had resigned from his stable position at a state-owned enterprise to open a small restaurant. The business thrived, proving to be more lucrative than his previous job. Although the state-owned enterprise offered stability, it provided little room for advancement, particularly in the year 2007. Before resigning, Lao Xiao's monthly take-home pay barely reached 5,000, whereas running the restaurant after accounting for expenses, yielded a net profit exceeding 20,000. However, this figure paled in comparison to Xiao Chusheng's recent business ventures, which he felt compelled to keep from his parents. No matter the financial success, they would undoubtedly insist that he focus on his studies, with the prospect of earning money postponed until after graduation, a sentiment echoed by most parents. Yet, that was the ideal scenario. The reality was that opportunities seldom awaited the unprepared. The winds of fortune would not linger simply because one had failed to seize them. By the time one was ready, the chance would have long since passed. After washing up, Lao Xiao suddenly inquired, "By the way, you little rascal, are you seeing someone?" The question caught him off guard, leaving him momentarily bewildered as he pondered what might have gone awry. In his previous life, it took quite some time for Lao Xiao to learn about his romantic involvement, so how could he possibly know now? Xiao Chusheng instinctively assumed his father was referring to Zheng Jiai, as it had taken over a year for his parents to discover their relationship in his past life. Could this be the consequence of a butterfly effect from his rebirth? Xiao Chusheng pondered this inwardly. Yet he maintained a facade of calm as he inquired of old Xiao, "From where did you hear this?" Old Xiao, unreserved, replied, "It was that girl Rong who mentioned it this afternoon at the shop." Xiao Rong, Xiao Chusheng's cousin and the daughter of old Zhao's younger brother, attended the local 6th middle school. Due to its proximity to old Zhao's shop, she frequently dined there. However, Xiao Chusheng was filled with suspicion. How could she possibly know? Is her word credible, given her status as a student at 6th middle school? It was hardly surprising that Xiao Chusheng harbored doubts. After all, he had never disclosed to Xiao Yurong his pursuit of Zheng Jiai at this particular juncture in his previous life. Moreover, since his rebirth, he had severed all ties with Zheng Jiai, making it even more implausible for her to possess such knowledge. Something felt amiss. There was undoubtedly a discrepancy in the narrative. Nevertheless, old Xiao remarked, "Indeed, that is precisely why I am inquiring. If I were certain, why would I need to ask you?" He continued, "She claimed to have seen you exiting a couple's hotel with a girl one morning on her way to school, although she herself harbored doubts about having misidentified you." Xiao Chusheng felt a jolt in his heart. Goodness, was it truly that day? He had been spotted by the daughter of a relative while spending the night with the foolish Chishinshin. This was indeed an instance of the butterfly effect. Yet, Xiao Chusheng feigned calmness. "Oh, that was me. Do you believe it?" Old Xiao stared at him for a long moment before bursting into laughter. "Is there any need to ask?" "Of course, I do not believe you." Xiao Chusheng found himself questioning his existence. Was it not a sign of a lack of faith in his own son? Did he truly appear so unappealing? Though he had managed to conceal the truth from his father, an inexplicable sense of anguish pierced his heart. Feeling lost, Xiao Chusheng retreated to his bedroom, unwilling to utter another word to old Xiao. The pain was overwhelming. Meanwhile, at Chishinshin's residence, the foolish beauty and Lin Shi, two ravishing maidens, were enjoying a bath together. On the surface, their relationship appeared remarkably close. In reality, Chishinshin was simply endearingly naive and utterly devoid of guile. Faced with such an innocent soul, Lin Shi found it hard to take advantage of her. In Chapter 51, the inability to see the future is due to the vision of the future. The harmlessly naive Chishinshin was being scrubbed by Lin Shi. Overwhelmed by comfort, she began to doze off. Lin Shi, observing Chishinshin's drowsy disposition, couldn't help but shake her head. "Wake up, Shan Shan, awaken." It was only after being thoroughly scrubbed that Chishinshin finally opened her sleepy eyes. She instinctively reached behind her back and remarked, "All clean." Upon hearing this, Lin Shi couldn't suppress a laugh. "After all my scrubbing, how could you not be clean?" With a bewildered expression, Chishinshin murmured, "I used to bathe alone, and my hands couldn't reach my back." "You might consider using a long bath towel. It's barely effective," Lin Shi advised. Chishinshin couldn't help but ponder the practicality of this suggestion. Through their interactions over the past few days, Lin Shi gradually realized that Chishinshin was a naturally innocent soul, devoid of any ill intentions. Perhaps it was because she had lost her mother at a young age and faced neglect from her father and stepmother, resulting in her lacking certain basic knowledge. While Lin Shi washed herself, Chishinshin watched intently, causing Lin Shi to feel a tad embarrassed. "Is there something on your mind?" Lin Shi inquired, testing the waters. "Why have you been staring at me?" "Because we just took a shower," replied the naive beauty, Qi Shanshan, with a hint of simplicity. "Isn't it already clean?" Lin Shi instinctively questioned. "Oh." Lin Shi felt a bit perplexed, but soon realized. "You want to help me scrub my back?" Qi Shanshan nodded affirmatively. "All right, then you can help me wash," Lin Shi said, turning her back towards Qi Shanshan with an air of nonchalance. Though Qi Shanshan was clumsy, She put forth great effort. By the time they finished bathing, it was nearly 1 o'clock in the morning. Are you not going to rest? Lin Shi queried. Observing Xiao sprawled on the sofa, watching television, her expression tinged with curiosity. I'll sleep right here. Lin Shi was taken aback, her brows knitting together slightly. You're going to sleep here? Yes. Lin Shi found it puzzling and pressed further. Why not return to your room? At that moment, the television blared with the unmistakable voice of Andy Lau, golden quality, standing tall in the world. It was one of the most catchy mobile phone advertisements of that era. The very reason why Jiani had once held the crown of domestic smartphones for several years. However, as the smartphone age dawned, the industry underwent a reshuffle, and Jiani gradually faded from the public eye. One can fear, Xiao pointed at the commercial playing on the screen. Listening to the sound makes it less frightening. In that moment, Lin Shi felt a sudden pang in her heart, unable to resist rushing over and enveloping the naive girl in a tight embrace. Xiao felt the force of Lin Shi's grip, making it difficult for her to breathe, prompting her to struggle. Yet, Lin Shi held on too tightly, and Xiao eventually surrendered. Thank you for coming to see me today, Lin Shi whispered earnestly into Xiao's ear. Xiao did not respond. She had been alone for so long that she didn't even know how to reciprocate the kindness shown to her. Thus, she instinctively wrapped her arms around Lin Shi. For that was all she knew. Though they hailed from different backgrounds, both women bore their own burdens, leaning on each other as if to provide solace. Akin to mutual healing of wounds. Perhaps this was the intrinsic attraction between kindred spirits. One could only say that the intertwining of Xiao Chusheng and the two of them was not devoid of reason. In the future, he and I will always accompany you. Lin Shi spoke these words, feeling a twinge of conflict within her. A blush uncontrollably crept upon her face. For it was indeed a shameful thing to say to another woman. This is so embarrassing. The naive beauty. Perhaps slow-witted or simply unable to grasp the implication of Lin Shi's words, merely responded with a blank stare. In truth, Lin Shi yearned to ask her if she harbored feelings for Xiao Chusheng, yet the question remained lodged in her throat, unuttered. To Lin Shi, the query seemed devoid of significance. Had she not already made her decision? Did it even matter? Furthermore, perhaps, as Xiao Chusheng suggested, Xiao herself was also uncertain. She was simply a drowning person instinctively grasping at straws. Ultimately, Xiao drifted into slumber within Lin Shi's embrace. Lin Shi gazed at the beautiful fool in her arms, who had already succumbed to slumber, and couldn't help but feel a twinge of headache. Although Xiao was 3 years her junior, her stature appeared considerably larger. Indeed, she was a strikingly voluptuous beauty. Lin Shi silently lamented the predicament she found herself in. It took her considerable effort to usher her into the bedroom, while Xiao, the silly girl, slept soundly like a log, utterly unresponsive. This marked perhaps the most peaceful night she had experienced in recent years. Second only to that night, with Xiao Chusheng at the hotel. The former had been a brute, while this time, she was accompanied by a big sister figure, which made Xiao the recipient of an abundance of affection. Before arriving in Hangzhou with Xiao Chusheng, Lin Shi had lived in a state of constant anxiety. A saying rings true: the most desperate situation is when one can foresee the future yet feels utterly lost. In Lin Shi's world, her inability to glimpse the future stemmed from the fact that she had already seen it. This anxiety perpetually plagued her mind, leading to sleepless nights filled with restless dreams. Yet, in this tumultuous time, a young man appeared, eager to provide her with support, like a ray of light that shattered her previously bleak outlook. Thus, Lin Shi entrusted everything to Xiao Chusheng. In this light, it was not only Xiao who sought salvation, she herself was no different. Akin to a drowning person grasping at a straw, instinctively reaching out for any semblance of hope to escape her dismal fate. That night, Lin Shi also found herself sleeping deeply and peacefully. Upon arriving in Hangzhou, she felt as though she had fled from the despairing confines of her home. Here, despite lacking a true home, she experienced a sense of belonging. Xiao Chusheng's solemn yet resolute declaration of "we are family" resonated with her as the most enchanting confession. In the morning, Xiao Chusheng, dragging his weary body, prepared to attend school, only to be halted by the equally early-rising Lao Xiao. "Aren't you on break yet?" Lao Xiao inquired, puzzled. While washing his face, Xiao Chusheng instinctively replied, "Break? It should be coming soon." "I see," Lao Xiao mused, resting his chin on his hand. Xiao Chusheng felt a flicker of confusion, unsure of the older man's intent. "What exactly are you trying to convey, Lao Xiao?" he probed, a hint of suspicion in his tone. "Today is Saturday." "Huh?" Chapter 52. The mutual redemption among three. Xiao stared blankly at the ceiling of her bedroom. Her already limited intellect now muddled. She seemed to be reminiscing about how she returned to her room last night. While simultaneously savoring the warmth and intoxicating comfort she felt in Lin Shi's embrace, reminiscent of the days when her mother was still with her. If Xiao Chusheng were to learn of the thoughts swirling in her mind at that moment, he would undoubtedly quip, "Goodness, do you really see yourself as my daughter?" After a while, the usual alarm clock rang, awakening Lin Shi from her slumber. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and asked, "Are you going to school?" "MHM," came the reply. The two reluctantly parted ways. Their bond, though somewhat distorted, had fostered a sense of attachment not only in Xiao towards Lin Shi, but also in Lin Shi herself, who found herself somewhat fond of this peculiar dynamic. Xiao had been lonely for far too long, yearning for someone to lean on. Is Lin Shi not also in a similar predicament? Although Xiao Chusheng can be considered a part of this, the dynamics between same-sex and opposite-sex relationships can differ significantly at times. At least, there is indeed a distinction before they can formally establish a family together. One might say that the three of them are engaged in a mutual redemption, and the nature of their relationship has become increasingly enigmatic. Just as the foolish beauty was dawdling about, washing her face, brushing her teeth, and changing her clothes in preparation for school, the door suddenly swung open. Xiao Chusheng barged in, carrying 3 breakfasts while grumbling, "Honestly, I forgot today was Saturday, since I didn't go to school yesterday. I didn't even need to get up so early." The foolish beauty, already clad in one shoe, stood frozen in place, seemingly pondering the veracity of Xiao Chusheng's words. Regrettably, this fellow was just as bewildered, having devoted her thoughts to that scoundrel Xiao Chusheng these past few days, leaving no room for other considerations. "So, you're not going to school today?" Lin Shi emerged from her washing routine, her face a picture of astonishment. "Xiao thought we had classes today. You all are quite in sync." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chusheng was momentarily taken aback, casting a suspicious glance at the already still Xiao, who was clearly ready to head out. The atmosphere grew a tad awkward, prompting Xiao Chusheng to clear his throat. "Well then, let us eat. I brought breakfast." In truth, upon learning about the day off, he had contemplated going back to sleep. However, upon reflection, with 2 days of respite at hand, he decided it would be more prudent to utilize this time to prepare and seek out an additional source of income. Resolute in his decision, he made his way to Xiao's home. Little did he anticipate that the foolish beauty would also be in such perfect harmony with the situation. The trio settled down to enjoy their breakfast, soy milk paired with meat sandwiches, a rather luxurious choice for a morning meal in this day and age. The remaining options either suited a street vendor's fare or were too hardcore. After satisfying their hunger, the three ventured out together. Since this was an opportunity to expand their business, Xiao Chusheng took the 2 girls to find Chen Bin, who had just finished a night at the internet CAF. "Binzi, bring a few people along with you," Xiao Chusheng beckoned. "Today is my day off, and we should seize this chance to set up a stall." Chen Bin's expression brightened. Had he not just discussed this with him last night? The boss was indeed impressively swift. Without delay, Chen Bin called over several of his trusted subordinates to join Xiao Chusheng. Within the internet CAF, those who shared a decent rapport with Chen Bin exchanged glances. Had that person just called him Binzi? Some more incredulous expressions. Soon enough, an informed individual revealed the insider scoop. It was said that Chen Bin had recently taken on a boss who was even younger than him. It must have been that person just now. Seriously? Is that true? A group of newly finished internet users found this news hard to believe, while only the informed individual appeared self-assured. With conviction, he stated, "If I had my doubts before, seeing that person just now has assured me of its truth." This statement piqued the curiosity of others. What is the story? Did you see those 2 girls? Upon mentioning this, their fatigue dissipated instantly, and they nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed, that is truly remarkable." The informed individual smiled subtly, affirming, "Precisely. Who but extraordinary individuals could bring along 2 of such caliber? At this hour, they might have just spent an entire night with those 2 exceptional beings." The crowd was suddenly enlightened, as if awakened from a dream. Had it not been for this insightful person's reminder, they would never have ventured to such a conclusion. Given the substantial number of people, hailing a taxi turned out to be nearly equivalent to the cost of public transport. Thus, Xiao Chusheng promptly flagged down a cab, instructing Chen Bin on their destination, suggesting that Chen and the others also procure a vehicle to follow suit. In less than 5 minutes, they arrived at the location where Xiao Chusheng intended to acquire a barbecue cart. This time, he aimed to establish a mobile food truck specifically for selling fried items, albeit a smaller version. In truth, a brick-and-mortar establishment would prove to be more viable in the long run, as fried delicacies tend to remain in high demand even during winter. However, considering current costs and foot traffic, he had to commence with this mobile venture. Indeed, at this moment, what Xiao Chusheng lacked most was cash. He needed to cultivate his finances in a snowball effect, transforming his available cash into a substantial cash flow. As he was in the phase of primitive capital accumulation, it was imperative that his business endeavors were devoid of any risk of loss. Thus, he could only proceed with the food industry at this stage. After extensive negotiations with the proprietor, Xiao Chusheng managed to reduce the price of the small cart by nearly half. The owner appeared visibly pained, while Xiao Chusheng cheerfully remarked, "You see, my dear sir, if I succeed in this venture, I may very well require several more carts in the future." Observing the individuals accompanying him, the owner began to contemplate this notion. As Xiao Chusheng pointed out, it was evident that this young man possessed considerable ambition, and given the arduous nature of such a business, most young people would typically shy away from it. Yet, Xiao Chusheng was willing to embrace the challenges, ensuring that his enterprise would flourish over time. "What kind of business do you intend to pursue?" Lin Shi inquired with curiosity. Xiao Chusheng explained, "Initially, I will focus on fried chicken cutlets, and then assess whether to expand into additional fried offerings. This is merely a transitional phase. In the long term, I definitely plan to secure a storefront." Of course, this was also a grand vision, as real estate in Hangzhou was expensive, and leasing a commercial space would not be economical for Xiao Chusheng at this stage. However, given the vastness of Hangzhou and the relatively low technical barrier of selling fried chicken cutlets, he planned that if the business proved successful, he would invest in several more mobile units, capturing lucrative opportunities in bustling parks, tourist attractions, and schools. Even if he only operated for 2 months, the returns would be exceedingly promising. After all, prior to the rise of the delivery industry, the realm of street vendors reigned supreme. Chapter 53. Deceiving for profit before departure. In truth, Xiao Chusheng aspired to follow the path of Jingxin fried chicken, although he recognized that this market would gradually become saturated. Nonetheless, even with diminishing returns, it still represented a market worth tens to hundreds of billions. Naturally, he did not believe he was yet capable of competing with the well-established Jingxin. However, merely capturing a fragment of the market share would suffice. In the recesses of Xiao Chusheng's memory, the year 2007 already bore the nascent shadow of Jingxin, albeit this brand was merely in its infancy. The true ascent of its popularity would take many years, as a brand must permeate every street and alley across the nation, leaving no corner, even in the most remote towns, untouched. However, success in both dining and business is achieved incrementally and with due diligence. The rapid market penetration of Jingxin was not solely attributed to its captivating advertisements and delectable offerings. It was predominantly underpinned by the substantial capital backing it. This, ironically, posed a significant disadvantage for Xiao Chusheng, a solitary individual far removed from the realm of capital. Consequently, he resolved to carve out an alternative path, initially seizing the street food economy of Hangzhou with a mobile food cart to establish a solid reputation. From this foundation, he planned to pivot into a brick-and-mortar establishment once his finances were adequately bolstered, radiating outward to surrounding regions. He did not aspire to a nationwide presence, recognizing the impracticality of such ambition. Even the formidable Jingxin had relied on franchising to achieve national distribution. Furthermore, chicken steak, lacking any significant technical barriers, could be easily replicated. Once profit was realized, a plethora of chicken steak outlets and brands would inevitably emerge. Ultimately, however, only a handful would endure. Thus, rather than harboring delusions of national expansion, it was wiser to cultivate a small, concentrated area. This delicacy would always find its patrons, even a decade hence. Xiao Chusheng envisioned establishing a brand to generate revenue, waiting for so-called investment firms to approach him for financing or acquisition. When he had reaped his rewards, he would vanish. His true aim lay beyond this venture. The seemingly foolproof business was merely a means to sustain his grander aspirations. The internet industry, after all, is one that thrives on substantial financial investment. In contrast, the food and beverage sector offers a stable and rapid influx of capital, thereby serving as a vital financial conduit for his internet ambitions. In his previous life, Xiao Chusheng had embarked on an entrepreneurial journey that straddled the internet sector, granting him profound insights into its intricacies. Contrary to the depictions in sensational novels where internet companies swiftly amass wealth, The reality for nearly all firms in this domain entails a prodigious outflow of capital during their formative stages. Many endure years, even decades, of losses before profitability becomes a reality. Yet, the pressing question arises, if everyone is incurring losses, from whence does the capital originate? It is, in fact, a game of capital, where competitors vie against one another, burning money to penetrate the market, ultimately discarding those who cannot keep pace. They then harvest profits through stock markets, financing, and user engagement, perpetually compensating for early losses. This is the essence of a winner-takes-all paradigm. Now, Xiao Chusheng aspired to be that victor. With the assistance of Qin Bin and his diligent subordinates, he procured the ingredients required for their evening stall. Morning produce is invariably fresher and offers greater selection. While purchasing these ingredients, he also acquired some vegetables. The trio returned home, while Qin Bin instructed his juniors to transport the newly acquired food cart. With an entire day free from classes, Xiao Chusheng resolved to head to Shi Shanshan's place to prepare an ample batch of those small lobsters. This time, he brought Qin Bin into Qi Shanshan's home. Upon seeing the opulent decor, Qin Bin's eyes widened in astonishment. Coming from a humble background, he had never encountered such grandeur. Xiao Chusheng chuckled and asked, "Are you envious?" Qin Bin nodded honestly, "But I have no hope of experiencing this in my lifetime." Xiao Chusheng, known for his candid remarks, replied, "Indeed, you possess a keen self-awareness." His words left Qin Bin in a state of bemusement, wishing for a bit of encouragement, even if just a fleeting dream. Xiao Chusheng smiled again. "Do you think I am like those capitalists who tell you that with effort, you'll eventually have it all?" Caught off guard by the accurate observation, Qin Bin awkwardly touched his nose. This young man wasn't particularly cunning, otherwise, he wouldn't have had the sense to turn back. He recognized that empty words were meaningless. What truly mattered was what he could grasp. With a deep gaze, Xiao Chusheng addressed Qin Bin, stating, "Some things are destined not to be yours. Yet there are others that you can seize." Qin Bin pondered this thoughtfully. Xiao Chusheng had deliberately hinted at the idea that there are things one can attain and others that one cannot. As long as Qin Bin remained astute, he could secure more for himself. While he may not be exceptionally talented, he was undoubtedly clever. Using the purchased chicken breast and various seasonings, Xiao Chusheng demonstrated a cooking technique to Qin Bin. Admittedly, he wasn't particularly skilled either, resulting in somewhat subpar presentation. The appearance leaves much to be desired, he mused. However, the flavor was commendable. Xiao Chusheng believed it surpassed that of Zhengxin by a considerable margin. This was only natural, as Zhengxin's methodology primarily aimed to maintain a consistent average across all outlets while also considering cost. Unlike Xiao Chusheng, who utilized only the finest ingredients, a disparity was inevitable. In summary, the process was straightforward. He entrusted Qin Bin with the task of refining the details: temperature, cooking duration, the appropriate coating of batter and breadcrumbs, and precise measurements of seasonings. As Xiao Chusheng guided Qin Bin, the latter's mind raced to absorb his instructions. "All right, once you develop a precise set of data, we'll open stores throughout Hangzhou." Qin Bin felt an exhilarating rush, promptly returning to his studies and experimentation. Delicious. A certain glutton could hardly stop himself, devouring the experimental fried chicken with abandon. For such a foodie, Xiao Chusheng could only shake his head in resignation. After handling a portion of the evening's barbecued skewers, he arranged for the frozen crayfish from Qin Bin's home to be delivered. Xiao Chusheng immediately began sought-ing them, but due to the considerable quantity, he found himself still cooking past 2 in the afternoon. The kitchen was permeated with the pungent aroma of chili, causing Lin Shi and Qi Shanshan to tear up. Unable to contain himself, Xiao Chusheng muttered, "This scent is overpowering. If we sell this for months, the kitchen will forever carry the fragrance of crayfish." The foolish beauty instinctively responded, tilting her head and gazing brightly at Xiao Chusheng. "I love crayfish. Was this a matter of preference? Just look at the time, it's already this late." As the rain had dispelled the pungent aroma of chili, "I shall prepare 2 dishes for our lunch." Xiao Chusheng decided to showcase his culinary skills. Chapter 54. A glimpse into the era of $5 for 30 megabytes. Can you really cook? Lin Shi was momentarily taken aback. Her gaze met Xiao Chusheng's, which held an expression of bemusement, as he wondered why she deemed barbecuing as a lesser form of cooking. Lin Shi sensed an incongruity, but could not articulate it. Xiao Chusheng, without further elaboration, began washing the pan, instructing the simple-minded Qishan to fetch some rice. "My family runs a restaurant. My father taught me. A few years ago, I cooked at home for a while, but it was too time-consuming." Xiao Chusheng finally explained to Lin Shi. Realization dawned on her. It was no wonder his business revolved around food. Is there a direct correlation? She questioned. Huh. Is there not? Xiao Chusheng paused, acknowledging that perhaps there was some truth to it. After all, if he did not enjoy certain foods, he might not ponder them deeply. Well, a culinary tycoon not aspiring to venture into the internet realm is hardly a good chef, he mused. How long has this rice been stored? He rubbed the grains that Shan had procured, noting with dismay that it was evidently aged, at least 2 years old. It was a miracle that it had not been sealed and yet remained free of pests. Nevertheless, aged rice posed no significant issue. His palate was not overly discerning. Xiao Chusheng retrieved 3 small bowls, placing a handful of rice in each. However, glancing at the clumsy beauty, he silently exchanged one of the small bowls for a larger one. With a water-to-rice ratio of 1:2, he placed it on the stove to steam for 20 minutes. Given the small number of diners, this method was more effective than a rice cooker. In his previous life, he and Lin Shi often dined together in this manner. While purchasing lamb, he also acquired some pork and a few mushrooms for the evening stall. The cooking method was quite homely. He sautéed the lamb with scallions, creating a simple stir-fried lamb dish, accompanied by a quick stir-fry of crayfish. 3 uncomplicated dishes were ready. Pointing to the rice, Xiao Chusheng tasted it. Not bad at all. Though aged, it bore no unpleasant flavor. Let us eat, he declared. Thus, the 3 of them sat down to enjoy their meal. Lin Shi ate leisurely, while the simpleton devoured her food indiscriminately, lacking the demeanor of a goddess. Should the boys from school witness her unrefined manner, the illusion of her goddess status would surely shatter. To be fair, your culinary skills are quite commendable, Lin Shi remarked. It's no surprise your family runs a restaurant. After satisfying their appetites, they froze most of the cooked crayfish, leaving the remainder outside for sale. Xiao Chusheng then prepared the ingredients for the evening's fare and took a brief nap on the sofa. It was Saturday, and he anticipated a greater influx of customers than usual, already feeling the strain on his legs at the thought. When the time came, they prepared to set up their stall, only to find Xinbin had arrived early with others. This fellow was eager to assist Xiao Chusheng in transporting the barbecue cart, clearly demonstrating his desire for progress. Most importantly, Xiao Chusheng provided him with a glimmer of hope. He was genuinely willing to earn money. As Xiao Chusheng awaited the arrival of the oysters, he found the park bustling with activity. It was Saturday, after all, with many students enjoying their day off and couples free from work. In this era, entertainment options were somewhat limited, making shopping a common pastime during holidays. Reflecting on it, in 2007, most entertainment still revolved around computer games, like World of Warcraft and Legend, if his memory served him right. Even the domestic version of the toxic milk powder hadn't yet been launched by Tencent. Living this second life, looking toward the future felt increasingly surreal, almost as if his previous existence had been nothing more than a fleeting dream. In a time when one could enjoy a month's worth of internet data for merely $5, who could dare to imagine the world 10 or 20 years hence? It seemed utterly fantastical. Nevertheless, this time, Xiao Chusheng was present, and he was destined to leave his mark on this realm. As he had anticipated, Saturday's business was significantly better than usual. Even before the sun fully rose, customers were already arriving in droves. And he worried that the ingredients he had prepared might not last until 9 o'clock. If only we could have such good business every day, Lin Shi mused. Xiao Chusheng chuckled. While we've earned some money, we may also wear ourselves out. Indeed, this business, in essence, is a trade of labor for cash, only to spend that cash on health. After decades, one finds they've merely returned to where they began. It hardly promises longevity. Could you cover for me for a moment? I'll check on the chicken chop situation. Sure. Xiao Chusheng made his way to Xinbin's stall and observed quietly. He had to admit that after their afternoon of deliberation, the presentation was at least satisfactory, far more reliable than the 2 pieces he had crafted that morning. Boss, would you like to give it a try? Xinbin inquired eagerly upon seeing Xiao Chusheng. Yes, let me have a piece, he replied, tasting it. The flavor was acceptable, perhaps even slightly better than he remembered from Xingxin. It could use some refinement for the crispiness. It's a bit too hard, Xiao Chusheng remarked after some contemplation. Yes. We're still experimenting with the batter's consistency, Xinbin explained. While he listened, Xiao Chusheng's mind wandered to another matter. The chicken chop's taste was indeed decent, yet he felt it lacked something essential. Xingxin's strategy involved bundling chicken chops with beverages, as consuming only fried chicken could become tiresome. Thus, their establishments typically offered sour plum juice. However, many smaller franchises, in an effort to cut costs, would substitute this with cheap orange-flavored water. Consequently, in his previous life, many patrons discarded their drinks, including sour plum juice, which not everyone enjoyed. For a chicken chop priced at $10 or $12, most customers effectively paid for the drink without receiving anything of value in return, constituting a waste. Hence, Xiao Chusheng pondered whether he could capitalize on this aspect. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He resolved to rent a soda machine, as cola was a beverage that nearly everyone could appreciate. He intended to bundle it with the chicken chop, offering a discount of $1 should they choose not to take it. Yet, the cost of a cup of cola was negligible. A cup of cola for a mere yuan often leads many individuals to opt for this additional expenditure. In a previous life, Xiao Chusheng established a company specifically for the welfare of its employees, renting a cola machine from the Coca-Cola Company. All it required was a deposit and a simple installation by a technician. Although this mobile service may present some inconveniences, they can be mitigated by utilizing large barrels of drinking water. Determined to proceed promptly, he resolved to make the necessary arrangements. Oh, how could he forget? There was also a holiday to consider, as many companies observe weekends off. In this era, foreign enterprises tend to offer a significantly more relaxed employment environment, which explains the throngs of individuals vying for such opportunities. However, beyond these aspects, there exist deeper challenges. Xiao Chusheng recalled the critical juncture that led to Zhengxin's market compression in his previous life. In Chapter 55, it is noted that she is simply naive, not truly foolish. Zhengxin experienced a vigorous momentum during its mid-stage development, expanding nationwide through franchising. Yet, after several years of rapid growth, it entered a phase of stagnation. The root cause of this decline lies in the fact that, while fried foods are undeniably delicious, they ultimately contribute to unhealthy dietary habits. Furthermore, the limited variety of their offerings exacerbated the situation. To alter this stagnant predicament, they subsequently introduced an array of fried skewers and various inexpensive fried foods. Nevertheless, they could not escape the inescapable reality that fried foods are inherently unhealthy, a truth that remains unaltered. It must be acknowledged, however, that despite their lack of health benefits, these indulgent treats are simply irresistible. Another factor contributing to Zhengxin's market shrinkage was the emergence of diverse fried chicken varieties, as Zhengxin's offerings became too monotonous. For instance, the rise of Korean-style battered and sauced fried chicken significantly encroached upon their market share. Chinese consumers tend to favor dishes that are rich in sauce and sweetness. Otherwise, sweet-flavored dishes such as fish-flavored shredded pork, sweet and sour pork, and kung pao chicken would not have become widely recognized across the nation. Yes, this indeed presents an opportunity. Xiao Chusheng finally identified the key to breaking the deadlock. While the industry's pain points may remain unresolved, he could address the shortcomings of his own products. In Xiao Chusheng's perspective, profitability was not a primary concern, as his aim was to generate revenue to support the internet sector. As for future plans, that is straightforward. Once the business expands, he would secure funding and then cash out at a high position, an age-old tactic of capitalists. However, there is no pressing need for such drastic measures. Although this industry may continue to face market pressure, there is certainly money to be made. Even if he were to simply maintain the status quo, he could likely sustain himself for 30 years without undue stress. All right, let me conduct some research. In a couple of days, I shall present you with a new proposal. Continue your work on the chicken cutlets. We will launch them together when the time is right. Xiao Chusheng instructed Shenbin, as he intended to first ascertain the daily sales revenue of such a mobile fried food vehicle, for that is crucial. Upon returning to the barbecue stall, Lin Shi was diligently grilling oysters, perspiration glistening on her brow. These delicacies were indeed bestsellers. It seems their aphrodisiac qualities held a strong allure for the Chinese populace. It was not only men who were drawn to them. Women were equally captivated, as ultimately, the benefits enjoyed by men would also be shared with women. This logic holds true, for what truly matters to men is the exhilarating experience, while the distinction between reality and perception is often negligible. The real need for experiential satisfaction lies with the female counterpart. Thus, an intriguing phenomenon emerged. Many of the middle-aged women, vibrant and spirited, were the ones enticing middle-aged men to the stall for oysters. Is the crayfish selling out so quickly? Lin Shi wondered, noticing that the bucket of crayfish they had brought was nearly depleted, despite originally containing at least 30 pounds. Indeed, the spice was intense. Yet it surprisingly remained in high demand. As Lin Shi wiped the sweat from her brow, she reflected, the spicier it is, the more one desires to indulge. Such is the allure of crayfish. However, a man narrowed his eyes, having observed that it was the Navi beauty who was handling the payments. Xiao Chusheng, somewhat skeptical, pointed towards the innocent beauty and inquired of Lin Shi, "Are you certain it's all right to let her collect the money?" Lin Shi couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Shanshan is merely adorably oblivious. She is not truly foolish. Can you please refrain from your bias?" At a loss for words, he observed for a while and soon realized that the Navi girl indeed made no errors in giving change, which eased his concerns. In the era of cash transactions, such matters could be quite troublesome, not to mention the risk of counterfeit bills. Unlike the future, where QR code payments became ubiquitous, enabling one to venture out with nothing more than a mobile phone, thus eliminating the issues of counterfeit currency and pickpockets. If feasible, Xiao Chusheng even contemplated intercepting the fortune of Alipay, yet the thought seemed daunting, as the company behind Alipay, Alibaba, represented substantial capital, an endeavor akin to an ant shaking a tree. "Well then, I shall return to procure another bucket of crayfish. I appreciate your efforts," Xiao Chusheng conceded, continuing to rely on Lin Shi. She, however, was unbothered, as she remarked, the effort paled in comparison to her previous jobs. On his way back to retrieve the crayfish, he also picked up 3 portions of rice bowls. Barbecue, while enjoyable on occasion, could become tiresome if consumed daily at one's own stall. Yet, the Navi beauty showed no signs of weariness, remaining utterly invincible. During their brief time operating the stall today, she managed to devour over 10 skewers of lamb and several oysters. As Xiao Chusheng returned, carrying the takeout rice bowls and crayfish, an acquaintance had quietly arrived at the scene. "Jia, I heard the garlic-grilled oysters here are particularly popular right now, and it's said that they enhance beauty for women. Just look at you. Your complexion has been rather poor these past few days. Perhaps you should indulge a little." This individual was Shen Jing, a close friend of Zhang Jia, who attended a different school. They shared everything, including matters concerning Xiao Chusheng. It could be said that Shen Jing played a role in the numerous rejections Xiao Chusheng faced from Zhang Jia, instilling in her the notion that a man who easily acquires something may not cherish it. Therefore, she encouraged Zhang Jia to let Xiao Chusheng profess his feelings multiple times, ensuring that once he succeeded, he would value the relationship. Such matters are difficult to evaluate. While one could argue there is some merit to this perspective, it also hints at a certain folly. Observing her friend in a dejected state, Shen Jing, with an air of exasperation, exclaimed, "Come now, it's just a man. You are stunning. His refusal is his loss, and he should indeed regret it." But Zhang Jiayi's voice trembled with emotion. "He is with Qi Shanshan now. In your school, there exists a rather aloof beauty, doesn't there?" Shen Jing has heard of her, yet she remains skeptical. "Are you quite certain? Xiao Chusheng doesn't seem that remarkable, does he? How could he possibly win the heart of the campus belle?" In response, Zhang Jia shook her head, admitting her ignorance. Xiao Chusheng had not confided in her. However, she had indeed witnessed the closeness between Xiao Chusheng and Qi Shanshan, which compelled her to believe. Even if he does manage to win over the campus beauty, so what? Shen Jing remarked dismissively, with a haughty snort. How many high school romances truly endure? Once the campus beauty encounters superior suitors in college, she may very well cast him aside. You need not feel so disheartened. Boys like Xiao Chusheng are quite commonplace. Surely you will encounter far better in university. Shen Jing affectionately patted Zhang Jiayi's head. "Be good, we are almost there. I've longed to indulge in this barbecue. It has been a challenge to await the holiday." Zhang Jiayi instinctively glanced toward the stall, only to be met with the pristine and striking visage of Lin Shi. She appeared as if descended from celestial realms, making Zhang Jiayi feel woefully inadequate in her presence. Consequently, she lowered her gaze, too timid to look again. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Chusheng, that infuriating man, had just returned, taking over Lin Shi's tasks. Chapter 56. "My dear, open your mouth. Ah, we are nearly there," Shen Jing exclaimed with delight, turning back to continue discussing the barbecue with Zhang Jiayi. It was rumored that the proprietress here was exceptionally beautiful, with some even referring to her as the goddess of skewers. Zhang Jiayi kept her head down, her mind consumed with the fleeting glimpse she had just witnessed. She murmured softly, "Indeed, she is quite beautiful." Though reluctant to admit it, she could not deny that the woman she had just seen was far beyond her own comparison. Moreover, she felt that the other was even more stunning than Qi Shanshan. This beauty emanated from wisdom and maturity, qualities that they, as mere girls on the cusp of adulthood, had yet to cultivate. It was hardly surprising that Zhang Jiayi felt this way. Lin Shi had been working since summer break after graduating high school, encountering many experiences and individuals. With such exposure, one inevitably appears more mature. Among her peers, Lin Shi exuded the aura of an intellectual older sister, a stark contrast to Zhang Jiayi, who had yet to endure the trials of the world. Boss, please bring us 20 oysters. Through the window, separating them from the smoke of the grilling lamb skewers, Xin Jing had yet to realize that the proprietor before them was none other than Xiao Chusheng. He, too, was too preoccupied with his tasks to spare them a glance. It was only when he overheard the girl beside him ask, "Jiayi, what else would you like to eat?" that he instinctively froze, furrowing his brow as he looked up. Their eyes met. Zhang Jiayi, confronted with the face of the very culprit who had been the source of her recent vexations, felt a moment of bewilderment. "You are Zhang Jiayi?" she stammered, momentarily flustered, but quickly regained her composure. Chusheng. The sudden excitement of her close friend caught Xin Jing's attention. She, too, had noticed Xiao Chusheng's familiar face when ordering, though she had never considered that he would be here, running a stall so remarkably popular. "Xiao Chusheng, what are you doing here?" Upon regaining her composure, Xin Jing was immediately filled with fury. For it was Xiao Chusheng who had caused Zhang Jiayi to be so distracted today. Xiao Chusheng cast a cold glance at Xin Jing, as his impression of her had always been less than favorable. His successful confession to Zhang Jiayi had come only after numerous attempts, a feat influenced by Xin Jing's involvement. After they became a couple, their frequent disputes and conflicts bore the mark of Xin Jing's meddling. She exhibited traits reminiscent of a toxic confidant, instilling negative sentiments in Zhang Jiayi. Particularly during the tumultuous period following their university graduation, anxiety was rampant. Zhang Jiayi, having just graduated from a rebranded second-tier institution, faced the daunting challenge of employment that plagued many graduates of that era. With no job opportunities available and a disdain for the service industry, she spent considerable time in Shanghai submitting resumes, all to face rejection. During that time, it could be said that Xiao Chusheng was her primary support, and in a bid to alter their circumstances, he ventured into entrepreneurship. Zhang Jiayi remained static. And when Xiao Chusheng lacked the energy to sustain their relationship, Xin Jing fanned the flames, repeatedly disparaging him in secret. She would echo sentiments such as the futility of entrepreneurship and question how a graduate from a second-tier university could possibly succeed in business. This brainwashing gradually altered Zhang Jiayi's mindset, leading to an increase in her unreasonable outbursts towards Xiao Chusheng and an escalation of trivial arguments between them. The demise of their relationship was a confluence of various factors. While it is undeniable that Xin Jing, the toxic friend, was a malignancy, Zhang Jiayi's susceptibility to her influence played a significant role. Xiao Chusheng had previously cautioned Zhang Jiayi against associating too closely with Xin Jing, as her workplace was a nightclub where he often conducted business. He had inadvertently overheard numerous unfavorable rumors about her. Yet this very concern had led to heated arguments between him and Zhang Jiayi. Since then, he refrained from mentioning it again. Now faced with Xin Jing once more, Xiao Chusheng displayed no warmth, merely asking in a frosty tone, "Are you still eating? If not, step aside. There are other patrons waiting." Xin Jing's expression stiffened at his response. "Why are you like this? Is Jiayi eating or not? If not, get lost." Xiao Chusheng was disinclined to engage further with her, wishing only to sever ties with Zhang Jiayi. But with Xin Jing, he scoffed. Xin Jing, momentarily taken aback by his brusque dismissal, sought to retort. Yet two of Qin Bin's subordinates had already positioned themselves before her. They forcibly dragged Xin Jing aside. These two spirited youths, with their flamboyant dyed hair, were rather intimidating to the female students of this era. Trembling, Xin Jing stammered, "What do you want?" Zhang Jiayi had also rushed over, completely oblivious to the situation. This was not a place for her to act wildly. They threatened, "If you dare to cause trouble, we'll break your legs." The intimidation from the young men from society silenced Xin Jing, leaving her too afraid to speak. "Jing, are you all right? Did they do anything to you?" With the two spirited youths having departed, Zhang Jiayi hurried over to inquire about Xin Jing's condition. Xin Jing, her legs trembling with fright, collapsed onto the ground, exclaiming, "What do they mean? I was merely speaking with Xiao Chusheng. What business is it of theirs?" Zhang Jiayi's gaze flickered as she contemplated the direction of Xiao Chusheng. Jing, wait a moment," she said, cautiously approaching Xiao Chusheng's barbecue stall. She was eager to ask him why he was setting up shop here and whether this was the stall Su Hai had mentioned the other day. However, her primary concern remained the woman who had just made her feel inadequate. She was curious about the connection between that woman and Xiao Chusheng. Thus, she quietly leaned in closer, catching sight of Xiao Chusheng intently grilling a large batch of lamb skewers, spritzing the meat with water. Xiao Chusheng had already noticed her. though he feigned ignorance. Lin Shi was savoring the rice dish Xiao Chusheng had brought over, having witnessed the earlier scene in its entirety. Yet, she was unclear about the relationship between Xiao Chusheng and the girl who had been dragged away. And what deep-seated animosity could have prompted Xiao Chusheng to tell someone to leave so bluntly? The one with that guy earlier was a girl I once pursued. Xiao Chusheng murmured to Lin Shi. He used the past tense deliberately, as it was now a matter of fact. Lin Shi, however, keenly sensed that the situation was not so straightforward. Yet, she chose not to confront it directly. Instead, she smirked and spooned a bite of the rice dish toward Xiao Chusheng's mouth, playfully saying, "Darling, open wide." Xiao Chusheng's lips twitched, recognizing that Lin Shi was performing. What was this? A declaration of ownership over his ex? Yet, Xiao Chusheng was willing to play along, since he understood that there would be no further entanglements. It was better to let her sever her hopes sooner rather than later. Thus, he obligingly opened his mouth, allowing Lin Shi to feed him. "Would you like something else?" Lin Shi feigned a sweet tone, causing Xiao Chusheng to involuntarily shudder at her antics. Nevertheless, he nodded resolutely, and soon they were openly displaying their affection in front of a multitude of onlookers. Xiao Chusheng was responsible for selling the food, while Lin Shi fed him, occasionally taking a bite for herself, entirely unconcerned about whether this constituted an indirect kiss. "Oh, the boss and the boss lady are quite affectionate. You must be married already," exclaimed a regular patron, unable to resist teasing them upon witnessing the scene. Lin Shi pretended to blush, playfully swatting Xiao Chusheng's arm. To the onlookers, it was clearly a flirtation. Naturally, Zheng Jiai, who was hidden nearby, witnessed the entire exchange. Her breath quickened, her expression one of disbelief, as if the sky were collapsing around her. In truth, it felt as though the world had indeed fallen apart for Zheng Jiai. She sensed that many aspects of her life were slipping beyond her control, a feeling that was profoundly unsettling. After finishing the last bite of his rice bowl, Xiao Chusheng found himself at a loss for what to order next. It was evident that his indecision was merely a spectacle for Zheng Jiai. Lin Shi feigned innocence, asking, "What is the matter? You don't still have feelings for her, do you?" Xiao Chusheng promptly shook his head, asserting, "Absolutely not. I have you. How could I still harbor feelings for her?" Lin Shi, resting her chin on her hand, contemplated while glancing at the foolish beauty beside them, who was chewing incessantly like a hamster. Ultimately, she nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, it is easier to transition from frugality to extravagance than vice versa." Was that the correct usage of the phrase? "Shall I assist you for a moment? It seems your ex is looking for you," she added with a smirk. Xiao Chusheng shot her an exasperated glance, but nonetheless switched seats with her. It was indeed essential to clarify things with Zheng Jiai, otherwise, this endless cycle would become utterly tedious. As he settled into his new seat and took a sip of water, Zheng Jiai timidly approached him. Xiao Chusheng cast her a disinterested glance but remained silent. In such moments, the one who speaks first invariably loses. And it was apparent that Zheng Jiai was the one at a disadvantage. She timidly inquired, "Who is this woman?" "My woman," Xiao Chusheng declared, his tone commanding and resolute. Without even sparing her a glance, Zheng Jiai's heart quaked at his words, which struck her like a blade, for they signified that his affections had been bestowed upon another. Her indecisiveness might have cost her the chance with Xiao Chusheng. Yet, Zheng Jiai was unwilling to concede without further confrontation. She forced a smile that was more sorrowful than cheerful, replying, "Is that so? She seems wonderful." However, Xiao Chusheng, the unyielding man, retorted coldly, "Why would you say that?" His words rendered Zheng Jiai speechless, as she realized that his feelings for her had likely diminished to nothing. Not only was there a lack of affection, but it seemed he harbored a disdain for her, an aversion that bordered on loathing. Zheng Jiai felt a wave of injustice wash over her. She had done nothing wrong. Her eyes began to well with tears, as if they were moments away from spilling over. The absence of love was undeniable. In their previous lives, Xiao Chusheng and Zheng Jiai had shared a long history, and whatever feelings they once had long since been eroded by the trials of life. Even couples in the throes of passion experience a 4-month lull, and married couples face the infamous 7-year itch. As for Xiao Chusheng and Zheng Jiai, their fundamental differences in personality and values made their prolonged association a remarkable feat in itself. What they had was more aptly termed a sunk cost, no, a silent cost, which only existed in the absence of better alternatives. Xiao Chusheng had Lin Shi, making it evident that the silent cost was solely Zheng Jiai's burden. In terms of her own merits, Zheng Jiai was rather average. her features deemed attractive but lacking when compared to universally acknowledged beauties. Furthermore, her family background and academic achievements were lacking. To put it bluntly, she was quite ordinary. Yet, should Xiao Chusheng's entrepreneurial endeavors succeed, she would transform from a mere sparrow into a phoenix. She was an ordinary girl, incapable of achieving anything on her own. Despite the fact that in her previous life, Xiao Chusheng was in a dire state, she chose not to leave. One reason was her desire to take a gamble, and another was that Xiao Chusheng bore the hefty cost of living in Shanghai for her. She merely enjoyed the comforts without shouldering any pressure or toiling alongside him, as the burden of stress rested solely on Xiao Chusheng. Eventually, when his career continued to stagnate, she resigned herself to the situation and returned to her hometown. Subsequently, their communication dwindled until Xiao Chusheng was reborn. Then came the question from Zheng Jiai, "Aren't you with Qi Shanshan?" Xiao Chusheng instinctively glanced towards the clumsy beauty. His gaze met the bewildered expression of the silly girl who was awkwardly peeling shrimp beside him, a small mountain of shells accumulating at her side. She had a particular penchant for snacking, having already devoured nearly 2 pounds of shrimp on her own. Zheng Jiai, following Xiao Chusheng's line of sight, was rendered speechless. Why was she here? The oblivious Qi Shanshan was entirely absorbed in eating, while Zheng Jiai's focus was solely on Xiao Chusheng, causing her to overlook the presence of the other girl. At that moment, Zheng Jiai's mind was in turmoil, struggling to comprehend the dynamics among the three of them. Why did Qi Shanshan seem unfazed by the apparent intimacy between Xiao Chusheng and the woman? Zheng Jiai's thoughts were chaotic. Xiao Chusheng merely cast a glance her way, prompting her to exclaim, "What is your relationship with her? What does it matter to you?" Xiao Chusheng retorted coldly. Zheng Jiai found herself at a loss for words, as she recognized the truth in his response. What did her feelings matter? She had repeatedly rejected Xiao Chusheng's advances. "Just leave. You're unnecessary here," he said bluntly. Each word felt like a dagger to Zheng Jiai's heart. Tears welled in her eyes, yet Xiao Chusheng remained indifferent. After their previous quarrels, she always wore this same sorrowful expression, as if Xiao Chusheng were the one at fault. Initially, he had felt a pang of sympathy, thinking that girls might occasionally experience emotional instability. However, as this behavior became more frequent, he grew immune to it. Thus, when he saw Zheng Jiai in such a state now, he felt no stirrings of compassion, even finding it somewhat amusing. Lin Shi cast a deep glance at her but chose not to speak further. Regardless of the circumstances, Lin Shi remained loyal to Xiao Chusheng. Zheng Jiai stood there for an extended period, only to realize that no one was paying her any heed. Even Qi Shanshan didn't spare her a glance, as if she were entirely invisible. In truth, the silly girl was so engrossed in her meal that she hadn't even noticed her presence. Who has reduced her to nothing more than an emotionless glutton, perhaps feeling a sense of futility? Zheng Jiai quietly withdrew from the crowd and returned to the vicinity of Xinjing. Xinjing's eyes were red with indignation, yet she dared not display even a hint of emotion, for the two spirited young men occasionally cast glances in her direction. As long as she dared to approach, they would not hesitate to rebuke her. Although the esteemed Xiao Chusheng had advised them that this was no longer an era of brawls, it was permissible to retaliate if provoked. The underlying principle remained flexible, subject to change. Upon the return of her friend, Xinjing gritted her teeth and inquired about the situation. Zheng Jiai appeared utterly dejected, merely shaking her head and unable to utter a sound. Recognizing her friend's distress, Xinjing understood that Zheng Jiai was struggling to accept the current reality and was temporarily incapacitated. Thus, she could only offer words of comfort. "Jiai, do not be disheartened. The fact that Xiao Chusheng has resorted to running such a small stall indicates his own abandonment of ambition. With his mind set on such trivial pursuits, what future can he possibly have? In time, you two will belong to entirely different worlds." This sentiment was a common mindset of the era, shared by the majority of students, whether they were high achievers, underperformers, or average scholars. They believed that even attending a second-tier or third-tier university, or even a less reputable institution, placed one above others. Although this ideology is somewhat tragic, it reflected the harsh reality of that time, particularly in areas where information was scarce. Zheng Jiai herself harbored similar thoughts, but her perspective diverged from that of Xinjing. She pondered whether she should intervene and dissuade Xiao Chusheng from squandering his potential and time. Little did she realize that such actions could transform him from someone who wished to distance himself from her into a bitter adversary, a feud that could escalate to deadly proportions. After all, robbing a person of their livelihood is akin to committing a grave offense against their family. In the golden age of 1 year, Such an act could be likened to a grievous transgression repeated tenfold. Of course, this comparison is somewhat exaggerated. Yet that year was indeed exceptional, one that would determine the future of the nation. Though Xin Jing refrained from instigating trouble, her resentment lingered. She simply could not abide Xiao Chusheng. Sometimes, aversion arises without reason. When the two spirited young men observed Xin Jing tugging at Zheng Jiai, preparing to approach once more, they promptly intervened. "What are you doing? Are we not allowed to eat? Or do you not wish to engage in our business?" Xin Jing's voice quivered with apprehension. Yet her words remained defiant. The two young men exchanged glances and chose not to respond, yet they remained vigilant, ensuring that no disturbances occurred. As long as the two girls were merely eating, there was no cause for concern. Xin Jing and Zheng Jiai soon found themselves at the front of the line. Upon seeing them, Xiao Chusheng's expression shifted, and just as he intended to disperse them, he heard Xin Jing assert, "Is it wrong for us to eat as well?" This took Xiao Chusheng by surprise, but he quickly realized that their presence here was merely coincidental. Now that his stall has gained such immense popularity, it is only natural for people to come flocking. Thus, he impatiently inquired, "Well, would you like to eat? After all, it's foolish to forego profits. It all ends up in my pocket anyway." Xiao Chusheng was not foolish enough to drive customers away. He intended to reap the benefits first. Xin Jing, without hesitation, ordered an array of dishes, including over 20 oysters alone. Xiao Chusheng calculated the total, 80. "Jia Yi is here. Shouldn't you be treating us?" Xin Jing shamelessly remarked. This statement elicited a laugh from Xiao Chusheng, as he recalled how adept Xin Jing was at taking advantage in their previous life. Now that he was no longer with Zheng Jiai, how could she still have the audacity to say such a thing? Therefore, he retorted without courtesy, "Treat you? What audacity do you possess?" It was evident that Zheng Jiayi's complexion turned ashen, for she realized that Xiao Chusheng had truly let go of her. In the past, he would never have used such a tone with her. Xin Jing's expression also soured, and she spoke through gritted teeth, "Xiao Chusheng, do you no longer wish to pursue Jiai?" Unable to contain herself, Lin Shi burst into laughter, causing Xin Jing's face to alternate between shades of green and purple. Xiao Chusheng wished to laugh as well, but was preempted by Lin Shi. He chose to tear off the facade and spoke with disdain. "Did she not inform you? Or are you feigning ignorance? Pursue her? Is it you or she who is lost in dreams? If you wish to eat, eat. If not, leave. Do not obstruct us. We have business to attend to. If you wish to dine and dash, be gone, or I shall have you removed." His words were nothing short of humiliating, turning both their faces crimson. Xin Jing, infuriated, contemplated overturning Xiao Chusheng's stall, but dared not act. Both cowardly and troublesome, such is the nature of a toxic friend. Surely a discount is not out of the question? After all, Jia Yi is also your classmate. Xin Jing seemed eager to reclaim some dignity. Xiao Chusheng was about to retort, "A discount? How about I break your legs instead?" But suddenly a thought crossed his mind, and he smiled. "A discount? Fine, 80. You can pay 79.50. Is our friendship worth merely 50 cents? This discount is more insulting than not offering one at all." Fuming, Xin Jing produced 80 yuan and tossed it at Xiao Chusheng, declaring, "No need for change." Xiao Chusheng, in high spirits, was unconcerned as long as he received payment. He was now a heartless merchant focused solely on profit. Xin Jing grabbed Zheng Jiai and headed towards the direction of that foolish beauty, Qi Shanshan. However, Zheng Jiai instinctively grasped Xin Jing's arm, feeling an inexplicable sense of trepidation at the prospect of facing Qi Shanshan. It was akin to a mouse encountering a cat, even though Qi Shanshan had never truly acknowledged her presence. In truth, it was not merely a lack of acknowledgement. She had not even spared her a glance. In the eyes of the foolish beauty, only her own interests mattered. Everything else was but fleeting clouds. Suddenly, the foolish beauty emitted a cry of distress, startling both Xiao Chusheng and Lin Shi. Xiao Chusheng handed his work to Lin Shi, saying, "Keep an eye on this. I'll check what is happening." Lin Shi also wished to go over, but with Xiao Chusheng's directive, she reluctantly remained behind. After Xiao Chusheng arrived, he discovered that the foolish beauty was weeping profusely, her entire demeanor exuding a pitiful charm. "What happened?" Xiao Chusheng inquired, perplexed as he examined her. She seemed to be fine. The foolish beauty, amidst her tears, managed to articulate, "It stings my eyes." Xiao Chusheng finally exhaled in relief, realizing that in her absent-mindedness, she had inadvertently touched her eyes with her hands after devouring spicy crayfish, resulting in her tears flowing uncontrollably. Well, she truly was rather foolish. Although most people might have made the same mistake, he wondered how she could be so careless. Gently cupping her exquisitely beautiful face, he felt a warmth in his heart. Almost as though he were smitten, he blew softly at her eyes. Though it offered minimal relief, it was better than nothing. I was wearing gloves, she sniffled, her tears still streaming down her cheeks. Disposable gloves, Xiao Chusheng chuckled inwardly, while continuing to blow at her eyes and explaining, these are merely for sanitation. They can't prevent the chili oil from seeping through the microscopic gaps in the plastic. Even if they remain intact, some oil will inevitably transfer to your hands. Having undergone 9 years of compulsory education, the foolish beauty, despite her natural clumsiness, could comprehend this, yet her sense of grievance only deepened. Xiao Chusheng fetched a bottle of mineral water to rinse her eyes, which provided her with some relief, although they remained red and slightly swollen. The sting was indeed a sensation to contend with. More curious than anything, he wondered how she could consume so many spicy crayfish without any repercussions. But he dismissed the thought, assuring himself that his curiosity was purely innocent. Does it still hurt? Xiao Chusheng's voice unconsciously softened as he gently caressed her face. MHM. The foolish beauty obediently responded, yet her gaze remained fixated on the bucket of crayfish. Aren't you going to eat more? Xiao Chusheng was taken aback. How much had she eaten today? What kind of bottomless pit was her stomach, since she seemed to have recovered? He stepped back and took the grilled food from Lin Shi's hands. What happened? Did the spice get into your eyes? Lin Shi, having observed the situation for some time, had a fair idea of what transpired. Just a bit clumsy, but nothing serious, Xiao Chusheng explained with a smile. Lin Shi noticed the tenderness in Xiao Chusheng's eyes, along with an unmistakable happiness that he could not conceal. I'll go take a look. With that, Lin Shi approached and cupped the foolish beauty's face. Reassured to find that there was indeed no significant harm. Much like Xiao Chusheng, Lin Shi found herself entranced by the beauty of the girl before her. After all, who could resist a lovely girl? Even other girls felt the same. Of course, she herself was quite beautiful, though without a mirror. She often failed to recognize her own allure. Good girl, Lin Shi gently stroked Xiaoshan's hair. This scene grew increasingly surreal, resembling a couple accompanied by a large daughter. Meanwhile, Zheng Jia and Xin Jing observed everything unfold. Zheng Jia's face turned pale as a sheet, and at that moment, the last vestige of hope within her dissipated. She finally realized that Xiao Chusheng was utterly disconnected from her. However, she could not comprehend the nature of the relationship between him and these two girls. Is he truly in a romantic relationship with Xiaoshan, or is it that woman he is seeing? If it is indeed that woman, then what accounts for his apparent closeness with Xiaoshan? Just moments ago, that woman was feeding Xiao Chusheng. They appeared to be a perfect match. For Zheng Jia, the entirety of this situation remains shrouded in mystery, and she dares not contemplate the unsettling truth that Xiao Chusheng is, in fact, a man of dual affections, straddling two worlds. In her eyes, he is merely an ordinary student. It is already remarkable that he could win the affections of the campus belle, Xiaoshan. To think he could also charm a woman like Lin Shi is utterly inconceivable, absolutely impossible. Even in her previous life, Zheng Jia subconsciously held on to this belief. She had never paid attention to Xiao Chusheng's endeavors, as her perception was solely that of him being a student enamored with her during their school days. Thus, even when he frequently spent days at the company with Lin Shi during his entrepreneurial phase, she never suspected any impropriety between them. In her eyes, Xiao Chusheng could not possibly be worthy of a woman like Lin Shi. Little did she know, the man who was a force to be reckoned with in his career radiated a confidence that she failed to recognize. Xiao Chusheng had shown her his most amiable side. Yet he overlooked the crucial truth. Women are often drawn to strength. The persona of approachability tends to falter in matters of the heart. The term simp finds its origins in such dynamics. Meanwhile, Xin Jing, filled with curiosity, inquired about the connection between those two beautiful girls and Xiao Chusheng. Though she had heard from Zheng Jia of his involvement with Xiaoshan, she had yet to meet Xiaoshan herself. Zheng Jia, with her eyes cast downwards, pinched her thumbnail into her thigh, remaining silent. Xin Jing sensed she might have broached a delicate topic and refrained from pressing further. It was only when Lin Shi delivered their order of oysters that she remained reticent. As Zheng Jia consumed the food Xiao Chusheng had prepared, it tasted bland and lifeless, as if her sense of taste had dulled. Oblivious to the tension, Xin Jing remarked, "You know, despite Xiao Chusheng's lackluster personality, his culinary skills are quite impressive. It's no surprise his business is thriving. Jai, how much do you think he earns in a day?" Zheng Jia seemed to disregard her words, her demeanor resembling that of a marionette, mechanically bringing food to her mouth. The events of the day had dealt her a profound blow, and Xinjing, sensing the weight of the moment, fell silent. After they finished their meal, they departed quietly, avoiding any further disturbances. Throughout the encounter, Xiao Chusheng had not cast a glance in their direction, yet Lin Shi took the initiative to ask, "What is it like to be seen by an ex while with a current partner?" Xiao Chusheng was left puzzled by the unexpected question. "What kind of absurd question is that?" he replied, bemused. Lin Shi chuckled softly, "I'm just curious. There is nothing to experience. My heart remains unperturbed." Xiao Chusheng replied nonchalantly, "Then what is the nature of your relationship? What did she do to deserve being your ex?" The astute Lin Shi surmised that the connection between Zheng Jiai and Xiao Chusheng was far more complex than it appeared. She instinctively understood that their relationship was not merely a thing of the present. Yet these words made Xiao Chusheng gaze intently into her eyes. For she was not a virtuous woman, and he, too, was not a commendable man. Chapter 60. Here, there is no divorce, only widowhood. Xiao Chusheng's eyes remained fixed on Lin Shi's face, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth. In that fleeting moment, she seemed to grasp something profound. Was his assertion of being not a good man somehow related to her? Lin Shi pondered, reflecting on his past relationship. When Xiao Chusheng declared that girl was not a good woman, she recognized that, given his shameless nature, he would not lie about such matters, nor would he shift blame. His admission of being a flawed man suggested that he had indeed erred in matters of the heart. If his mistakes had a counterpart, Lin Shi felt her cheeks burn. Surely, it must pertain to me. Taking a deep breath, she earnestly inquired of Xiao Chusheng, "Is there truly no possibility left between you and her? Do not consider my feelings in this matter." The we in her question was unmistakably clear. This inquiry rendered Xiao Chusheng somewhat awkward, reborn. He had not anticipated seeking solace in the arms of another. Yet, life is unpredictable, and some circumstances lie beyond control. When fate presents itself, one must embrace it, lest one shows disrespect to the heavens. He even contemplated that perhaps this second chance at life was bestowed upon him to rectify past regrets. However, upon deeper reflection, did he truly possess any regrets from his previous life? The answer was unequivocally negative. Although his relationship with Zheng Jiai was fraught with turmoil, culminating in a disheartening conclusion, it did not imply that his subsequent embrace of Lin Shi would lack happiness. In his affair with Zheng Jiai, it was she who first relinquished her commitment. There was no betrayal. She placed her future at stake on Xiao Chusheng, only to abandon it before achieving success. In the end, someone remained by his side, ultimately reaping the rewards. Thus, it can be said that Xiao Chusheng held no regrets regarding his past with Zheng Jiai. His rebirth was certainly not motivated by his former relationship. His family was intact, his parents were healthy, he had established a career and accumulated wealth. And he had Lin Shi as a wonderful wife. In such a fulfilling life, where could regret possibly reside? However, the answer was, in fact, glaringly evident. Regrets did exist. Firstly, Lin Shi's past tribulations, as Xiao Chusheng had encountered her too late. Secondly, the foolish beauty, Qi Shanshan, served as the catalyst for his reincarnation. In essence, this was heaven's way of balancing a debt owed to him. Oh, you might wonder if Xiao Chusheng believed in the heavens, perhaps viewing it as superstition? Well, it is only natural. Having been reborn, how could he not be superstitious? Xiao Chusheng's response was straightforward. Indeed, there is no possibility between me and her. For some emotions are fundamentally misguided. In truth, neither I nor she harbored deep feelings. This conclusion stemmed from the years he spent with Zheng Jiai, a decade. Unbeknownst to him, she had quietly withdrawn from his life long before. Thereafter, Zheng Jiai merely maintained a symbolic, occasional connection with him. Perhaps it was merely to provide herself with a safety net? After all, a girl who struggles to thrive in Shanghai may find herself compelled to return to her hometown. If she cannot find a suitable partner, she ultimately faces the prospect of resorting to blind dates. Before his success, Xiao Chusheng was undoubtedly an ordinary individual. Yet he was also a genuinely admirable person. Moreover, what if he were to succeed one day? It is somewhat ironic. But such thoughts are prevalent among the majority of people, and it is a common reaction when faced with similar circumstances. Thus, upon his rebirth, Xiao Chusheng harbored no resentment towards Zheng Jiai. In the realm of adulthood, there is no absolute right or wrong, merely advantages and disadvantages. There is no necessity for confrontation. It suffices to quietly turn away. In this lifetime, she would lose many things, the most significant of which would be Xiao Chusheng. In her previous life, Zheng Jiai's comfortable existence was largely bolstered by Xiao Chusheng's support. Just as Xiao Chusheng was lost in his thoughts, Lin Shi unexpectedly interjected. Isn't the thrill of infidelity delightful? If Xiao Chusheng failed to discern the underlying meaning in Lin Shi's words, he would indeed be quite foolish. It is no surprise that she, a goddess with an IQ of 163, could deduce so much from their past interactions. I don't know, Xiao Chusheng retorted. I believe that sometimes, a breakup is not defined merely by the act of saying it. Just as a divorce is not solely recognized by obtaining a certificate from the Civil Affairs Bureau. Lin Shi was momentarily taken aback by his statement and instinctively questioned. I understand the concept of breaking up, but how can one be considered divorced without a divorce certificate? There are terms like widowhood and disconnection. Xiao Chusheng replied with a straight face, effectively silencing Lin Shi. Yet, she grasped his insinuation, an emotional relationship that was now a mere formality, utterly incapable of revival. Contemplating this, her mood inexplicably lightened. With a playful glint in her eyes, the cunning Lin Shi gazed at Xiao Chusheng and mischievously remarked, in my perspective, there is no divorce. Only widowhood. Xiao Chusheng was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Indeed, it was during such moments that Lin Shi radiated the most vivacity. The Lin Shi of his past life would never have uttered such words. Back then, she had lost faith in the world, with Xiao Chusheng being her entire universe. Yet, she had been plagued by insecurities, lacking the courage to claim him with such assertive words. However, this incarnation of Lin Shi was different. She possessed the stance, the qualifications, and the courage to do so. As the two engaged in light-hearted banter, suddenly, the foolish beauty tugged at Xiao Chusheng's collar, startling him. Huh? What's wrong? He exclaimed, taken aback by her sudden appearance. He felt no concern and had no qualms about her overhearing their previous conversation. For whether she comprehended it was another matter entirely. It's gone. Huh? What is gone? At that moment, Xiao Chusheng remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation until Lin Shi exclaimed, Didn't I have a whole bucket of crayfish? Where are they now? The bucket was completely empty. Not a single crayfish remained. Did you eat them all? Lin Shi was the first to react. Isn't the food enthusiast here just this silly girl? Yet, when they glanced at the small table left for the foolish beauty, it seemed there weren't many shrimp shells piled up, although there were certainly enough. Surely she couldn't have consumed an entire bucket. So, the question arises, where did it all go? The two exchanged dubious looks at Qi Shanshan, who then presented a stack of cash. So much. Lin Shi and Xiao Chusheng exchanged glances, both perceiving astonishment in each other's eyes. The foolish beauty nodded repeatedly. After her explanation, Xiao Chusheng and Lin Shi finally grasped the situation. Goodness, is this a major client? Chapter 61. This money is for you to earn. It turned out that while the two were engrossed in their discussions, a nearby restaurant owner had approached with a bucket and directly packed away all the small crayfish. Crayfish can indeed be considered a dish. Perhaps he wanted to test the waters, intending to prepare them himself if they sell well, Xiao Chusheng speculated. That seems likely. But if he does, it might affect our business, Lin Shi inquired with some concern. Xiao Chusheng shook his head. As for crayfish, it's more about the atmosphere. Eating at home versus sitting at this stall, enjoying the evening breeze and the aroma of charcoal, creates two entirely different experiences. I see, Lin Shi contemplated. It does seem, as he said, a sense of warmth from the fire? Yes, precisely, the warmth from the fire. It's a rather profound term. Xiao Chusheng explained with a smile. Our stall is sufficiently large to accommodate such a volume of crayfish. Otherwise, given the current distribution and average price of crayfish in Hangzhou, it wouldn't be easy to turn a profit. This is the truth. In 2007, the crayfish craze hadn't yet reached Hangzhou. Without large-scale farming and an accompanying logistics system, costs simply cannot be reduced. The affordability in Shanghai is due to an initial partnership established with Xinjiang, currently in the distribution phase. One could say Xiao Chusheng is capitalizing on the tide of the times, leading the charge. The most lucrative period for crayfish is right when they become popular. They are everywhere in night markets, selling out daily. However, as time passes, the layers of middlemen increase and profits get squeezed. It's akin to our oysters, while profitable. Only one place can truly thrive, and with fresh oysters costing more than 2 yuan each, where is the profit to be made? Xiao Chusheng surveyed the neighboring stalls. He noticed that 2 had already begun selling oysters, yet none had signage since they had so few. They couldn't price them too low, and if priced too high, no one would buy. It was merely a matter of luring in a few customers. But what if they found a dock? Lin Shi expressed her concern. What if they encroach on our business? Xiao Chusheng chuckled nonchalantly. I never intended to run this business indefinitely. After all, it's not sustainable. It was merely a fortunate opportunity, and who knows, Perhaps one day that supervisor will no longer have the chance to earn this side income. So, if we can earn, we shall. If not, we will pivot. Oh, you have it all planned out. Then that's reassuring, Lin Shi sighed in relief. Yes, as I mentioned earlier, this stall is simply a means to make a quick profit, a startup fund. Certainly, there is no need for concern regarding those individuals discovering the dock. Oysters have become rather niche, and indeed, many are unaware that such delicacies are available there, even if they were to venture out. The meager quantity required would likely render the sale unfeasible. Xiao Chusheng astutely analyzed the current situation and found no reason to fret over the oyster business, given that it would only last until October. Even if this venture were to falter, the barbecue stall would still prove lucrative. If all else fails, he could source supplies from the docks in Shanghai, effortlessly acquiring a few cases. Frozen oysters are also conveniently preserved, should they remain unsold. He could simply stockpile a bit more. There are always more solutions than obstacles. It was nearly time to close up, after a long day. The prepared ingredients in the showcase had been significantly reduced, leaving only 2 or 3 varieties with a handful of skewers, rendering further sales rather pointless. Thus, he summoned Chen Bin and the others to grill the remaining items and share the feast. As they dined, they engaged in conversation about the day's business. Chen Bin, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "Boss, the business has been splendid. Although we haven't tallied the sales yet, it surely exceeds 2,000. 2,000? Xiao Chusheng pondered. The profit margin on chicken fillets was fairly standard, and such sales during the bustling Saturday peak seemed quite ordinary. Certainly, it was also influenced by the surrounding environment, as this stall had yet to establish a reputation. Despite the park's apparent crowd, most visitors were primarily drawn to Xiao Chusheng's barbecue stall. Consequently, the remaining businesses inevitably experienced a downturn, which accounted for the frustration exhibited by nearby vendors. Regrettably, they dared not voice their grievances, especially with Chen Bin and his crew of former delinquents present. Xiao Chusheng felt no guilt. In business, for every loss incurred by some, there is a gain for others. Each individual earns their keep based on their abilities, and the market is finite. One cannot hope for prosperity through mere congeniality. Reality has shown that the notion of harmony breeding wealth is merely a facade for capitalists to exploit, shifting costs onto consumers. All right, let us return. The chicken fillet stall has room for improvement, and it will flourish, Xiao Chusheng said, patting Chen Bin on the shoulder. The chicken fillet venture was designed for high sales, and it was never intended to be confined to this area, thus this revenue was anticipated. On the way back, 2 of Chen Bin's younger associates, tasked with overseeing Xiao Chusheng's stall, approached him. They had been brought by Chen Bin. "Boss, they are eager to find some work," one said. "Find work?" Xiao Chusheng queried. Slightly perplexed, but he clarified that we'll have to wait a few days. Our resources are currently limited, and we must proceed step by step. Not quite, boss. I heard from Brother Bin that you are considering discontinuing the crayfish? One of the young men, named Zhou Chun, quickly interjected. Ah, yes. The procurement process in Shanghai is cumbersome, and preparing them is quite labor-intensive, Xiao Chusheng explained patiently. Zhou Chun promptly proposed, how about this, boss? We too can run to Shanghai to fetch the supplies, and then the brothers can handle the preparation. You would only need to focus on cooking, and we would receive our wages from you. What do you think? The young man appeared somewhat hesitant, as if fearful of Xiao Chusheng's response. Sensing his trepidation, Xiao Chusheng inquired, "Is there something troubling you? Is it a family matter?" Zhou Chen's face flushed with embarrassment as he nervously raked his fingers through his hair. "My sister is about to enter university, but our family cannot afford it. You intend to support her education?" Xiao Chusheng couldn't help but admire the spirit of these seemingly carefree young men. Their devotion to family was commendable. "Yes, she is the only university student in our family. I have already failed. I cannot allow her to fail as well." "You were right. Opportunities to change one's fate must be seized." Zhou Chen's gaze was resolute as he looked at Xiao Chusheng. At that moment, Xiao Chusheng posed a question that reflected both curiosity and a test. "If that is the case, why not let your sister work? High school graduates can earn money, even doing something as simple as washing dishes." "Absolutely not," Zhou Chen responded with fervor, his tone urgent. "She is a girl, and the world is still unsafe. I fear for her safety while working." Xiao Chusheng found a newfound respect for Zhou Chun and nodded. "All right, then you shall earn this money." As soon as those words left Xiao Chusheng's lips, smiles illuminated both their faces. However, before they could revel in their joy, Xiao Chusheng suddenly furrowed his brow and glanced at another young man. "What about you?" Instantly, everyone paused, their eyes shifting to the young man named Su Fei. Curiosity peaked among the group. Just as Qin Bin was about to explain for Su Fei, he spoke up, "Boss, I too am doing this for his sister." The trio around Xiao Chusheng was taken aback. This unexpected revelation caught them off guard. Zhou Chen chuckled awkwardly. "Well, you see, Fei likes my sister." Xiao Chusheng couldn't help but facepalm. "So that was the case? So, you are a romantic at heart?" Lin Shi's eyes widened in astonishment. She never imagined the seemingly unreliable young man would charge forth for love, perhaps succumbing to a sense of mischief. Xiao Chusheng approached Su Fei and patted him on the shoulder. "That's admirable, but may I pose a question?" Su Fei hesitated, a worried expression crossing his face. "Boss, you won't stop me, will you?" Xiao Chusheng shook his head. "No, not at all. I'm merely curious. You could say it's an exploration of human nature." Such profound words left everyone present bewildered. Nevertheless, since Xiao Chusheng was the boss, there was no dissent. With a cheerful demeanor, Xiao Chusheng continued, "I wonder, hypothetically speaking, if Zhou Chen's sister attends university and, over the course of 4 years, encounters many people, her horizons will undoubtedly broaden. In other words, she may become more accomplished. Her standards may rise, and she might meet someone better, perhaps someone better than you." At this point, everyone understood the implications, which felt rather harsh for a young man with innocent intentions. Yet, Xiao Chusheng, ever the provocateur, pressed on. "If, at that time, she falls for another man and no longer desires you, all your sacrifices for her today would merely serve as a wedding garment for another. What would you do then?" A profound silence enveloped the room. Xiao Chusheng undoubtedly posed a profoundly realistic question in the calmest of tones, akin to a soul-stirring inquiry. Su Fei found himself frozen in place, as these questions had never crossed his naive mind before Xiao Chusheng articulated them. However, upon contemplating the scenarios implied by such hypotheticals, he felt as if the very blood in his veins were congealing. Zhou Chen opened his mouth, eager to interject. Yet he soon realized that the boss's words resonated with undeniable truth. Despite the prevailing societal narrative that champions struggle and perseverance as pathways to a promising future, the reality remains uncertain. For the majority of individuals in this era, the future is shrouded in ambiguity, except, of course, for that wretched Xiao Chusheng, who has witnessed the future firsthand. Su Fei, engulfed in despair, nearly broke into tears as he implored Xiao Chusheng, "Boss, are you suggesting that a person like me is unworthy of love?" Xiao Chusheng smiled gently and shook his head. "No. I do not deny that there are indeed remarkable women who would stand by you during your most arduous times, helping you to rise. Yet, one must also acknowledge that there exist many unscrupulous women who seek to exploit you." The spirited young man felt his composure fracturing under the weight of Xiao Chusheng's words, his voice trembling as he asked, "What do you mean, boss? Do you recall what I said the first time I approached your brother Bin?" Xiao Chusheng did not respond directly but instead questioned him in return. Su Fei nodded vigorously. "Of course, I remember." Xiao Chusheng affirmed, "Indeed, as I stated, your potential dictates your earnings. This is the rule of our world." The onlookers stared at Xiao Chusheng in bewilderment, puzzled as to why he chose this moment to reiterate such a statement. Xiao Chusheng smirked slightly. "Similarly, some abilities are innate. That is what we call talent. However, the heights you can achieve are not solely determined by talent, but rather by the synergistic effect of effort and natural gift. Possessing talent without diligence may yield some accomplishments, yet they will ultimately be limited. Do you understand?" Su Fei, not particularly adept intellectually, struggled to digest Xiao Chusheng's insights. After a moment of contemplation, he scratched his head and queried, "Are you saying that if I exert myself now, as long as Xiao Qian does not abandon me, she will remain by my side?" Xiao Chusheng, having deduced that Xiao Qian referred to Zhou Chen's sister, simply nodded. "Yes, this world does not offer a singular path. Striving for a university education is one route. Engaging in business is another, and there are countless others. I cannot assure you that your efforts to become a better version of yourself will guarantee her unwavering loyalty, for the human heart is complex. However, when that time comes, losing you could very well be her most regrettable choice, for without her, you too shall remain formidable." Su Fei's eyes brightened with newfound clarity, as Xiao Chusheng had undeniably awakened a spark within him. Yet, he could not help but voice the curiosity that lingered in the air. "So, boss, if I follow you, will I be able to earn a significant amount of money?" Xiao Chusheng refrained from a direct answer, instead countering, "That depends on your capabilities. Here, I never lack opportunities to earn. I only lack capable individuals. I will be that person." Su Fei declared with unwavering conviction. Xiao Chusheng was pleased with his response and patted him on the back. Then I shall await your progress with anticipation. All right, everyone should head back now. Once we tally the money, we will distribute it to everyone tomorrow. After bidding farewell to Chen Bin and the others, Xiao Chusheng and 2 others began to calculate the day's earnings at Qi Shanshan's home. During this time, Lin Shi suddenly inquired of Xiao Chusheng, "Do you think that Su Fei can win over his sister?" Surprised, Xiao Chusheng responded casually, "You actually care about that?" "Well, I don't know. The world is full of uncertainties. All we can do is focus on ourselves." Lin Shi pondered this for a moment. After completing the financial calculations, with the addition of 2 new items, crawfish and chicken fillet on this Saturday, which is typically the busiest day, the daily profit easily exceeded 10,000. The crawfish business is an expansion, as many customers purchase it to take home, and it requires no on-site preparation, making it a profitable venture, Xiao Chusheng analyzed. On the other hand, the chicken fillet business is somewhat monotonous, with a ceiling on revenue. Earning 2,000 in a single day is considered substantial. It seems adjustments are indeed necessary, Xiao Chusheng murmured. At that moment, Lin Shi suddenly asked Xiao Chusheng, "If you let them learn how to profit from the crawfish procurement, once they accumulate enough startup capital, won't you worry they might venture out on their own?" Surprised by her foresight, Xiao Chusheng smiled gently. "Not at all." Chapter 63. Aren't you going to kiss me? Xiao Chusheng was candid. "I never intended to rely on this for profit. It is merely one of my means of amassing wealth. Moreover, this business is labor-intensive and time-consuming, which makes it unprofitable for us. If they are willing to work hard, then the money is essentially theirs for the taking. As for them starting their own venture, it's not a significant concern. Realizing the nature of people through these modest earnings is quite a lucrative endeavor." Xiao Chusheng displayed a wise glint in his eyes. "If they are clever enough, they should understand that following me will yield greater rewards. For the sake of trivial gains, they are unworthy of more." Lin Shi gazed at Xiao Chusheng, unable to deny that he was indeed captivating. The prospect of loving him in the future seemed entirely reasonable. At that moment, Xiao Chusheng smirked and remarked, "Of course, even if they venture out on their own, they likely won't earn much." "Why is that?" Lin Shi queried, perplexed. Crawfish belongs to a unique category. It thrives on the ambience. It relies on our barbecue business to sell in abundance. Many customers order it as an accompaniment to their other meals. If you sell it separately, the business may not be as prosperous, Xiao Chusheng explained. Lin Shi rested her chin on her hand, contemplating, and found Xiao Chusheng's reasoning sound. "Actually, I considered having my family's restaurant sell crawfish as well, but then I thought better of it. I doubt many would buy." Xiao Chusheng clarified for Lin Shi, "Patrons at restaurants typically gather for a meal with several dishes, but at a restaurant of my family scale, the clientele mainly consists of students or workers." "Oh, is there a difference?" Lin Shi blinked, her intelligence apparent, though her experience in society remained somewhat limited. Xiao Chusheng chuckled softly. "Consider the situation from another perspective. With dozens of small lobsters yielding only a morsel of meat, can they truly satisfy one's hunger? Workers and students often find their finances stretched thin." Lin Shi's understanding deepened, her previously unasked questions now answered. No wonder. Simultaneously, her gaze towards Xiao Chusheng brimmed with newfound respect. He was a natural-born businessman. He possessed the ability to contemplate from the viewpoints of diverse consumer groups, discerning their needs and preferences. This indeed constituted Xiao Chusheng's greatest advantage upon his return to life. He held the key to the correct answers. "Well, I should take my leave now. Tomorrow, you need not rise early. Indulge in a leisurely slumber. We shall commence our shopping around 10, and in the afternoon, I will take you out to shop for a few items." "Shopping?" Lin Shi was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Chusheng's gaze fell upon her feet, which were encased in a pair of worn-out, nameless shoes, their labels long faded. "I will buy you some clothes and shoes suitable for Hangzhou." Lin Shi, flustered, quickly declined. "There's no need, I still have some. Money should be spent as needed. We are not lacking in this regard," Xiao Chusheng asserted, making the decision for her. His earnings were meant for this very purpose. If he did not spend on her, what significance would his hard-earned money hold? Sure, Xiao Chusheng's eyes bore into Lin Shi's. She averted her gaze, feeling as though he might devour her in the next moment. Yet, he remained composed, merely stating, "Do not worry about saving money for me. Understand that money generates more money. It must be spent to multiply. We will have even greater wealth in the future, enough that you could never exhaust it. Moreover, what I currently seek is substantial capital, a matter of little consequence." His words ignited Lin Shi's curiosity, prompting her to inquire, So, how much do you actually need? Xiao Chusheng smiled gently. Perhaps several million, or even tens of millions, may not suffice. What? Lin Shi felt as if struck by lightning. Was he truly contemplating such a grand venture? Might it be a bit too ambitious? Xiao Chusheng could only smile wryly. Such was the nature of internet-related industries, which required significant investment, especially as he aimed to establish a solid foundation, necessitating even more resources. The tens of millions he mentioned were merely an estimate. This money wouldn't be squandered immediately but would unfold over time. During this process, he could gradually supplement his funds from other ventures, which explained his tireless efforts at these stalls. Despite their humble appearance and the labor they entailed, these stalls were genuinely profitable. The street vendor economy, during this period, represented an optimal solution with low costs and high profits. As for other options, they either demanded a hefty initial investment or yielded slow returns. In contrast, the street vendor economy allowed for simultaneous earning and expansion through reinvested profits, akin to a snowball effect, rapidly generating substantial cash flow. Of course, the challenge lay in the need for manpower, which is why he enlisted Qin Bin and his crew. While not entirely trustworthy, they represented Xiao Chusheng's most pragmatic strategy at present. The words he shared with Shou Qin and Su Fei earlier served to establish his authority among these spirited young men. He aimed to convince them that by following the esteemed businessman Xiao Chusheng, they would amass wealth, ensuring their unwavering loyalty. Furthermore, should he identify a few hidden gems among them, he could simultaneously eliminate those with ulterior motives. Once the enterprise expanded, these individuals could be regarded as the elite guard. The lessons learned from Su Hai in his previous life taught Xiao Chusheng a crucial principle. Certain positions must be held by trustworthy individuals. But what guarantees trust? The answer lies in benefits. Indeed, when individuals are sufficiently rewarded, they would even risk their lives for you. Xiao Chusheng was crafting an image for himself. He was the pivotal figure, and with him, there would be a continuous stream of benefits for everyone. This way, no one would be foolish enough, like Su Hai before, to forsake substantial gains for fleeting pleasures. Well, I must take my leave. If I linger any longer, I might end up sharing a bed with you, Xiao Chusheng jested. However, Lin Shi responded with a playful smile. That is not out of the question. Are you suggesting you want to stay? Xiao Chusheng felt an involuntary flutter in his heart. Swallowing hard as he replied, I must admit, I do wish to, but my parents are at home. I'll take you to meet them another day. They would be delighted. With a wave, he exited. Lin Shi gazed in the direction Xiao Chusheng had departed, surprisingly filled with anticipation, perhaps tinged with a hint of mischief. She was curious about her reaction when Xiao Chusheng's parents encountered two beautiful young women. Just as she was about to voice her delight, Xiao Chusheng unexpectedly returned. Huh? Did you forget something? Lin Shi quickly composed herself, puzzled by his sudden reappearance. Xiao Chusheng merely shook his head, pointing to his lips. I just realized that since I have treated you so well, shouldn't you give me a kiss before you go? Chapter 64. Who is the real prey? A blush graced Lin Shi's exquisite face, yet she exhibited neither aversion nor hesitation. In fact, there was a hint of eagerness. Their lips met lightly, parting like a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. It was that she resisted a prolonged French kiss with Xiao Chusheng. Rather, it was simply that Chai Shanshan was nearby, watching them intently. The seemingly oblivious beauty had unwittingly become a part of their moment. For someone who was somewhat oblivious to emotional nuances, she found herself struggling to process the scene before her. Xiao Chusheng, that audacious rascal, raised his hand towards the fool. Dunce, do you want a kiss? No need to pay. This fellow, accustomed to frivolity, was merely in a playful mood. After all, teasing this fool was often quite amusing. However, to his surprise, the dunce seriously considered the proposition and then nodded. She actually nodded. Huh? Xiao Chusheng stood frozen, baffled. Was she supposed to be easier to sway? Before he could react, the fool had stepped closer, cradling his face and planting a firm kiss on his lips. Of course, it was merely a peck, given her apparent inexperience. Yet, Xiao Chusheng was left utterly bewildered. It was an inexplicable sensation, as though he had been caught in a whirlwind. Do not mention Xiao Chusheng. Even Lin Shi is bewildered. She has always perceived Qi Shanshan as a child with a naive spirit, one unlikely to engage in such actions. But is it not precisely her innocence that renders her more perilous? Lin Shi's intellect whirled rapidly, swiftly elucidating the underlying logic. It is this very simplicity that empowers her to love ardently and hate fiercely. She is more adept at discerning who treats her well and who does not than those who are more astute in their machinations. The malice of humankind is often subtle and elusive. Although Xiao Chusheng, the wretched man, may appear malevolent, he possesses an intrinsic set of principles. He treats Qi Shanshan with utmost kindness, even while occasionally tormenting her. In that moment, Lin Shi seemed to grasp many truths. Perhaps the convergence of the three was not mere coincidence. Xiao Chusheng, feeling as though he had been subjected to a thorough gnawing by swine, stood at Qi Shanshan's doorstep in a daze. He touched his lips, kissed by two women, and the emotions surging within him, whether one might call it vanity or happiness, overflowed uncontrollably. Upon returning home, the elder Xiao could not help but inquire, "Why does your face beam like a flower, as if you've found money?" In that instant, Xiao Chusheng felt a peculiar kinship. What a marvelous metaphor. Nonetheless, he stifled his laughter, yet could not refrain from chuckling. No, nothing at all. The elder Xiao did not press further, but instead asked if he had eaten, inquiring where he had been all day. With a grin, Xiao Chusheng replied, "Isn't it natural for someone my age to enjoy a bit of fun?" In this lifetime, he felt quite self-assured, especially since, with his intellect, his studies and qualifications were no longer constraints. The elder Xiao was not particularly concerned with these matters. He merely spoke casually. Upon entering his room, Xiao Chusheng had yet to recover from the earlier emotions. After all, it was quite overwhelming. What should he call this? Is he enjoying the blessings of multiple companions? This was an experience he had never encountered before. Previously, he had merely entertained such thoughts, but now, had it become a reality? Though it still lacked a small piece. Two exquisite beauties, whom others would scarcely dare to dream of, were now willing to accompany him. This was rather exhilarating for Xiao Chusheng, rendering him unable to sleep. In that moment, he truly felt as though he had been granted a second chance at life, embodying the youthful exuberance appropriate for his age. In matters of the heart, he was, after all, merely a boy. With this surge of excitement, sleep eluded him, leaving him restless. Ultimately, he took a deep breath. He would have to resort to physical means to aid his slumber. Meanwhile, Lin Shi and Qi Shanshan were engaged in a silent standoff. Both immersed in contemplation, neither daring to broach the topic. It seemed a tacit understanding, or perhaps a fear, at least for Lin Shi. Ever since Xiao Chusheng declared his intention to support her, she felt as though she had transformed into a wicked woman, and now she found herself somewhat enamored with the chaotic nature of their relationship. Although this relationship is publicly scorned by society, she feels neither guilt nor remorse. Instead, she is filled with excitement and anticipation. Am I truly losing my sanity? Lin Shi inwardly sighed, feeling helpless. For she could not bring herself to despise a girl like Qi Shanshan, who harbored no ill intentions. A rival? It hardly qualifies. Yet, this relationship is undeniably peculiar. Moreover, Qi Shanshan's presence evokes an odd sensation in Lin Shi. Despite her apparent innocence, she seems to possess an uncanny understanding of everything. Indeed, it is as if she embodies the paradox of being both foolish and wise. Although she appears somewhat simple-minded, she seems to grasp the intricacies of life with remarkable clarity. Lin Shi felt as though she had unearthed a profound truth. Who is truly the prey in this situation? Thus, whether concerning Xiao Chusheng or the two of them, an unspoken understanding kept them awake well into the night. The following day, when Xiao Chusheng arrived at the home of the Navi beauty, all three bore the telltale signs of sleeplessness. They exchanged glances, and for a moment, the air became thick with tension. What were you all up to last night? Xiao Chusheng was the first to voice his curiosity. And what about you? Lin Shi inquired suspiciously. I couldn't sleep. Xiao Chusheng offered a flimsy excuse. Isn't it lonely and empty without a companion to share warmth? Lin Shi couldn't help but roll her eyes. It was clear he was hinting at her. However, Lin Shi feigned ignorance. Oh, we were also unable to sleep. A silence ensued, for they all understood the unspoken reasons for their insomnia. They were all seasoned foxes, well versed in the game of intrigue. Well then, let us head to the market to procure tonight's supplies and take advantage of the free time to stroll around, he suggested. They called upon Chen Bin, gathering a small group to assist, which significantly alleviated their burden. Their efficiency soared compared to usual, especially with Xiao Chusheng taking an interest in mentoring Chen Bin, for these stalls would eventually be entrusted to them. Boss, enjoy your time with the lady. We'll handle the rest, Chen Bin eagerly expressed, casting a flirtatious glance before they departed. Chapter 65. Compensating for Lin Shi's childhood regrets. Xiao Chusheng had long desired to take Lin Shi out, having noticed the dilapidated state of her sneakers. Shoes hold great importance, as one must traverse long distances and endure prolonged periods of standing each day. Yet, he was reluctant to let her shop alone. Why? because she would undoubtedly compromise her own comfort to save money. After spending years dealing with her, how could he not be aware of this? Thus, seizing the opportunity of the weekend, Xiao Chusheng resolved to indulge her extravagantly. At the very least, he needed to stimulate her sense of worth. He first led her into a branded sports shoe store, where they spent a considerable time merely browsing. Xiao Chusheng found the aesthetics somewhat jarring. This was his first encounter with the prevailing fashion sense of this era since his rebirth. How could shoes from 2007 be so unappealing? It appears rather clumsy, with a chaotic sense of lines, unlike the aesthetic simplicity cherished by later generations. However, upon reflection, Xiao Chusheng finds understanding. It is akin to the early mobile phones. Take Apple's fourth generation, for instance, which initially embraced a design philosophy rooted in realism. As iterations progressed, the design gradually evolved towards a more elegant simplicity. This principle is mirrored in various domains, such as fashion and interior decor. For instance, in furniture, a popular trend in later years is the new Chinese style. While in 2007, the European style dominated, Xiao Chusheng feels that his aesthetic sensibilities are ahead of their time. Every pair of shoes seems glaringly unappealing to him, rendering it impossible to find anything satisfactory. Thus, he allows the two women to choose for themselves, wishing only to remain a discreet financial facilitator. This time period is somewhat abstract. Despite the significantly lower prices compared to later eras, acquiring quality items often requires a greater expenditure, particularly with shoes and clothing. Even a pair from a counterfeit brand can cost as much as 200 yuan in this era. In contrast, in later times, domestic brands compete fiercely, and 200 yuan could purchase a highly acclaimed model with exceptional comfort. The root of this abstract situation lies in the so-called lack of information transparency. Such opacity permeates various aspects of life: mobile phones, food, dining, etc. The proliferation of mobile internet has brought forth not only entertainment and convenience, but also a clear path for Xiao Chusheng. He is determined to seize the opportunities presented by this digital revolution. At this moment, the most comfortable shoe design features air cushioning, albeit at a slightly higher price. Lin Shi hesitated for a long time before a pair of relatively refined white shoes, and Xiao Chusheng recognized her reluctance to part with her money. Despite having earned enough in a single day to buy 20 pairs, she still hesitated. Consequently, Xiao Chusheng approached her quietly and declared, "Let us go with this pair." Lin Shi was taken aback by his decisive choice. Currently, she was still cautious with her spending, and thus, she shouldn't dwell too much on appearances. After some haggling, a pair originally priced over 300 was negotiated down to 220. Xiao Chusheng could only lament the lack of price transparency in physical stores. Feeling somewhat powerless, "Don't you have anything you wish to buy?" He found it peculiar that the beautiful yet foolish girl sat idly on the bench, not making any selections. Shouldn't it be the boys acting like that instead? The foolish beauty shook her head. "I have so many shoes. I can't wear them all." Such is the speech of someone from a wealthy family. Truly, one cannot compete. "Just try them on." Lin Shi was momentarily stunned. "What do you mean, just try them on? Your current pair is quite worn. New shoes would be far more comfortable." This was precisely the objective of Xiao Chusheng bringing her here today, and he felt compelled to urge her. Lin Shi bit her lip, but ultimately complied. "Are they comfortable?" They are comfortable." "Then let us continue shopping and get you 2 more pairs as replacements," Xiao Chusheng said with a smirk. Lin Shi panicked. "Is that necessary? That would be too extravagant. It's better to save where we can. Spend when necessary. If you earn money but do not spend it, what is the point of earning?" Xiao Chusheng once again made a decisive choice on her behalf. Lin Shi felt quite embarrassed. Yet she found herself at the mercy of Xiao Chusheng, for he held the purse strings. The trio decided against continuing their shopping spree and opted instead to seek a place to dine, as it was already midday. In truth, Xiao Chusheng initially intended to treat them to something exquisite, but upon reflection, he realized that, in this era, fast food appeared rather sophisticated to many. For instance, the cuisine of Kaifeng and the establishment known colloquially as the Golden Arches, although, at this time, that moniker had yet to be coined. This cognitive bias was largely attributed to the relentless barrage of brainwashing advertisements these foreign fast food chains inundated television with, coupled with their relatively high prices in recent years. A facade of exclusivity had emerged. Contemplating this, Xiao Chusheng's mischievous side awakened. "Shall we indulge in fast food? How about pizza?" he inquired of Lin Shi. Her eyes widened in surprise. She was well aware of what it entailed, yet had never partaken, as it was far too extravagant for her. After moving in with her foster parents, she had not even a pittance to call her own. Even her meager earnings from part-time jobs barely sufficed, rendering such indulgences utterly unattainable for her. The only instance she had savored fried chicken was when her dorm mates returned from an outing, and she had fortuitously shared a piece with Zhu Wan. Xiao Chusheng was fully cognizant of her circumstances, and upon hearing Lin Shi recount these experiences in a previous life, he felt a pang of sympathy for her. During that period, he frequently took her out for fast food, disregarding health implications, solely to compensate for her childhood regrets. Although now he had arrived, Lin Shi could hardly be considered a child. Yet, he yearned to provide her with experiences she had missed in her earlier years. What others possessed, his woman, Lin Shi, ought to have as well. As they entered the establishment, Lin Shi exhibited signs of discomfort. Xiao Chusheng gently grasped her hand, reassuring her, "Fear not, indulge in whatever you desire. Spend freely, I will earn." The glimmer in Lin Shi's eyes reflected a profound sense of security bestowed upon her by this young man. Even with the foreknowledge of what lay ahead, she was taken aback by the prices listed on the menu. The various pizzas, with the smallest at a cost of 40 to 50. To satiate the three of them, it would likely require a minimum of 300 to 400. In that instant, a fleeting thought of retreat crossed her mind. However, Xiao Chusheng maintained a stoic expression, gazing intently into her eyes. "Do you believe that I will one day earn enough to allow you to feast until you are sated?" His words nearly rendered Lin Shi breathless. Did she believe him? Undoubtedly. Noticing the transformation in her gaze, Xiao Chusheng finally handed her the menu, saying, "Do not fear spending. Choose whatever you wish." As Lin Shi deliberated over the offerings, Xiao Chusheng's attention shifted to the hapless beauty nearby. The hapless beauty felt a shiver, sensing that his intentions were anything but benign. Chapter 66. When reaching for one's wallet becomes muscle memory. Even before Xiao Chusheng could utter a word, the hapless beauty, Qi Shanshan, expertly produced her wallet, presenting it with both hands. Xiao Chusheng was momentarily taken aback. What was he about to say? Qi Shanshan's actions were so remarkable that he found himself momentarily speechless. Beside him, Lin Shi was equally astonished, her mouth slightly agape, momentarily forgetting to peruse the menu. After all, this couple was indeed quite lively. Coughing, Xiao Chusheng quickly recovered, awkwardly clearing his throat. "I wouldn't dream of asking you to pay." The expression on the silly beauty's face seemed to question, "Are you quite certain?" Memories of Xiao Chusheng's previous mischief lingered vividly. He had dined on her generosity, indulged in her hospitality, and even rented a room at her expense, all while discreetly pocketing 200 before leaving. Naturally, Xiao Chusheng was well aware of this. Yet his thick-skinned demeanor allowed him to act as if nothing was amiss. "What I meant was for you to fetch a family bucket from next door. The rest, feel free to choose as you wish," he explained. The silly beauty remained momentarily dazed, her lovely eyes blinking in confusion as she stared at him. "Hurry up," he urged, giving her a playful slap on the backside to rouse her from her stupor. "Oh," she exclaimed, and promptly dashed out the door, head down. Lin Shi glanced at Xiao Chusheng, momentarily at a loss for words on where to begin her tirade. After a considerable pause, the goddess Lin Shi finally spoke softly. "I thought you had already deceived me enough. How many times have you tricked her? It's almost muscle memory at this point." She pulls out her wallet before you even utter a word. Xiao Chusheng felt wronged, yet found himself unable to refute her. After all, those dubious deeds were indeed his doing. Moreover, when the silly beauty first encountered Lin Shi, she had naively offered her entire wallet to him. At that moment, Xiao Chusheng was also bewildered, thinking to himself how easily this foolish girl could be duped. However, he declined her offer, reasoning that despite her apparent wealth, her disposable income was likely limited. Essentially, Xiao Chusheng was lacking in funds, as he possessed numerous avenues for earning. What he truly lacked was substantial capital. And even with Chishinshin's assistance, that was of little avail without the right personnel to support him. The returns from individual efforts were inherently limited, as evidenced by the barbecue stall. No matter how much he and Lin Shi endeavored, their earnings would remain confined to that locale. To significantly increase profits, he needed to enlist others to join the venture. Thus, he set his sights on Chenbin, recognizing the inherent risks involved. However, as a preliminary step in capital accumulation, such risks were not insurmountable. Additionally, there was another reason he refrained from accepting the silly beauty's financial aid, consideration for her father. If he were to touch the silly beauty's funds, a small amount might pose no issue, but what about a larger sum? Who could say whether the account holding Chishinshin's money was known only to her, or if her father was also privy to its transactions? Hence, for the time being, Xiao Chusheng remained cautious. Have you made your choice? Xiao Chusheng noticed Lin Shi had ceased examining the menu and curiously inquired. Well, let us wait for Shan Shan to return. She can decide too, as can you. Xiao Chusheng paused, realizing he hadn't visited Pizza Hut in quite some time. In his past life, this family-style restaurant, once a popular choice, had gradually faded from public favor primarily due to the rise of pre-prepared meals and the relatively high prices. However, as he took the menu and flipped through a few pages, his eyes widened in shock. Alarmed, he quickly pulled out his phone to check the date. Good heavens. It's definitely 2007. Upon witnessing the unusual demeanor of Xiao Chusheng, Lin Shi inquired about his state of mind. Oh, it's nothing, just checking the time. Xiao Chusheng replied with a sheepish grin. Meanwhile, he mused internally. No wonder Lin Shi found it exorbitant. Even he thought the prices were absurd. What was most alarming was that this was 2007, a time when prices seemed to surpass those of the next decade. Was this logical? Xiao Chusheng had to concede that. In a certain sense, the relationship between prices and income was indeed counterintuitive. Much like before his reincarnation, when many lamented the rising cost of living. Reminiscing about how a bowl of noodles used to cost just a few yuan, now it demanded over 10. Yet, the reality was that while food prices had indeed escalated, numerous opaque sectors were still ludicrously overpriced. For instance, clothing, footwear, and electronic gadgets were exorbitant. Fast food menus showcased pizzas uniformly priced at 55 yuan and above. As for beverages, juices ranged from 15 to 20 yuan. Xiao Chusheng almost felt as though he had been transported back in time. He ordered some grilled wings, recognizing their steep price, but willing to indulge for Lin Shi's sake. As for himself, he opted for a classic plate of spaghetti with meat sauce. Am I ordering too much? Lin Shi pondered uncertainly. Xiao Chusheng chuckled. No worries, if we can't finish, we can take it home for later. After spending some time together, Lin Shi had come to grasp the essence of Xiao Chusheng's character. Decisive and somewhat domineering, his choices were unyielding. Thus, her opinions felt rather inconsequential. However, this was merely Lin Shi's current perception. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Chusheng's assertiveness stemmed from a desire to provide her with the finest offerings. Before long, the clumsy beauty returned, clutching a large bucket and a bag. What a colossal bucket! Lin Shi exclaimed, recalling having seen a family bucket in a television advertisement, which had seemed impressive, although she had never tasted it herself. Xiao Chusheng smirked. You won't be astonished once you see what's inside. Really? Lin Shi asked, puzzled. Upon lifting the lid, she discovered that the contents were indeed plentiful, nearly filling the bucket, thus preserving her dreams intact. It was certainly a significant improvement over the meager offerings of the future. Pushing the menu toward the clumsy beauty, he suggested, take a look and see if there's anything else you'd like to order. Shan Shan perused the menu for quite some time, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Xiao Chusheng, sensing her intentions as she leaned in, promptly cautioned, don't overorder. You won't finish it all. Oh, she replied, realizing her error. If not for Xiao Chusheng's reminder, the naive girl might have even considered ordering an entire set. In 2007, fast food attracted a considerable patronage, with many indulging in it as a status symbol. It was quite common for university students who earned money from part-time jobs to take their girlfriends out on dates at such establishments. Noticing Lin Shi's hesitance, Xiao Chusheng observed that the clumsy beauty had already seized a fried chicken leg, delighting in it with greasy enthusiasm. Lin Shi, however, felt somewhat restrained. Having never entered such a place prior to that day, Xiao Chusheng was well aware of her thoughts, so he rummaged through the bucket and eventually produced a hamburger. He handed it to Lin Shi and sighed, eat. We must look towards the future, for you have me by your side now. Chapter 67, The Bad Woman. The unfilial daughter, yet finding joy within Lin Shi, silently accepted the offering, unwrapping the greasy paper and taking small bites. Is it delicious? Xiao Chusheng inquired. She replied, though her voice bore a heaviness. She felt a slight sting at the tip of her nose, and tears threatened to spill uncontrollably from her eyes. Although the situation was hardly dramatic, the hamburger seemed less appetizing than she had anticipated. Yet, she could not help but feel overwhelmed. Lin Shi understood that her emotional turmoil stemmed from Xiao Chusheng's demeanor and his words. Despite the fact that this boy, 3 years her junior, could be utterly insufferable at times, he was undoubtedly the person who treated her the best in this world. At times, she even pondered whether he cared for her more than her biological parents ever did. Such thoughts were absurd, yet they took root deeply within her heart. She perceived herself as a bad woman, an unfilial daughter. After her parents passed away, she initially wept profusely. Yet as time wore on, her tears dried, and they no longer appeared in her dreams. Eventually, as life grew increasingly arduous, she had almost forgotten their existence. Their faces had become blurred in her memories. She even wondered if her parents were alive. Would they be enraged to learn that she had chosen to be with someone like Xiao Chusheng, and even contemplated living with another girl alongside him? Would they be furious enough to wish her harm? I am truly a bad woman, Lin Shi thought to herself in self-mockery. Regrettably, life does not afford us the luxury of what-ifs. Lin Shi had long since succumbed to the hardships this world bestowed upon her. Xiao Chusheng was undeniably the catalyst of her downfall, yet she found solace in it. Many might look down upon her, even scorn her, but she remained indifferent, for she was, in her own way, happy. Xiao Chusheng gazed quietly at Lin Shi, fully aware of the reason behind her tears. He understood better than anyone, for Lin Shi had experienced similar moments in her past life, where the most tender parts of her heart, or the tightly wound strings within her, suddenly snapped. There was no shame in being vulnerable. Xiao Chusheng moved closer, gently wrapping his arm around her shoulders. Lin Shi did not resist, continuing to nibble at the hamburger in her hands. Upon finishing one hamburger, she reached for a fried chicken leg. The silly beauty's eyes followed the chicken leg with evident desire. She craved it even more. However, if it were Lin Shi, she was willing to share. What ill intentions could the silly beauty possess? She was merely a bit endearing, like a form of indulgent eating. Lin Shi yearned to experience all that she had missed during her childhood in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, her stomach had its limits, making this aspiration impractical. The waiter, coming to serve, noticed Xiao Chusheng embracing Lin Shi, while her emotional state appeared rather unstable, leaving him somewhat perplexed. With a nod to the waiter, Xiao Chusheng smiled gently and remarked, "Just set it down. We shall serve ourselves. And, if you please, add 3 cups of your signature beverage, the fruity one." Although he could not recall the name, he was certain it was still available at this time. Many items at these fast food establishments had been phased out over the years. Yet there remained a plethora of delightful offerings. After the server departed, Xiao Chusheng reached out to wipe away the tears from Lin Shi's eyes. A soft, tranquil smile graced his face as he asked, "All right, the pizza has arrived. Would you like me to feed you?" Lin Shi promptly shook her head. While she cherished the feeling of living alongside Xiao Chusheng, it had not yet reached the point of sweet, nauseating romance. Their relationship, she believed, possessed a depth beyond mere superficiality. Grasping a slice of pizza, she took delicate bites, genuinely enjoying it. The toppings were abundant, and the flavor was commendable. Xiao Chusheng glanced over, surprised to find the portion seemed more generous than what he remembered from over a decade later. Tentatively, he took a slice himself and was indeed astonished. It appeared that as prices rose, these fast food chains had begun to reduce their portion sizes to maintain profit margins, particularly the crust. At this time, the crust at Pizza Hut was still quite thin, with ample cheese that stretched satisfyingly. However, in his memory, the crust had become disappointingly thick, and the cheese? He had never witnessed such a phenomenon. Moreover, there was a notable difference. Pre-packaged meals had yet to reach their peak development. Even in this fast food realm, there remained numerous items requiring a chef's touch, ensuring a certain quality of flavor. It was difficult to ascertain whether history was regressing or progressing, and with 2 lifetimes behind him, Xiao Chusheng could not help but feel a profound sense of reflection. The trio devoured their meal with remarkable speed, and it could be said that with the presence of the charming yet foolish beauty, nothing was insurmountable. Ah, yes, and there was Lin Shi, indulging in a moment of reckless abandon when it came to food. Once a woman opens the floodgates of appetite, her stomach truly becomes a bottomless pit. Xiao Chusheng quietly enjoyed his portion of meat sauce pasta, but ultimately relinquished the remainder to Lin Shi, for her desire to eat was simple and undeniable. He then silently opened the bag brought back by the foolish beauty, only to be taken aback by its contents. Bone and meat connected? Xiao Chusheng's expression shifted to one of bewilderment. Had this delicacy not been discontinued? In his recollection, the bone meat skewers had vanished from the market many years prior due to their exorbitant price of $5.50 each. Subsequently, many street vendors had deciphered the secret to making them more accessible and had popularized them. As he observed the 2 finish their meal, each clutching a cup filled with a vibrant fruit beverage, Xiao Chusheng's expression grew increasingly complex. "They can really eat, can't they?" he mused, contemplating the challenge of supporting these 2 women without a substantial income. This meal only reinforced his resolve to earn money, at the very least. It served as a valuable lesson. Quietly paying the bill, which amounted to nearly 300 yuan for the three of them, including those 3 cups of fruit beverages, items that had since been discontinued. He couldn't help but grumble. Highway robbery? Is it really this expensive in 2007? Lin Shi chuckled. Isn't this just daylight robbery? He found himself at a loss for words. It must be acknowledged that these brands have amassed considerable wealth over the years. Even though business has declined significantly in later times, they still managed to turn a profit. Xiao Chusheng curled his lips into a smile and playfully asked, "Are you satisfied?" Lin Shi blushed, recalling her earlier moment of despondency, and simply nodded. Subsequently, she fled to the side of the charming, yet somewhat foolish girl, who was blissfully unaware of the unfolding drama. Before the girl could comprehend the situation, Lin Shi enveloped her in a tight embrace. She adored this girl immensely. With her endearing innocence and charm, even when bullied by that scoundrel Xiao Chusheng, she wouldn't shed a tear. Unlike herself, who, despite not being wronged, would still cry inconsolably. Chapter 68. What I owe him. Hey, old Xiao, is the shop not busy? Just as Zhao's father was about to leave for the store after lunch, having locked the security door, he encountered a resident descending the stairs. The popularity of old Zhao's shop was well known in the neighborhood, and everyone had visited. It was the weekend, after all, and with students on holiday. He had taken a day off to prepare for the day ahead. Old Xiao chuckled in response. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the resident suddenly inquired, "By the way, doesn't your Chusheng have a very beautiful cousin?" Old Xiao was momentarily taken aback. The abrupt shift in topic caught him off guard. Reflexively, he recalled that indeed Chusheng had a cousin, and while she was somewhat attractive, she hardly qualified as a top beauty. Old Xiao, unsure of the other person's intent, continued conversing. He then heard the resident express surprise. "Oh, really? That's wonderful. My son mentioned seeing a particularly beautiful girl enter your home recently and wanted to know if she was related to your Chusheng. My boy is already in his 20s. Yet he has settled down. What do you think, old Xiao? Should we connect them?" Old Xiao's mind buzzed with confusion. A beautiful girl? Entered my home? Recently? His cousin? Why wasn't he informed? Wasn't she supposed to be working in Shanghai? Had she returned to Hangzhou? Lost in thought, he pondered why she hadn't mentioned it, wondering if his son had forgotten or if something else was amiss. He could only respond, I'm not aware of this matter. I'll inquire later. It would require mutual interest from both parties." At that moment, Xiao Chusheng remained oblivious to the fact that Lin Shi's stay at his home had been exposed. He emerged from the dining hall with the 2 girls, all 3 feeling somewhat fatigued under the scorching sun. Xiao Chusheng's gaze fell once more on the charming yet foolish girl, eliciting a startled reaction from her. This was her immediate instinct. Sure enough, Xiao Chusheng wore a seemingly harmless smile and instructed, "Fool, go get 3 ice cream cones." With a hint of melancholy in her eyes, the foolish girl cast a glance his way but responded affirmatively and prepared to comply. Just then, Xiao Chusheng suddenly grasped the girl who was about to bow her head and walk away. "Forget it. Let us go together." Xiao Chusheng explained, "It's so hot outside. Let us go in and enjoy the air conditioning." Consequently, the 3 of them hurried inside, each indulging in a sweet cone, while only Xiao Chusheng lingered at the ordering counter, seemingly lost in thought. Lin Shi and Qi Shanshan found a vacant table to sit at and began to eat. Curiously, Lin Shi inquired of the foolish beauty, "Why do you always listen to that guy? Whatever he asks you to do, you just comply." The foolish beauty, Qi Shanshan, instinctively replied, "I owe him." Lin Shi was taken aback by her response and probed further, asking what she owed Xiao Chusheng. As a result, the foolish beauty was momentarily at a loss, her gaze drifting into contemplation, to the extent that her sweet cone began to melt unnoticed until Lin Shi reminded her to finish it. "I don't know," the foolish beauty asserted with an air of conviction. Lin Shi couldn't help but facepalm, feeling a bit exasperated, yet her curiosity urged her to ask, "If you don't know, how can you say you owe him? Doesn't that seem odd?" At that moment, she was met with the foolish beauty's clear and insightful gaze, and Qi Shanshan confidently declared, "I don't know, he said so." In that instant, Lin Shi felt the dynamics among the 3 of them were rather abstract. Fortunately, the child had encountered the rogue Xiao Chusheng, otherwise, she might have been easily deceived. Though, it appeared she was already quite ensnared. In truth, Lin Shi had an inkling about certain things, but she had yet to grasp the complete picture. "What have you been searching for since earlier?" After finishing her sweet cone, Lin Shi curiously approached Xiao Chusheng. This individual seemed to be on a quest for something, yet had found nothing. Xiao Chusheng felt a bit awkward and cleared his throat, saying, "I'm not looking for anything in particular. I was just hoping to see if there are any new delicious items." Is that so? Lin Shi replied skeptically, aware that Xiao Chusheng was likely fabricating an excuse, though she chose not to confront him. In reality, Xiao Chusheng was searching for a long-discontinued item that lingered in his memory. Indeed, it was the tender beef square. This dish had once been sold at Kaifeng cuisine for several years, but due to rising beef prices, it was taken off the menu. Occasionally, it was briefly resurrected every few years, but each time, the meat offered diminished. After managing to taste it once, he found the scant few pieces of meat disheartening. Having been given a second chance at life, he yearned to savor the original version, but alas, he could not find it. Had it truly been discontinued? Or was it simply yet to be reintroduced? Xiao Chusheng pondered. He initially considered asking Lin Shi if she had ever heard of the tender beef square, but then realized she had never dined there before, so she would likely be unaware. Thus, he resolved to search online upon returning home. This was the essence of rebirth. Even with the memories of a past life, not every detail was crystal clear. For instance, he knew the tender beef square existed, but specifics like its launch date or when it was discontinued eluded him. There were numerous such instances, for example. Xiao Chusheng was well aware of certain paths to fortune, yet lacked the precise details to execute them. Even with the most foolproof investment, such as Bitcoin, he remained oblivious to the exact date of its peak or its specific value at that time. One may only ascertain roughly in which year one reaches the zenith. And therein lies the essence of a true reborn individual. Do you genuinely believe that a reborn person is invincible? To put it plainly, it ultimately hinges upon the individual's own capabilities. A worthless person, even if reborn, remains worthless. How utterly realistic. Failing to find what he sought, Xiao Chusheng waved his hand. Have you finished your meal? Once you have, let us go and examine some clothing. Lin Shi instinctively glanced at her attire, which consisted of a pristine white short-sleeve shirt. Though it was purchased from a night market stall, it suited her quite well. After all, she possessed a natural beauty that rendered any outfit appealing. I think I shall forego the clothing. I have plenty already, Lin Shi replied, pursing her lips. Deep down, she remained the frugal girl she always was. In response, Xiao Chusheng had already devised a strategy to persuade her. Indeed, you possess a considerable wardrobe. Yet most of it is rather ordinary. It would be prudent to acquire a few exquisite pieces. Before long, we shall be engaging in business discussions. And it would serve us well if you appeared more presentable by my side. After all, it lends me an air of distinction. This approach would undoubtedly give him an upper hand in negotiations. Lin Shi found herself momentarily taken aback by his reasoning. She understood the logic. Yet there lingered an unsettling feeling that he was attempting to deceive her. Chapter 69. I prefer you without any attire. Clothing is not akin to footwear. The latter is indeed more brand-conscious. Yet, in this era, brands such as Adidas and the later Pike's top-notch cushioning materials had yet to be developed. Thus, in terms of comfort, the disparities among various brands were not particularly vast. Currently, the finest options would be air-cushioned and shock-absorbing footwear. And he had selected a pair of stylish air-cushioned running shoes for Lin Shi. However, when it comes to clothing, this realm has always been a form of intellectual tax, remaining so even a decade later. The value of materials and designs is often obscured, compounded by the differences between online and physical merchandise. The complexity of it all could induce a headache simply by listening to it. Which is why Xiao Chusheng lacked a definitive plan and allowed Lin Shi to make her own selections. He, on the other hand, was tasked with merely observing. Lin Shi was relatively economical, so she would not consider overly expensive items. Of course, even the high-end and luxury brands were not significantly cheaper simply because it was 2007. It was commonplace for prices to soar into the thousands. Lin Shi took the lead, guiding the somewhat clueless beauty in her choices. As they shared a common language being both girls, Xiao Chusheng found a spot to rest, quietly observing the proceedings. Upon scrutiny, Lin Shi's current fashion choices mirrored those of her past life, prioritizing practicality and elegance. Are you not going to help me choose? She asked, noticing Xiao Chusheng's apparent disinterest, mistakenly assuming he was not fond of shopping for clothes. She understood this, having heard that boys often dread accompanying girls on shopping excursions. However, Xiao Chusheng shook his head. To me, these clothes all appear rather similar. I shall let you choose what you prefer. Once you have made your selections, do model them for me. Oh, Lin Shi thought little of it, and after some time, she emerged from the fitting room wearing 2 chosen items. Given that it was summer, her options were limited to the available styles. The first garment was a sky-blue spaghetti strap dress that captivated Xiao Chusheng at first glance, evoking the intensity of a famished wolf. What truly enthralled him was the exuberant vitality radiating from Lin Shi, stirring within him an irresistible impulse at his youthful age. What do you think? Do you like how I look in this? Lin Shi twirled before him, showcasing her graceful form. Xiao Chusheng, with an impish grin, instinctively nodded. I do, but I find myself even more enamored by your natural state. Lin Shi's cheeks flushed crimson as she playfully retorted, You little lecher. Xiao Chusheng chuckled heartily. Teasing, is there any man devoid of desire? The ones who are merely hung on walls. Lin Shi huffed lightly and retreated to the fitting room to try on another outfit. Suddenly, the Navi beauty tugged at Xiao Chusheng, leaving him slightly taken aback. What does hung on the wall mean? He was surprised by her curiosity, not expecting such a keen thirst for knowledge from her. Contemplating her innocent yet foolish demeanor, he pondered whether revealing the truth would corrupt her. However, he reasoned that he would have to enlighten her eventually, so it would be prudent to inoculate her early. It refers to portraits of the deceased, he explained earnestly. Oh, Lin Shi exclaimed, her understanding dawning. While they idly conversed, Lin Shi emerged from the fitting room in another ensemble, a crisp white shirt adorned with subtle stripes and delicate floral accents. Admittedly, in this attire, Lin Shi exuded a certain swagger, a blend of coolness and beauty. I think it suits you beautifully, Xiao Chusheng remarked. What about Shanshan? Does she look good? Lin Shi inquired. Indeed, he affirmed. However, Lin Shi felt a pang of indecision. Although the shirt was reasonably priced, the spaghetti strap dress was rather extravagant, nearing 800. Even after negotiation, it still exceeded her previous spending habits significantly. Sensing her dilemma, Xiao Chusheng decisively stated, We'll take both. He then summoned the sales associate and embarked on his notorious haggling spree, leaving the salesgirl questioning her life choices. In 2007, anywhere one shopped, aside from food, haggling was a necessity, often requiring one to bargain aggressively. Otherwise, one risked being taken advantage of, a reflection of the era's economic climate, where information was scarce. While online shopping had its flaws, it at least eradicated such practices. Though many small garment factories perished during the e-commerce boom, such is the inevitability of progress. Some inevitably fall behind. Ultimately, the salesgirl was nearly brought to tears by Xiao Chusheng's relentless bargaining, managing to have the price of both garments. With a forced smile, she packaged Lin Shi's purchases, leaving her in a daze. Lin Shi had haggled before, but never with such fervor as Xiao Chusheng. As they exited the store, she couldn't help but question him. Is the profit margin on clothing really that high? How can they sell at such prices? Xiao Chusheng rolled his eyes and explained. The dress you chose is indeed beautiful, but it's clearly a knockoff, made from subpar materials. How could you tell? Lin Shi asked, astonished. Intuition, he replied. Xiao Chusheng pointed to his temple, implying his intellect. In my perception, nowadays, the price of clothing is primarily determined by its design. However, this design paired with such materials? It's akin to elbow riding a dog. Such mundane materials do not befit this design, so I surmise it is a counterfeit imitation of some luxury brand, as evidenced by those few faux diamonds. At this moment, Lin Shi was increasingly astonished by Xiao Chusheng's discerning eye and experience. It was clear why he was capable of amassing wealth. Xiao Chusheng further recounted stories. These counterfeit garments are generally procured at remarkably low prices. So if one were to negotiate with the owners, they would likely regard you as a fool, much like that piece you're wearing, which I presume you purchased at a night market stall. Ah, indeed, Lin Shi instinctively replied. I would wager you spent at least 50 or 60. Xiao Chusheng ventured a guess. Correct. Lin Shi was even more astonished that he could deduce this. Xiao Chusheng scoffed lightly. At a small factory in Wenzhou. If you buy in bulk, they range from 10 to 25, easily obtainable, cheaper than the Four Seasons Spring in Hangzhou. Lin Shi was utterly dumbfounded. This revelation shattered her understanding, as it was hard to imagine that clothing worth 20 yuan could actually be worn. However, Xiao Chusheng wore a mischievous grin. Mumbling, I wonder if they still sell black stockings. It would be a pity for those long legs of yours not to wear them, such exquisite legs. Lin Shi recalled how this little lecher had previously taken her on a bicycle, an encounter that led to him groping her leg. So he still had thoughts about her legs? Chapter 70. I want you to return in splendor ultimately. Xiao Chusheng fulfilled his desire and indeed bought Lin Shi several pairs of stockings, including black, white, and nude. However, he had no particular fondness for the white ones, as they simply did not complement Lin Shi's temperament. Lin Shi immediately donned a pair for his visual pleasure, pairing it with the sky blue camisole dress she had worn earlier, enhancing her ethereal aura. Yet, Xiao Chusheng furrowed his brow, commenting, "Black stockings are typically synonymous with sensuality, yet on you, they evoke a sense of reluctance to act. This is not ideal." Lin Shi was left speechless. This fellow was truly particular. It was not entirely unwarranted for Xiao Chusheng to feel this way, as the design of black stockings inherently leans towards desire, while Lin Shi's aura was overwhelmingly pure and combined with that camisole dress, amplified her innocence. Consequently, the allure of the black stockings was subverted, becoming an enhancement of purity. Typically, an extreme purity evokes a sense of fragmentation, inciting a desire to disrupt, which is exhilarating. Ah, yes, foolish beauties tend to be like this, overly pure. Yet, Lin Shi possessed a purity that far surpassed desire, but still maintained a delicate balance with a hint of allure. Xiao Chusheng mused that this must be the essence of Lin Shi's charm. Although foolish beauties are indeed beautiful, they pale in comparison to Lin Shi, albeit just slightly. Xiao Chusheng suddenly exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I desire both. Upon exiting the store, Lin Shi curiously inquired of Xiao Chusheng, "Why didn't you bargain this time? These stockings were not cheap, and the material is rather subpar, making them prone to snagging." The result was met with a gaze from Xiao Chusheng that resembled that of a fool. "Nonsense. Stockings are meant to be torn. If you can't tear them, what are we even doing?" Had it not been for Xiao Chusheng revealing the truth, Lin Shi would still have been oblivious, her face visibly flushing with embarrassment. However, Xiao Chusheng earnestly explained, it would be somewhat impolite to haggle over this. Lin Shi, perplexed, inquired, "Why is that?" Xiao Chusheng pondered for a moment, resting his chin in thought, and suddenly an epiphany struck. It's akin to our eagerness to conduct business. Yet we still need to spend ages negotiating the price for 2 boxes of condoms. At this point, Lin Shi was genuinely at a loss. What on earth was going on in this person's mind? Why so many peculiar metaphors? Upon witnessing Lin Shi's bewildered expression, he couldn't help but chuckle. The salesgirl at the clothing store must have thought, this guy must be wealthy to woo 2 such beautiful girls. Yet here he is, haggling like a miser. Indeed, the stereotype that wealthy individuals are often thrifty rang true. With this comment, the 3 of them burst into laughter, imagining themselves in the shoes of the salesgirl, and it indeed seemed plausible. After meandering through the streets a bit longer, he purchased some snacks for the 2 girls, so they could enjoy them at home later that evening. Spending money felt gratifying, and Xiao Chusheng mused that he wouldn't mind reliving this moment. The joy he experienced now was something he had never encountered in his previous life. In the evening, as Xiao Chusheng prepared to head out again with them, he noticed Lin Shi still wearing her old clothes and curiously asked, "Why haven't you changed into your new outfit?" Lin Shi paused momentarily. "If I get grease all over it, wouldn't that be a waste?" "Ah, that makes sense. Then wear it to school tomorrow," Xiao Chusheng said, narrowing his eyes, his tone resolute. "I want you to return to school in style, so others know just how well you're doing now." Lin Shi felt a warm surge in her heart. This young man was genuinely kind-hearted. Yet, feigning ignorance, she decided to prompt Xiao Chusheng into expressing some sweet, albeit cheesy, words. "Why? Aren't you worried that if I dress so beautifully, I might attract rivals?" Xiao Chusheng chuckled lightly. "Rivals? Only those of equal standing can be called rivals. Those who are not are merely clowns." His words were piercingly accurate, causing Lin Shi to laugh uncontrollably. "Are you that confident?" "Absolutely. I've already made an appearance at your school last time. Many must know you have a boyfriend by now. You must return in style, so they can recognize the disparity in your life," he asserted. Lin Shi had to concede that this young man's perspective was far beyond what her peers at school could fathom. Be prepared. Business on Sunday evenings may surpass Saturday's, Xiao Chusheng cautioned Lin Shi. She, however, was puzzled. Isn't Saturday a day when everyone goes out to have fun? Why would Sunday be busier? Xiao Chusheng elaborated, explaining that Sunday was when boarders returned to school, and some school cafeterias might not even be open that day. Even if they were, the options would be limited. Furthermore, upon returning, many students would have money in their pockets and would likely dine out with friends or partners. After listening to him, Lin Shi's gaze towards Xiao Chusheng shifted, reflecting newfound admiration. She had a singular thought. This fellow truly understands the intricacies of human nature, and it is no wonder he is able to amass wealth. Such acumen should not be mistaken as a common trait among all. In reality, the ability to apply it in meaningful ways marks the distinction in human capabilities. How did business fare today? Xiao Chusheng entrusted the stall to Lin Shi and her companions, and first inquired about the performance of Chun Bin and his team, who had set up their stall earlier. Unlike barbecued fare, chicken chops attract passers-by in the afternoon. The results were satisfactory. Based on the experiences of yesterday, today's feedback was indeed better, as reported by Qin Bin. Xiao Chusheng nodded in approval. Good. Tomorrow I will head to Shanghai to retrieve the soda machine. The fried food business must be prioritized. Subsequently, he outlined the upcoming significant adjustments to their business strategy to Qin Bin. Firstly, he intended to establish a brand for the fried food venture, which would be crucial in competing with Jiangxin. Initially, Xiao Chusheng planned to operate a mobile food cart to quickly generate some profit while simultaneously building a reputation. Once sufficient funds were accumulated, he would proceed to open a store. The brand would be named Dejiahui, Great Fried Gathering. Upon hearing this name, Qin Bin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Even with his middle school education, he grasped the essence of it. The homophone for mixed stew was cleverly altered to emphasize fried, while gathering suggested a confluence. Boss, does this brand imply that we will offer a variety of fried foods? Qin Bin discerned the meaning. Xiao Chusheng nodded. Indeed, but we shall delve into specifics later. My current focus is on fried chicken, which is the most universally appealing. Since it is Jiahui, we shall prepare an array of fried chicken Korean, American, Chinese, Japanese styles. Impressive. Qin Bin could no longer contain his enthusiasm and gave a thumbs up. Boss, this concept is brilliant. Once we grow larger, anyone craving fried chicken will immediately think of our Dejiahui. Chapter 71. Burying Heaven, Burying Earth. Burying the family of love. Xiao Chusheng sighed, murmuring, such beautiful aspirations, yet we are short-handed. Qin Bin appeared taken aback. Boss, short-handed? Don't we have enough brothers here? But how many reliable individuals do we truly have? Xiao Chusheng countered. This left Qin Bin momentarily speechless. He pondered seriously, perhaps a dozen or so. Xiao Chusheng nodded. Indeed, they were lacking in manpower. He fell into contemplation, realizing that the absence of trustworthy individuals was a significant obstacle to his rapid expansion. In the early stages of business, if not managed properly, one could easily be undermined by subordinates. While Qin Bin was intelligent, it did not guarantee that all of his underlings possessed similar acumen. Yet the pressing issue was that Xiao Chusheng had no choice. He could not allow such trivial matters to halt progress. Furthermore, he lamented, even if I had twice as many, it still wouldn't suffice. Qin Bin was astonished. Boss, how large do you intend to scale this operation? Not too large, but primarily abundant. Xiao Chusheng candidly shared his preliminary plans. I intend to establish a brand for my barbecue stall, aptly named Shisher Barbecue. This endeavor requires careful deliberation. For the time being, I plan to operate a mobile stall until October, after which I shall lease a shop, offering a charcoal grilling experience that patrons can enjoy indoors during the winter months. The name Shisher Barbecue was inspired by the striking beauty of the current proprietress, Lin Shi, who has garnered the affectionate nickname Barbecue Shisher from numerous diners, akin to the famed tofu Shisher. Unbeknownst to us, this moniker has become a delightful gimmick for our stall. In the future, we can leverage this burgeoning reputation to cultivate a brand. Although the profits may not rival those of a roadside stall, which can earn several thousand in a single evening, nevertheless, a brick-and-mortar establishment may yield a net profit of 2,000 to 3,000 per day, which remains a feasible ambition. My primary desire is to outsource the strenuous tasks, thereby relying on two dining brands for a stable cash flow. This strategy will empower Xiao Chusheng to pursue larger ventures with confidence, as the true opportunities are yet to materialize. While he was deeply engrossed in contemplation regarding his next steps, Qin Bin suddenly exclaimed, Eureka! Boss, I have a candidate. What candidate? Xiao Chusheng inquired. At this moment, Lin Shi's voice resonated from behind them. Startled, Xiao Chusheng asked, What brings you here? I noticed you hadn't returned, so I thought I would come and check. The guests have yet to arrive, she replied. I was just discussing with Binzi my plans for the new shop. Xiao Chusheng informed Lin Shi, but then quickly turned to Qin Bin. What candidate are you referring to? Didn't you mention a shortage of manpower? Qin Bin hurriedly clarified. I know where to find help. Oh? Pray tell, Xiao Chusheng expressed genuine curiosity. I have an acquaintance in the neighboring district named Luo Fei. He has many associates under his wing, Qin Bin explained. Can he be trusted? Xiao Chusheng was skeptical, concerned that Qin Bin's acquaintance might be a petty thug, which could pose significant risks. He feared that a crackdown on organized crime could ensnare him, especially if it were revealed that his business associates were unsavory characters. That would be an unjust predicament. However, after Qin Bin elaborated, Xiao Chusheng's expression grew increasingly peculiar. It was Lin Shi who prompted Qin Bin with a question. What exactly is this Zong AI family you mentioned? Without needing Qin Bin to respond, Xiao Chusheng cleared his throat. Zong Tian, Zong Di, Zong AI family, Tang San Zong. This quip elicited laughter from Lin Shi, and even Qin Bin could not maintain his composure. This reference is rather avant-garde, as the youth of this era still regard the Zong AI family and their Shamate nonconformity as a trend. But Binzi, are you suggesting that this Zong AI family is the one I am thinking of? Xiao Chusheng asked, filled with suspicion. It should be. Qin Bin scratched his head. Luo Fei's cousin is the founder of the Zong AI family. What a coincidence. Xiao Chusheng mused, questioning his own existence. He indeed had some recollection of the Zong AI family, confirming that the founder's surname was indeed Luo, though he could not recall the full name. Is he from the eastern region of Guangdong? He probed. Yes, Luo Fei speaks fluent Cantonese, Qin Bin affirmed with nods. To Xiao Chusheng's astonishment, he never anticipated that in this second chance at life, he would encounter such a culturally resonant figure, stumbling upon the Hangzhou chapter of the Zong AI family. He truly found himself in a quandary. The absence of personnel was undeniable, yet was it wise to seek out this group of rebellious youths? He understood Qin Bin's intent. The Zong AI family, with their unique subculture, differed vastly from mere delinquents. Many harbor misconceptions about the Shamate community, equating it with a lack of ambition or a penchant for street life. In reality, Shamate is a cultural hallmark of the times. Even celebrities such as Jay Chou and Li Yuchen have donned Shamate styles. The members of the Zong AI family represent a distinct breed of individuality, akin to what we might call Chinibyu in contemporary parlance. Most of them harbor no ill intentions, and in fact, possess a much cleaner background compared to Qin Bin and his ilk. After careful contemplation, Xiao Chusheng resolved to proceed, albeit with a series of necessary maneuvers. For now, speak to your associate and mention that I am looking to engage in business and wish to employ a group of individuals. If they are interested, they can reach out to me, he instructed. Qin Bin acquiesced and then inquired about the timeline for the grand fried chicken plan. I shall be heading to Shanghai tomorrow to see if I can procure the items I require, Xiao Chusheng replied, to execute a comprehensive fried chicken venture. Many ingredients were simply unavailable in Hangzhou, prompting him to seek out the abundant imports at Shanghai's Walmart. Time was indeed of the essence, and Xiao Chusheng sighed in resignation. Feeling overwhelmed, after diligently earning enough to live comfortably in his previous life, he now found himself embroiled in exhausting endeavors due to the blunders of a foolish beauty. Very well, let Shouchen and Su Fei accompany me to Shanghai tomorrow. I will also familiarize them with the procurement process for crayfish. He mentioned to Qin Bin before departing. Understood, boss. You can count on them. They will handle the supplies, Qin Bin responded, having shed his former delinquent demeanor completely. This transformation further convinced Xiao Chusheng that nurturing him was indeed a wise choice. Enabling a group of aimless youths to engage in meaningful work could be considered a benevolent act. Upon returning to his barbecue stall, Xiao Chusheng suddenly spotted a familiar figure. His eyes lighting up with excitement, he rushed forward like a raven diving for prey, enveloping an anxious-looking young girl in a warm embrace. At last, I've caught you, he exclaimed joyfully. Chapter 72. Xiao Yurong, Shanshan, and Lin Shi were assisting each other with collecting payments and grilling food when they witnessed their companions suddenly embrace a seemingly adorable girl. The bewildered beauty blinked her innocent eyes, glancing at Lin Shi and then at Xiao Chusheng, who was engaged in his playful capture. Has he taken another one under his wing? She remarked, startling Lin Shi, who nearly burst into laughter. Initially, she had thought the same. But upon observing Xiao Chusheng's hold on the girl, it appeared to lack any intimate connotation. Run, you little rascal, run if you can. At last, I've caught you. Xiao Chusheng chuckled mischievously, embodying the persona of a charming villain. Oh dear brother, spare me. I won't do it again, I promise. Please let me go. The girl pleaded. Caught in his playful grasp, the girl in question is none other than Xiao Chusheng's cousin, the one who had been reporting to old Xiao Yurong. Accompanying Xiao Yurong are several of her classmates, all students from the 6th high school. Initially, they believed that Xiao Yurong was secretly dating someone behind their backs. But upon hearing her address him as brother, they quickly grasped the situation. However, Xiao Chusheng was not about to let her off the hook so easily. He inquired, "What did you do wrong?" Xiao Yurong was momentarily taken aback. "I don't know. You suddenly came over and grabbed me. I just blurted it out." This girl was utterly oblivious to her misstep. Well then, Xiao Chusheng exerted his strength, causing Xiao Yurong to cry out in pain. Under his relentless interrogation, she finally confessed her transgressions. Brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have told uncle about your relationship, nor should I have mentioned that you were renting a room. Xiao Chusheng's expression darkened. It was evident that she was fully aware of her actions and was deliberately trying to embarrass him. Who would dare to speak of such matters in front of so many people? Thus, he decided to escalate the punishment. After enduring his torment, Xiao Yurong, under the threat of certain repercussions, reluctantly admitted her guilt. All right, what are you doing here? Xiao Chusheng released her and turned to the matter at hand. The location of his stall was somewhat distant from the 6th high school, so it was rather unusual for her to be here. Xiao Yurong pouted. But upon meeting Xiao Chusheng's gaze, she reluctantly explained her purpose. I heard that there's a barbecue stall nearby that has become particularly popular, and many people come here to eat. Since we don't have classes on weekends, we decided to come. Xiao Chusheng suddenly understood. This reasoning made sense, though he was somewhat surprised. Has this barbecue stall become famous enough to reach your school? Indeed. I've heard that the flavors are exceptional, with dishes that can't be found elsewhere, and the proprietress is quite beautiful, Xiao Yurong enthused, her excitement causing her to shed a few tears. It was clear that she had quite the appetite. Moreover, it was evident that her ample nutrition had contributed to her growth, making her particularly striking. True to her name, Yurong signifies abundance, and her physique was undoubtedly remarkable, even among university students. Yet, her unexpected arrival made Xiao Chusheng realize that perhaps it was time to set his plans in motion. The rapid rise to fame of his barbecue stall posed a risk. If he hesitated, someone else might seize the opportunity. This was hardly surprising. In an era without the internet, information spread relatively slowly, relying chiefly on word of mouth or social groups. The social circles on platforms like Penguin were primarily for non-acquaintances, so the current social sphere was limited to local groups. Hangzhou is not particularly large, and the community is relatively close-knit. With limited entertainment options, the traffic on social groups has become unprecedentedly vast. In addition, there are forums where most of the internet traffic converges. With his barbecue stall gaining popularity in the area, it wouldn't take long for many to become aware of it once it was exposed. It seemed imperative to quickly arrange for several barbecue carts to cover other areas of Hangzhou. Xiao Chusheng mused to himself. As he realized that this was an opportunity to build a brand, he understood that if someone else discovered this trend, they would seize the chance to dominate other areas under his name. Brother, what are you mumbling about? Xiao Yurong inquired with her beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity. Are you also here to have fun? Xiao Chusheng did not respond. Instead, he took her by the hand and called over her few friends, saying, Finish eating quickly and return to school. It's unsafe to be out late at night. Oh, Xiao Yurong could only reply, though inwardly she scoffed, thinking, It's unsafe to be outside at night. Yet you're here with these girls in a hotel, right? Brother, people are queuing up. Isn't this cutting in line? Xiao Yurong remarked as she noticed Xiao Chusheng leading them through the crowd toward the seating area at the stall, feeling a bit anxious. I didn't ask you to cut in line. Huh? She watched as her friends were seated at a small table typically meant for one person, leaving the girls bewildered. What is going on? I don't know, Xiao Yurong replied, the most confused of them all, as no one stepped forward to address the situation, not even the stall owner. Before long, they witnessed an even more astonishing scene. Xiao Chusheng directly took over the grilling from the stall owner. Xiao Yurong was left agape, sensing that events were spiraling into the realm of the unimaginable. Who is that girl? Lin Shi glanced toward the group of girls, curiously asking Xiao Chusheng. She is my cousin, the daughter of my father's younger brother. She is coming here for the weekend before entering her senior year in high school, Xiao Chusheng explained. Instantly, Lin Shi understood. Has our stall become so famous? Yes, which means we need to expand. The few thousand we earned with great difficulty will now be spent again. Lin Shi chuckled resignedly. Let it be. We'll earn it back soon enough. Xiao Chusheng cast a surprised glance at Lin Shi, realizing that she had become quite savvy. It seemed that consumer stimulation had indeed influenced her. The silly beauty listened silently to their conversation. Upon learning that the girl was Xiao Chusheng's cousin, she lost interest in the rest of the dialogue. It could be said that she only heard what she wanted to hear, a classic case of willful ignorance. After grabbing some oysters and meat skewers to share with the younger girls, Xiao Yurong could no longer hold back her curiosity, asking, Brother, do you know the owner of this stall? She was met with Xiao Chusheng's peculiar expression. Does it matter whether I know them or not? What if I am the owner? Huh? Xiao Yurong's mind momentarily short-circuited, but she quickly processed the information, her voice involuntarily rising 2 octaves. What? You're the owner? She abruptly turned to Lin Shi, her gaze landing on the silly beauty next to her, her pupils widening in shock. Chapter 73. What about that girl you shared a room with? To her astonishment, it was the same girl she had seen leaving the hotel with Xiao Chusheng that day. Xiao Yurong felt utterly disoriented. On one hand, her cousin had unexpectedly opened a barbecue stall, and on the other, the girl with whom he had shared a hotel room had become the stall owner? Wait, didn't she just hear the customers referring to another beautiful older sister as the owner? What was going on? For a fleeting moment, Xiao Yurong felt as though her mind was overwhelmed. Glancing over at Xiao Chusheng, she noticed him offering a benign smile. Instinctively aware that she had numerous inquiries swirling in her thoughts. However, he refrained from voicing any of them, instead opting for a blend of caution and a hint of threat. Do not disclose my barbecue stall to anyone. Otherwise, old Xiao will certainly disapprove. Xiao Yurong blinked her large, expressive eyes and rubbed her small hands together, assuming a playful, greedy demeanor. Then you must provide some hush money. Xiao Chusheng rolled his eyes. There is no hush money, but be wary. I might assign you 10 summer vacation assignments. No way, she protested. All right, stop wailing. While I lack any hush money, I can assure you that you will have unlimited access to food whenever you come here, Xiao Chusheng guaranteed. Satisfied, Xiao Yurong realized that this was far more advantageous than mere hush money. However, her contentment was short-lived as she pondered, but I can't possibly come here often. Our school is quite far. Xiao Chusheng nodded but flashed a mischievous grin. True, but soon I will set up a stall near your school, where you can still enjoy VIP treatment. Upon hearing this, the girls at the table perked up in unison. Really? Xiao Chusheng nodded. Yes, it will be soon. But it won't matter much since you will soon be on summer break. The girls then recalled the impending vacation. Thus, in reality, Xiao Yurong would only be able to relish her VIP treatment 2 months from now, for by October, few would be inclined to indulge in barbecue delights. Xiao Chusheng chose not to interrupt the girls, placing his items down before returning to assist Lin Shi. The girls promptly whispered to Xiao Yurong, "Is your brother really your biological one?" Or, with a peculiar expression, Xiao Yurong replied, "Of course he isn't. What are you all thinking? He's my cousin." Oh, it could be said that in the eyes of these young girls, anyone capable of running such a bustling barbecue stall was indeed impressive. After all, in this era, while college students seemed to hold significant value, not everyone pursued higher education. Among Xiao Yurong's friends, 2 had mediocre academic performance and were unlikely to attend university. They admired Xiao Chusheng, who had already begun earning at such a young age, and subtly inquired about his age and whether he had a girlfriend. Xiao Yurong found herself both amused and exasperated. He must have a girlfriend, right? The moment the words left her lips, it was evident that the girl's spirits dampened slightly. Xiao Chusheng's roguishly charming persona was quite appealing to girls of their age. As for his classmates, they simply remained oblivious to his character, compounded by the shadow of Zheng Jiayi's past, which dulled Xiao Chusheng's luster. In truth, Xiao Yurong was more concerned about the relationship between Xiao Chusheng and the beautiful older sister, Lin Shi. She suspected that this cousin of hers was perhaps involved in something intriguing. However, more than that, she was captivated by the enticing skewers before her. The girls feasted heartily. And during their meal, Xiao Chusheng returned with an assortment of other delicacies and meat skewers, ensuring that his cousin's friends were treated with utmost hospitality. After having her fill, Xiao Yurong cautiously approached Xiao Chusheng, observing his adept grilling techniques. "Brother, why have you started a barbecue stall? Aren't you supposed to be in school? Uncle will surely be furious if he finds out about your grades," she expressed her concerns. Xiao Chusheng was taken aback by her words. When did I ever say I wasn't going to school? Although in his previous life, Xiao Chusheng's life could be deemed fulfilling, this incarnation did not hold the same essence. After all, the purpose of education is to acquire knowledge. University, aside from that, serves as a precursor to experiencing a miniature society. Hence, for someone like Xiao Chusheng, who had traversed this path once before, returning seemed unnecessary. Yet, a life devoid of completeness felt insufficient. Therefore, he resolved to follow the course once more, especially since he would be attending the Finance Institute to be alongside Lin Shi. The social and academic circles, as well as the atmosphere, were entirely different from his past life, a novel experience indeed. Thus, Xiao Yurong's worries were utterly unfounded. Xiao Yurong, momentarily stunned by his response, queried, "Does earning money conflict with attending school?" Xiao Chusheng naturally countered, "Does it not? Is there truly a conflict?" It could be said that these cousins had always engaged in playful banter, with Xiao Yurong exhibiting a temperament reminiscent of a certain mischievous creature. Xiao Chusheng affectionately patted his cousin's head. Rest assured, once my business expands in a few days and I can outsource these stalls, I will have ample time to focus on my studies. Oh, the little money-minded girl mused, her eyes sparkling as she lowered her voice to inquire, Brother, how much can you earn from this stall? Do you think I could help you out during the holidays? Perhaps you could pay me a little? Xiao Chusheng's interest was piqued. He had not considered that angle before. After all, he had a reliable ally in Xiao Yurong, despite her being merely a student. Moreover, she was of age and did not fall under the category of child labor. Nevertheless, he maintained a composed demeanor and nodded, That depends on your performance. I will consider it. He did not agree outright, as school commenced tomorrow, and with the week concluding, summer vacation would soon follow. The specifics of how he would run the business during the most lucrative months were still uncertain, and he would address it later. Upon receiving his response, Xiao Yurong beamed with joy, as her allowance was indeed meager. Each month, aside from her meals at the cafeteria, only 50 yuan was allocated to her by her uncle's household. While it is often said that girls should be raised in affluence, the family's financial circumstances did not permit such indulgence. Xiao Yurong was quite sensible and had not been led astray, maintaining a good relationship with Xiao Chusheng. Therefore, whether it involved earning money for her or simply spending a little, what was the harm? After all, families should not be concerned about such trivialities. Yong? Lin Shi took the initiative to greet Xiao Yurong. The latter turned to Xiao Chusheng for assistance, feeling overwhelmed by Lin Shi's striking beauty, which instilled a sense of daunting pressure. Furthermore, she was uncertain how to address Lin Shi. Xiao Chusheng, momentarily taken aback, quickly recalled, "Oh, this is Lin Shi, your sister-in-law." Xiao Yurong was utterly flabbergasted, instinctively exclaiming, "What about the one you shared a room with?" Chapter 74. To grasp the rose. One must endure its thorns. Xiao Chusheng was just about to scold the foolish Qi Shanshan when, to his surprise, she exuberantly leaped forward, exclaiming, "Here I am. Right here." The atmosphere fell into a stunned silence, and Xiao Chusheng felt as though the world had dimmed around him. Wasn't it customary for someone to shy away from such admissions? Normally, one would feel a sense of shame, yet here she was, seemingly proud of it. Lin Shi could not help but facepalm. After spending several days with this character, she had come to understand Qi Shanshan's personality. Despite her apparent foolishness, there was an underlying wisdom in her ignorance. Furthermore, her lack of a clear understanding of emotions rendered her unpredictably audacious, much like Xiao Chusheng himself, leaving him utterly flummoxed. Qi Shanshan's unabashed confidence caused Xiao Yurong's expression to stiffen, her gaze towards her cousin now laden with complexity. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Xiao Chusheng said, "For the time being, please keep this matter to yourself." I emphasize for the time being. His insistence on the temporality stemmed from the reality that such matters could hardly remain concealed indefinitely. Though this may seem somewhat disgraceful in the eyes of many, one must bear the burdens that accompany the crown if one wishes to wear it. To grasp the rose, one must endure its thorns. Having made a decision about the course of his life, Xiao Chusheng was mentally prepared for the path ahead. As for the present, until he could confidently reveal the truth, he would maintain the status quo out of respect and protection for both young women. After all, he needed to bide his time until he was strong enough to deserve their companionship, lest they bear the brunt of others' scorn and judgment. Human nature is such that when a man possesses sufficient strength, others admire the discernment of the women by his side. Conversely, when he falls short of that strength, they perceive those women as lacking in propriety. There is no doubt this is a future Xiao Chusheng had witnessed firsthand. Although Xiao Yurong had her opinions about her cousin, she ultimately nodded in agreement, for he was family. However, the little girl extended her hand towards Xiao Chusheng with a playful gesture, her expression a mix of mischief and eagerness, which left him both amused and exasperated. He was all too familiar with this little money grubber. It seemed she was angling for a hush money. Yet, even if Xiao Yurong had not sought such a payment, he had intended to offer her some pocket money regardless. Her uncle's household did not afford her much in the way of allowance, and whenever they crossed paths, Xiao Chusheng would typically slip her 10 or 20 yuan. It was not a large sum, but girls often need a little spending money. Raising a girl in comfort is crucial. Only by broadening her horizons and ensuring she has financial independence can one safeguard her against the deceit of unscrupulous men. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Chusheng retrieved 200 yuan from his pocket and discreetly slipped it into hers while no one was watching. In this bustling crowd, one must always be cautious, as the state of public safety leaves much to be desired. Spend it wisely, he advised her. This admonition was somewhat superfluous, as summer vacation was just around the corner, and she likely wouldn't have many opportunities to spend it. Upon receiving such a generous amount, Xiao Yorong's eyes sparkled with delight, and she teased. Being a boss grants you confidence, doesn't it? How generous of you. He gave the girl a sharp reprimand. This is because you have been relatively obedient. Every girl should possess a little money. They were simply too beautiful. Xiao Yorong sighed. Uncle would surely not punish you for this. In response, Xiao Chusheng remained silent. Although Uncle Xiao Wuti physically reprimanded him, he was ultimately straddling two boats. Brother, I shall take my leave now. Xiao Yorong appeared reluctant, seemingly disinclined to return to her friends. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Chusheng summoned a spirited young man named Shouchen. Please assist me in escorting these young ladies to the station or flagging down a cab for them. Shouchen readily agreed. Have they departed? Lin Shi crossed her arms, gazing in the direction the girls had taken. Xiao Chusheng replied with a murmur. Seeing these girls has sparked an idea. Oh, what kind of idea? For now, let us wait and see. We still need to operate our stalls for a few more days, as we are in need of funds. Indeed, we are lacking in finances. Despite the fact that our 2 stalls earn several thousand a day, particularly on weekends. When we can make over 10,000, the reality is that expanding our business will incur substantial costs. For instance, tomorrow we need to visit the Coca-Cola headquarters to order soda machines, which will be a significant expense. Moreover, we must order several of them. The exact details will only become clear upon our visit. After all, the commercial soda machine I previously rented was from many years later. Who knows what the situation was like in 2007? Once Xiao Yorong departed, the atmosphere instantly lost its vibrancy. Indeed, that little girl had a knack for enlivening the mood. As Xiao Chusheng had anticipated, the foot traffic on Sunday was even higher, and they effectively sold out of all their prepared ingredients. It is worth noting that they had prepared more this time than in previous days, even bringing out the last of the small crayfish, which sold out just the same. The crayfish are out of stock. I should take the opportunity to procure some from Shanghai, Xiao Chusheng mused. Upon returning to Qi Shanshan's home, he calculated the profits, which, barring any unforeseen circumstances, had exceeded 10,000. Of course, this total was for both stalls combined, including the profits from the crayfish. Was this a lot? It was reasonable, as it amounted to the income of 2.5 stalls. Currently, his stall's crayfish sales model differed from the night markets of the future, as they primarily sold them packaged. In later years, it became common to use frozen shrimp tails for quick stir-frying, which was more convenient. However, in 2007, few people consumed such delicacies, and there were hardly any places to purchase frozen shrimp tails, making this a challenging circumstance. After tallying everything, deducting the necessary operational costs, Xiao Chusheng found that he had approximately 40,000 in cash on hand. Within less than a week, this figure was indeed quite substantial. This was hard-earned money, not the whimsical windfall of a fictional narrative where a system magically bestows billions. I shall take 20,000. The remainder, I shall keep for myself, Xiao Chusheng decided. He thought it prudent to take it back himself, as Qi Shanshan's home was ultimately unguarded during the day, and being from a wealthy family, it was susceptible to being targeted. I will accompany you to the station tomorrow morning, he reminded Lin Shi just before leaving, knowing that without his reminder, she would likely attempt to depart quietly on her own. Lin Shi indeed preferred not to trouble others. There is no need for me to rise so early. You will have to return to school and request leave, won't you? Lin Shi expressed her concern. Thus, it was decided. Xiao Chusheng, rather domineering, did not allow Lin Shi the option of refusal. For someone with Lin Shi's disposition, certain matters were non-negotiable. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory of the 6th High School, several of Xiao Yorong's roommates cornered her, eager to inquire about her cousin. Girls, after all, are not so different from boys. They too harbor interests in the opposite sex. Chapter 75, Awakening. Beside the one who accompanies me through life, Xiao Chusheng could be considered somewhat handsome, excelling academically, and now quite adept at earning money. Naturally, many girls of his age developed feelings for him, wishing to connect with him through his cousin, Xiao Yorong. Cunning as she is, Xiao Yorong was well aware of her friend's intentions and candidly told them, "Do not inquire further. It is futile." Why not? Does he really have a girlfriend? Xiao Yorong's roommate, Su Weiwei, was curious, though she remarked, "Yorong, it doesn't matter if he has a girlfriend. It's just a girlfriend, after all. Who knows? They may part ways one day." Indeed, you know how fleeting student romances can be. Many end as soon as graduation approaches. We are all friends here, surely. The good fortune should remain within our circle. Several of her friends echoed this sentiment, reasoning it seemed somewhat plausible. However, that was under normal circumstances. Unfortunately, Xiao Chusheng was anything but ordinary. Xiao Yurong could only sigh in exasperation and explain, "My brother's girlfriend is exceptionally beautiful. I do not wish to discourage you, but you truly cannot compare." Upon hearing this, the spark in her friend's eyes dimmed instantly. Comparisons were the most disheartening. Having witnessed Lin Shi's unparalleled beauty, Xiao Yurong's friends understood that her words could indeed hold truth. If they were to compare themselves with a somewhat attractive girl, perhaps they might entertain a glimmer of hope. But comparing themselves to Lin Shi? That was an exercise in futility. They would rather concede and abandon the notion. "So, the owner of that stall is your brother's girlfriend?" One of the girls had already caught on. Xiao Yurong did not hide the truth. After all, Xiao Chusheng himself had referred to Lin Shi as his sister-in-law. This revelation plunged her friends into despair. Lin Shi's beauty was of an overwhelming caliber. Just how beautiful is she? Even disregarding all of Lin Shi's virtues, should she merely be a pretty face, she would still captivate countless men. Such was the extent of her beauty. Yet, the more striking she was, the more despair it instilled, for these girls recognized that a girl possessing such beauty, provided she was not slovenly, stood unrivaled. Clearly, Lin Shi was not that sort of girl. Consequently, Xiao Yurong's roommates abandoned any thoughts of connecting with her cousin, recognizing they could not possibly compete with the enchanting barbecue queen. Upon returning home, Xiao Chusheng found it empty. On a weekend evening, the family restaurant thrived with business, ensuring his parents would not return. Thus, it was indeed possible for Lin Shi to stay over. However, Lin Shi has now become roommates with the foolish beauty. And from her, Xiao Chusheng has heard of the lonely demeanor the foolish beauty exhibits every night. He felt a twinge of compassion. "Perhaps I should continue to endure this solitary existence for the time being," he muttered to himself. If he could persevere through this year. Upon his arrival in Shanghai next year, Xiao Chusheng planned to purchase a flat there. Just thinking about the scandalous lifestyle he could have at that time filled him with excitement. With property prices soaring over the next decade, acquiring a home would undoubtedly be a wise investment. Moreover, after a year, he would have sufficient funds to purchase a house without financial strain. And real estate could serve as a lucrative investment. Yes, he convinced himself to the point where he almost believed it. The demands of a thriving business naturally led to greater exhaustion, leaving him utterly drained. Thus, after taking a shower, he collapsed into bed, too fatigued even to dream. Despite having stood at the market for several consecutive days, he still found it overwhelming. This exemplified the unfortunate reality of labor-intensive work. While it may yield quick returns, it is ultimately not a sound investment. Physical toil in exchange for money often results in the eventual return of those earnings due to ailments brought on by fatigue. Such is the lamentable plight of the lower class, an inescapable predicament. Upon awakening at dawn, Xiao Chusheng, bleary-eyed, rode his bicycle to Qishan Shan's home. Lin Shi had already risen and begun her morning routine, but he did not see the foolish beauty anywhere. "Where is she?" Xiao Chusheng wondered curiously. "Still sleeping. No matter how much you call her, she won't wake up," Lin Shi replied, her gaze softening. Xiao Chusheng nodded, but despite her words, he felt an urge to ascend the stairs and catch a glimpse of the foolish beauty as she slept. He had been fortunate enough to witness her slumbering form on the train, and she appeared especially adorable in her sleep, exuding a charm that was almost therapeutic. As for that time they almost shared a hotel room, he had the opportunity to see her, but he had inadvertently woken her up. Just as they were engaged in conversation, the foolish beauty, Qishan Shan, had unexpectedly gotten up and made her way downstairs. Although she was awake, she was not fully alert. The foolish beauty walked as if in a daze, eyes closed, meandering towards the bathroom, resembling a sleepwalker. To make matters more amusing, she was oblivious to her appearance. Her hair was tousled, and a stray lock stuck up comically. Dressed in a loose-fitting camisole nightgown, one shoulder was exposed as the strap had slipped off while she slept. From Xiao Chusheng's vantage point, he could clearly see her well-developed figure. Initially, he instinctively thought to cover his eyes, but then he reconsidered. After all, he had already seen everything he should and shouldn't have seen before, so why bother with modesty now? Look intently, he thought. Thus, he brazenly gazed, appreciating the view. He even let out a few clicks of his tongue, offering his unsolicited commentary. It must be said that aside from her slight foolishness, she was truly flawless. Lin Shi, caught between laughter and exasperation, poked Xiao Chusheng's forehead with her finger. You little lecher." Just as they were exchanging playful banter, an utterly inappropriate scene unfolded. The foolish beauty, still in a daze, plopped down on the toilet, preparing to unfasten her clothing for a moment of relief. "Oh no, I really must step outside." Thus, Xiao Chusheng escaped from the restroom, and Lin Shi couldn't help but laugh out loud this time. The foolish beauty, having finished her business in the restroom, seemed to be a bit more awake. She noticed Xiao Chusheng gazing at her with a complex expression, leaving her somewhat puzzled. "Oh, what are you doing?" Xiao Chusheng couldn't resist rubbing his forehead. You're here." Their conversation lacked substance, yet Xiao Chusheng found himself drawn to this feeling. It was warm and comforting, reminiscent of waking up each day beside someone destined to accompany him throughout his life. That sense of happiness and contentment filled his heart. After a while, Zhou Chen and Su Fei arrived, accompanied by a spirited young fellow. "Wow, you all know how to have fun," Xiao Chusheng remarked, nearly unable to contain his amusement at the sight of the red tricycle. "Hee, I borrowed it from my second uncle." Zhou Chen scratched his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. "With so many of us, it's hard to catch a cab in the morning." Indeed, they all climbed into the tricycle, and the foolish beauty clumsily attempted to join them as well. Chapter 76, Together You're Coming Too? Xiao Chusheng asked, his expression odd. "I'm just taking her to the station. I'll be back shortly." The foolish beauty wore an expression full of anticipation and longing, making it difficult for Xiao Chusheng to refuse. He could only nod in agreement, though he muttered, "You're so tired. You'd be better off sleeping in." The foolish Shanshan remained silent, quietly climbing into the tricycle and sitting beside Lin Shi. This was the era they lived in, where traffic regulations were not overly strict, and tricycles could be seen on the roads, transporting goods and passengers alike. Certainly, it was not common to see two beautiful women alongside a group of young people. However, one couldn't deny that the tricycle was indeed easier and faster than a bicycle, and they soon arrived at the train station with ease. Xiao Chusheng couldn't help but reminisce about the glory days of the tricycle in his past life, where it faced sanctions from the beautiful nation, though one could hardly say it was without reason. Just smuggling tricycles abroad could yield a fortune. Nevertheless, in this life, Xiao Chusheng found that such considerations were unnecessary. Since they arrived early, Xiao Chusheng took the group out for breakfast. Naturally, he covered the expenses. As Zhou Chen and Su Fei were, at least, considered employees under him, it was essential to treat them well. "You two stay close to your boss lady. Keep your distance, but act as her bodyguards. And if you see any unruly individuals bothering her, don't hesitate to intervene," Xiao Chusheng instructed them before leaving. Following their previous encounter with Song Yu, it was likely that few would dare to provoke Lin Shi again. However, Lin Shi's charm was undeniable, and it was not out of the question that someone might be tempted. Yet, Xiao Chusheng felt little concern for such nuisances. They posed no real threat to Lin Shi, merely causing some minor disturbances. This was of little consequence, as Lin Shi would soon have very little time at school. The real trouble lay with Feng Weiming and his parasitic family, who had not received any financial support from Lin Shi in quite some time. They were likely nearing desperation. They probably had been inquiring about Lin Shi's whereabouts, unaware that she had left Shanghai. This was something Xiao Chusheng had considered, which is why he had asked Zhou Chen and Su Fei to temporarily act as Lin Shi's protectors. He particularly instructed that if he encountered Lin Shi's adoptive parents, there would be no need for deliberation. He would strike them with utmost severity, while he might extend a modicum of opportunity to others. The Wei Ming family was an entirely different matter. Life is long. We shall play our game at our own pace. As for distinguishing between them, does Xiao Chusheng really need to impart that knowledge? They're adoptive parents, and it is evident they cannot be of the same age as their children. After sending the three to the train station, Xiao Chusheng and the foolish beauty were taken back by the young man who had initially driven them, using a rickety vehicle, directly to the school gate. The simple-minded Qi Shanshan possessed no sense of shame and was utterly unconcerned with the opinions of others. For her, as long as she felt no embarrassment, it was others who would feel awkward. And as for Xiao Chusheng, with his thick skin, he was even less bothered. "Do you think I am embarrassed? In the future, it will not be I who feels the shame." Given Xiao Chusheng's remarkable ability to amass wealth, acquiring a luxury car within half a year would pose no challenge, though he had little need for it. "All right, I shall request a leave shortly. You will manage lunch on your own, won't you?" Xiao Chusheng conveyed these words to the foolish beauty, feeling an indescribable sentiment. There was a tinge of reluctance, perhaps because they had been nearly inseparable over the past few days. He found himself somewhat dependent on this endearingly naive companion who caused no trouble. However, Qi Shanshan seemed entirely oblivious to his words, tugging at his clothing insistently. "Let's have lunch together." "Did I not mention? I must go to Shanghai," Xiao Chusheng repeated with a hint of exasperation. Yet, her ears seemed to filter out the words she did not wish to hear. "Together." Her expression, imbued with a sense of pitiful abandonment, inexplicably stirred a feeling of guilt within Xiao Chusheng. Why does it seem as if I am abandoning her? I am merely departing for a day. Nevertheless, the foolish beauty continued to blink her enchanting eyes. Together. When you say together, do you mean you wish to accompany me to Shanghai? At this juncture, Xiao Chusheng finally grasped her intent. This simple-minded beauty often misinterpreted his words, and without a degree of comprehension, it was unlikely she would understand him. Shan nodded vigorously. Yes. Together. This left Xiao Chusheng momentarily speechless, caught off guard. After a moment of contemplation, he mused, it might not be impossible. Then you must inform your homeroom teacher. Is that acceptable? He inquired hesitantly. Very well. Let us each find our respective homeroom teachers, and we shall meet at the school gate, Xiao Chusheng instructed. They then parted ways to seek out their teachers. Though during the time he was pulled along by the foolish beauty's various charms, many students from the school discreetly observed the entire exchange from a distance. Though they were unaware of the specifics of their conversation, Shanshan's adorably explosive demeanor was a rarity to witness. After all, to the majority, Shanshan was the aloof schoolbelle. How could someone so high and mighty display such endearing vulnerability? Consequently, this sweetness, coupled with the bruises to her pride, was a privilege that belonged solely to Xiao Chusheng. How utterly outrageous. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Chusheng was oblivious to the myriad of stories unfolding in the minds of those students as he returned to his classroom, lost in his own thoughts. Zheng Jiayi arrived early, and upon seeing Xiao Chusheng, she opened her mouth as if to speak, yet ultimately refrained from uttering a word. After the events of Saturday night, Zheng Jiayi had come to realize that the possibility between her and Xiao Chusheng had likely faded into oblivion, no matter how fervently she endeavored to salvage it. There were better individuals out there. Why would Xiao Chusheng remain stationary, waiting for her? Be it that woman who made her feel inadequate or the campus belle, Shanshan. Zheng Jiayi possessed the self-awareness to understand that she could never surpass them. Xiao Chusheng was quite pleased with Zheng Jiayi's reaction. This was indeed for the best. There would be no further entanglements. This was sufficient, allowing each to pursue their own lives. Xiao Chusheng had no desire to squander his energy on those unworthy of it. And that was all there was to it. When old Lu arrived in class, Xiao Chusheng hurriedly followed him out, signifying that he would be absent from school for the day, which left old Lu somewhat speechless. Isn't this the umpteenth time this week? Xiao Chusheng offered an awkward smile. It's just a sudden matter. You know how it is. Old Lu didn't press further, merely asking him what he intended to do. Just a few days ago, you stirred up trouble with Shanshan. This is quite the reason to leave. Old Lu found himself at a loss for words regarding Xiao Chusheng's excuses. Upon exiting the office, Xiao Chusheng promptly made his way out of the school gates. Once outside, he glanced around, only to find no sign of the silly beauty. This inexplicably eased his tension. Perhaps it was the first time he had exited before her? After all, he had grown accustomed to seeing her the moment he stepped outside, as if she were eagerly awaiting his presence. After about 10 minutes, the silly beauty, with her characteristic little run, dashed out of the school gates, just as Xiao Chusheng had been peering around moments ago. She too scanned her surroundings until her eyes landed on him. The moment she spotted Xiao Chusheng, her cool demeanor vanished, replaced by a bright spark in her eyes as she gleefully bounded toward him. In that instant, Xiao Chusheng felt his heart melt at the sight of this adorable creature. How could anyone be so charming? The silly beauty lifted her little hand in greeting, and Xiao Chusheng understood her intention, offering no resistance. He had already resolved never to let her go, so what was there to hesitate about? Yet, grasping her small hand felt weighty. Nevertheless, he was ready. There was ample time, and together they boarded the bus to the train station. Due to the rush hour, the bus was crowded, with no vacant seats. Xiao Chusheng held her securely in his embrace, as if she were a cherished pillow. Though this was not the first time he had held her like this, it still sent his heart racing. Unlike his time with Lin Shi, being with this girl genuinely stirred emotions he found difficult to contain. He understood the reason behind this. It was the thrill of novelty. Although Lin Shi remained a youthful version of herself in Xiao Chusheng's eyes, she was still undeniably Lin Shi. She is none other than Lin Shi from my past life, the one who accompanied me until the very end. We have touched, kissed, and even shared a bed. It can be said that I am intimately familiar with every inch of her skin. No matter how youthful this version of Lin Shi may appear, she remains herself. However, the silly beauty is entirely different. She is a girl I have never truly come to know. This novelty is something Lin Shi could never possess. My heart races. The silly beauty in my arms suddenly whispers softly, lifting her delicate face, her lips glistening as if adorned with lip gloss. Yet, I am acutely aware that she has not applied anything. Her lips are naturally this way, reminiscent of someone who has just enjoyed a fried dough stick without wiping their mouth. Strangely enough, this very appearance gives me an enticing illusion, coupled with her faint, enchanting fragrance, which I initially thought was from her shower gel. I gradually realize it is something entirely different. Gasping, I finally regained my composure, just moments ago. I almost succumbed to the temptation of kissing this silly girl. I must admit, she truly embodies the title of school beauty. Of course, I shall refrain from commenting on her aloof demeanor. Lost in thought, we nearly missed our stop. The silly beauty is completely unhelpful, surrendering herself entirely to me. Wherever I go, she follows closely, fearful of being left behind. Thus, even if we have passed our station, she raises no objections, obediently adhering to my lead. Consequently, my conscience pricks at me. I am leading such a kind-hearted girl astray. What a beast I am. Yet, I cannot bear to let go. What can be done? This is what one might call greed, a realization I am all too aware of. We crouch outside the train station, just as we did last time, indulging in a large bucket of drinks. Last time it was cola. This time, we opted for Sprite. When the train arrives, we finally embark on our journey to Shanghai. Little do we know, as we hand-in-hand venture forth, our homeroom teachers coincidentally gather together. As luck would have it, the two teachers share a good rapport. Even more fortuitously, on that very morning, they happened to chat amiably on their way back to the office, with a conversation centered around me and the aloof school beauty. Qi Shanshan. Hey, did that student from your class actually manage to win over Qi Shanshan from my class? One teacher asks. Don't ask, I have no idea. The other replies, adjusting his glasses. How could he possibly know? That rascal, Xiao Chusheng, quietly amasses his successes. Qi Shanshan's homeroom teacher, Chen Lei, chuckles heartily. It seems so. But that boy truly has something. Capturing a girl like Qi Shanshan is no easy feat. Oh, by the way, I just ran into her. The young lady spoke very softly, mentioning she had some matters to attend to. She usually appears so cold and seldom engages in conversation. Communicating with her is quite the challenge. You wouldn't believe it. I only grasped her meaning after listening for quite a while. Huh? Qi Shanshan? Old Lu felt a sudden pang in his heart, as if he had recalled something significant. Had the campus bell, Qi Shanshan, also left? It seemed too coincidental to be mere chance. Despite his reluctance to dwell on it, he could not help but suspect that the two were together for reasons beyond coincidence. Meanwhile, the two protagonists had already arrived in Shanghai. In this day and age, pickpockets were particularly rampant at train stations, and the naive beauty, with her evident wealth, was an easy target. Thus, Xiao Chusheng held her hand, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. To evade pickpockets in such situations, one need only avoid the throngs of people, maintaining a certain distance from the crowd. If someone intentionally bumped into them, it was undoubtedly a pickpocket. If they approached, one could simply step back, leaving the thief at a loss. The likelihood of encountering brazen thieves was minimal. Furthermore, with Xiao Chusheng's martial prowess, he would not shy away from confronting any ruffians, employing benevolence to dissuade them with the weight of his integrity. Perhaps it was his formidable demeanor that deterred anyone from attempting to target them until they exited the train station. At this hour, Lin Shi should be in class. After contemplation, Xiao Chusheng decided against seeking her out for the time being. Moreover, the fact that Lin Shi had neither called nor texted indicated that all was well on her end, likely free from the clutches of the Fong family. This was only natural. They could not be vigilantly stationed at the school at all times. However, they would undoubtedly be present on the day Lin Shi departed for summer vacation this week. It seemed prudent to make arrangements in advance. With this thought, Xiao Chusheng determined the first stop of their journey in Shanghai to visit the Coca-Cola Company. Chapter 78, A Grand Return Upon Returning to the Finance Institute. Lin Shi stirred a tempest within less than an hour. The once modestly dressed goddess had suddenly transformed her attire, stepping into the spotlight. Now, Lin Shi exuded an even more divine allure, her presence enhanced by an air of sophistication. She was a natural fashion icon. And although her previous inexpensive clothing could not conceal her beauty, it did not imply she could not do better. The sky-blue spaghetti-strap dress she donned was perfectly aligned with her temperament, resulting in a remarkable 100 rate of head-turning as she traversed the campus. Both boys and girls instinctively glanced back, some even finding themselves momentarily immobilized by her presence. Of course, the dress was not the sole factor elevating Lin Shi's charm. It was also the aura she emanated. While the garment was undeniably expensive, being a replica of luxury brands, It was essential to note that the impact of high-end fashion varied dramatically depending on the wearer. For instance, if a nouveau riche matron donned such attire, even if authentic, it might appear counterfeit. Conversely, when someone of Lin Shi's beauty wore it, even a replica could be mistaken for genuine luxury. Though only a few days had passed since her last return to school, Lin Shi felt as though she had been away for an eternity. The campus, in her eyes, appeared entirely transformed. Perhaps it was her mindset that had shifted, she mused to herself. In the past, each time she traversed this tree-lined path, a sense of inferiority would inevitably envelop her. This feeling stemmed from her family background and her own despair regarding the future. Thus, she would scarcely dare to lift her gaze and look ahead. In similar situations, many would cast glances her way, yet she always felt a pang of anxiety. However, that was no longer the case. A little boy behind her gently encouraged her forward, and she found herself devoid of fear. Life was improving. Everything was on the mend. With newfound confidence, Lin Shi radiated an irresistible charm. "Ah, sure," called Zhu Wen, the bespectacled girl, as she jogged to catch up with Lin Shi on their way to class, carrying the textbooks Lin Shi needed. "Wow, ah sure, you're glowing." Zhu Wen was utterly enamored by Lin Shi's appearance today, as no one could possibly dislike a woman as beautiful as she was, especially with Lin Shi's genuinely amiable disposition. Upon receiving the textbooks from Zhu Wen, Lin Shi expressed her gratitude with a simple, "Thank you," a double entendre that acknowledged both Zhu Wen's assistance and her compliment. As they strolled to class, Zhu Wen's gaze frequently drifted toward Lin Shi, unable to contain her admiration. "By the way, did your boyfriend buy you that outfit?" Zhu Wen inquired with curiosity. "It looks rather expensive." Lin Shi replied with a soft affirmation. "Yes. It's quite pricey, but I wouldn't splurge on it myself." In truth, Lin Shi possessed little awareness of clothing prices, merely reflecting the sentiments of Xiao Chusheng. The tag price of nearly 1,000 yuan was not exceptionally steep by 2007 standards. However, it is crucial to consider this price within the context of the prevailing societal circumstances. Lin Shi and Zhu Wen were merely university students with limited financial means, rendering such a price exorbitant, no, exceedingly extravagant. During this era, the typical monthly living expenses for university students in Shanghai ranged from 600 to 800 yuan, certainly not reaching 1,000. Only those from affluent backgrounds could afford 1,500 or 2,000 yuan. The majority hailed from ordinary families. To spend an entire month's allowance on a single dress? Utterly impractical, especially considering she owned more than one. The pair of air-cushioned shoes Lin Shi wore also qualified as a brand name at that time, easily recognizable to fashion-conscious youth. Thus, while Lin Shi's ensemble may not have eclipsed that of wealthy science, she certainly stood out among her peers in the realm of ordinary university students. Yet, Lin Shi herself remained oblivious to this fact, unaware of the significance behind Xiao Chusheng's words about returning in splendor. Zhu Wen couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy, remarking, "It seems he truly cares for you. That puts my mind at ease." Indeed, upon entering the classroom, Lin Shi's presence astonished her classmates, who found it hard to believe. To them, Lin Shi had recently become elusive. Previously, while working, she would at least return to the dormitory, ensuring she was seen. But now, it was as if she had vanished altogether. Suddenly, she appeared transformed, manifesting as if she were an entirely different person. Just days prior, rumors had circulated about Lin Shi, the goddess, entering a relationship, and some still remained skeptical. However, this is a truth that must be acknowledged. Lin Shi's life is fraught with difficulties, a fact well known among her classmates. Were it not for her romantic involvement, given Lin Shi's circumstances, how could she possibly afford such a splendid outfit? So where did it come from? Need one even ask? Instantly, those students who had not witnessed the entire scene beneath the girls' dormitory were filled with curiosity, pondering what manner of young man could capture the heart of a goddess like Lin Shi. Meanwhile, Zhu Wen, who was most aware of the nuances of the situations, had gathered Lin Shi with a few roommates, all eager to extract information from her. The last time Lin Shi returned, she had been rather low-key, causing her roommates to miss any signs of abnormality. It was only after the incident at the dormitory that news began to spread. However, by the time they returned, Lin Shi had already departed with Xiao Chusheng. They learned some details from Zhu Wen, and although there were minor issues among the roommates, they were fundamentally good people. For instance, when Fang Weiming's family came looking for Lin Shi, they would readily assist her in evading them. Previously, when they had snacks, they would always share some with Lin Shi. Lin Shi found herself at a loss as to how to explain her situation, particularly regarding her relationship with Xiao Chusheng and Qi Shanshan. which felt somewhat abstract. Zhu Wan, understanding this, provided cover for Lin Shi. "Oh, please refrain from asking. When the time is right, Shi will surely introduce her boyfriend to you. It is not easy for him to visit." Zhu Wan did not conceal the fact that Xiao Chusheng was from out of town, as it served to clarify why Lin Shi's boyfriend was not a frequent presence. Lin Shi cast a grateful glance at Zhu Wan, who responded with a subtly complex expression. Although she held reservations about Lin Shi's choices, this was ultimately her own affair. And Lin Shi was evidently thriving. Zhu Wan had neither reason nor justification to voice her concerns. Should she suggest that Lin Shi abandon her current, improved life to return to her past? "Shi, you seem to be in much better spirits than before," suddenly remarked her roommate, Dong Xiqing, as she reached out to pinch Lin Shi's cheek. "Indeed, you've gained some weight." It was true. Lin Shi instinctively touched her cheek, realizing it was indeed fuller. Previously, she had been somewhat malnourished, so the flesh on her cheeks had been sparse, unlike now, where a gentle pinch revealed a healthy plumpness. This surprised Lin Shi. As she had only been with Xiao Chusheng for a few days, had she truly gained weight so quickly? Yet, upon reflection, since the day she accompanied Xiao Chusheng to Hanqing, she had not lacked for nourishment. Each day, the lamb and beef he sold were hers to enjoy freely. Furthermore, the oysters they savored with qi shanshan could fetch a considerable price if sold. Oysters are rich in nutrients and indeed promote vitality. Given these factors, it was hardly surprising that Lin Shi had gained weight so swiftly. Only Zhu Wan remarked, with a knowing smile, "It must be due to happiness, right? When one is happy, it is easy to gain weight." This statement left Lin Shi and her roommates momentarily stunned, for they had indeed heard such notions before, that those in loving relationships tend to put on weight. With Lin Shi's personal account, several women found it hard to remain skeptical. Lin Shi, however, appeared contemplative, truly engulfed by a sense of happiness. Before her encounter with Xiao Chusheng, even during times of financial abundance, her appetite had not been as robust as it was now. Perhaps there were underlying concerns that limited her capacity to indulge. Recently, Lin Shi had come to realize that she occasionally craved more, a change undoubtedly brought about by Xiao Chusheng. She felt genuinely blissful in her current state. Meanwhile, Xiao Chusheng had emerged from the Coca-Cola Company. As a global enterprise, its commercial framework was well established, with clear processes in place. Xiao Chusheng quickly secured the collaborative model he desired, feeling quite satisfied with it. Compared to a few years hence, the current price of commercial soda machines had not significantly decreased and, in fact, was somewhat higher. The rental costs were similarly steep. Xiao Chusheng had contemplated that, based on rental terms, he might not earn substantially from a mobile fried chicken stall. This was because not every customer would opt for soda unless bundled with sales, akin to Zhengxin's strategy. If that were the case, it would lead to no substantial difference. Thus, Xiao Chusheng opted to invest additional funds to purchase the machines outright. He had his own rationale for this decision, considering that as the weather turned cooler, he could pivot to opening a storefront where these machines could continue to be utilized. There were several types of commercial soda machines, large integrated models, and smaller ones suitable for mobile stalls. Xiao Chusheng acquired the latter at a remarkably low price. Normally, such a price would be inconceivable for him. However, he negotiated a different collaboration model. He signed a contract stipulating that he would procure over 30 machines from Coca-Cola by the year's end. An order worth several $100,000 in 2007 was indeed substantial, making it relatively easy to secure a favorable price. Each unit cost over $4,000, which was actually more expensive than it would be a decade later. Nonetheless, this involved various factors, including production volume and maintenance costs. To maximize his profits, Xiao Chusheng successfully negotiated an additional 2 years of free maintenance from the manufacturer, along with discounts on gas and raw materials. In truth, the machines were not the primary expense. These consumables were the real costs, but they also brought in greater profits. He had arranged for technicians to visit Hangzhou within 3 days to install and guide him on the machines. And it was then that he took the somewhat Navi Qi Shan away from the Coca-Cola building. Looking for Shi? The Navi beauty suddenly chimed in, tilting her head. This left Xiao Chusheng momentarily stunned, followed by an amused exasperation. Since when did you start calling her Shi? It feels a bit inappropriate, doesn't it? She's 3 years older than you, and you can call her that? The Navi beauty, rather slow on the uptake, failed to grasp the significance of the name between him and Lin Shi. It was a matter of sentiment, even a touch of intimacy. Her innocent demeanor truly managed to restrain Xiao Chusheng, giving him the impression of striking a fist against cotton. Well, whatever, if you want to call her that, go ahead. he decided to let the matter rest. As noon approached, Xiao Chusheng placed a call to Lin Shi, informing her to await his arrival for lunch. Lin Shi readily agreed, bidding farewell to her dormitory companions. Hey, Ashur, you haven't gathered with your sisters in quite a while. Where are you rushing off to now? Dong Xiqing inquired with curiosity, a mischievous smile creeping onto her face. It wouldn't be that your boyfriend is coming, would it? Lin Shi's cheeks flushed slightly as she responded with a soft maybe next time. I have something else to attend to. With that, she hurriedly exited the school gates, almost as if fleeing. The other girls in the dorm exchanged glances, astonished by the transformation. Is this really Lin Shi? The once indifferent, academically inclined goddess now appeared as a bashful girl. Why was she referred to as the goddess of science? Because Lin Shi had previously embodied the same dispassionate demeanor as her male counterparts in the engineering field. The extent of Lin Shi's change was remarkable, leaving even her roommates in disbelief. This piqued their curiosity about the young man who had captivated Lin Shi, prompting them to surround Zhu, inquiring about Xiao Chusheng's height, looks, wealth, and whether he might be a rich heir. Lin Shi's attire was undeniably expensive, which only fueled their intrigue. Zhu, overwhelmed by their incessant questions, could only reply, how would I know? I've only seen him once, and he is somewhat handsome. The image of the boy, 3 years younger than Lin Shi, flashed in her mind. Indeed, he had a certain charm. As for his financial status, she was uncertain, but he likely possessed some wealth. However, in terms of height, he was hardly remarkable, even among his peers, given that Xiao Chusheng himself had experienced a late growth spurt. Meanwhile, Lin Shi, now outside the school, called Xiao Chusheng to inquire about his location, intending to meet him. Just as the call connected, it was abruptly disconnected. While perplexed, she soon spotted Xiao Chusheng approaching, accompanied by the foolish beauty. The foolish beauty rushed forward and enveloped Lin Shi in a large embrace. Sure. Lin Shi stood there, momentarily stunned. Shan? You're here too? Her gaze shifted to Xiao Chusheng, who awkwardly rubbed his nose. She insisted on coming. I couldn't stop her. Really? Lin Shi questioned, her suspicion evident. Xiao Chusheng remained silent, for he had not attempted to dissuade her. Initially, he assumed that Shan wished to join him for lunch. Not realizing her intent was to accompany Lin Shi instead. The three of them stood together, inseparable. Chapter 80. Call Me Mom. Lin Shi finally managed to extricate the foolish beauty from her embrace. Of late, Shan had become increasingly clingy. Even Xiao Chusheng had noticed this change, sensing something was amiss, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. However, as he observed the foolish beauty, his gaze gradually took on a peculiar quality. Why does it seem like I've found myself a daughter? Xiao Chusheng muttered under his breath. What? Lin Shi caught a glimpse of Xiao Chusheng murmuring, though she couldn't quite discern his words. He glanced between the foolish beauty and Lin Shi. He chuckled awkwardly, adopting a teasing tone. Just not long ago, I was telling her that she is 3 years younger than you, and calling her Shi seems a bit inappropriate. Lin Shi fell silent, pondering. It does seem a tad awkward, and then? But there was no further elaboration. Suddenly, a thought crossed my mind. She shouldn't be calling you Shi. Xiao Chusheng's expression turned mischievous. Lin Shi furrowed her brow, sensing that Xiao Chusheng, that rascal, was up to something, yet she couldn't help but inquire with curiosity. Then what should she call you? Xiao Chusheng burst into laughter, unable to contain himself. Call me Mom. Lin Shi was utterly taken aback. What was most absurd? The most absurd part was that this foolish beauty was seriously contemplating the feasibility of that address. Mom? Don't call me that, please. Lin Shi hastily admonished the foolish beauty that this title was merely a jest, exerting considerable effort to convince her. Yet the foolish beauty tilted her head, gazing at Xiao Chusheng, and earnestly declared, Shi resembles a mother. The utterance rendered everyone speechless. It was somewhat bizarre, yet it resonated with both Xiao Chusheng and Lin Shi. Lin Shi was gentle and caring towards her. The last woman who had shown such kindness to the foolish beauty was her biological mother. Xiao Chusheng had reason to suspect that the foolish beauty's attachment to Lin Shi was somewhat related to this. What is this called? An Oedipus complex? It's hard to say. Not daring to dwell on this topic for too long, Xiao Chusheng took the two of them to find a place to dine. With one hand holding each beauty, he was quite literally embracing them, creating a rather idyllic scene. However, after that previous discussion, Xiao Chusheng now felt an overwhelming sense of being a family of three, as if he were a husband accompanying his daughter. Both of these women were stunning beauties, yet they were being led away by this rascal. Moreover, Lin Shi was quite a prominent figure at the Finance Institute, naturally attracting the attention of some students. Most were more astonished by Lin Shi's dazzling attire that day. Only then did they shift their focus to Xiao Chusheng, the man who had captured the heart of the goddess of the Finance Institute. Who on earth is this guy? Wait, why is he holding another one? This was the unspoken sentiment of the onlookers. To avoid being besieged by Lin Shi's potential suitors, Xiao Chusheng promptly hailed 2 taxis to whisk them away. Zhou Chun and Su Fei quietly sat in the back of the other taxi, appearing to be separated. This was a deliberate strategy by Xiao Chusheng to disperse the risk. If any trouble arose, Zhou Chun and Su Fei could escape to seek help or contact the authorities. Although public safety was somewhat lacking these days, serious matters could still be resolved through reporting. You can always trust the state. The car halted near the Oriental Pearl Tower, a place Xiao Chusheng was quite familiar with from his past life in Shanghai. In contrast, for the foolish beauty who had rarely ventured out of Hangzhou, it was an entirely new experience. She grasped Xiao Chusheng's hand, her mouth slightly agape as she leaned back, almost losing her balance. It was Lin Shi who steadied her from behind, preventing her from falling. Poetic verses filled the air as Lin Shi and Xiao Chusheng exchanged a glance. Both resigned yet amused, their eyes betraying an unmistakable fondness for this foolish girl. What would you like to eat? There's a culinary street in Lujiazui, boasting a plethora of delectable treats, Xiao Chusheng inquired. The foolish beauty, despite her words, couldn't help but gaze longingly at the towering Oriental Pearl, her innocence captivating. Encountering such lofty architecture for the first time, many shared a similar reaction. Yet, even so, this structure was not the tallest in Shanghai. Wait, is it? It seems it might still hold that title, Xiao Chusheng mused, recalling that in his previous life, he had yet to arrive in Shanghai for his studies at this time. His memories were somewhat hazy, but he distinctly remembered that by the year he enrolled, the title of Shanghai's tallest building had shifted to the Jinmao Tower, or possibly the Shanghai World Financial Center. Urban legends abounded, suggesting that sinister forces had conspired to disrupt the city's feng shui. Initially, Xiao Chusheng had treated such beliefs with reverence, but now, having been reborn, he found himself a true believer. After all, if he had returned to life, what could he possibly doubt? At that time, he had even ventured with a few roommates to witness the spectacle. All right, enough gazing, we're a bit pressed for time. Next time we come, I'll take you up there, all right? He said, playfully pinching her slightly plump cheek. The sensation was delightful. Only then did the foolish beauty exclaim softly and retract her gaze. In that moment, she resembled a little girl. Perhaps due to having lost her biological parents at an early age and her stepmother's neglect, leaving her with little opportunity to explore the world. Much like how Xiao Chusheng accompanied Lin Shi to indulge in fast food, it felt like a means of compensating for lost experiences. The foolish girl was savoring the childhood joys she had missed out on, perhaps the warmth of paternal and maternal love. Reflecting on this, an unsettling sense of déjà vu washed over him, causing his eyelids to twitch. Why did it increasingly feel like he and Lin Shi were raising a spirited daughter? He swiftly shifted the conversation, continuing to ask what they wished to eat. Anything reasonable will do. Although Xiao Chusheng had a modest amount of money, he had to admit that the culinary scene in our great nation truly knew how to indulge. In 2007, it was not uncommon to spend tens of thousands on a single meal. Luxury ingredients were always in vogue. The Lujiazui culinary street thrived in 2007, bustling with life. With the Oriental Pearl standing as a landmark attraction nearby, numerous tourists flocked from afar. Xiao Chusheng had his own motives for bringing these two along for a meal. He intended to conduct an informal survey. After all, we were still in an era focused on tangible economies. And if he aimed to become a titan in the restaurant industry, this was a path he needed to pursue. Hence, establishing a dining venture in Shanghai was an inevitable consideration, with Lujiazui being a prime target. As they wandered, unable to decide on a specific dish, he chose to let the two girls explore and buy whatever caught their fancy. Before long, the foolish beauty's hands were laden with an assortment of snacks, delighting in each bite, savoring the moment with unrestrained joy. In recent days, Zhou Chun and Su Fei have managed to earn some money, thus relieving Xiao Chusheng of the responsibility for dining expenses. Consequently, everyone enjoyed their meals separately, eager to make progress. With their boss and the two lady bosses on a date, how could they possibly lack the sensibility to appreciate the moment? Chapter 81. A married woman. How can you eat so much and still have room in that belly? Xiao Chusheng instinctively glanced at the foolish beauty's abdomen, due to the summer heat. She was dressed quite lightly. To put it plainly, her attire was thin. Observing that she had consumed a considerable amount, yet her stomach remained flat, He found it hard to fathom how much one would need to eat to become round. His expression grew increasingly grave. Indeed, the appetites of young ladies are a mystery. However, unexpectedly, Lin Shi suddenly remarked, "I know." "Oh, you know?" Xiao Chusheng instinctively inquired. "Having a child will certainly expand one's belly." Her words struck him like a blow. It was undeniably true. Yet, Xiao Chusheng grew even more curious. If she could eat so much now, how much would she need to consume while pregnant? How astonishing. It seemed that Hangzhou did not have an abundance of snacks available. Lin Shi looked around and voiced her thoughts. Of course, a culinary desert is not called that for nothing. Xiao Chusheng felt compelled to retort. Even after more than a decade, the most prevalent snack in Hangzhou was surprisingly the soup dumpling. Moreover, he continued, this delicacy, akin to how Lanzhou noodles are not exclusively made by locals, but rather by those from Qinghai, does not originate from Hangzhou. It is a creation of the people from Shenzhou. It was quite absurd. The only dish that could be considered a specialty of Hangzhou, the Westlake vinegar fish, had a taste that was hard to describe. In truth, even he, a native of Hangzhou, found it unpalatable. If you have anything you wish to take back, you may take a little, Xiao Chusheng suggested to the two ladies. That's unnecessary, Lin Shi replied decisively. We still need to bring back a lot of crayfish this afternoon. Rather than buying these, it would be wiser to take more crayfish. After all, the round-trip ticket is quite costly. Her words left Xiao Chusheng momentarily silent, prompting him to embrace Lin Shi briefly, though he quickly released her. The primary reason was the crowd. Even he, with his thick skin, could not withstand it. Lin Shi's face flushed. She understood the implications of the young man's actions. Cough. It's not a big deal. In a few days, I will have Shou Qin and the others come again. Later on, I will consider expanding the crayfish business. When the time comes, I will drive over to collect them, Xiao Chusheng explained. Drive over to collect them? That would require at least 1,000 or 2,000 pounds, right? Lin Shi's eyes widened in astonishment. How large do you intend to expand this business? Xiao Chusheng pondered for a moment. I don't plan to make it too large, perhaps around 10 stalls. I aim to make a significant profit before October, considering it will only be sold for a few days. Lin Shi was utterly astounded, her mind already calculating the potential earnings from 10 stalls based on the current daily income from crayfish over 3 months. Xiao Chusheng, aware of her occupational instincts, gently tapped her forehead. All right, stop calculating. It's uncertain. Not every place has business as good as our stall. Some stalls exist merely to build recognition. I intend to pave the way for our Shisha barbecue. Lin Shi was taken aback, her expression peculiar. Doesn't that name seem a bit odd? Xiao Chusheng, with a wicked grin, remarked, what's so strange? It's like Shisha, akin to Lin Shi's poetry. Lin Shi was taken aback by such an unexpected association. The mischievous Xiao Chusheng soon composed himself, saying, I was merely jesting. Regardless, the barbecue business is bound to succeed. It won't incur losses, and we can consider it a foundation for future endeavors. However, Lin Shi, being astute, quickly grasped the implication. So apart from this, you have plans for that fried chicken shop as well? Xiao Chusheng nodded lightly, his gaze drifting toward 2 nearby storefronts. Following his line of sight, Lin Shi was momentarily stunned. Beverages? Xiao Chusheng, momentarily perplexed by her reaction, soon understood. In Lin Shi's perspective, a tea shop filled with beverages seemed indistinguishable from one another. Thus, he elaborated, it's milk tea and fruit tea. These are far more suited to the domestic market than Starbucks coffee, with astonishingly high profit margins, making it a foolproof business venture. Lin Shi furrowed her brow. Although she lacked familiarity with such matters, having never indulged due to financial constraints, with a cup costing several yuan, she had to concede that many of her female classmates frequently purchased a cup. Drawing from her peers' experiences was her method of contemplation. Consequently, she concluded, what you say must be correct. Xiao Chusheng thought to himself that it was undoubtedly accurate. This market had been inflated to hundreds of billions by capital ventures. However, beyond the realm of capital games, Xiao Chusheng harbored his own aspirations. I wish to establish my own brand, generating continuous profits to support other industries. This endeavor necessitated renting a storefront, which would not come cheap. Lin Shi, unable to contain herself, shattered his daydream, at least several tens of thousands. Xiao Chusheng sighed, acknowledging the reality that a storefront would indeed cost a significant sum, yet the return on investment would be swift. Moreover, this business needed to be lucrative quickly. For each night he operated, he was incurring substantial losses. Ultimately, he realized that relying on the barbecue and fried chicken stalls to generate cash flow was paramount. Xiao Chusheng felt overwhelmed, knowing that before the global financial crisis struck, the priority was to secure as much cash as possible. After some contemplation, he led the two women to purchase 3 cups of bubble tea. "Delicious," the charming beauty exclaimed, sipping and closing her eyes in delight. Lin Shi did not exhibit such a pronounced reaction but offered a compliment nonetheless. Unlike them, Xiao Chusheng took a sip, smacking his lips. "This brewed milk tea doesn't even use real milk. $8 a cup. What a ripoff." It was worth noting that this was still 2007, and such a price was indeed steep. Having tasted genuine milk tea in his past life, he could easily discern the difference. "I have a vision," Xiao Chusheng said, casting a mysterious smile at Lin Shi. "A vision? What vision?" Lin Shi inquired, intrigued. "The concept for the milk tea business. I've even thought of a brand name." Xiao Chusheng stifled a laugh, his lips curling upward. This visit to Shanghai had sparked the realization that, at this moment, a particular brand had yet to be born, and he could seize the opportunity. Of course, he had no intention of appropriating the brand's team. The creation of milk tea did not entail significant research and development barriers, but rather a lack of creativity and ideas. What he truly valued was the brand itself, or more precisely, the name of that brand. Indeed, no other brand seems to measure up. Only this particular one exhibits remarkable efficacy at this juncture. Why, you may ask? It is simply because the government's advertising policies have yet to become overly stringent. Lin Shi observed the mischievous grin on this individual's face and felt an involuntary shiver. Yet her curiosity compelled her to inquire, "Oh, have you already decided on the brand name? Pray, enlighten me." "Shanghai Matron," he replied. "Huh, Matron. Chapter 82. I don't believe it. Unless you let me touch it, isn't that name a tad vulgar?" Lin Shi questioned, her tone tinged with hesitation. Xiao Chusheng let out a hearty laugh. "Just a jest. It should actually be called Andy of Shanghai." "Ah?" Lin Shi paused, murmuring, "Annie? Matron? Oh, now I understand." Quickly, a realization dawned upon her, her eyes widening in astonishment. "Wait a moment, I get it. That was the name intended for marketing purposes, wasn't it?" Xiao Chusheng sighed, impressed by Lin Shi's intellect, acknowledging her sharp insight. "Indeed, this is merely a marketing strategy. I plan to establish a premium milk tea brand, initially introducing pure milk tea to penetrate the market, with intentions to later launch a fruit tea series, though that will be a bit further down the line. The goal is to open the store this year. The reason for delaying the fruit tea is due to the current inadequacies in the domestic logistics system. Fruit supply is prone to significant issues, and quality is often inconsistent. To put it plainly, would it be prudent to plunge into the market before it has matured? That would be akin to taking a step only to stumble. If it were merely a single store, it might be manageable, but in the realm of milk tea, aspiring for substantial profits necessitates the establishment of a chain or franchise. Should the primary outlet expose its cards only to be thwarted by an inadequate logistics infrastructure? What awaits next? The answer is simple: rampant imitation by competitors across the region. This industry, lacking any substantial barriers to entry, is easily susceptible to business theft. Conversely, milk tea is distinct. It remains true to its essence as authentic milk tea. Ultimately, those street vendors selling instant milk tea should be condemned to the stocks, serving nothing but synthetic flavors and powdered milk. This is what one might call a return to authenticity. Shouldn't the common folk indulge in genuine, quality ingredients? Having shared his plans with Lin Shi, she fell into a contemplative silence. Xiao Chusheng had further intentions up his sleeve, yet it was not yet the opportune moment to unveil them. Lin Shi pondered, then nodded. "I believe there is potential. Just as it was when you sold lamb skewers, the market is currently flooded with instant milk tea, and your commitment to quality ingredients, even at a slightly higher price, provided it is not exorbitant, will surely attract buyers." She quickly calculated in her mind. Her IQ of 163 at work. If your price is a bit higher but you can capture even a third or half the sales of the ordinary milk tea shops, you would break even. Xiao Chusheng smiled enigmatically. That may not necessarily be the case. Perhaps those cheaper alternatives might not fare as well against our premium offerings. That seems rather improbable, doesn't it? Lin Shi was taken aback, pondering the notion that not many could afford such exorbitant prices, a reflection of the herd mentality. Xiao Chusheng's gaze was solemn as he remarked, "Inexpensive does not necessarily equate to inferiority, but the expensive is seldom lacking in quality." This is a truth acknowledged by the majority. Lin Shi fell silent, for indeed, this was the reality. Xiao Chusheng nodded. noting that the sole obstacle to their business venture was the cost of the storefront. Given that their establishment would be named Hashang, the first outlet must undoubtedly be located in Shanghai, as it carried a certain prestige. Subsequently, they could open a branch in Hangzhou. For the business there remained solid. Xiao Chusheng could leverage their standing in Hangzhou to foster mutual growth and strength. By the way, how can you indulge in all this and still enjoy such treats without gaining weight? Xiao Chusheng's gaze fell upon the foolish beauty, who was incessantly sipping from her straw. Her own cup of milk tea had long been emptied, yet her petite face had stealthily inched closer to Xiao Chusheng's drink, unabashedly slurping from his straw without any hint of hesitation or shyness. Xiao Chusheng had barely taken a few sips himself, and by the time he noticed, more than half of his beverage had vanished into her belly. The foolish beauty stood with her hands on her hips, a triumphant expression adorning her face. As if to say, look at how impressive I am. With her slim figure, she boldly proclaimed, I am not gaining weight. I find that hard to believe. Xiao Chusheng narrowed his eyes, unless I can have a feel. The foolish beauty was momentarily taken aback, her brow furrowing in deep contemplation. Lin Shi, observing this exchange, couldn't suppress a sigh, lowering her voice to inquire of Xiao Chusheng, do you not feel any remorse for constantly teasing Shan? Surprisingly, Xiao Chusheng pondered this question seriously, ultimately concluding, initially, perhaps, but now I truly do not, for while money can be regained, a lost conscience cannot. How much is a conscience worth anyway? Lin Shi was rendered speechless by his words, her lips twitching in disbelief. This fellow truly lived up to his name, displaying a rather beastly demeanor. At that moment, the foolish beauty suddenly exclaimed, startling both of them. What is it now? Xiao Chusheng looked at her in exasperation. She pointed at him, saying, You touched me just a few days ago. As Xiao Chusheng opened his mouth to respond, he met Lin Shi's teasing gaze, clearly intrigued and eager for the unfolding drama. After all, she had been inseparable from Xiao Chusheng since arriving in Hangzhou, and he likely hadn't had the opportunity to engage in such antics. Oh, but there were chances, such as during her trips back to Shanghai. Xiao Chusheng could only manage an awkward smile, explaining to Lin Shi, it was just a few days ago. The night before I came to see you. Lin Shi squinted, playfully probing, You mean after you two spent the night together and then came to find me? Ahem. That's correct. It was indeed awkward. It could hardly be termed as catching someone in the act, could it? Well, that is not too bad. Lin Shi did not linger on the topic, as she had grown accustomed to such scenarios and had come to accept them. After that, Xiao Chusheng took everyone to several renowned wholesale markets in Shanghai for a thorough exploration. Ultimately, he discovered some essential seasonings, which were crucial for establishing the Da Zhai Hui brand. The marinade required careful experimentation with proportions, but the coating sauces and dry powder seasonings were generally pre-made products. Without a proprietary supply chain or production line, relying solely on manual labor would result in inconsistent quality and prohibitively high costs. While these items could be addressed once the brand gained traction, the initial focus had to be on managing expenses. After all, Xiao Chusheng had numerous ambitious and even audacious ideas for amassing wealth, yet all remained unfeasible due to a lack of funds. Chapter 83. A head may be severed. Blood may flow, but the hairstyle must remain intact. Is that all? Lin Shi inquired, glancing at the few bags Xiao Chusheng was carrying, somewhat uncertain. Isn't it a bit sparse? Let us take these back for now and test them out. Our priority is to formulate a plan, and we can finalize bulk purchases later. He replied. Afterward, they proceeded to the aquatic market, and just like their previous visit, they acquired 300 pounds of crayfish. However, this time, with 5 people present. The weight was manageable, especially since Zhou Chen and Su Fei were stronger and could share the load. Additionally, they could easily hail a taxi to the train station. And once they returned to Hangzhou, a tricycle would be waiting outside the station. Thus, the actual distance they needed to traverse was not particularly exhausting. For the time being, they would keep operations modest. Once our business expands, we can arrange for a van to drive directly from Hangzhou, Xiao Chusheng remarked to Zhou Chen. Both of them had learned to drive, with Zhou Chen already possessing a driver's license, so this plan posed no issues whatsoever. Do you two have anything else you wish to purchase? Before they departed, Xiao Chusheng's gaze fell upon Lin Shi and the beautiful yet foolish girl. They both shook their heads in response. Xiao Chusheng pondered for a moment, but chose not to say anything further. Although Shanghai was a first-tier city and Hangzhou barely qualified as a second-tier city, they still had access to most essentials. Considering it was 2007, there weren't many novel items available for purchase. He called Chunbin to inform him of their impending return, primarily to arrange for the tricycle. As for the barbecue cart, he had entrusted it to Chunbin the previous night. Xiao Chusheng was aware that he would return later than expected, which might affect their stall opening time. But he was confident that having Chunbin temporarily take over would be no issue. In recent days, to establish the barbecue stall, he had begun enlisting a few reliable and spirited young men. Naturally, he retained the core seasoning formula tightly within his grasp. Ultimately, the seasoning was merely a matter of proportioning ingredients, a task that could be effortlessly accomplished with a bit of time. Subsequently, it could be distributed uniformly. The Shi barbecue brand had already gained a favorable reputation and recognition in Hangzhou, and Xiao Chusheng resolved to utilize the daily influx of diners to disseminate their message. Many of these patrons journey from various districts in Hangzhou, and the establishment of a stall in their vicinity would certainly be welcome news for them. Indeed, it is true. After they returned to Hangzhou, they subtly hinted to some customers about the prospect of opening several branches in the city. The customers responded favorably. However, Lin Shi fell into contemplation and pulled him aside. While opening branches sounds promising, could it be that we might not live up to our name? Oh, what do you mean? Xiao Chusheng inquired intentionally, fully aware of Lin Shi's concerns. Lin Shi, in a huff, retorted, "It's like the Shi barbecue. Where is your Shi?" The brand name stems from the nickname that customers have given Lin Shi, the proprietress, so if she were absent, it would indeed be a misnomer. Thus, Lin Shi's apprehension was not without merit. I certainly have my own considerations," Xiao Chusheng replied with a mysterious smile. He had already contemplated this matter, choosing to keep it under wraps for the moment. He passed the task at hand to Lin Shi, and then pulled Chunbin aside. "Let's prepare to hire some staff. We should first establish the barbecue business, as it generates quick income." Chunbin's expression grew serious as he nodded. "Yes, I spoke with Luo Fei during the day. He expressed a strong willingness to collaborate with you, which is a positive development." Xiao Chusheng nodded in acknowledgement. This was somewhat expected, considering the Shamate are essentially a group of young, spirited individuals without ill intent. However, the challenge lay in whether these Shamate would be too eccentric in their appearance. After all, while the males might pass, the females sporting extravagant hairstyles would undeniably clash with the image of Shi. This was indeed a point worth considering. Xiao Chusheng mused aloud. Soon, Luo Fei would be bringing a few individuals along. "Many people are still at work at this hour," Chunbin suddenly remarked. Xiao Chusheng pondered this and realized that these Shamate were, in fact, ordinary individuals trying to earn a living. Subsequently, he observed the surrounding stalls, noting that business was dwindling day by day. In reality, his own business had been flourishing, partly due to attracting customers from nearby vendors, and partly because of the increased visibility that drew hidden clientele from other districts in Hangzhou. Therefore, once he expanded his stalls, there would certainly be some diversion of customers. However, it mattered little, as the money would still flow into his own pockets. Around 8 o'clock, Luo Fei arrived with several young men and women to meet Chunbin. Xiao Chusheng was present as well, and just a glance was enough to make his eyes sting. Oh, that explosive hairstyle, truly reminiscent of Yugi Mutu. The exact origins of Shamade are somewhat ambiguous, but they are undoubtedly linked to trends from Japan, as the anime broadcasted in China over the years has predominantly been of Japanese origin. In fact, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is exceptionally well known, with the protagonist Yugi Mutu sporting a classic Shamade hairstyle, strikingly similar to the young individuals before him. Moreover, despite the intimidating appearance of these flamboyant hairstyles, they appeared somewhat socially anxious when they spoke. "Do you have jobs available here?" one of the girls timidly asked. Xiao Chusheng nodded. "Yes, however, the positions I offer are primarily suited for ordinary individuals, and your hairstyles may adversely affect business." The young people exchanged glances, with some already wavering in their resolve. Xiao Chusheng offered no further explanation. It was simply a matter of choices, and there was no room for compromise. After all, he is a ruthless capitalist, intent on profit, and cannot allow them to act recklessly. Luo Fei bears a striking resemblance to his cousin. Despite the unruly hairstyle that resembles an explosion, his visage appears rather simple-minded. This aligns with Xiao Chusheng's impression of this era, where most individuals exist in a state of precariousness. Upon learning of Xiao Chusheng's demands, Luo Fei's expression betrayed a reluctance. For in their time, they believed that while one could lose their head or shed blood, one's hairstyle must remain intact. The explosive hairdo was akin to their very identity. To have it altered at Xiao Chusheng's behest felt like a desecration of their soul. Nevertheless, some individuals remain indifferent to such matters. For instance, The young girl who initially posed questions was under scrutiny from her superior and was on the verge of losing her position. Stumbling upon Luo Fei's message in a local group chat, she approached with a sense of trial and error. After all, what did it matter? She was already facing despair. A hairstyle was the least of her concerns. Xiao Chusheng appraised the young woman, setting aside her hair, noting that her features were quite refined and her complexion fair. She was certainly attractive enough to meet a passing standard. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Chusheng resolved to present his proposition. I have two plans. One entails a fixed salary, while the other offers a daily income share. You may choose one. Chapter 84. The ruthless capitalist naturally exploits the working class. Two plans, two choices. Regardless of which she selected, Xiao Chusheng would not suffer a loss. However, the implications varied significantly due to differing locales and periods. In areas with lower foot traffic, sales would naturally be minimal, resulting in a reduced share. Moreover, this opportunity was likely a one-time offer. A poor choice would preclude any chance to amend it. How long can I work in this position? The girl inquired, voicing her uncertainty. Xiao Chusheng pondered for a moment. Although business would likely decline after October, he believed they could continue until November without incurring losses. Transitioning to a physical storefront would undoubtedly require time. Xiao Chusheng anticipated challenges, particularly concerning financial gaps. Additionally, renovations would necessitate a period of adjustment, so he proposed a relatively conservative timeline, 4 months. Originally, he had considered extending operations into October, but that was under the assumption of only himself and Lin Shi. Now, as a ruthless capitalist, he was determined to exploit the labor force to the fullest extent. The girl contemplated, 4 months isn't too long. Xiao Chusheng nodded. You need not fret excessively. The income share has a high ceiling, but the guaranteed salary is quite appealing, certainly better than your current job search. It's merely 4 months. Even if you choose poorly, regret will be minimal. Subsequently, Xiao Chusheng divulged his plans for establishing a physical storefront. In any case, those who perform well during this period will be offered positions as store managers once we transition, ensuring a stable income. It was a classic case of painting grand visions, yet it was evident that many were already intrigued by his words. Luo Fei even leaned in, lowering his voice to inquire, Boss Xiao, how many people do you need? Do you think I could fit in? The appeal of the guaranteed salary was undeniable. The job merely required him to pick up supplies from Qin Bin at scheduled times and set up his stall in the evenings. The remaining time is entirely free, and Xiao Chusheng provides a daily allowance of 100 yuan. An income of 3,000 yuan without requiring a degree is already considered a high income in 2007. This month, if Xiao Chusheng wishes, he could recruit numerous part-time university students. However, the students' working hours are quite unstable, and given that this business requires skill, those who are too inept cannot master the roasting techniques, resulting in food that is unpalatable and unsellable. Therefore, Xiao Chusheng has decided to bring in a group of reliable and stable workers, which will also facilitate the training of future store managers when he opens his establishments. He envisions at least 5 stores in Hangzhou alone, and if the opportunity arises, he even hopes to expand to Shanghai and further into the inland regions. However, the likelihood is slim, as the business lacks technological sophistication. It will primarily rely on franchising, while direct operations are likely to incur losses. Ultimately, only 3 men and 2 women remained from the group of Shamate, as the others were unwilling to revert their hairstyles. Xiao Chusheng did not press the issue. Choices must be made. Surprisingly, Luo Fei, the leader of a faction of the Love for the Dead family, was willing to join. Did you not betray us first? Xiao Chusheng found himself both amused and perplexed. Luo Fei chuckled awkwardly, stating that making money is not shameful, as life must continue, and that his cousin sometimes even wished to distance himself from the Love for the Dead family. Xiao Chusheng nodded in agreement. Reflecting on how youthful bravado fades into embarrassment with age, Luo Fei felt a bit embarrassed himself. Despite being younger, Xiao Chusheng spoke with the authority of a mentor. Unbeknownst to Xiao Chusheng, he subconsciously viewed many issues through the lens of his past experiences and age before his rebirth. Naturally, such perspectives cannot be entirely controlled, as those additional years cannot simply vanish. The numbers were still insufficient. Xiao Chusheng sighed, expressing a particular need for several attractive female employees. Could you find some more? He asked. Luo Fei's gaze became complex as he queried, Boss, are you recruiting employees or seeking companionship? Xiao Chusheng almost laughed in frustration, but then realized such assumptions were common in this era. He chuckled to himself. Our brand is called Shi Barbecue. How could I possibly employ two burly men? Instantly, Luo Fei understood that Xiao Chusheng intended to recruit a group of beautiful girls to serve as the face of the establishment. He was aware of the stall and the existence of the beautiful Lin Shi. However, to open multiple stalls or even a store, one cannot rely on a single beauty to serve multiple purposes. This plan seemed quite promising. All right, I will inquire more in the group, he replied. Xiao Chusheng nodded lightly and immediately began organizing the current group. Each girl would be paired with a gang member who had already completed training under Qin Bin, serving both as protection and as a means to teach them over the course of several days. I must preemptively state, he began, that I will not interfere in your romantic pursuits, but do not pressure the girls. Before he could finish, he noticed the group of young people laughing, including the girls. Unable to contain himself, Xiao Chusheng also burst into laughter. Focus, everyone. Let us be serious. As laughter gradually subsided among the crowd, a sense of seriousness took hold. Although our stall may not boast an upscale reputation at present, we are destined for transformation. Maintaining a legitimate and proper operation is paramount. However, should any provocations arise, do not hesitate to voice your concerns. One must not endure unjust treatment. Xiao Chusheng, as a leader, proved entirely competent, elucidating various matters with just a few words. Currently, the most lucrative venture remains the barbecue business, thus increasing the demand for attractive female staff. The male newcomers, eager to earn their keep, were assigned to the fried chicken section, where Qin Bin was entrusted with the marination process, leading the team. At this stage, our enterprises are still modest, and our greatest challenge lies in expanding our reach, as many establishments operate outside the bounds of legality. Nonetheless, there is little to be done. After arranging matters for the newcomers, Xiao Chusheng returned to Lin Shi's side, only to encounter a rather peculiar scene. Lin Shi was still attending to customers, while the clumsy beauty sat motionless nearby. Upon closer inspection, he realized that she was not alone. Beside her sat a tabby cat. The clumsy beauty held a grilled sausage in her mouth, and the cat, drawn in by the enticing aroma, fixated its gaze upon her. In a moment that felt reminiscent of a game of red light, green light, the two remained locked in an unwavering stare, gently ruffling the clumsy beauty's hair. Xiao Chusheng inquired, "What are you doing? Do you wish to feed it?" After a moment's contemplation, she responded, "Can I keep it?" Taken aback, he instinctively scrutinized the tabby cat, which appeared quite clean. However, its cleanliness raised a dilemma. What if it belonged to someone else, and this clumsy girl decided to take it home? That would indeed be unfortunate. Yet, observing the clumsy beauty's pitiful expression, Xiao Chusheng's heart softened. He patted her head and sighed. "How about this? You can feed it and see if it returns. If it comes back frequently and no one claims it, then it may indeed be a stray." "Really?" she asked, tilting her head in curiosity. "Perhaps," he replied, allowing for the possibility. As she shared a portion of her sausage with the tabby, the cat initially hesitated, wary of the offer. After a lengthy exchange of glances, it cautiously approached and consumed the treat. The clumsy beauty's face lit up with joy, her happiness reminiscent of a child. Xiao Chusheng observed her thoughtfully. It seemed that since his arrival, this clumsy girl had become increasingly childlike. Perhaps it was the comfort of being able to trust someone that allowed her to shed her defenses and reveal her true nature, a sentiment difficult to articulate. Once her tasks were completed, Lin Shi joined them, delighted to see the tabby cat. The feline, displaying an understanding beyond its years, did not shy away when Lin Shi reached out to pet it. "This cat is quite charming," she remarked. "The clumsy girl wishes to keep it, but I fear it may belong to someone else. We should observe it for now." As Lin Shi pondered, she noticed a considerable number of stray cats around. With an income exceeding 7,000, the expansion of the stall posed no significant issues. Upon returning, she calculated the day's revenue, which fell within a normal fluctuation range. The foot traffic was limited, with some coming from nearby areas. It could be said that the market for this stall had reached saturation, and Xiao Chusheng did not expect daily sales to surpass 10,000. As for the expanding stalls, they could recoup their initial investment within 3 days of operation, with any additional day of sales resulting in profit. The street vendor economy was indeed a formidable phenomenon, guaranteeing profit without loss. Even a decade from now, the dynamics would remain unchanged, albeit at the cost of physical exertion. However, it is well known that physical labor often cannot be sustained for long. After a trip to Shanghai and a night of vending, coupled with lengthy conversations with Luo Fei and others, Xiao Chusheng felt utterly exhausted. Leaning on the sofa at Xiao Chusheng's home, He was on the verge of slumber, but still mustered the strength to inquire about Lin Shi. When does your school break for the holidays? I'll come to pick you up that day. Lin Shi felt a twinge of concern. After all, this young man often traveled to Shanghai for her sake, and she worried about its impact on him. Xiao Chusheng, aware of her worries, merely smiled. Rather than fretting over me, you should be concerned about that fool, given the inextricable bond with the foolish beauty in this lifetime. He found himself somewhat invested in her well-being. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi gazed at her. Shan, if there's anything troubling you, don't keep it to yourself. The foolish beauty responded with a puzzled "oh," seemingly oblivious to the conversation between Xiao Chusheng and Lin Shi, but her endearing demeanor sufficed. Lin Shi sighed in exasperation. It was evident that Qishan Shan's personality was such that she concealed her troubles, a trait shaped by her upbringing, especially considering her stepmother, Zhang Ting, did not even allow her to cry. The last time the foolish beauty was pricked by an iron skewer, though she was in immense pain, she remained silent. The sight of her silent tears had pierced Xiao Chusheng's heart. Shan, do you wish to stay with us forever? Lin Shi asked earnestly, cradling Qishan Shan's lovely face. With wide eyes, she responded with a simple receiving a clear affirmation. Both Lin Shi and Xiao Chusheng felt a wave of relief. The already abstract relationship among the three still held the potential for a turnaround. Yet, everyone understood that there was no turning back, nor was there a need for it. They were all enraptured, reveling in this connection. Thus, it became imperative to strive for the future they envisioned together. Lin Shi adjusted her expression and earnestly told Qishan Shan, in the days to come, we must all work hard together to ensure that the three of us never part ways. The foolish beauty did not resist the idea. Never parting was indeed an exaggeration, given the myriad of commitments that would inevitably arise, making constant togetherness impossible. However, it would be ideal to remain close enough to care for one another. Ultimately, the notion of mutual care could be simplified to Lin Shi and Xiao Chusheng looking after this charming individual. As for the foolish Shan, Xiao Chusheng harbored no concerns. Although she appeared somewhat daft, her intellect was not lacking. She seemed to possess the potential to surprise. Stifling a yawn, Xiao Chusheng rose from the sofa and made his way home. The following days promised to be quite hectic. He had delegated the task of procuring ingredients to Chen Bin, providing him with a set price while leaving the negotiation of costs entirely in Chen Bin's capable hands. Any savings achieved would be his reward. Serving as a modest incentive, albeit not substantial, it was at least a motivating thought. However, the following midday, before class had even concluded, his phone vibrated with an unknown number. Originating from Shanghai, Xiao Chusheng quickly surmised, could it be? So soon? With his attention still on the lesson, he opted to decline the call and sent a text to inquire further. As he suspected, it was indeed a technician dispatched from Coca-Cola. Initially promised to arrive in 3 days, they sent someone the very next day, indicating that his order was quite significant. Considering the context, it was quite reasonable. After all, it was 2007. Not only were machines scarce for direct purchase, but even rentals were limited, typically reserved for large commercial establishments. Who would have thought to set up a Coca-Cola machine for a mobile fried chicken cart? It seemed extravagant. Since he was in class, he decided to allow Lin Shi to handle the situation, as it merely involved assembling the machine and learning its operation. Such devices were generally user-friendly, easily mastered with a bit of guidance. Xiao Chusheng felt a sense of anticipation. The profitability of a Coca-Cola machine was substantial. It could even subsidize his barbecue stall, as patrons might crave a refreshing drink while enjoying their grilled delicacies. The carbonation from the machine far exceeded that of bottled beverages, offering a superior taste experience. Indeed, Xiao Chusheng preferred freshly dispensed drinks. These were lucrative opportunities. While profits might not be astronomical, selling several hundred to 1,000 cups daily would be effortlessly achievable. Once classes were dismissed, he immediately took the hand of the charming yet naive beauty, eager to return home and see their Coca-Cola machine. Isn't Shi coming for dinner? The charming beauty stammered, slightly flustered as Xiao Chusheng led her along. Chapter 86. Making the most of a good deal, even her sheep-like bleats emerged, which was rather endearing. Glancing at her, Xiao Chusheng found himself amused. With the arrival of the Coca-Cola machine, she seemed intrigued. It was no wonder. During their previous visits to Shanghai, she had consumed nearly all the carbonated drinks. In truth, had the funds permitted, Xiao Chusheng would have considered arranging machines for Sprite and Fanta as well. However, the profit margins were not as promising as one might hope. Though he was confident that overall, he would not incur losses, Perhaps, once capital was more abundant, he would revisit the idea, as mobile stalls were less discerning. Xiao Chusheng pondered new strategies for beverage offerings at his mobile stall, though such plans would take time to actualize. For now, these ideas remained mere aspirations. The installation of the soda machine took place at the home of the somewhat foolish beauty, while the mobile food truck was delivered by Chan Bin and others. Due to the limited availability of only one unit at present, they decided to install it first to assess the situation. By the time Xiao Chusheng and Qi Shanshan arrived, the machine had been fully set up and was undergoing adjustments for carbonation and water supply. Given that it was a mobile stall, they opted for bottled water instead of a direct supply. The power source was also converted to a rechargeable battery, similar to those used in electric bikes. "How is it?" Xiao Chusheng inquired upon his arrival. Lin Shi explained, "We were able to dispense drinks just now, but the carbonation seems insufficient." The technician mentioned that the internal pressure might not be adequate initially, and were currently waiting for further tests. Xiao Chusheng nodded. He had experienced a similar process when renting a large soda machine for his company in his previous life. The group chose not to disturb the technician and quietly awaited further developments. However, Xiao Chusheng quietly asked, "Is the installation process straightforward?" Lin Shi shook her head. "I understand the principles, but certain parts require specialized tools. Then it seems we cannot install it ourselves." Xiao Chusheng sighed and turned to the technician. "Sir, could you come by again tomorrow? I need you to install 2 more machines." The technician readily agreed. "That's absolutely no problem. This is my line of work. I earn a commission for each machine I install, so the more you require, the better." With this assurance, Xiao Chusheng felt relieved, pleasantly surprised by the speed of the process, and decided to add 2 more food trucks. During the second round of testing, they used carbonation and soda syrup to fill a cup. After taking a sip, Xiao Chusheng noted that the carbonation was quite satisfactory. "I believe we are nearly there," he remarked. At that moment, the foolish beauty eagerly approached and snatched the cup from his hand, drinking straight from it without hesitation, clearly relishing the flavor. "Delicious," she exclaimed, displaying a childlike delight that was endearing. Lin Shi, shaking her head in amusement, affectionately patted the girl's hair, unable to suppress a smile. However, the oblivious Qi Shanshan continued to drink, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings, much like a connoisseur of junk food. "Well," Xiao Chusheng admitted, "I am too. Although it may not be healthy, it truly brings joy." "Do you think I just when I say that?" In Xiao Chusheng's view, the unhealthiness of modern indulgences like soda and fried chicken seemed trivial. It was akin to the debate on breakfast. Many argue that skipping it is detrimental to health. Yet, according to the logic of many today, a significant number of people eat breakfast outside, consuming items that could be less healthy than skipping it altogether. After bidding farewell to the technician, Xiao Chusheng intended to take Lin Shi and Qi Shanshan out for a meal. However, he soon realized that, in a short span of time, the foolish beauty had consumed 3 large cups of soda. When he finally noticed, she was contentedly burping. "Oh dear, Shanshan. After drinking so much, will you still have room for dinner?" "Absolutely," she replied, and true to her word, she managed to finish an entire plate of beef dumplings on her own. Xiao Chusheng couldn't help but worry about her future food expenses. "I fear this girl will incur quite a sum in monthly food costs," he thought, wearing a concerned expression. Lin Shi, amused yet exasperated, recognized that Qi Shanshan was merely putting on an act, secretly reveling in her indulgence, and chose to ignore her antics. Such is the nature of a man's contradictory sentiments. Acquiring such a stunning beauty, yet she feigns disdain. Truly a case of someone who reaps the benefits while pretending to be aloof. Subsequently, in pursuit of expansion, Xiao Chusheng promptly took Chen Bin and others to the location where they had previously purchased barbecue and frying carts, arranging for several more vehicles. Time was of the essence, so a substantial quantity of ingredients was procured. He redistributed the energetic youths who had already been organized and instructed Chen Bin to summon Luo Fei. Luo Fei had already contacted several eager young people willing to work, accompanied by a few from the previous night. These individuals would be under Chen Bin's guidance for several days until they learned the ropes. Upon mastering their tasks, they would be able to set up stalls, earning either 100 yuan a day or a 5 net share. Though it may seem modest, earning 200 yuan a day was not insurmountable. If they operated for 30 days, that would amount to 6,000 yuan. In 2007, 6,000 yuan represented a significant sum, comparable to 15,000 or even 20,000 yuan in purchasing power a decade later. The young workers, often lacking formal education, would find it nearly impossible to earn such wages elsewhere. while purchasing these mobile carts. Xiao Chusheng also ordered a batch of signs featuring the name Shisha Barbecue and Dejahui. As for the design of the signs, Xiao Chusheng quickly crafted them using their computer, leaving the owner astonished. You, young man, possess quite the talent, Xiao Chusheng mused, having previously run a legitimate design firm in his former life. Although the business was somewhat eclectic, he had secured contracts for advertising design from prominent companies. Crafting a few signs was a trivial task. All right, let us proceed with 5 of each design, and I anticipate ordering 5 more later, he estimated. Given the market size in Hangzhou, theoretically, 10 vehicles could cover the districts with the highest foot traffic. Smaller districts would not necessitate their presence. Customers could conveniently find them nearby. Taking advantage of the midday hours, drenched in sweat, he hailed a taxi to scout potential high-traffic locations such as parks, the Chengwang Temple, and tourist attractions. A few individuals were selected for distribution, all within close proximity. The vehicles would be delivered to their respective homes each evening for storage, a perfectly devised plan. For now, the fried chicken stall would begin with chicken fillets, making do until they could operate fully, each day without trading men a loss of income. Xiao Chusheng settled Xinbin's arrangements, eager to observe the miracles that these mobile stalls could create in 2007 Hangzhou. This approach, a novel employment expansion model based on stalls, had never been attempted before. Stalls were typically run by individuals due to their low costs and high returns, while employment models were reserved for franchise brands, a bold exploration of a new business paradigm. As Chapter 87 unfolds, it became apparent that the first day's sales did not meet expectations. Nonetheless, each stall achieved over 1,000 yuan in revenue, with the fried chicken stall performing slightly below par. This was anticipated. Firstly, their reputation had yet to establish itself, and secondly, the signs had not yet arrived. Once the signs were displayed across all stalls, the notoriety would undoubtedly spread like wildfire. At that time, a surge of customer traffic would arrive. And with that sum of money, Xiao Chusheng could entirely unlock the street market economy in Hangzhou over the coming months. The subsequent funds could be fully invested elsewhere, such as in the milk tea shop he had long aspired to open. The emergence of new-style Chinese tea brands in later generations was not solely reliant on the quality of ingredients. It was inextricably linked to the flow generated by the proliferation of mobile internet and the conveniences brought forth by the advent of smartphones. And now, the Android 10 had yet to be released, and even when it was, it would be of little consequence. To be frank, characterizing the Android system from 50 versions prior as anything less than abysmal would be an understatement. Therefore, it was hardly surprising that the fruit company had thrived on its past laurels for so many years. Regrettably, the landscape of the mobile phone market in this era was evidently on the brink of witnessing an unprecedented and formidable competitor, one beyond anyone's imagination. Contemplating the forthcoming development plans, Xiao Chusheng felt as though he had returned to the most spirited phase of his previous life. The pace of capital accumulation in its nascent stage exceeded his expectations, truly a testament to an era rich with opportunity. Even though Xiao Chusheng had adopted a more relaxed approach, he remained astounded by this epic, viewing it through the lens of a decade later's mindset, felt overly conservative. Taking a deep breath, he decided to advance some elements of his original plan. Instantly, he adjusted several aspects of his upcoming strategy. Boss, many customers figured out that the barbecue we shared last night was ours. Xinbin informed Xiao Chusheng the following afternoon. Oh, they actually deduced that? Xiao Chusheng replied, surprised. It seems our chili powder truly possesses distinctiveness. Indeed, many patrons come specifically for the chili powder, Xinbin said, his pride evident. However, he continued with concern, yet many others came for the grilled oysters and crayfish, which we unfortunately didn't have last night. Xiao Chusheng's expression grew serious. The issue with the crayfish was easily resolvable. Currently, borrowing a van to run errands in Shanghai posed no challenge whatsoever. In fact, many of Xinbin's associates owned vans, and as long as they wished to lend one, it could easily be arranged. A single trip to Shanghai could yield 2,000 jin without any strain, sufficiently enough to supply 10 stalls for a day or two. Just contemplating the net profit was mouth-watering, while others merely operated a single stall. He was effectively monopolizing the entire Hangzhou market. Although other barbecue stalls were still in operation, it was evident that their business had been severely impacted. This impact would continue to expand with the introduction of crayfish. If these stalls were willing to put in the effort, they would surely find ways to procure crayfish for sale. The profit margins were substantial and the costs remarkably low, It was a guaranteed profit with minimal technical barriers. Unlike chili powder, where slight variations in ingredients could lead to significant differences, the key to breaking the impasse indeed lay with the oysters. A certain signature dish still lacked the necessary flair, Xiao Chusheng pondered. He had already contacted the previous supervisor regarding the bulk procurement of frozen oysters, hoping to leverage his connections to engage suppliers. Of course, this endeavor would inevitably involve a substantial facilitation fee, and Xiao Chusheng assured that their previous transactions would remain intact. Naturally, the supervisor was more than willing to assist and indicated that he had already contacted the relevant parties for Xiao Chusheng. However, the supplier was currently abroad and would not return for a couple of days. It seemed that for the time being, they would have to rely on the crayfish. Xiao Chusheng pondered. The oysters, he thought, would have to be introduced later as a signature dish. The oyster market in 2007 was difficult to penetrate. He had merely capitalized on the era's advantages. Individual buyers could not procure frozen oysters, as they were only available in bulk. As for fresh oysters, that equated to a loss with each sale. It is entirely accurate to say that Xiao Chusheng dominated the market, having reaped 4 months of benefits that directly contributed to the accumulation of his initial capital. During this period, he could even use this capital to orchestrate a significant venture, albeit not on a grand scale. Nonetheless, it was sufficient to alter his fate amid the impending financial storm. Meanwhile, a substantial quantity of crayfish was being returned from Zhouchun and Sufei's end, necessitating Xiao Chusheng to shift his business model to hiring individuals for washing the crayfish. The reasoning was straightforward. There was an acute shortage of manpower. If Chen Bin's team were to handle this task, it would inevitably disrupt other businesses. Washing crayfish did not involve any confidential information and could easily be outsourced. Moreover, it required little technical skill. Hiring individuals from the local community was entirely feasible. Many of these individuals, who were reluctant to part with their distinctive hairstyles, still sought to earn a living. This presented a splendid opportunity, albeit modest, yet sufficient to satisfy their aspirations. Everyone envisioned a bright future. With the successful distribution of crayfish, Xiao Chusheng's finances were swelling. Within just a few days, the money he had spent had returned, and even increased considerably. During this time, the development of various fried chicken recipes had nearly reached completion. The flavors and formats drew from all accessible resources and the tastes and elements from Xiao Chusheng's previous life. It was not perfect, but it was more than adequate for commercial purposes. As for the remaining aspects, they could be refined while selling, and eventually, he could establish his own supply chain as the business expanded. In just a few days, the new varieties of fried chicken from the Great Frying Union had been successfully distributed, and Xiao Chusheng's earnings soared. That night, at the home of the charming yet Navi beauty, Lin Shi gasped in astonishment at the amassed wealth. This was remarkable. Xiao Chusheng, observing the piles of money, wore a solemn expression. They had yet to introduce the oysters, making it difficult to fathom how explosive the business would become. With the summer break approaching, students would soon return home. The mere thought was exhilarating. This money could not be retained. Xiao Chusheng decisively made plans. Huh? Lin Shi was taken aback, her expression one of disbelief. What are you planning to buy now? You already have 10 barbecue trucks and 10 frying trucks, 5 of which were arranged the very next day after they earned a profit. Money hardly lasted in Xiao Chusheng's hands for more than 2 days. He flashed Lin Shi an innocuous smile. Naturally, I plan to open a milk tea shop. This venture is genuinely lucrative, with profits comparable to bank robbery. Yet, he quickly shook his head. No, bank robbery isn't even this fast. Tomorrow, you shall leave the school, and coincidentally, I shall seize this opportunity to secure a storefront in Shanghai, aiming to earn a substantial profit during the summer vacation. Chapter 88. An abundance makes entry easier once the funds at Xiao Chusheng's disposal increase. His entrepreneurial ambitions will be on a steady trajectory. The pace of wealth generation can accelerate, yet at present, the establishment will consume nearly all of his previous earnings, leaving him just a fraction short. However, this is not a significant concern, as daily revenues are now flowing in. The milk tea shop cannot be launched overnight, thus there is ample time for turnover. On the following morning, at the residence of the foolish Qi Shanshan, Xiao Chusheng picked up 2 young women. Currently, Zhouchun and Sufei have rented a van to transport crayfish to Shanghai daily, having monopolized the supply from the aquatic market. It evokes a sense of nostalgia reminiscent of the crayfish craze in a past life, where even the collectors are unable to raise their prices. In reality, this scarcity is merely due to the insufficient supply. The crayfish farming in Xinjiang is still attempting to penetrate the market, and the volume allocated to Shanghai is minimal. Unless one directly interfaces with Xinjiang, this situation is unlikely to change significantly. There is no necessity for such action. Xiao Chusheng operates merely 10 barbecue stalls, and to sustain daily saturation, he would require only about 1.3 times the current supply. This consideration is predicated on the peak summer season and consistent high foot traffic. On average, this equates to approximately 1.2 times, which suffices for daily sales to clear out. To establish a direct connection with Xinjiang for this marginal increase seems unwise. Unless Xiao Chusheng's business can expand to encompass the regions of Suzhou, Hangzhou, and Jiangsu, there is little justification for such an endeavor. Unfortunately, he currently lacks the energy for such expansion, and indeed, it seems unnecessary, provided that the funds are adequate. Xiao Chusheng possesses easier avenues for profit that do not require the extensive manpower that crayfish businesses demand. Perhaps next year, he might contemplate a connection with Xinjiang. But not for self-consumption. Rather, he envisions acting as a distributor. Earning a margin without needing significant manpower is appealing. Let us take it one step at a time. Are all the people gathered? Xiao Chusheng inquired upon seeing Chunbin arrive with his group. Chunbin nodded. We are just short 2 brothers. Xiao Chusheng acknowledged this with a slight grunt and addressed Chunbin's team. Today, I will reimburse your round-trip travel expenses. You will take the train to the Financial Academy in Shanghai. Your sole task is to keep an eye on these 3 individuals, he said, presenting 3 photographs showcasing Lin Shi's adoptive parents and their family. After considerable effort, Xiao Chusheng managed to retrieve these images. In this era, the scarcity of mobile phones renders the search for photographs quite troublesome. Do you understand? Chunbin asked them. Understood. The 10 spirited young men chorused in unison. Chunbin would remain in Hangzhou to oversee procurement and related tasks, thus dispatching 10 of his subordinates, including Zhou Chun, to assist Xiao Chusheng in Shanghai. Xiao Chusheng had his own considerations. Although he could personally handle Lin Shi's adoptive parents, he preferred to delegate this responsibility. However, this would prematurely reveal his presence. At least for now, Xiao Chusheng did not wish for Lin Shi's adoptive parents to notice her whereabouts. In searching for this group of spirited individuals, there was no trace to be found. Even reporting to the authorities proved futile. In an age where surveillance is scant, who would fathom that someone would travel all the way from Hangzhou to Shanghai merely to confront a few strangers? The loopholes in this situation were abundant. All right, let's depart, Xiao Chusheng remarked, giving Lin Shi a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Just like that? Lin Shi expressed her surprise, as Xiao Chusheng planned to take the van belonging to Zhou Chen and his companions. After all, why not save on train fare? Moreover, the van seating was far more comfortable than that of a train. Is that so? Lin Shi questioned, though she did not dwell on it. Subsequently, the 2 of them settled into the van, squeezed in alongside a rather clueless beauty. Why is no one sitting in the back? Because it's uncomfortable. The bewildered beauty glanced between Xiao Chusheng and Lin Shi, but suddenly felt reassured, reclining against the seat in an attempt to catch some rest. As the vehicle arrived at the entrance of the financial institute, Xiao Chusheng scanned the surroundings, but did not spot Fang Weiming's family. There's no one here. You should go in first, he instructed Lin Shi. Earlier, Lin Shi had already communicated with Zhu Wen over the phone, confirming that Fang Weiming's family was not lurking near the dormitory, indicating they had not come looking for her. Yet, Xiao Chusheng was acutely aware that this family would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to confront Lin Shi today. After so many days, it was likely that they had exhausted their funds. Without money, they would soon be left to contend with hunger. However, Xiao Chusheng felt no pity for them. In fact, he was inclined to stoke the flames further. After escorting Lin Shi into the female dormitory, he returned to the vehicle and relayed to Zhou Chen. When you deal with those 3 today, keep an eye on whether they have any money. Find a way to borrow a couple of hundred yuan. Just remember to leave no trace and ensure they do so willingly. Su Fei inquired, perplexed. Why not ask for more? Zhou Chen shot him an exasperated glance. Because asking for too much raises the risk of getting caught. There indeed existed a loophole in this scenario. Yet Xiao Chusheng did not believe Fang Weiming's family could muster even a few hundred yuan at this juncture, given that they dared to rob Lin Shi of her money at her most vulnerable moment. Xiao Chusheng felt justified in returning the favor when they were on the brink of starvation. It was a matter of mutual harm. In truth, there was no set standard. If one were to scrutinize closely, both sides would find themselves in trouble. However, in this world, the practical reality was that a sum of 100 or so yuan was often disregarded. After all, We live in an era where even a law-abiding businessman risks being unlawfully silenced, a dark time that feels akin to the pre-dawn hours. Moreover, Xiao Chusheng had never been a virtuous individual. In his previous life, he had recklessly sought revenge against Fong Weiming's family for Lin Shi, aiming to bring them to ruin. An act of malevolence far exceeding mere moral failings. It was a matter of a fight to the death. Did the form truly matter? What are the means employed? Xiao Chusheng might not have been wholly wicked, but he would never embody a good person, as good people are destined to be trampled upon. Su Fei, keep an eye on things. Zhou Chen, hand him your phone. Once you identify the place, contact me and your boss. Very well. After settling down, Xiao Chusheng instructed Zhou Chen to drive him to the previously visited food street in Lijiazui. They promptly located the property management center of the commercial street and inquired about shop leasing. The person in charge, upon seeing Xiao Chusheng's youth, exhibited a hint of skepticism. Are you the one looking to lease a shop? His perception was shaped by the young man's appearance, which seemed incongruous with someone who could afford to rent. It was not a matter of prejudice. Even in 2007, the rental prices in such prime locations were exorbitant. So the skepticism was not unfounded. Xiao Chusheng calmly nodded. Yes, if there are suitable options, I can sign a contract today. The person's demeanor brightened. Through his extensive interactions with clients, he discerned that this young man was not attempting to deceive him. It appeared that he indeed possessed considerable financial means. Consequently, the person in charge promptly decided to take Xiao Chusheng to view the available shops. What type of establishment do you intend to open? We currently have limited vacant spaces. Xiao Chusheng pondered briefly and replied nonchalantly. Well, it's not set in stone. I plan to conduct various businesses here. It depends on the shop size available. Upon hearing this, the person in charge immediately recognized the potential for a substantial transaction. This young man must be a wealthy heir, or perhaps even a child of an official. Given his understated attire, the person imagined he might not just be a wealthy heir, but a scion of a bureaucrat. As such individuals tend to maintain a low profile to avoid public scrutiny. In Chapter 89, it becomes evident that all owners are the same person. This unspoken assumption proved to be quite detrimental. Of course, Xiao Chusheng remained oblivious to the fact that the person in charge had subconsciously categorized him as someone of significant background. He merely noticed an increasing respect in the other's demeanor. However, he did not dwell on it, for after all, business is straightforward. After viewing only 3 vacant shops, Xiao Chusheng decisively chose the third one. This one, I will sign for it today, he declared, pointing to a vacant shop situated between a hot pot restaurant on one side and an empty space on the other. The person in charge hesitated. Isn't this space a bit small? Xiao Chusheng shook his head. No, this one perfectly meets my needs. He had his own plans. And this location was indeed ideal. The person in charge nodded, refraining from further comment, yet remained curious. So, are you planning to open a noodle shop? A noodle shop? What makes you think that? Xiao Chusheng replied, I actually intend to open a milk tea shop. Ah? The person was taken aback. Who would require such a large space for a milk tea shop? Typically, such an area is more suited for a dine-in establishment, with noodle shops being the most common, as they are usually narrower yet spacious enough to accommodate a kitchen and tables for patrons. Yet this young man, with such a large area, intends to open a milk tea shop? The renovation manager hesitated. Would you like us to assist in contacting a renovation team? Or, Xiao Chusheng considered this. He currently lacked connections in Shanghai, so it would be more practical to utilize their existing resources, though he could not rely solely on them. Today, we shall first sign the contract. I will return to consult with the design team, and once I have delivered the renovation plans to you, you may proceed to engage individuals to execute the design. Although it is said that a design team will be involved, in truth, Xiao Chusheng intends to create the designs himself. Given his expertise and avant-garde aesthetic, he will undoubtedly surpass the contemporaneous interior designers. In this era, most designers are rather pedestrian, adhering to flamboyance and extravagance without much thought. There exists a concept known as light luxury, but it will only emerge in a few years. Xiao Chusheng aims to apply this design philosophy preemptively at the milk tea shop in Shanghai. Suddenly, Xiao Chusheng called the manager over, smilingly inquiring, May I ask if I can install a partition to divide this space into 2 shops? The manager was taken aback, furrowing his brow. 2 shops? You intend to build a wall in the middle? No, Xiao Chusheng quickly clarified, I only mean to use those lightweight partition panels. After a moment of contemplation, the manager replied, that should not be a problem. In principle, We do not allow excessive renovations by merchants, but removable partition panels should be acceptable. Satisfied with this response, Xiao Chusheng bid farewell to the manager, revealing a seemingly innocuous smile. You look rather sinister when you smile. The Navi beauty pouted suddenly. Xiao Chusheng's expression froze, evoking a peculiar sensation akin to being caught unawares. Feeling uncomfortable, he retorted, "Hey, don't expose me like that," gazing at the yet-to-be-renovated shop. Xiao Chusheng's mind was already brimming with plans. Operating two businesses from one location, what a splendid idea. From Xiao Chusheng's understanding, the cost of a standalone milk tea shop is far from trivial. Opening two establishments would cumulatively exceed the rent of a single shop significantly. Thus, Xiao Chusheng resolved to seize this fortuitous opportunity for some clever maneuvering. His urgency to establish this shop was driven by the necessity to swiftly circulate the funds at hand. Before the financial crisis, liquidity was paramount, provided one remained debt-free. Thus, maintaining a delicate balance to maximize cash flow was the most challenging endeavor of this period. Should expansion surpass expectations, it could lead to dire consequences, rendering Xiao Chusheng's existing businesses unsustainable, with cash flow insufficient to recuperate. Therefore, determining the extent of expansion and which ventures to pursue is indeed an art. Undoubtedly, when the financial crisis strikes, the bubble within the internet industry evaporates most rapidly. This is why he does not intend to enter the internet sector at this juncture. The timing is not right, nor does he possess the funds to burn. It is essential to recognize that the financial dynamics before and after the crisis in the internet sector are two entirely different scenarios. In essence, the one who burns cash first is the one who ultimately loses. Loans? That is an impossibility for me. I have a plethora of stable income sources. I cannot even spend all the cash I have, let alone take on debt. Furthermore, Xiao Chusheng is acutely aware that he possesses a secure fallback regarding cash flow. Of course, there is yet another motive behind his intention to open this milk tea shop. During this period in Shanghai, a brand specializing in milk tea, Xieji dessert, is emerging, which would later be known as 7-Point Sweet. This brand was the first in the country to attempt to encapsulate the dessert known as mango pomelo sago in a milk teacup. And it just so happens that this innovation occurred in the same year. Xiao Chusheng intended to leverage the trend of mango pomelo sago to establish his own milk tea shop. Although mango pomelo sago is not precisely classified as a fruit tea or a milk tea, but rather a dessert, it nonetheless proved capable of withstanding the trials of the burgeoning tea beverage market. Founded in 2006, Xieji had been operational from the outset, but was still in the exploratory phase of market adaptation, with limited expansion. In other words, their strength was not sufficiently robust. Mango pomelo sago can be regarded as the cornerstone product that propelled Xieji to greatness, achieving monthly revenues exceeding 900,000 at their peak, a truly astonishing feat. At that time, Xieji's locations in Shanghai were rather modest and did not occupy particularly prime commercial spaces. Their decor was no different from that of an ordinary milk tea shop, making them susceptible to the aesthetic superiority of Xiao Chusheng, a seasoned player in this arena. The preparation of mango pomelo sago itself posed no significant technical challenge. Essentially, the first to create it and capture public awareness would reap the rewards. Xieji capitalized on a time advantage, introducing the dessert while competitors were still focused on tea-infused versions, thereby establishing a fundamental price distinction. By the time others perfected their versions of mango pomelo sago, Xieji had already secured market recognition. Naturally, this was the trajectory of history. But with the introduction of the unknown variable that is Xiao Chusheng, the outcome is far from certain. However, Xiao Chusheng felt that completely outmaneuvering Xieji would be somewhat challenging. After all, Xieji already possessed established storefronts, and their mango pomelo sago was set to debut in the summer. Meanwhile, Xiao Chusheng anticipated that his own launch might occur within a week. He contemplated making a creative move to further differentiate himself from Xieji. Xiao Chusheng had devised a plan to respond, which included opening multiple storefronts. Much like the myriad blue and green factories and giant phone shops that once filled the streets, often owned by the same individuals, Xiao Chusheng intended to orchestrate a similar strategy within the milk tea market. In Chapter 90, doing business is not just about combat. Believing in you means you've already lost. He instructed Xiao Chun to drive to nearby markets and wholesale centers while he gathered a selection of milk tea-related ingredients. Before the completion of the shop's renovation in Shanghai, he planned to experiment with milk tea recipes at the home of a beautiful yet naive friend. This would not involve the commonplace blended or flavored milk teas currently available on the market, nor would it be the instant varieties. Rather, it would be a genuine milk tea, brewed from milk and tea leaves. Such a product was virtually non-existent in the market before the rise of new wave tea beverages, primarily due to its challenging preparation, high costs, and unpredictable flavor. Furthermore, achieving a taste comparable to that of blended milk tea through brewing is no easy feat, unless one operates a long-standing family business, which can ensure a consistent flavor through experience. However, this flavor may not resonate with all consumers, requiring extensive research and development over a prolonged period. In 2007, the costs were undoubtedly high, and consequently, prices could not be low. A cup of milk tea costing over 10 yuan was simply not appealing to many. The actual reason behind the explosive growth of the new wave of tea beverages post-2012 lies in this very fact. Prior to that, many individuals simply could not afford it, nor did they possess a relevant consumer mindset. Issues such as additives and the level of concern regarding food safety are intricately linked to societal development. This is also related to the prevalence of the internet. Without mobile internet shattering the so-called information barriers, many would remain oblivious to the distinctions between cocoa butter and cocoa fat. However, for Xiao Chusheng, who possessed the answers, this was not a significant challenge to address. He did not intend to establish numerous stores nationwide during this period, nor did he aspire to create a milk tea brand valued in the tens or hundreds of billions by 2007. Such ambitions were unrealistic. Xiao Chusheng adhered to a fundamental business logic centered on the profit-to-investment ratio. As long as the product was sufficiently delightful and situated in a high-traffic area, it did not matter whether it was expensive or inexpensive, profits could be substantial. The margins need not be as exaggerated as those of a barbecue stall. The primary objective was to provide a stable income stream. In this process, he aimed to leave a lasting impression on the public, fostering a sense of familiarity among passers-by, thereby laying the groundwork for the forthcoming mobile internet era. Of course, if he could manage to eliminate a few potential competitors along the way, that would be even better. Business is not merely a battleground. It is about navigating social dynamics and valuing harmony. This may sound reasonable, but if one believes it, they risk losing. Xiao Chusheng certainly did not subscribe to such notions. "Boss, what are our next steps?" Zhou Chen inquired of Xiao Chusheng. Typically at this hour, he would already be driving back to Hangzhou with the freshly procured crayfish, as the business had expanded and he needed to prepare the crayfish before nightfall. With 10 stalls, the daily consumption could easily reach 2,000 jin without any strain. Thus, every moment was a race against time. Xiao Chusheng pondered briefly, patting the seat and the thigh of the charming yet foolish girl beside him. No questions, it was merely an accident. The naive girl blinked her clear yet foolish eyes, staring at Xiao Chusheng as if she had no inkling of his ulterior motives. Xiao Chusheng remained unperturbed, instructing Zhou Chen to drive him around several areas in Shanghai that were suspected to have high foot traffic. The purpose was simple. He wanted to ascertain whether the Shanghai of 2007 differed significantly from his memories of the future. After all, a milk tea shop could not be the sole player in this market. To dominate the Shanghai market, there would need to be no fewer than 10 large stores. It is not an easy endeavor. Merely renting a storefront requires a substantial sum, akin to expending the hard-earned money in one fell swoop. Xiao Chusheng could not help but reflect on how, as a business expands, the influx of capital is swift, yet expenditures are equally rapid. He finds himself essentially wagering his entire fortune daily. This act of gambling requires a certain wisdom. As he passed by People's Square, Xiao Chusheng caught sight of a store belonging to Xieji. Remarkably, this appears to be the very location where Xieji first began its journey. Suddenly, memories flooded back to him. Xieji, the founder of the future chain 7 Point Suite, once started as a mere laborer, having never even attended university. It was here that he opened his inaugural outlet. The business seems to be thriving. Xiao Chusheng observed from a distance for a while. The bubble tea business boasts high profit margins. As long as the operation is reasonably sound, losses are unlikely. Nevertheless, many establishments have succumbed to closure, primarily due to the poor quality of their beverages. Most of these shops offer artificially flavored milk tea, which, while inexpensive to produce, fails to deliver on taste. Occasionally, unsuspecting customers might try it once and learn their lesson, but securing repeat patrons? That seems a challenge. It appears that Xieji has yet to introduce Yangji Ganlu, a dessert that could be likened to a deep-sea bombshell in today's bubble tea market, representing a significant paradigm shift. Its unique flavor and distinct category render it fundamentally different from traditional milk tea, allowing it to escape the conventional pricing model. Customers do not flinch at spending over 10 yuan for a cup of Yangji Ganlu, as they subconsciously do not categorize it as milk tea. A similar product concept exists in the form of Xiao. Like Yangji Ganlu, it manages to generate substantial revenue at a higher price point. Despite existing within a market where items typically cost mere few yuan, the new wave of tea beverages primarily ventures into the realm of fruit tea, having not extensively cultivated the traditional milk tea sector in its early stages. In Xiao Chusheng's recollections, this new force in tea beverages only began to make strides in the milk tea category in the later stages, aiming to thoroughly squeeze out traditional milk tea from the market. As the economy developed, consumers began to prioritize not only taste but also health, scrutinizing ingredient lists and sourcing. There remains much work to be done, Xiao Chusheng mused. All right, I shall purchase a few items. He informed Shouchen before stepping out of the vehicle and making his way toward the Xieji store. A delicate hand slipped into his palm, soft as if devoid of bone. What brings you here? Aren't you hot? The charming girl trotted alongside him, piquing his curiosity, to which she pouted. It's even hotter in the car. Indeed, considering the vehicle was a dilapidated van nearing its end of service, the air conditioning's functionality was questionable at best. Chapter 91. What a stark contrast. It seems that once he has the means, he cannot afford to be frugal, as a vehicle is quite necessary. Unlike the more convenient transportation available in later years, having a private car in 2007 was undeniably advantageous. Yet, Xiao Chusheng found himself in a quandary. Accustomed to driving electric vehicles, he struggled to find any appeal in the models of this era. Primarily, it is his appearance that is difficult to endure, of course. The allure of such indulgences is exorbitantly costly. Alas, in the short term, it is improbable that I will have ample discretionary funds to acquire such trinkets. And obtaining a driver's license is a challenging endeavor in itself. The difficulty I refer to does not lie in the examination, but rather in the cumbersome procedures involved. Although this era has its disadvantages, such as the ability to procure a license with a mere monetary exchange without the need for examination, Xiao Chusheng is not inclined to pursue such shortcuts. Even with wealth, he refuses to undermine the fundamental societal rules. This is his bottom line. Xiao Chusheng held the hand of the charming, yet somewhat dim-witted beauty. The handsome boy and the lovely girl appeared to be a perfect match. As they queued at the entrance of Xieji, many young students waiting in line instinctively parted to make way for them. Xiao Chusheng was taken aback. Is it truly better to allow those in line to go ahead? Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and quietly stood in line with the beautiful girl for a while. Observing the offerings at Xieji, they were rather monotonous, primarily consisting of traditional milk tea. Glancing back at the departing customers, it was evident they had purchased only the classic pearl milk tea. After ordering a few cups, Xiao Chusheng cautiously led the charming girl away, acutely aware of the envious gazes from the onlooking students, who seemed to be utterly captivated by their pairing. Am I truly such a fitting match for this girl? He pondered, feeling a tinge of uncertainty. The main issue lay in the fact that the charming girl appeared somewhat larger than life. He was all too aware that he resembled more of a younger brother in comparison. Yet, the reality seemed reversed, evoking a sense of an older man with a youthful companion. An older man and a younger girl? A sister and her brother? Xiao Chusheng seemed to have an epiphany, while the charming girl maintained an air of aloofness. This type of girl is often perceived as exceedingly difficult to approach. Yet here she was, exuding a youthful demeanor as she allowed a seemingly younger boy to lead her. What a stark contrast. No wonder the onlookers bore expressions of sheer fascination. The charm of such contrasts undoubtedly resonates deeply with the heart. With a slight twitch of his lips, Xiao Chusheng silently stole a glance at the charming girl. To his surprise, she was blissfully sipping her milk tea, clearly enjoying the moment, as she had a penchant for biting on straws, leaving a series of indents on the straw. Is it delicious? He inquired. Yes, it's better than last time, she replied, squinting her eyes in delight. Last time? Xiao Chusheng quickly recalled the cups they had purchased on the day of the cola machine escapade at Lujiazwi's food street. May I have a sip? He asked. The charming girl readily offered the straw, displaying no concern for the fact that she had already used it. Xiao Chusheng, unfazed, took a sip. To truly understand one's competitors is to swiftly outmaneuver them. Indeed, it was noticeably superior. It seemed that the milk was generously incorporated, and the richness was substantial. With his keen sense of taste, Xiao Chusheng discerned the difference. The previous milk tea from Lujiazwi was merely a diluted concoction, lacking in both milk and flavor. It is evident that Xieji has thrived for good reason in this era. Once back in the car, Xiao Chusheng divided the packaged milk tea, offering a cup to Zhou Chun, who was taken aback. "Boss, how can I allow you to treat me?" he exclaimed. Xiao Chusheng shot him a glance. "Enough with the pretense. The profits you earn for me in a single day could easily suffice to buy 100 cups." Zhou Chun chuckled, his sly thoughts unveiled. And he graciously accepted the offerings from his boss. "Are we going to open a milk tea shop as well?" Zhou Chun inquired suddenly. Xiao Chusheng responded with a light hum, acknowledging that it was no secret. "I believe we should establish our shop in areas with high foot traffic, particularly outside universities, as students are likely to spend their money freely." Zhou Chun expressed his somewhat naive opinion. However, Xiao Chusheng couldn't help but regard Zhou Chun with newfound respect. Despite his youthful demeanor, he possessed a keen insight. Indeed, as he mentioned, the most lucrative locations for a milk tea business, aside from the bustling tourist hotspots like Lijiazui, are universities. After all, college students symbolize the youthful demographic, and when it comes to spending, they are often quite bold. Moreover, it can be said that a significant portion of the profits in the milk tea business stems from young men spending on young women. You are correct. I do have such intentions, but for now, it's not feasible due to insufficient funds for expansion. Xiao Chusheng revealed his predicament. This was the truth. The initial business scope was a bit too ambitious. Fried chicken shops, barbecue joints, and milk tea outlets all necessitate substantial capital for physical storefronts. Nevertheless, compared to the first two, Xiao Chusheng leaned towards expanding the milk tea shop. After all, with each additional store, the revenue could double. Akin to a hen that lays eggs continuously, the fried chicken shop was the second phase of expansion, as it too promised consistent profits, unaffected by seasonal fluctuations, yielding income throughout the year. Barbecue, however, was not as reliable. After summer, earnings would gradually decline. The viability of the storefronts also mirrored this trend, ensuring profitability, but not necessarily substantial gains. All these factors were well within Xiao Chusheng's strategic planning. "So what do you imply?" Xiao Chusheng queried, intrigued by Zhou Chun's intentions behind the discussion. Zhou Chun chuckled awkwardly, but eventually voiced his thoughts. "Boss, my sister Zhou Qian, once she enrolls in university, could potentially work at your shop if you require assistance." "Your sister? Zhou Qian?" Xiao Chusheng recalled that Su Fei had mentioned a Chan Qian, likely referring to Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian's suggestion piqued Xiao Chusheng's interest, and he promptly agreed. "That sounds good. I've been concerned about how to maintain product quality in those distant shops, as well as the potential for financial discrepancies. Having someone trustworthy would be ideal." Xiao Chusheng understood that even those close to him might not always be reliable, given that many family businesses have faltered due to internal corruption. However, for the present, having someone familiar was certainly preferable to relying on unknown outsiders. As for Zhou Qian's character, it remained uncertain since he had not interacted with her, but Zhou Chun, her brother, had shown no signs of trouble thus far. Of course, one could not dismiss the possibility that they might, like Su Hai from a previous life, fail to earn beyond their means. Yet, such concerns belonged to the future. For now, control over the situation was beyond anyone's grasp. Just then, Zhou Chen's phone rang. "Hello? Chen Gu, is the boss there?" "Those three fellows have shown up." Chapter 92. The law does not protect the good. That wretched individual must be around today. Outside the Finance Institute, three suspicious figures congregate, none other than Lin Shi's adoptive parents. Even Fong Sudong, a student yet to be on holiday, is present, revealing the shameless nature of this family. In their relentless pursuit of exploiting their foster daughter, they even dare to block the entrance of her school. "I've inquired, and I can assure you, she will definitely return today," Fong Sudong confidently asserts. Their conversation has been overheard by Xiao Chusheng, who has stealthily approached them. His gaze is icy as he watches the trio, while cradling a somewhat dim-witted beauty in his arms. The beauty, agitated, resembles a furious little lion, ready to pounce and confront the three scoundrels. However, the sight of her does not evoke fear, as she appears to lack any menacing presence, holding a cup of milk tea in her hand. Yet, Xiao Chusheng has no doubt about the girl's willingness to act, even if she may not be able to overpower them. After all, during a previous encounter, she managed to knock Song Yu senseless with merely a bucket of cola, showcasing her unexpected strength when provoked. He gently places her back into the car, and on the way, he can't help but steal a glance at her exquisite figure. It's hard to control her when she's this stunning. However, the somewhat oblivious Qi Shanshan, in her state of anger, doesn't ponder such things. Once she is back in the car, Xiao Chusheng contemplates for a moment before abruptly asking her, "Have you gained a bit of weight recently?" "Oh, The irate beauty is momentarily taken aback by the question. She feels as though she is slightly heavier to hold than before. Xiao Chusheng squints uncertainly. Is it that you've been eating too much lately? Indeed, upon hearing this, Qi Shanshan's anger dissipates like mist as she awkwardly averts her gaze, unable to meet Xiao Chusheng's eyes. He finds this amusing. Her innocence is refreshing. With emotions that flare up quickly but also vanish just as swiftly. It is often the pure-hearted girls who are the most profoundly affected by such remarks. Xiao Chusheng then calls over Zhou Chun and the others. How long have they been here? Fizai, when did they arrive? Zhou Chun promptly shouts for Su Fei. After a moment of thought, Su Fei replies, not long, probably about half an hour ago. Wait until there are fewer people around. Then you guys go over and lead them into that alley, Xiao Chusheng instructs, pointing to a nearby passage. He has been observing this location for quite some time. It's quite filthy and carries a foul odor, as many drunken men use it as a restroom at night behind the row of shops. Your objectives today are twofold. Find a reason to take their money, no more than 200. I trust that needs no further explanation. The group of spirited youths exchange glances, puzzled by Xiao Chusheng's intentions. Typically, it is he who instructs them to operate within legal bounds, yet now, it is he who is urging them towards this course of action. Moreover, they wonder why the amount is merely 200. Does that not seem rather paltry? Understanding the thoughts of the individuals before him, Xiao Chusheng elucidated, I previously informed you that our society is governed by the rule of law. However, it is imperative for you to grasp a fundamental truth. The law does not inherently protect the virtuous. This statement struck a chord with the group of spirited young men, revealing an area of ignorance. Zhou Chun, the most astute among them, suddenly found clarity. In fact, his education surpassed that of the others, as he had completed high school. The essence of the boss's message was that good people do not require legal protection. They do not engage in unlawful activities. If they do not violate the law, what purpose does the law serve? Zhou Chun took on the role of translator for Xiao Chusheng, and the group experienced an epiphany, as if a veil had been lifted. He continued to expound. It is only the scoundrels who actively seek to harm others, while good individuals are compelled to retaliate. Yet, even in retaliation, the virtuous may face legal repercussions. This is the implication the boss wishes to convey. Xiao Chusheng nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging Zhou Chun's insight. Indeed, that was the crux of the matter. Thus, one cannot rely on the law to resolve all issues. The law merely safeguards the most fundamental moral standards. However, there are certain vile individuals who do not deserve to exist. At this juncture, Xiao Chusheng's expression turned menacing as he pointed to 3 individuals in the distance. Those 3 are precisely the kind of detestable beings. They bully your boss's wife and even seize the meager earnings she has labored for. The spirited young men, once aimless drifters, were not malicious societal miscreants. Those types had long been driven away by Chan Bin. Although these individuals were not exemplary, they still held disdain for such scum. Upon hearing of the trio's misdeeds, they rallied in support of their boss's wife, clamoring for retribution. Seeing their emotions stirred, Xiao Chusheng wisely tempered their fervor, given their current state, if left unchecked. Those 3 might not survive the day. Let us teach them a lesson today. Based on my understanding of their character, they likely possess only a few hundred yuan. Let us take 200 from them, so they learn what it means to be in dire straits. Xiao Chusheng's smile was wicked, sending chills down the spines of the spirited young men. They realized that the boss was truly formidable. It was unwise to provoke him. A ruthless yet shrewd entrepreneur. Xiao Chusheng's intentions were unfathomable. He instructed them to give the trio a sound thrashing, but not too severe. A heavy hand could lead to complications. After all, there will be future opportunities. Once you finish, flee the scene, feigning that you are part of the local underworld. Xiao Chusheng was aware that, a decade ago in Shanghai, such occurrences were relatively commonplace. A mere beating and a loss of 200 yuan would hardly warrant police intervention, as the sum was too insignificant, rendering the involvement of law enforcement a waste of resources. With Xiao Chusheng's guidance, the spirited young men pretended to be passers-by as they approached the back of Fong Weiming's group. The Fong family of 3 stealthily peered towards the school, utterly oblivious to the presence behind them. Hey, what are you sneaking around for? Get lost and mind your own business. Chen Shui, Lin Shi's mother, a woman of loose tongue, retorted without a moment's hesitation. Yet, almost immediately, she received a sharp slap to the back of her head. Enraged, Chen Shui turned around, ready to unleash a torrent of curses upon her assailant. However, upon seeing the group behind her, her complexion drained of color. A row of unfriendly faces stood menacingly behind her, glaring with an unsettling intensity. In that moment, Chen Shui mistakenly believed that her foul-mouthed outburst had incited these young men, unaware that it was, in fact, the family's behavior that had repulsed them. Father and son, Fong Weiming and Fong Sudong, soon realized their predicament as they turned to find themselves encircled by a group of ruffians, their expressions shifting to one of alarm. "Gentlemen, this is all a misunderstanding," stammered Fong Weiming, visibly shaken. However, the young men had little interest in such explanations. "Misunderstanding? Huh. Let us have a chat," one of them declared. And the group ushered the Fong family into a narrow alleyway, their camaraderie suggesting a far closer relationship than reality. Upon entering the alley, Chen Shui received a kick to her backside, sending her sprawling to the ground. The acrid stench of urine assaulted her nostrils, nearly provoking her to retch. Yet, she dared not resist. In her eyes, these young men were ruthless devils, capable of unspeakable violence. "Brothers, this is truly a misunderstanding," Fong Weiming pleaded, on the verge of tears. Beside him, Fong Sudong, who had never encountered such a scene, was terrified. His own misdeeds paled in comparison, having merely skipped class for internet cafes or gaming arcades. Consequently, he was utterly paralyzed by fear. One of the young men, displaying a look of disdain, raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Fong Sudong's face, instantly swelling it and bringing him to tears. "Brothers, we apologize. We offer our sincerest apologies," Fong Weiming quickly responded, rummaging through his pockets for money. "Here, please accept this as a token of goodwill." The ruffians exchanged glances, recognizing Fong Weiming's quick wit. They needed no further justification for their actions. However, upon inspecting the amount he presented, their expressions soured. They had expected much more, only to find a meager sum of just over 140 yuan, full of coins and small bills. It indeed seemed as if the proprietor's wife was the sole support for this family, barely scraping by. As this unfolded, outside, Xiao Chusheng instinctively sneezed. "Huh, who was insulting me?" he muttered, feeling as though he had been maligned, though lacking any proof. Shortly thereafter, several young men emerged from the alley. Casting a knowing glance at Xiao Chusheng, he nodded in understanding, and they proceeded along their prearranged escape route. A little while later, the Fong family limped out of the alley, their bodies and faces marred by bruises, their clothing stained with footprints. It is evident that a group of spirited young men did not exert much effort when they accosted this family, though they did not strike a lethal blow. Xiao Chusheng's gaze was as cold as ice as he fixed his eyes on the trio, a surge of bloodlust surging within him. An impulse to subject these three to unspeakable torment. Yet, he quelled this thought. In this lifetime, he intended to methodically torment this family. He would never grant them the mercy of a swift end. As he observed the trio limping towards the police station, a disdainful smile crept across his face. In 2007, it cannot be said that there were no surveillance cameras. At the very least, none were present in this vicinity. The Fong family could only suffer in silence, having endured a beating that was utterly in vain. And as Xiao Chusheng had anticipated, the Fong family rushed to the police station, wailing for assistance. The young officer merely took notes and instructed them to await further notification. The entire process spanned half an hour, and this was the result? Not even a mention of investigating the scene or examining their injuries. All procedures were completely overlooked. The Fong family was left bewildered, wondering if this was how cases were handled with such indifference. However, they dared not voice their complaints, for they were the type to prey on the weak and cower before the strong. Faced with the police, they could scarcely make a sound, exiting the station in a state of indignation. This was a common scenario in 2007. Lacking surveillance, the monetary stakes too low. What could be accomplished by investigating? With such a vast city, where could they possibly apprehend suspects? Moreover, the young officers quickly discerned that this family was far from virtuous, particularly the woman named Chen Shui, whose loud voice filled the air with raucousness. Having dealt with a myriad of individuals throughout their day, they had encountered all manner of characters. Chen Shui, with her foul mouth, left a profoundly negative impression. The officers were reluctant to concern themselves with them, though the necessary procedures still had to be followed, taking statements, chronicling the events of the incident, and that was all. The remainder was a matter of waiting for a notification, the duration of which was uncertain, as they were informed that no investigation results were currently available. After the Fong family exited the police station, Chen Shui reverted to her previous boisterous demeanor, clamoring to capture Lin Shi. "We endured that beating waiting for that little wretch, and this time we must demand several thousand yuan. This includes our medical expenses." Fang Weiming and his son Fang Sudong echoed her sentiments. This family displayed a shamelessness that was appalling, demanding thousands from a university student in 2007. Their audacity was astounding. As if they believed everyone could amass several thousand in a single night, like Xiao Chusheng. In this era, most people's salaries barely exceeded 3,000. And that was for those with respectable jobs. Lin Shi had previously managed to earn a bit over 1,000 a month by taking on odd jobs when she wasn't attending classes, which was already a considerable challenge. Expenses at university were not negligible. Food and various costs made it difficult to save. Yet this family spoke as if several thousand were a trivial sum, treating Lin Shi as if she were a mere beast of burden. However, by the time they arrived at the school gate, it was already too late, for while they were at the police station filing their report, Lin Shi had already been taken away by Xiao Chusheng. "Do we still need to return this afternoon?" he inquired of Lin Shi in the car. Lin Shi nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the necessity in principle, yet expressing her reluctance to proceed. Xiao Chusheng chuckled, remarking on how this diligent student had seemingly gone astray. Lin Shi rolled her eyes in response, retorting that it was he who ought to possess a sense of self-awareness. Xiao Chusheng burst into laughter, conceding her point. With a playful glare, Lin Shi huffed, claiming that since she was already being supported, questioning her moral integrity seemed rather redundant. Xiao Chusheng found himself at a loss for words. "Boss, where to now?" Zhou Chen, the driver, inquired of Xiao Chusheng. "We're off to show your boss lady our future milk tea shop, after which you can stock up, and we'll return by train this afternoon." "Sounds good." Currently, the business of crayfish had been fully delegated to Chen Bin and his team, encompassing everything from procurement to processing and cooking, by paying them wages. Xiao Chusheng was able to conserve his own efforts. "That is excellent." As Lin Shi gazed at the yet-to-be-renovated shop, her eyes sparkled with anticipation, envisioning a bright future. Chapter 94. Uncle Zilong and I fought valiantly at Changban Slope. As the excitement waned, Lin Shi suddenly realized something, turning to Xiao Chusheng with a complicated expression. "You've already spent the money you just earned, haven't you?" Xiao Chusheng let out a couple of awkward chuckles. Well, I was merely hoping to multiply the funds at hand quickly." Lin Shi rubbed her temples, unable to suppress her critique. "You truly have no fear of losses, do you? Losses are merely losses. How much can we really lose? With the speed at which we're earning now, this slight deficit is insignificant," Xiao Chusheng replied dismissively. In truth, there were some matters Xiao Chusheng had yet to disclose to Lin Shi. According to his plan, he anticipated losses numbering in the millions, even billions. This was precisely why he felt the need to amass wealth rapidly. There were expenses to cover. The greater the storm, the higher the prices. And such losses would ultimately yield astonishing returns. "All right, it seems I can't really influence your decisions," Lin Shi said, pressing her lips together. At this stage, her business acumen had yet to fully materialize. Xiao Chusheng understood that Lin Shi's true strength lay in her sensitivity to data. Navigating high-stakes scenarios was no trivial matter. In such high-end situations, Xiao Chusheng found himself at a disadvantage, as he excelled in proposing avant-garde concepts and imaginative ideas. It was Lin Shi's formidable execution that transformed these visions into reality. Thus, their compatibility was truly remarkable, transcending mere personality or physical connection. Indeed, it's not akin to the legendary exploits of my Uncle Zilong and me at Changban Slope. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, these two milk tea shops could potentially achieve extraordinary monthly revenues. Xiao Chusheng spoke with gravity. Extraordinary revenues? Lin Shi was taken aback. Yet, upon reflection, she realized that Xiao Chusheng had never been one to jest, and perhaps he was even being conservative. For instance, based on the business of the 20 stalls in Hangzhou, they were already earning upwards of 100,000 a day, if not more. Of course, such levels of profit were not sustainable indefinitely. When faced with inclement weather, and following the National Day holiday, there tends to be a dramatic decline in business. In comparison to those millions in transactions, a few 100,000 seems less exaggerated. However, there is a notable difference. The market in Hangzhou has nearly consumed all available business, approaching saturation. Here, we only have one outlet. Should we then consider expanding our barbecue and fried food business from Hangzhou to Shanghai? Lin Shi inquired with a hint of hesitation. Xiao Chusheng shook his head in response, stating that there is currently no necessity, as we lack a solid foundation here. Such an enterprise requires reliable personnel to manage it effectively. Once our funds are sufficient, we can acquire the adjacent store and establish a branch of Dejiahui here, while the Shi barbecue venture will depend on circumstances, at the very least. Summer sales will not be particularly promising. Why is that? Lin Shi asked, perplexed. Due to the ambience, Xiao Chusheng explained. Indoor barbecues in summer are first, hot, and second, lack the lively atmosphere, which makes them more suitable for winter evenings when couples can slowly grill together while braving the cold winds outside. Lin Shi's eyes lit up at this notion. Even she found it heartwarming upon reflection. She couldn't help but admire how meticulously Xiao Chusheng had planned this route, with each step aimed at maximizing profit, all while risking the capital at hand. Remarkably, the funds he had wagered returned to his pockets within days, multiplied several times over. He had effectively turned money into more money while simultaneously laying the foundation for an enterprise. His commercial acumen was indeed somewhat uncanny. Suddenly, Lin Shi pondered a thought and curiously fixed her gaze upon Xiao Chusheng. The investment for the milk tea shop here isn't substantial, is it? Xiao Chusheng, unsure of her intent, nodded blankly. Yes, the estimated cost is around 100,000, and we should recoup this investment in just a few days. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi's lips curled into a smile. And what comes next? Our business in Hangzhou, if all goes well, will generate several million a month. How do you plan to allocate that? Is it really that much? Xiao Chusheng began to realize, having not anticipated such rapid expansion. The conditions had indeed been created by the Zhang AI family, whose sham-made aesthetic had provided the necessary manpower he had previously lacked. Then let us open several milk tea shops in Hangzhou, that's our stronghold. I had intended to leverage our established base to capture the milk tea market there. While Lin Shi was unsure how Xiao Chusheng planned to utilize the existing foundation in Hangzhou, she had every confidence in his capabilities. However, her focus was not solely on this. Did he truly believe that opening a milk tea shop there would be feasible? Was he planning to launch the Dajiahui outlet first? The Dajiahui outlet would not materialize so quickly, while the fried chicken business holds great potential. Once it enters the storefront, the rent becomes a significant expenditure and initial profit margins are unlikely to be high. Such a venture requires building market recognition, which would take at least 2 months. Xiao Chusheng fell into contemplation, realizing that the pace of accumulating wealth had exceeded his expectations. He needed to strategize on how to effectively utilize the funds at his disposal, for only by investing can he unlock greater markets and financial opportunities. Xiao Chusheng closed his eyes, contemplating what lucrative and stable ventures could be pursued before the impending economic crisis. He sought opportunities that would not demand excessive manpower or energy. With a favorable return on investment, the computer components market crossed his mind. At present, the reliance on computers and televisions for entertainment is at its peak, and the trend of assembling computers has surged in recent years. Indeed, the highest ownership of computers coincides with this period, as many individuals purchase them with the expectation of long-term use, often spanning over a decade. However, after deliberation, Xiao Chusheng resolved to abandon this notion. Although the market offers decent profits, it fundamentally thrives on the advantages of information opacity. Genuine substantial profits could only be realized by becoming a distributor and securing regional agency for certain brands. Yet, the market size in 2007, along with the actual pricing of commonly sold components, was relatively modest. Low prices translate to limited profit margins, a reality that cannot be overlooked. The reasoning is straightforward. In these times, many individuals are financially constrained, and the majority of those assembling computers are not driven by the pursuit of high-end specifications, but rather by the necessity of functionality. Otherwise, inferior quality power supplies and memory manufacturers would not be profiting immensely. For instance, a 750-watt power supply remains in use even 2 decades later, highlighting that the industry's actual conditions are far from optimistic. High returns necessitate significant investments, as substantial profits in this sector require becoming a regional-level distributor, demanding an investment in the millions and a prolonged time to recoup. This does not align with my current aspirations. I seek quick returns.